Chapter 341. The words fell. Seemingly guessing correctly this time, Xiaolu nodded several times, his eyes gleaming. You? Chen Meng hesitated slightly, looking down at Xiaolu. Last time, as the train's armor upgraded to level 500, Xiaolu's level had also reached level 300, unable to rise any higher. The Star Devourer's ceiling was essentially at level 300, making further upgrades difficult. It was no longer enough for the behemoth carriage. Could Xiaolu, at level 300, defeat that star beast? At least, judging by the strength Xiaolu displayed last time, his chances of winning didn't seem very high. However, he hadn't bothered Xiaolu since reaching level 300. Perhaps his strength had increased significantly again after reaching level 300? But, level 300. This meant that his defensive energy range was limited to that level. How much higher can you go? Level 300 defense, and you be annihilated if you get close. It's pure utter madness. Even with his train's level 500 armor, he didn't dare get close. Wherever the space beast went, space shattered, yet it remained unscathed. This alone demonstrates just how high its defenses were. A cosmic overlord. But he glanced at the confidence and eagerness in Xiaolu's eyes, and after a long silence, he nodded. Okay, I let you try. He did as he said. Chen Meng immediately controlled the star train, leaving the planet and returning to Galaxy 27 within the Casa Civilization Federation via the refrigerator. Then, he traveled through the wormhole to the Mechanical Civilization ruins. The Star Beast's invasion was directed towards the area of the Mechanical Civilization ruins. So far, no casualties have occurred. We're going to send Xiaolu over there and give it a try. The journey is quite long. Even if we could use wormholes, the entire process would take 7 days, requiring us to travel back and forth between different wormholes, and the distances between them are quite long. Soon. 7 days passed. Chen Meng was sitting in a chair, gazing at the image of the enormous star beast on the Doppler radar. He was already at the Mechanical Civilization ruins, 12 light years away from the star beast. It couldn't get any closer. There were no closer wormholes. Or rather, the immense gravitational chaos caused by the star beast had made the surrounding space extremely unstable, making it impossible to create new wormholes. All wormholes in its path were destroyed. Then I leave you here. I be leaving first. Chen Meng looked down at Little Green at his feet. He had tried to communicate with Little Green many times over the past few days. Although they didn't speak the same language and Little Green couldn't speak, he still roughly understood what he meant. The meaning was that after Little Green evolved, he had a special attack method against the star beasts. That was the general idea. Little Green nodded, then looked at the star-trading sword tiger beside him again, repeatedly signaling it to look at the radar. Don't worry, I have it watching the radar here. During these 7 days, Little Green had only made one pre-battle preparation, carrying his little brother, the star-trading sword tiger, into the train compartment, where he sat there, staring motionlessly at the radar, admiring his own performance in the upcoming battle. Do you need any energy? There's plenty of iron ore inside the train. Xiaolu shook his head again, his eyes filled with confidence. Okay. Chen Meng said nothing more. After throwing Xiaolu out the window, he used a refrigerator to reach a safer place over 1,000 light years away. He certainly couldn't withstand the fluctuations of such a battle. But he threw a few refrigerators into Xiaolu's mouth. If he couldn't defeat her, Xiaolu could immediately escape back to the train through the refrigerator. Then it was all about waiting. Waiting. The space beast advanced another 12 light years, and met up with Xiaolu. At its speed, this distance wouldn't take long at all. It would be reached soon. His eyes narrowed, feeling a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. In the past few days, he had visited Killua again. He asked if he knew about the space beast Star Devourer. Killua, supposedly an encyclopedia, shook his head, saying that there were countless space beasts in the universe, and it was impossible for him to have heard of them all. However, Killua did tell him something new. That is, wonder of civilization can be packed up and taken away. After conquering other civilizations, advanced civilizations would remove all of their counterparts' wonders and place them within their own territories. But the conditions were somewhat complex. Chen Meng sat in his chair, his mind reeling from Killua's words from a few days ago, as he pondered the possibility of moving the wonder of civilization onto his train. While he was pondering this, the radar image began to flicker, and the image quality began to fluctuate. This was because the space had been shattered, impairing the radar's ability to capture images. Radar. It is one of the most important components in the universe. So far, he had only seen 2 things in the universe that exceeded the speed of light. The first, the speed of neural signal transmission in a massive cosmic beast. The second, the capture speed of high-level radar, capable of instantly capturing real-time images from a distance of 100,000 light-years. Both of these speeds were far faster than the speed of light. It wasn't so much about speed as it was about regularity. Without radar, the images he captured from 100,000 light-years ago would have been ages ago, and there would have been no real-time images at all. By the time he detected the enemy 100,000 light-years away, they might already be at his doorstep. He stared intently at the screen, a wave of nervousness building inside him. It began. Closer, closer. Only the final stretch of distance from Little Green, and before he even reached them, chaotic spatial fluctuations surged in like a sea of water. Countless spatial fragments, forming into substance, shot out in all directions, like a rain of pear blossom needles. On the screen, that enormous space beast, wrapped in a halo of planetary fragments resembling chocolate chips, served as both a thick defensive armor and a formidable offensive weapon. So what would Xiao Lu do next? Under his expectant gaze, Xiao Lu unfolded his devouring form, rapidly expanding to 0.1 light-years almost instantly. The resulting violent ripples instantly shattered the surrounding space, shattering countless dead stars with considerable noise. But? Chen Mang's brows furrowed slightly. He had assumed Xiao Lu would grow larger after reaching level 300, but why was he still only 0.1 light-years away? How could he defeat him? The enemy was nearly 2 light-years away. This was completely different rank. If you bite down, you only bite off someone's hemorrhoids, requiring at most a painful minor surgery. These two celestial behemoths, now transformed into two powerful gravitational bodies within the Naya galaxy, like two massive black holes, their gravitational fields increasingly clashing. The battle looked not much different from two closely spaced black holes devouring each other. There was no physical confrontation. The distance grew even closer. The two celestial behemoths could now see each other with the naked eye. The violent chaos caused by their mutual gravitational fields plunged the entire ruins of the mechanical civilization into a state of extreme chaos. Countless dead stars perished, and the resulting shockwaves, almost like a ruthless act of redress, ruthlessly destroyed the ruins. The radar image began to freeze like a slideshow. The next moment, the image suddenly and dramatically changed. On the screen, Xiao Lu seemed to blink, and then a ball of energy, like a star, erupted from its mouth, absorbing the entire shockwave. Then, it absorbed the entire ball of energy into its abdomen. The entire process did not cause any harm to the star beast, simply absorbing the aftermath of the battle between the two sides into its abdomen, as if protecting the remains of the mechanical civilization. What is Xiao Lu doing? Chen Mang frowned, feeling anxious. At this moment of battle, if one side still wanted to protect the surrounding planets from destruction, it would be at a complete disadvantage and would be timid. Since the war had already begun, all these things should be put aside. Let's finish this fight first. However, the next moment, Chen Mang witnessed a scene that left him bewildered. Xiao Lu's mouth suddenly opened wide. Like a black hole. No, that was a fucking black hole, right? It opened incredibly wide. And it continued to expand at an incredibly rapid rate. 3 hours later, Chen Mang had retreated to a distance of 30,000 light-years. The battle wasn't over, or rather, it seemed like it hadn't even begun. During these 3 hours, only one thing happened. Xiao Lu's mouth continued to expand, expanding to a range of hundreds of light-years within 3 hours. The powerful gravitational pull made it impossible for the star beast to escape. Its speed visibly slowed, and it could no longer accelerate by rupturing space. Without rupturing space to accelerate, the star beast's speed in the universe would be extremely slow. To cross the Naya galaxy, it would take at least hundreds of millions of years. Chen Mang watched silently as the scene unfolded. What was unfolding before him was beyond his comprehension. He had never imagined Little Green's mouth could expand to this extent. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You told me you had this ability. I have let you take the fight to the Zerg civilization in the final battle. One bite, and the Zerg civilization would be annihilated. Just like a snack. Crunchy. How delicious. Just then, Little Green's mouth gradually closed, shrinking again. 3 hours passed. The ruins of the mechanical civilization fell into a state of complete silence, a vast void hundreds of light years in diameter. Within, there was nothing, not even a dead star or a sun. Furthermore, ordinarily, a battle of this magnitude would create significant spatial fluctuations. However, at this moment, there were no spatial fluctuations or shockwaves at all. It was as if someone had scooped a spoonful into a cake, utterly peaceful. Then, Xiaolu suddenly appeared inside the train through the refrigerator. Upon returning, he only had time to glance at Chen Meng and start stepping Sword Tiger before immediately falling asleep, falling into a coma. 10 minutes later, after Xiao Ai gave Little Green a rough checkup, she began to report. Little Green suffered no damage, but tests have revealed extremely terrifying spatial fluctuations within his stomach, along with nearly endless amounts of spatial fragments. The shockwaves Little Green absorbed into his abdomen are now rampaging through it with impunity. Can you find a way to expel them? Chen Meng frowned. How about putting them in the medical bay and trying? Xiao Ai shook her head and continued. Those shockwaves are certainly destroying Little Green's internal organs, but they're also having a greater impact on the giant space beast he just swallowed. I've roughly figured it out. This is a digestive method. Normally, if you swallow a 2 light-year-wide space beast whole, you have virtually no digestion problems. So, Little Green spat out the ball of light. It was his stomach, containing a vast, small world. He absorbed all the spatial debris and shockwaves into his stomach, storing them there. It acts as gastric juice. If the stomach were empty, these substances, more powerful than gastric juice, would cause significant damage. But now that the enormous space beast is inside, these powerful stomach acids are rapidly destroying it, and continuously absorb nutrients to replenish Little Green. When Little Green awakens, his strength will be greatly enhanced. In other words, Little Green cannot digest any food because his stomach is devoid of gastric juice. Any food, even a simple rigiamo, cannot be digested. It just sits there. To digest food, he must absorb these violent space debris and shock waves, and these only appear in battles of this magnitude. I understand. Chen Meng nodded. He now understood why Little Green had no desire to participate in the war against the Zerg civilization. After evolving, Little Green was completely unable to digest these Zerg monsters. The space debris shock waves he created could be absorbed into his stomach, but they were completely unnecessary for digesting the Zerg monsters, and ultimately became an attack on his stomach. To put it bluntly, Little Green could only eat hard food. He couldn't eat soft food. The harder, the better. Chen Meng then gazed with a complex expression at the blank area at the mechanical civilization ruins, a blank space, like a void in the universe. After a moment, he whispered, I think the mechanical civilization's records of the Star Devourer might be wrong. The mechanical civilization's database says the Star Devourer is an S-class potential star beast that feeds on mineral planets. But now it seems the star in the Star Devourer might not refer to a mineral planet, but to a star beast star. This guy is really good at eating star beasts. That giant star beast. If he were to take action, he would have to bring all his might to the table. However, Xiao Lu rushed forward and ended the battle with a single bite. The space debris and shockwaves created by the star beast were larger, the easier it was to digest. If it were weaker, Xiao Lu wouldn't dare swallow it. If it couldn't digest it, it would remain dormant, never to wake up again. Just then. Found it. Xiao Ai's voice suddenly rang out from the train. Conductor, I found this information in the database of the Naya civilization train. It contains some information about the Star Devourer. It's a bit like a rumor. It said that the Star Devourer is a star beast with great potential, capable of continuously devouring and breaking through its limits. However, due to its flaws, digestion takes a long time, and it's quite common for it to remain dormant for thousands of years. To truly grow, it often takes hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer. A big reason for this. It's that the celestial beasts they devour are difficult to digest. They need to constantly tumble through space, creating space debris and shock waves, which they absorb into their stomachs to digest the food. But the celestial beasts transformed into cosmic minds are often enormous in size. The space debris and shock waves they pass through are extremely large, containing a huge amount of energy. This energy helps the star-devouring beasts quickly digest their food. In other words, the cosmic minds feared by all civilizations are, in Little Green's eyes, a natural tonic. Large, powerful, and easy to digest. If Xiaolu can consume one cosmic mind every day, then it's not impossible for him to reach the level of evolution that other members of the tribe would take hundreds of thousands of years to achieve in a few years. I see. Chen Meng narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. In other words, if Xiaolu devoured a space beast millions of kilometers in diameter, not only would the energy it contained be much less than that cosmic mind, but because the space debris and shockwaves were smaller, it would also be extremely difficult to digest. That's right. After a long pause, Chen Meng suddenly laughed. That's good. So, he no longer had to fear cosmic minds. Not only would he not fear them, but he could even see them as opportunities, a good tonic for Xiaolu. No wonder Xiaolu was so anxious when he asked to fight. That was a desire to achieve merit. It was clearly a desire for food. However, the limitations of playing only at the highest levels are too great. All gastric juices must be replenished externally, with no internal production. Couldn't even digest a steamed bun? Indeed, he hadn't seen any excretory organs in Little Green, so he probably didn't have any digestive or excretory functions within his body. It's a bit like an external stomach pouch. This way, he wouldn't have to worry too much about upgrading the radar in the future. Of course, this doesn't mean he doesn't have to worry about cosmic mines at all. There are many types of cosmic mines. The target is the same. The manifestations vary. The most common one is the starry sky behemoth. However, he doesn't know what form the cosmic mines deployed by more advanced civilizations take, which is also very important. Send Killua over. Yes. Space mines? Killua pondered for a moment before speaking. There are many types of space mines. Generally speaking, the more powerful the space mine, the higher the trigger threshold. After all, the cost is very high. We can't go to great lengths to destroy a level 3 civilization just because we detected one. In the universe, civilizations can be roughly divided into 3 levels of strength. Levels 1, 2, and 3 civilizations are weak and in their developmental stages. At this stage, even if you fight fiercely within your own range, no one will pay attention to you. Of course, level 3 civilization is a hurdle. When your civilization reaches level 3, it means you've officially established yourself in the universe. In other words, you're eligible for destruction. The standard for judging is generally a detection range of 100,000 kilometers. Light years. Many level 4 and level 5 civilizations deploy numerous cosmic mines, like starry sky behemoths, to destroy emerging level 3 civilizations within or near their territories. Level 4, 5, and 6 civilizations are generally referred to as advanced civilizations. Civilizations in this range are already very powerful. Going up. Level 7, 8, and 9 civilizations are top-tier civilizations, and the last tier is the strongest of the level 9 civilizations, the God-tier civilization. I don't know what form the cosmic minds of advanced and top-tier civilizations take, and I haven't paid attention to them. I can tell you about the forms of cosmic minds used by God-tier civilizations. Take human civilization as an example. God-tier civilizations, human civilizations deploy many types of cosmic minds, one of which is called the emotion detector, which releases numerous nanoscale robots into space. Once it's detected that the happiness level of people in a certain area has significantly increased and negative emotions have significantly decreased, the cleansing device will be activated. It's generally believed that when a civilization reaches level 7, its residents' lifespans, entertainment, and other aspects of society will enter a quasi-utopia, and their happiness level will increase significantly. Wait. Chen Mang frowned and asked, are you saying that a god-level civilization deploys cosmic mines to destroy a level 7 civilization? If it's to prevent a sudden explosion of a lower-level civilization, then shouldn't the target be a level 9 civilization? Well, that's theoretically true. Killua nodded. In reality, there aren't many level 9 civilizations, and it's easy to detect them all. There's no need for cosmic mines. Furthermore, even a god-level civilization. Destroying a level 9 civilization is somewhat difficult. Sometimes, it's not really possible to prevent a level 9 civilization from successfully breaking through to god-level civilization. You can only do your best to stop it. If that fails, and the other party successfully advances, then negotiate peace. But, the number of god-level civilizations in the universe is increasing. This also means that resources are becoming increasingly scarce, and the pie is being shared by more and more people. However, it is extremely difficult to wipe out a god-level civilization, and it is difficult for a god-level civilization to perish on its own. In this case, the god-level civilization will target a level 7 civilization, the lowest cost. With a single, easy strike, a level 7 civilization can be destroyed. By reducing the number of level 9 civilization seeds, the god-level civilization can consolidate its dominance and prevent more civilizations from breaking through to god-level civilization. Most civilizations deploy mines in this way. They don't necessarily target their own lower-level civilizations, as that would be too costly. They often target lower-level civilizations, or even lower-level civilizations, to maximize profits at the lowest cost. As for level 8 civilizations, those level 9 civilizations will take note. They won't allow any level 8 civilization to advance to level 9. What do level 7 civilizations do? Level 7 civilizations prevent level 4 and 5 civilizations from advancing. What about level 4 and 5 civilizations? Level 4 and 5 civilizations prevent level 3 civilizations from advancing. What about level 3 civilizations? Level 3 civilizations? Level 6 civilizations are simply being beaten. What about level 1 and 2? Civilizations that aren't yet worthy of being beaten often perish in some unknown AoE. That doesn't sound like level 6. Just like level 4 and 5, they're beating up level 3 civilizations while trying to prevent level 7 and 8 civilizations from beating them. Level 4, 5, and 6 civilizations are all beating up level 3 civilizations. That's right. It's the lowest cost and the best effect. Qin Mang stopped talking, lost in thought. His human civilization was a level 3 civilization. He had been quite happy about it a few days ago. After all, he had reached the heights that the mechanical civilization and the Cassidon civilization had reached in so many years. In the end, he had only reached the point where he was worthy of being beaten. And he was completely worthy of being beaten. He wasn't worthy of beating anyone. But it was better than before. Before, he hadn't even been worthy of being beaten. When you put it that way, it sounds like a level 3 civilization is quite pitiful. It is indeed pitiful. That's why level 3 civilizations have the highest number of extinctions in the universe. Their number of extinctions even far exceeds that of level 2 civilizations, which clearly have far more. You can beat someone by breaking through the 4th level of civilization? When you are in the 4th level civilization, you probably have not yet been able to lay out the foundation for cosmic landmines. It is a bit difficult to beat people at this time, but you can already resist the cosmic landmines of some advanced civilizations. At this time, basically no one will beat you. Those 5th and 6th level civilizations will not come to beat you up, and it is often not worth the money. The iconic event is, when you destroy the cosmic landmines of a civilization, this civilization will not come back to this area. Qin Mang raised his eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Will you come to take revenge? He had just destroyed a cosmic landmine arranged by an unknown civilization. He was already ready to take the wonder away, but he didn't expect that the other party would not come. 99% of the cases. They won't come, but there will inevitably be some clueless ones. Killua explained, the main purpose of Space Mine is to minimize resource loss to a civilization in exchange for its long-term stable development. When a civilization can destroy your space mine, it proves its strength. At this point, if you send a large army to destroy that civilization, you consume a huge amount of resources, which is not worth the effort. The cost effectiveness isn't high. Just leave it alone. Let it develop and thrive wildly. In the universe, you don't actually have to take action against a hostile civilization. Sleep for a few hundred years, and wake up to find that civilization has vanished at some point. If they develop, then we can start a war. If we win now, we have meat to eat. The cosmic mine is like a threshold. Until you trigger its threshold, it will ignore you. Once you trigger its threshold, it will attack you. If it can't defeat you, then no one will care about you for a while, until you trigger the threshold of the cosmic mine set by a higher level civilization. Once you pass this threshold, the weather will be good and the harvest will be good. If you don't pass it, you will die. There's no such thing as hatred or not. There's no hatred in the universe. Just like those level 9 civilizations who were frantically blocked by God-level civilizations during their advancement, no matter how many people died in the process, once they successfully broke through and reached God-level civilization, everyone will tacitly agree. Then, they quickly integrated into the God-level civilization and began to prevent the other 9th level civilizations from advancing. They divided the pie while preventing others from eating it. It's always like that. Your position determines your own behavior. Hatred will never be the primary motivation for starting a war. Resources are everything. It's just like you destroyed my Zerg civilization, yet I harbor no hatred towards you. Losers deserve to die. This is normal. It's the law of the universe, unavoidable. When someone wins, someone else must die. You can't be happy when you win, and then be reluctant when it's your turn to die. Killua left the train compartment. Qin Mang sat alone in the empty train compartment, digesting the information Killua had just given him. In other words, he would be entering a long period of growth, during which no one would disturb him. That was good. Just sigh. Qin Mang rubbed his temples, with a faint sense of fatigue. He just felt a little tired all of a sudden. Or maybe he should just give up, and settle down in the Naya galaxy, and slowly develop. This way up. He's going to get beaten up a lot. He get beaten up if he's anybody. It's not that he's afraid of getting beaten up. He's just a little annoyed by this constant recurring drama. It must be so tiring. Just then, Xiao Ai's voice rang out again on the train. Conductor, I think you need to rest for a while and rediscover your spirit. There's no crisis in the Naya galaxy right now. You can put your mind to it for now. Go to the blue water planet for a few years, rest for a while, and then come back. You've been really busy these past few years, conductor. You've had so much to deal with. Most successful people, they're not constantly striving. They often work hard for a few years, then achieve great results, and then spend the rest of their lives in a muddled, almost slacking state. In this state, people often find your true self, why you live, and your purpose. Working too hard often blinds you with the illusory sense of progress that effort brings. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, his eyelids slightly lowered, and remained silent. After a moment, he opened his eyes and whispered, "You're right. Rest for a while. Don't leave the Naya galaxy just yet. Rest in the Naya galaxy for a while. Then go to other galaxies." He actually had this idea for a while, but various unexpected events had kept him busy. Now, it could finally be considered over, and he could rest for a while. Unless the civilization behind the giant star beast he just killed was the greenhorn Killua had mentioned, no one should bother him. This was a good opportunity to recruit all the civilizations within the Casa Civilization Federation that wanted to join him. They were all packed onto the train. They were all his people. Decline is often the beginning of awakening. One shouldn't fear the lows. They are the beginning of a rebound. Actively seeking the lows will lead to new peaks. When one is penniless, that is the time to burn all bridges. The more difficult a situation is, the greater one's potential is. There is only a fine line between being ignored and becoming world famous. In fact, Chen Mang has always been a man of strong execution. When he felt a little exhausted and felt the future was too bumpy, and he didn't want to embark on it, he decisively left the star train. He ran to the blue water planet and began his own journey. This time, his escort was different from usual. Usually, when he went out, he was accompanied by Lao Zhu, Biazi, and others, a huge crowd, but this time, it was much quieter. The only accompanying personnel were Yin Yao, Ji Chu Chu, and the fairy sent from Xuanwu planet. They formed a small tour group. Yeah. Chen Mang stood contentedly on the streets of a city on the blue water planet, nibbling on his ice cream and gazing at the busy pedestrians. He smiled. I feel much more relaxed. He was wearing a human skin mask. Otherwise, it would have been too conspicuous, and there would have been no point in relaxing. There wasn't much he needed to deal with on the star train. Only when the train was developing did he have much to deal with. When it stagnated, as it was now, there was little for him to do. Under Xiao Ai's control, both the train and the planet were developing steadily and rapidly. While the development of the train was important, people needed a break, after all. We're not made of iron. However, even though he had tried to be as low-key as possible, every passerby still glanced at him, forcing him to look in the mirror. Could it be that his human skin mask had fallen off? Why do you think everyone looks at me when they pass by? I don't know. Ji Chu Chu, hugging Chen Mang's left arm, also licked an ice cream cone, blinking and shaking her head. Yin Yao, hugging Chen Mang's right arm, fanned them with a cool breeze. She also shook her head and smiled, saying, I don't know, Master Mang. Behind him, a group of fairies chattered like larks, chatting non-stop. Occasionally, a fairy would fork a piece of fruit and feed it to Master Mang. Chen Mang pondered for a moment, his expression serious before nodding in agreement. It must be that my aura is so outstanding that it's hard to resist. Then, surrounded by the fairies, he walked towards the front of the street, unable to resist a smile. He naturally knew what was going on. But this is fine too. Those envious, jealous, and confused looks are quite amusing. If, at this moment, it would be even more interesting if another rich kid showed up and gave him a slap in the face or something. It's just a pity. He wandered around for a full 3 hours, but no one showed up to mock him. The script wasn't right this time, the wrong one. He'd try a different script next time. He hadn't planned any itineraries or attractions. He just wandered around, buying whatever he wanted. He was just here to relax. He didn't want any purpose, just to have some fun. It was late at night. It was time for something else. Chen Mang led his group to the palace built for him by Doba. This was his first time living there since its completion, and the furniture had already been arranged. Everything was brand new. And it was clearly cleaned daily. There wasn't a speck of dust inside. Very good. Chen Mang turned his gaze from the oversized bed in the master bedroom before him, smiled, and casually asked Doba, how's the progress on that blueprint you showed me last time? We're making some progress, but it takes some time. Doba hurriedly began to report on the progress. Chen Mang's smile froze. He had only casually asked, and Doba actually said there was progress. Was the blueprint palace so easy to build? He had assumed it would take at least thousands of years before he could build it. Now it seems like even a few decades might be enough. Not even 100 years? Is the technology of Goblin civilization advancing so rapidly? He wanted to inquire further, but then he realized it was his rest time and decided not to say anything more. He would discuss work matters after his rest. That night, Chen Mang released himself freely several times. Life is just 2 words. Of course. Rest is rest. Chen Mang still remembered some things. For example, after a hard night, Chen Mang returned to the Star Train. Today was the day he had agreed to meet and chat with his online friend, Little Fatty. But this time, he waited in the train compartment for a long time. The cyberminer also waited for a long time in his dream. But the little fatty never showed up. Didn't you come? When the little fat man still hadn't appeared until daybreak, Chen Mang, sitting in his chair, glanced at the control panel, a faint worry building within him. Could something have happened to the little fat man? But he could faintly hear from the little fat man that his father was powerful and loved his child deeply. Wouldn't it be possible that his child, mining in such a dangerous area, wouldn't he be secretly providing protection? Although the little fat man believed his father was just a businessman, but serious businessmen don't have the means to immediately obtain core information only known to those within a civilization. Just as the Tiangong had finished their search, the little fat man had already received the information. What a tremendous skill that required. He must have incredible connections. This wasn't something an ordinary businessman could possess. Although he was worried, they were so far away that he couldn't do anything. Perhaps he was just confused. The little fat man had confided in him that he became emaciated when he saw a woman. It was a psychological condition, so he didn't like women and preferred to solve problems on his own. It stemmed from his first attempt, when he was nervous and exhausted, and the other party spread the story widely. This made him afraid of real people. He was unwilling to try again. He asked him if he had any solution. He suggested eating more red hard nuts. The other party didn't know what red hard nuts were. He wanted to send them to him, but unfortunately, he couldn't, so he could only say he was going to buy some strong medicine. Perhaps he went out to buy medicine? Chen Mang nodded thoughtfully, not giving it any more thought. He would try contacting them tomorrow. It couldn't be a problem with the Nami civilization, could it? After all, with the ability of the little fat man's father, it was unlikely that the little fat man would be in trouble. If something really happened, that means something is wrong with the entire Nami civilization. Chapter 342. After years of development, Blue Water Star's former cities have all been rebuilt, and life has gradually improved. This means Blue Water Star still has a lot of fun. For example, is this interesting? After a night's rest, Chen Mang reappeared on the streets of Blue Water Star at dawn, and looked up at an advertisement on the screen of a nearby high-rise building. The first holographic virtual multiplayer interactive exploration online game. Here, you can explore this unknown world for fun. Here, you can create all kinds of things as a casual player. Here, you can build your own territory and home as a Lord player. Here, you can travel the world as a lone player and speak out against injustice. Perfect level system. Excellent class balance. Various adventures and development paths allow every player to create their own unique self. Official pre-orders now open. Virtual Cabin, priced at 399,000 stellar vouchers, offers a superior experience, a truly authentic second world experience. Virtual Helmet, priced at 9,900 stellar vouchers, excellent value for money. Virtual Pill, priced at 9.9, automatically enters the game through a hallucination. The only drawback is that each time you enter, you be a visitor, not a full-fledged player. Virtual Online Game. Chen Mang stared at the advertisement on the tall building's exterior screen, a sigh of regret in his voice. In the previous world, the thing he looked forward to most was the day when a virtual online game would officially launch. If he could witness its release before he died, his life would feel worthwhile. But perhaps his desire was too strong. Finally, through a strange means, he witnessed this scene. The people of Blue Water Planet are truly blessed. It's said that this is a virtual online game built using the combat training virtual space and Xiao AI as its foundation. It allows for multiplayer online play and even includes the role of train conductor. However, the train conductor profession has become a high-spending profession. Ordinary people simply can't afford it. You have to spend a lot of money to play it. He thought it made sense. After all, This profession is absolutely expensive in the real world. If I have children in the future, I can't imagine how happy they will be, having been able to play virtual games from a young age. Chen Meng shook his head, smiled, and continued walking forward. If he really did have children, then his children would be nothing short of blessed. Of course. This is based on a well-developed civilization, otherwise, it would be quite tragic. 6 whole months. Chen Meng spent a full 6 months on both planets Aquamarine and Black Tortoise. During these 6 months, he barely handled any train business. He was completely absorbed in relaxation and recreation. He felt like an emperor, absent from court, absorbed in his harem. After these 6 months of rest, the tension he felt these past few days due to the constant rush of time dissipated considerably, and he felt much more relaxed. So, he reappeared inside the Star Train. Long time no see, conductor. It seems you've had a lot of fun these past 6 months. Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train. Not bad. Chen Meng, wearing beach shorts and square-framed sunglasses, smiled as he sat in a chair. He opened the train log on the control panel screen and reviewed the train's data. After 6 months of rest, I feel much better. Has anything major happened in the past 6 months? No, if there had been, I would have immediately informed you, the conductor. Yes. Chen Meng said nothing more and began to work, checking the train's data one by one. Every component was functioning normally. The Doppler radar also showed that everything was normal, with no external enemies approaching. Before his vacation, he even had Busey regularly send people to check on the prison within the cosmic void. Everything was normal, and the trapped Protoss didn't seem to be showing any signs of escaping. The whole world seemed frozen. Frozen at the moment before his vacation. 6 months ago was no different from yesterday. Chen Meng's expression gradually grew strange. Xiao Ai, you should be aware of a hypothesis that says the universe exists only because someone is observing it, or rather, that the very purpose of the universe is to be observed. If all living things in the universe died, and there were no one observing the universe would automatically disappear. For example, in the famous double-slit interference experiment, the results are completely different depending on whether there is an observer. You say, is it possible that I am the protagonist of this universe? This universe exists because of me? As soon as I start working, all kinds of things happen. As soon as I take a break, everything stops, and only comes back when I start working? Xiao Ai's helpless voice echoed from the train. Conductor, in the universe, 6 months is a very short period of time, barely worth mentioning. Normally speaking. In the universe, 6 months of no change is perfectly normal and common. The various incidents you frequently encountered before your vacation, conductor, were an anomaly. They wouldn't normally happen that often. If nothing unexpected happens, the next 6 months will be the same. The next moment, Xiao Ai's voice suddenly stopped, paused, and then spoke again, a hint of bewilderment and confusion in her voice. Conductor, the cyberminers said they saw Fatty. They said something happened to Fatty, and they're anxious to see you. Alas. Chen Meng sighed deeply, projecting the scene from the cyberminer's dream onto the nearby screen. See, I told you, there can't be some mysterious power in this area, right? Nothing happens when I'm on vacation. As soon as I get back to work, everything starts happening. There's been no news from Fatty for 6 months. When I offered incense to Tutu, I also offered him one, and surprisingly, he wasn't dead. He reappeared as soon as I got back to work. Xiao Ai remained silent. He's now in a state of downtime. While this is a small sample size, not enough to draw conclusions, it's certainly a coincidence. During the 6 months the conductor was on leave, the Star Train had been as peaceful as ever, practically without a trace of conflict. And yet, as soon as the conductor returned, something unexpected happened. Chen Meng. Far away in the Nami civilization, a chubby man on a mining planet, his expression faltering with a hint of fear and unease, looked at the mysterious passenger before him and trembled. Something's happened. Something seems to be wrong with the Nami civilization. I'm not sure, but I feel something's wrong. A while ago, my father suddenly told me to come home immediately. I definitely disagreed at first. My relationship with him wasn't good, and I hadn't accomplished anything significant, so I couldn't face going home. But for some reason, my father suddenly became very adamant. Without even telling me, he sent a group of men to kidnap me and bring me back. Then I learned he hired a powerful private security company to protect me. I was wondering why I hadn't encountered any pirates, and I thought everyone had been laid off. After I got back, my father and mother looked gloomy and grim. I never seen them look so grim before. Even in the hard times before, my father and mother had never been like this. I didn't interact with anyone on the way home. I was taken home by a private security company. Until my father took me out onto the street. That's when I realized something was wrong. Everyone on the street was looking up at the sky. Everyone was looking up at the sky at a standard 45-degree angle. At first, I thought there was something in the sky, but then I realized there was nothing there. And no one seemed to notice anything was wrong. They weren't just stopping to stare. Rather, they were just going about their business, looking up at the sky. Society was functioning normally, the streets filled with the cries of vendors and the chatter of passers-by. If I closed my eyes, I think nothing was wrong. Everything was normal. But if I opened them, I realized everything was strange. It's not just this planet. Everyone in the Nami civilization is like this. Even the private security company escorting me on the road was like this. At first, I thought they were worried I see their faces, or that they had some special rules or something, and I didn't think about it that way. The most important thing is, I saw the Nami civilization leader's speech on the news. Even the leader of the Nami civilization, and a number of senior officials were like this, and yet no one noticed anything unusual. Everyone was like this. Only my father was like this. My mother, I were the only three of us who remained normal in the entire civilization. Everyone else seemed to have gone mad, or perhaps seen ghosts. My father suspected that the Celestial Palace was behind this, and felt that the civilization was on the verge of extinction. He returned with me to the southern mining planet of the Nami civilization, waiting for it to return to normal, or for it to perish. What to do? Chen Meng, you're the leader of this civilization. Do you know what's going on? Sitting in the train compartment, Chen Meng's brow furrowed slightly after listening to Xupong's story. He felt as if he had just heard a ghost story. The story then unfolded as follows. At some point, everyone suddenly tilted their heads to look at Xiaopeng and his family of three, forced a sinister smile, and asked, "Why don't you look up?" What a cheesy story. It felt like something you could present at a storytelling convention. Are there ghosts in the universe? Maybe, Xiaoyai said uncertainly. Civilizations come in many forms. Perhaps there's a civilization that uses ghosts as its form of civilization, but so far, my database doesn't contain any information about such a civilization. Even if it does exist, it's an extremely rare form. It's much less common than the forms of immortal cultivation. However, there is an extremely niche branch of immortal cultivation on Xuanwu Star, called ghost cultivation, which may have something in common. Just then, the little fat man handed over a photo he had taken on the planet. In the picture, everyone was looking at the sky at a standard 45-degree angle. Chen Meng even had Xiaoyai calculate it, and it was indeed a standard 45-degree angle. With this perspective, life is completely normal, and peripheral vision can meet most daily needs. It's just that the eyes will feel uncomfortable. You need to glance downward. That's why everyone has dead eyes, which looks quite eerie. After a while, he finally spoke, passing a message to the little fat man. It's not necessarily a disaster brought by the Heavenly Palace. If it were, most people wouldn't have gone in to explore. It shouldn't have affected everyone in your civilization. And it even reached southern Xinjiang, so the spread is rapid. Is it more like a civilizational curse? Of course. I made up the term civilizational curse. I'm just guessing. Since your family is safe, the key to the mystery must be with you. Isn't your father here too? Would it be convenient for him to come over so I can talk to him? Just then. Huh? Wait. Chen Meng enlarged the dozen or so photos the fat man had handed him on the screen, examining them frame by frame for a long moment. Noticing something amiss, he frowned before speaking. Xiaoyai, have you noticed that these people's perspectives seem fixed? No matter how you turn or move, is the direction you look towards the sky always the same? Although everyone's gaze may be different, everyone's gaze is fixed. During navigation, there's something called a lighthouse, which points the way for passing ships. These people seem to be a lighthouse? Xiaoyai quickly realized. Conductor, are you saying these people have become lighthouses? Leading the way? More like pointing to a certain coordinate. But there should only be one coordinate. Each person's gaze is in a different direction. Unless everyone's gaze is directed in the same direction, there's no coordinate. Maybe it's encrypted. Quickly, Chen Meng concluded that these people's behavior was primarily due to cognitive disturbances. It's like they're engaging in abnormal behavior, but their brains interpret it as perfectly normal and adapt to this altered lifestyle as best they can. It's similar to a curse. But a curse that can instantly spread across millions, or even tens of millions of light years must be a bloodline curse. As for whether this purpose is directed towards a coordinate, he hasn't yet determined. He still needed to talk to the fat boy's father. He had a hunch. This man held many secrets. Soon, a strange middle-aged man appeared on the screen. He stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Are you the mysterious traveler my son was talking about? He's said to be the leader of a civilization? As the leader of a civilization, you've been contacting my son to obtain information about our civilization. Do you know the disaster my son will suffer if this gets out? My son was innocent, and you exploited him. Do you think I am innocent too? You brought your son no small amount of disaster. I provided him with a comfortable life. And I gave him a Nami civilization where everyone looked up to the sky. What do you mean? Don't you know what I mean? You should know better than me how all this happened. Your son is innocent. Do you think I am too?" The middle-aged man was silent for a long moment before speaking hoarsely. "What do you know?" "A lot." Then, the middle-aged man received a blueprint. His pupils suddenly constricted, a flicker of horror in his eyes. This blueprint was the blueprint of the unknown heavenly palace, something absolutely inaccessible to outsiders. It even included the internal design of the palace. Something that even the government didn't understand was now clearly revealed on the blueprint in his hand. The information contained in this blueprint was more than enough. The middle-aged man's body began to tremble violently, veins popping out. He rubbed the blueprint fiercely in his palm and screamed hysterically, almost losing his mind. "Do you think I want to see this happen? I just want to give my wife and children a good life. Am I wrong? What have I done wrong? As a man, isn't it my duty to provide for my family? I have always been an honest man, never doing anything illegal. Until the celestial palace suddenly appeared above my home, and everything changed. This is how civilization became. Yes. I know there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Every gift from fate comes with a price tag, but I never imagined the price would be so high. I just wanted a better life for my family. I didn't intend to destroy the Nami civilization. What should we do now? What exactly should we do now? Who are you? Who are you? Why do you have the blueprints of the celestial palace?" The man collapsed, kneeling on the ground and weeping. The calmness on his face had vanished, completely annihilated by a single blueprint. No one knew the immense pressure he had endured during this period. Everything had begun after the celestial palace's creation. He knew he had destroyed the Nami civilization with his own hands. He couldn't bear the weight of such guilt, and his spirit was already on the verge of collapse. But if he had the chance again, he would probably make the same choice. When people are hungry, they don't care about the destruction of civilization. Chin Meng looked at the man on the screen with a puzzled look. He had just casually lied, but why had he just given up everything? At first, he had thought he was a difficult person. The entire civilization is in this state, and only you guys are acting like nothing happened. It would be strange if you three didn't have some secrets. It seems he has uncovered some earth-shattering secret. Tell me everything you know from the beginning. I'm the only one who can save your civilization now, if you don't want your Nami civilization to be destroyed. I can tell you the truth. Your civilization has been afflicted by the lighthouse curse. Do you know about cosmic mines? The Sky Palace is a type of cosmic mine. When a civilization probes within, the curse spreads throughout the civilization, forcing everyone to look towards a certain point in the universe, guiding the direction of the advanced civilizations further afield. If this isn't resolved quickly, within a few years, a massive army will descend upon the Nami civilization. That will mark the end of the Nami civilization. All of this. Of course, these words were all fabricated. This man's mental defenses were already on the verge of collapse. He needed to apply a little more pressure to ensure the other party was telling the truth, and to get more out of him. But he couldn't help but give his own naming a thumbs up. Lighthouse Curse. That's a really good name. It's quite sophisticated. It looks as if it were real. Soon, the man, his defenses completely broken, knelt on the ground, a hazy look on his face as he recalled. It was a long, long time ago. Back then, I was just a small worker in a furniture factory. My family was extremely poor. We couldn't even get enough to eat. Normally, residents of the Nami civilization receive basic living security, but we were illegally married and not registered, so we couldn't receive the basic security benefits offered to Nami citizens. Life was very difficult. Until, one day I found a desk in the garbage dump. I was ecstatic. Because this desk, although a little old, but it's still usable. As long as I take it home and clean it, I have my own desk, a new piece of furniture for my study, a new piece of furniture that's all my own. I'm just a worker. I'm not a cultured person, so there's no use for a desk. But I took it home anyway, cleaned it meticulously, and even gave it a fresh coat of black paint, stolen from the furniture factory. Every time I came home from get off work and sat at my desk, I imagined myself like those big bosses, calling the shots at my desk, where a single signature could determine the fate of countless families. That feeling fascinated me. Until, one day, something I had never seen before suddenly appeared in a drawer. At the time, our rental apartment was practically bare, and I could remember every item so clearly that I was certain we didn't have it at home. I saw a telescope. After searching online for a long time, I learned that it was a white-grade train accessory telescope, upgraded to level 10. To reach this level, you need 8 Murphy stones and a significant amount of resources. That's enough for 3 years of my salary. I still remember how I felt at that moment. My breathing was rapid, my heart was pounding, and every cell in my body was telling me like crazy that if I sold this telescope, I could become rich overnight. Rich. It could give my family a good meal, buy them new clothes, get my expectant wife a private room, and a better medical team. A telescope. It could improve my family's life. But I didn't dare sell it. I don't know how this telescope ended up in my desk drawer, and I didn't dare sell the parts easily, fearing the owner might find them. Until not long after, I discovered another object suddenly appeared in my desk drawer. It was a porcelain figurine. Thinking it was fine, I took it to the city's flea market to sell. It quickly caught the eye of a sharp-eyed person, who excitedly asked for a price. I gritted my teeth and raised my fingers to form a 5, expressionless and silent. I started calculating, thinking I'd sell it immediately if they offered. But they asked me if it was 500,000. Although my body was stiff, I nodded subconsciously. The other party was very straightforward, not even saying a word. He threw down a spatial pocket and a business card and left excitedly, saying to contact him immediately if I found something like that in the future. That's it. I returned home dazed with 500,000 yuan and my first spatial pocket. That was 10 years' salary. I've worked hard my whole life. I swear, I work harder than most people. I work 3 jobs a day, including the furniture factory, and 2 odd jobs, but I've never seen so much money in my life. From that day on, my life was changed. My family wore new clothes, there were meat dishes on the table, my wife was admitted to a private room, and she had a better medical team. Pregnant women in the hospital, also expecting, enviously told my wife, "Your husband is so generous and truly loves you." I pinned the space pocket to the most conspicuous part of my belt, donned my new clothes, and stood beside my wife, smiling silently. At that moment, I felt like my back, bent for a lifetime, had suddenly straightened up. After that, the desk began to occasionally produce something. I established a partnership with a person who had purchased the items. I gradually became richer and started my own company, but more and more people began to doubt my procurement methods. Some people even pointed out that all the items I was selling were banned in the universe. I had no choice. I was forced to establish my own supplier network, amassing a vast inventory of rare items. Although my profits were diluted, at least I had a visible supply channel. But even so, my profits were still dozens of times higher than those of my competitors. The items that brought me the highest profits were acquired without any investment. I didn't incur any costs. No one in my industry could compete with me. The things my competitors had. My competitors sell for 500,000, while I sell for 300,000 at a loss. I've never lost a price war. Gradually more and more people realize that what I sell is definitely not available to others, and what others have, I can definitely sell for less. Of course. Along the way, I've encountered many ruthless individuals. I've taken away many people's profits, and many people want to kill me. It's just that I spend a huge amount of money every year. We hire a private security company at a high price, are the largest taxpayer and employer in the area, and hand out vast sums of wealth to officials. The officials on my planet are the most comfortable and well-off in the entire Nami civilization, save for the political main planet. From the director to the intern. Everyone receives a generous gift from me every holiday. On that planet, everything goes smoothly. No one can stop me, and no one will try to stop me. Countless people want to curry my favor. The selection rate for positions within the official system on that planet is the highest. We only release a few positions each time. Across the entire Nami civilization, countless people from other planets want to come to our planet. Everyone knows that if they work here for 10 years, they will have everything they need for the rest of their lives. All along the way, I admit that death changed my fate, but can my efforts be erased? I endured hardships. I once auctioned a painting from a 9th-level civilization for a whopping price, but I didn't receive a penny. Have I ever told anyone about this? Until one day, new items began to be teleported into the desk as usual. But when I opened the drawer, I found it empty. I thought the desk would never teleport anything back again. But when I opened the window, I saw a massive palace floating above the planet. I knew it was a new item, just too big to fit in the drawer. From then on, everything began to change. Then the desk began to teleport. Suddenly, another copper key appeared in the drawer. My mind told me I might be caught up in a terrifying conspiracy. I was terrified. I had thought that when fate, having bestowed upon me so many gifts, demanded a price, I could face it calmly. But when the reality finally unfolded, I realized I was a coward. I couldn't bear to die. I couldn't bear to leave my family. I couldn't bear to leave my current life. I frantically carried the desk through the underground tunnel to a corner, intending to completely destroy it with a hydraulic press. But, the man kneeling on the ground suddenly let out a mournful laugh. But, who can resist fate's demands? The desk was destroyed, but it was only the outer shell. The inside was actually a refrigerator. I took the refrigerator back to the study. For the next 6 months, universe-forbidden items still occasionally appeared in the refrigerator, but I no longer had the same desire to auction them off as before, because the Nami civilization had begun to change unconsciously. Everyone's perception seemed to have been altered. Everyone looked up at the sky. I don't know what happened. I never heard of the lighthouse curse before. But I do know. Nami civilization seemed to be finished. The story was long. Chen Mang listened attentively, then lit a cigarette in silence. He remained silent for a long time, letting the smoke drift through the train, reddening his eyes. He wasn't moved by the man's sincerity in the story. Rather, he finally understood. He finally understood how his future self planned to find this celestial palace. The universe is vast. Throwing a celestial palace into the time rift would indeed appear in the past, but it would be in a random corner of the universe. Not only would the exact coordinates be unknown, but even if they were known, it would be difficult to retrieve. This was how his future self should have acted. That telescope is his. The heavenly palace is his. The refrigerator is his, too. The protagonist of this story appears to be a middle-aged man, but in reality, it's him. He is the goddess of fate he speaks of. The refrigerator's supernatural power is that it can occasionally draw any forbidden item from the universe into its interior. So, if this refrigerator and the heavenly palace are simultaneously thrown into the time rift, and enough time passes, one day, the two will collide. The heavenly palace will be pulled by the refrigerator. Similarly, throw the telescope in as well. As time stretches out, the telescope will inevitably be drawn into the refrigerator. Thus, these three unrelated objects appear in a single space. And through the entanglement between the telescope and his cyber mind, he has the opportunity to learn about these events. Thus, present-day Chen Mang, the level 10 telescope, the refrigerator of unknown level, and the future Tiangong. These four entities, originally existing in different time and space, are now completely connected. At this moment, their future self successfully delivers the item to his own hands. As for how the refrigerator's supermodel effect came about, there's no doubt that one day in the future, his Chikashio R&D team will recreate the original design of the refrigerator's accessories and, after multiple rounds of screening, achieve this supermodel effect. It might even be the only supermodel effect. Otherwise, the Tiangong could very well be drawn into the hands of another civilization that also possesses this supermodel effect. And in this present time and space, this refrigerator is likely the only one in the entire universe with this supermodel effect. Whatever my future self throws into the time rift has a chance of reappearing in this refrigerator. This refrigerator is the key. A key connecting the past and the future. And the middle-aged man is only using this key to temporarily improve his life. This plan has a major problem. That is, the telescope getting into the refrigerator, and through the connection with the cyber mind, letting him know this news through a dream, is an extremely unlikely event. What if the man sells the telescope the moment he gets it? Wouldn't that mean he never know what was happening so far away from him? So, this step was probably just a coincidence. The process his future self had actually set up was probably this lighthouse curse. By using this curse to cover the entire civilization, disrupting everyone's cognition, he could send the cosmic coordinates of the Nami civilization to him in this way. This was the correct process. Simply genius, Chen Mang said, a bit dazed. Even though he and his future self belonged to the same entity, he had to admit that this plan was truly ingenious. The biggest problem now was, how would he receive these cosmic coordinates? His future self would surely think he had a way, but perhaps he'd been exposed too early, and didn't possess such means. However, by chance, he had obtained a live photo of the interior of the Nami civilization. Perhaps he could be more clever. For example, he could ask Killua. As someone from a god-level civilization, he might know this. His casual mention of the lighthouse curse had actually come true. But he hadn't expected that he had actually set up this lighthouse curse. But he still had one thing in mind. Chin Mang frowned as he looked at the photos of the fat man on the console screen. Although everyone in the Nami civilization was looking up at the sky, they were still a long way off. How could he possibly receive the other civilization's coordinates? Of course. He could try to obtain the other civilization's specific coordinates in space by asking the fat man's father. But that wouldn't fit the correct process for his future self's plan. This is a deviation from the plan. These people looked like they were observing the universe, Wait, he suddenly had a thought and pulled out the telescope he had upgraded to level 500 from the drawer and looked at the useless panel on the control panel. Telescope level 500 super model effect. Observable universe. He immediately picked up the telescope and peered into the depths of space. He circled the floor-to-ceiling windows of the train compartment, peering in different directions. Finally, when he looked to the lower right, he saw countless points of light gradually appear in the lens, eventually converging into a series of cosmic coordinates. RA 13 hours 42 minutes and 8.1 seconds, Dec plus 09 degree 28 foot 38, and these cosmic coordinates were the precise coordinates of the Nami civilization in the universe. The cosmic coordinates of any civilization are the lifeblood of that civilization. Once those coordinates are leaked, it means they will likely attract the attention of jackals. And now, the coordinates of the Nami civilization appeared before him with unerring precision. The truth was revealed. He truly was responsible for the current state of the Nami civilization. Really? Chin Mang silently lit a cigarette. He didn't remember being so aloof. He already left his coordinates, so why didn't he leave a few words to remind him? Or was it that the lighthouse curse could only send coordinates, not messages? Just then, the dots of light in the lens began to fade. He, too, sent something and sent a message to the fat boy's father. I've solved your problem. Go back. Keep that refrigerator safe. Don't lose it. It doesn't belong to you. Its owner will come get it back soon. Don't worry, he won't hurt you. Your life has just begun at this moment. The goddess of fate has withdrawn her demands. From now on, all she has to offer you is gifts, free gifts. Nami civilization wasn't far from him. The AI's response was, just on the other side of the cosmic void. Well, the distance is certainly far, but it doesn't seem that far. Barring any unexpected events, in tens of millions of years, the Arcanum cannon he fired would pose a certain threat to the Nami civilization. That would require the Nami civilization to survive for tens of millions of years. If it could survive that long, the attack would no longer pose a threat to the Nami civilization. The matter ended there. For the fat boy's father, his life experience was enriched. Few people have the opportunity to experience this kind of thing, the feeling of being sober while everyone else is drunk. Although the fat boy's father seemed a little overwhelmed, most people would probably be overwhelmed if faced with such a situation. Humans are social animals. When one day, you suddenly realize that everyone around you is naturally doing something extremely contrary to common sense, the panic of being collectively abandoned and the discontinuation of common sense can have a strong impact on a person's spirit. Especially when they discover that this abnormal behavior, affecting this entire civilization, was caused by themselves. Few people can bear the guilt of destroying their own civilization with their own hands. Of course, some people might find this quite satisfying. Chapter 343. Chin Mang sat in the train, gazing at the coordinates of the Nami civilization on the control panel screen, located on the other side of the cosmic void. The 4,987 level Arcanum light cannon in the cosmic void at this moment was most likely fired by the Nami civilization, even though it had already been traveling through the cosmic void for a long time. But a level 4 civilization possesses the ability to return to past timelines, using the cosmic void as a barrier to launch a powerful attack on the enemy. If it was fired by the Nami civilization, then why would the Nami civilization do this? Is it just for fun, or the personal actions of some train conductor, or is there some hidden secret? If so, then the deviation is quite large. A full 80,000 years. Chin Mang shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The matter had come to an end for the time being. He didn't yet have the ability to travel to the Nami civilization to reclaim his heavenly palace. For now, his most important goal was to advance to a level 4 civilization and find more resources. Next, He began clearing out the resources he had accumulated after the war with the Zerg civilization. Before the war with the Zerg civilization, he still had over a quadrillion units of resources. After the war, he took a large amount of resources from the prison. By this point, the numbers on the train's resource panel had reached a considerable level. 20.97 quadrillion units of iron ore, 38.9 quadrillion units of wood, 13.60 quadrillion units of copper, or 34.9 billion units of red hard rock, 47.97 billion units of titanite. The resource count had once again reached 2 quadrillion. With so many resources laid out on the train, it felt safe to look at them. The next thing to do is upgrade again. First, upgrade some of the main accessories to level 1000. If the level 500 supermodel effect already violates the rules, then the level 1000 supermodel effect can basically utilize the rules. Put the train armor aside for now. This thing is too expensive. I can't afford it for now. How about? Chen Meng suddenly had an idea. First, let's see what the level 1000 supermodel effect of the telescope is. The level 500 supermodel effect is for observing the universe. He had never known what it was used for before, and although he still didn't know what it was used for, and didn't understand the principles of observation, he finally found a use case. So what would the level 1001 be? Just do it. The telescope is just a white grade accessory. The iron ore required to upgrade it to level 1000 is only 10 trillion. The price is relatively cheap. Soon, the 10 trillion units of iron ore within the train were reduced to ash, completely melting into the train. Simultaneously, the telescope on the table began to glow with white light. A brand new supermodel effect emerged. Telescope level 1000 supermodel effect. A glimpse into any corner of the universe. Chen Meng picked up the telescope, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the train compartment, and gazed into the depths of the universe. After a long moment of observation, he honestly didn't notice any difference from before. It seemed exactly the same. Nothing had changed. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a small light screen panel at the edge, with an input box on it. He thoughtfully entered the coordinates of the Nami civilization. The next moment, the scene before him suddenly changed. Like a god, he surveyed the Nami civilization from an extremely strange angle. It was a special angle. It wasn't from any normal angle. It was like looking from 4 dimensions toward 3, or like a 3-dimensional human looking at a 2-dimensional ant. From a perspective that almost completely reduced dimensions, he could see the Nami civilization with complete clarity. The Nami civilization's territory spanned tens of millions of light years. It covered a vast area. But from his perspective, he could see every planet belonging to the Nami civilization. He could even, with a flick of his mind, the perspective could be magnified until he could clearly see specific objects on a planet. Even a young couple enjoying a romantic night in their bedroom could be seen through this strange lens, with absolute clairvoyance. This was the perspective of the universe. If the universe wanted to peer closely into a civilization, this would be the perspective. Perhaps even more powerful, allowing for a complete and unobstructed view of the past and future. The experience of this perspective was so captivating that Chen Meng was completely drawn in, staring through the telescope for a long time. Finally, he reluctantly withdrew. However, he entered his own cosmic coordinates again and looked again. Soon, from a strange bird's-eye view, he could see the star train. He could clearly see himself, holding the telescope, and everyone inside the train compartment, including the planet he had hidden in the space door of the train compartment. It was all in full view. He could also see Doba and others busy on the blue water planet. After a long while, Chen Meng put the telescope aside and sat back in his chair. The telescope had a very good effect, and it was extremely useful for scouting the enemy's situation. It could reveal all the enemy's hidden fortifications without them being able to detect them. Aside from being unable to hear anything, he was practically invincible. The 1000 level supermodel effect was truly terrifying. It was just too expensive. Upgrading a green grade accessory to 1000 level supermodel would cost 100 trillion. He only had 200 trillion units of iron ore on the train, so he could only cherry pick and upgrade some lower grade, more practical accessories to 1000. Achieving 1000 level access to all accessories seemed a distant prospect. And then, on the Nami civilization mining planet, the fat boy's father, after receiving the note from the mysterious traveler, a flicker of surprise crossed his reddened eyes. The traveler said the problem was solved. He was saying so much. In fact, he had no intention of hoping the traveler could help him. He mainly wanted to confide in them. These things had been weighing on his mind for far too long. Only when civilization was nearing extinction, and he didn't know how much longer he had left to live, did he finally let them all out, as if to vent. He was about to say something else when the mysterious traveler before him gradually vanished. His Adam's apple rolled slightly. Though he felt a little incredulous, he pulled out his tablet and connected to Skynet, the Nami civilization's most expensive communications network. While incredibly expensive, its speed was also incredibly fast. Finally, an hour later, he saw the videos everyone had posted. The people in the videos no longer looked up at the sky, they had returned to normal. However, their perception seemed to have been altered. Even when they saw the videos that had seemed off before, no one noticed, let alone commented. He tried to draw everyone's attention to this unusual situation with his comments. However, no one paid him any attention. Some even called him insane, saying that normal people are like that. But he didn't care. Instead, he suddenly laughed, tears welling in his eyes. Nami civilization has been saved. Everything has returned to normal. Father. Just then, a chubby little man, who had appeared out of nowhere, whispered cautiously, has the world returned to normal? Do we count as heroes who saved the world? Yes. The middle-aged man nodded heavily, his eyes red with laughter. Of course not. But no one knew we were heroes, or even that a disaster had occurred. That's not important. This time, it's all thanks to this friend you made. If it weren't for your friend who, through some means, resolved the crisis in our civilization, who knows what would have happened? Though I don't know how he did it. He didn't even come to the Nami civilization. He just solved it remotely. That seems like the method of a higher-level civilization. Is your friend the leader of a higher-level civilization? I don't know. It's okay. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and put his arm around the chubby boy's shoulders. Let's go find your mother and celebrate the rebirth of civilization. You did a great job this time. You saved the Nami civilization. You're a hero of the Nami civilization. Okay. The chubby boy couldn't help but scratch his head and laugh. He had come all this way to mine, hoping to earn his father's approval through his own hard work. He hadn't expected that even though his path failed, the friends he made would prove so valuable. Under the setting sun, the two men, smiles on their faces, walked toward the distant wooden house, their voices growing fainter in the wind. By the way, father, how much does the private security company you found for me cost per day? 100 billion, perhaps. How much? My mine, after all its exploitation, will only yield 100 billion. Oh, didn't I tell you before? I'm very rich. Are you really that rich? I thought you were only moderately wealthy. Very wealthy. Then doesn't that mean you earn more than the fathers of those wealthy second generations I met last time? Those wealthy second generations you met last time were just the children of my company's lowest tier suppliers. I'm many levels above their fathers. Why aren't you talking? It's okay. I take my time. In the universe, information takes time to spread. A full 6 months passed. Only within the Kasha Civilization Federation did the complete knowledge of the Zerg civilization's demise finally become known. Some individuals, however, had already obtained footage of the battle and circulated it through various channels. What happened 6 months ago? Only today has it truly become known to the public. Countless people fell silent, especially those who had previously broadcast across the universe, declaring their allegiance to the Zerg civilization, their future subjects, and their absolute steadfastness to human civilization. At this moment, nearly all of these civilizations underwent a bizarre coup. The first thing the new leaders of each civilization did upon taking power was to overturn the previous leaders' orders and issue new broadcasts, declaring themselves the most loyal subjects of human civilization, acknowledging their ancestral roots, and declaring that human civilization was humanity's true home. There's no way a cosmic broadcast will forever leave its mark on a civilization. It's difficult to erase, and even more impossible to deny. The only thing left to do at this point is to change the leader, and then shift all the blame onto the previous civilization's leader. Many civilizations had been observing the fate of these civilizations. Some speculations would be successfully accepted by the Zerg civilization at great expense. Some speculations might be directly annihilated by the Zerg civilization. No one could have imagined the final outcome would be like this. Whoosh. In a tavern, a man sat alone at the bar, staring at a viral video on his tablet. A train ejected several giant gaseous planets. And then, an artificially created gravitational field, through multiport ejection, forced the once huge swarm of Zerg monsters to converge in a straight line, and then a single cannonball blasted them away. A perfect shot, with 100% efficiency. Just one shot. Zerg civilization dead. What kind of method is this? This kind of power is far, far greater than that of the Kaisa civilization. TSK. The man suddenly laughed, shook his head, and whispered, to think such a civilization could emerge in such a remote corner. The hungrier the place, the more miracles there are. Level 500 armor. Interesting. Just then, a drunken, burly man suddenly approached him and shoved him. This is where I usually sit. Go sit down. The man said nothing. Only a strange, purple light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, the burly man froze in place. Then, in front of everyone, he gouged out his own eyeballs, stuffed them into his mouth, and chewed them relentlessly, laughing as he did so, as if he were savoring something delicious. Not satisfied yet, he forcibly ripped open his own stomach, scooped out his entrails, and roughly stuffed them into his mouth. The man finally smiled, and put on the bowler hat on the bar. Everyone in the bar began to imitate the burly man's behavior. For a moment, the entire bar seemed like a living hell. When the man stepped out of the bar, everyone in the city followed his example. The city became a living hell. The man looked up at the sky and instantly disappeared. Every living being on the planet followed his example. In the blink of an eye, the planet was reduced to a dead star, with no living creature left. The man stood in the universe, looking down at the crimson planet, gazing at his own slender white fingers, and said in a frenzied trance, "Is this the power of God?" Then he tilted his head to gaze into the void of the universe. "God, wait for me. Your most loyal apostle has come to rescue you. But before that, go and kill that man named Chen Meng." The feeling of killing a miracle is truly mesmerizing. Think about it. A person born in humble circumstances, rising step by step from poverty to this point in a resource-scarce region, all of this is nothing short of a miracle. Just when this person thinks they'd be even more glorious, suddenly someone strikes and wipes them out. That feeling. It's truly wonderful. It's exciting just to think about it. Idiot. Chen Meng sat expressionlessly in his chair, pointing at the middle-aged man in plain clothes on the screen, hovering in space. Just now, the Doppler radar had sensed a powerful and unknown energy fluctuation. Then, when the radar zoomed in on that area, it saw this scene. Although no sound could be heard, Xiao Ai had already learned the universal language, and through spoken words, he easily deduced what the other party was saying. God's apostle. The Protoss apostle imprisoned in the cosmic void seemed to possess a strange and unfathomable power. He had no idea what was happening, and he wondered if his armor could withstand such a level of attack. But it didn't matter. Originally, the other party was in the dark, and he was in the light. But after the other party had pulled this trick, he was now in the dark, and the other party was in the light. Lock on him. Wait for me to fire a shot at him. See if he can withstand it. The Doppler radar had already locked onto the man. Clearly, while he possessed some mysterious powers, his own energy level was not strong, and he didn't sense he was being monitored. This meant that the power he controlled was not his own. If it were an immortal emperor, when power belonged to him, not only would others be watching him, but even if someone silently muttered his name, he would be able to sense it. Chen Meng frowned slightly, looking at the man on the screen. What exactly is this man, an apostle of God? Is he so powerful? Why does it feel like his strength is even stronger than that of the Protoss? The Protoss imprisoned in the void of the universe were held captive by just a few instruments, but this apostle of God didn't look like he could be held captive by a few instruments, especially his method of movement. This was the first time he had seen such a method of moving through the universe. The fastest thing in the universe is the speed of light. Under normal circumstances, other things are not allowed to exceed the speed of light, but through special means, one can increase their speed far beyond the speed of light. For example, that cosmic mind constantly destroys space, causing frequent teleportation, thereby achieving speeds far exceeding the speed of light. Or, for example, the man locked onto the radar. A method he completely misunderstood. The man on the screen, arms outstretched, eyes closed, floated through the universe like a kite. Then, accompanied by waves of energy emanating, the man began to drift away at an extremely fast speed. His speed far exceeded the speed of light. And he had already become ethereal. Even meteorite fragments that struck him passed right through his body. What the hell is this? Chen Meng stared at the scene on the screen in bewilderment. His speed far exceeded the speed of light? What did this mean? To reach the speed of light requires infinite energy. Where did you get that energy? And what's more, you far exceeded the speed of light. Most importantly, his Arcanum's main cannon travels at the speed of light. At that speed, he had no chance of hitting it. And it seemed as if the enemy knew his coordinates. Flying straight towards him. Estimated arrival time, 17 minutes. This is far more terrifying than the star beast. Even a wormhole would take nearly 17 minutes to reach a distance of tens of thousands of light years. And you, old man, just flew here in 17 minutes? Does that even make sense? No, is that really reasonable? How can he do that? This is definitely a bug, right? Are the rules of the universe giving the Protoss a cheat? Is there a bit of logic in this? No logic at all. Just get stronger, right? Chen Meng rolled his eyes in annoyance. This guy was being irrational. He wasn't worried about the other party catching up to him, but if he didn't find a solution quickly, it would be very difficult. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. He still hadn't found a good solution. The man was already very close. He didn't think about it any further. He used the refrigerator to return to the territory of the mechanical civilization ruins. On the radar, the man suddenly turned around and floated towards him again. To the naked eye, his speed appeared extremely slow, like a fallen leaf caught in the wind. But on radar, his speed was the fastest he had ever seen, countless times faster than any star beast. What's the solution? Chen Meng sat in his chair, staring at the radar's estimated arrival time of 37 minutes. His brow furrowed in thought. Facing such a formidable enemy, let alone their defenses, he relied on this speed. To hit the target, he would have to deploy tens of millions of Arcanum light cannons, covering an area with an exaggerated range attack. Only then would a hit be possible. But it was only possible. The enemy's speed wasn't merely exceeding the speed of light, it was far exceeding it. This wasn't accurate either. Or perhaps, the enemy wasn't actually exceeding the speed of light, but rather drifting through the universe in a way he couldn't understand. After all, he couldn't see the power source. It was simply floating. Wait! Just then, Chen Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. Why had the estimated arrival time become 37 minutes? The distance between him and the man now was almost the same as it had been at the beginning. Why had he suddenly slowed down so much? Could it be exhaustion? Thinking of this, he waited patiently for 30 minutes thoughtfully. Just as the man was about to approach, he used the refrigerator to return to his starting position. It was obvious. The man on the screen was a little exasperated, his face furious, his mouth opening and closing in anger as he cursed in the universe. And this time, the estimated time of arrival was 17 minutes again. Same distance. But the speed was different. If it was exhaustion, then what was it this time? An explosion of my inner universe? Try again. When the man was about to arrive, he ran to the mechanical civilization ruins again, and the arrival time was once again 37 minutes. When Chen Meng returned to his original position just as the man was about to catch up, the arrival time was once again 17 minutes. So that's how it is. Apostle of God. Chen Meng looked at the information on the screen and suddenly laughed. He understood what was going on. This so-called Apostle of God would travel at an extremely high speed when heading towards the cosmic void. But when heading in the opposite direction, its speed would gradually slow down. If nothing unexpected happened, he knew what was going on. The gods of the Protoss might possess an unknown magnetic field. This field allowed the Apostles of God to sense it, and the closer they were to the core of the field, the greater their power, and vice versa. An Apostle, a being that could only unleash absolute power when close to a god. He suddenly understood why the god of the Protoss could be imprisoned by the level 4 Naya civilization. Perhaps it was because the god also needed the help of his apostles to unleash his power, unable to exert it directly. A mutually reinforcing relationship? These were all speculations. But one thing was certain, for all those years, no apostles of God had appeared in the Naya galaxy. Why did they suddenly appear this time, finding variables based on variables? The most obvious variable recently was that the god imprisoned in the cosmic void had been briefly released. During that time, his aura must have leaked out and been captured by the apostles. He also likely took away a significant amount of the resources in the prison, perhaps because the suppression wasn't strong enough. If that were the case, an experiment was needed. The next moment, he traveled through the refrigerator to the prison within the cosmic void. He took out all the resources from the train and placed them in various areas on the prison surface. Very quickly, the figure of the man on the enemy radar slowed down almost visibly, gradually falling below the speed of light until it reached a speed roughly equivalent to that of a car at full speed. In the universe, this speed was even slower than that of an ant. Sure enough, Chen Meng suddenly grinned. Due to the dwindling suppression resources, the aura of the god below had leaked out, attracting the apostles' attention and providing them with a source of power. The apostles at this point presumably didn't have the ability to decimate an entire planet with a single thought, right? And then, The star train reappeared in its original direction. Looking at the Protoss Apostle drifting through the universe not far ahead, without a second thought, it pressed the red button on the control panel. As the Arcanon's main light cannon atop the train slowly charged, a blazing light streaked across the universe. The Protoss Apostle, terrified, stared at the attack, unable to evade it, only watching helplessly as it struck him. Unable to dematerialize. Death. Dead? Qin Mang glanced at the slow-motion footage on the Doppler radar. This time, the opponent hadn't dematerialized. He didn't capture him alive to interrogate him about the apostles. His abilities were too strange. Who knew what strange things might happen after he brought him back to the train? He didn't want a close encounter. He simply wanted to eliminate this scourge as quickly and decisively as possible. Dead. Then. Qin Mang sat in his chair, pondering. Was there really no way to completely kill a god? What did it mean that the Protoss were immortal? Even if the laws of the universe could destroy the Protoss, they would simply be thrown into a black hole, unable to completely kill them. Can only be suppressed, cannot be killed. If the Protoss in the cosmic void is not killed, it will ultimately be a nuisance. He can't keep concentrating his resources there forever. If he doesn't, a constant stream of Protoss apostles will come to trouble him. Let's give it a try. After resolving this matter, Qin Mang reappeared in the prison within the cosmic void. The main light cannon was definitely useless. If the equipment was destroyed, the Protoss would likely be released immediately, effectively acquitted. He thought there was something he might be able to use. It was the hair he had once brought out of his dream. He hadn't known whose hair it was before. Now he knew. That could be the hair of a Protoss. Can we use the hair of a Protoss to kill them? But the gravity in the cave beneath the prison is extremely strong. The robot dog would be crushed the moment it descended. A human would definitely be unable to descend. Who would carry out this mission? 3 days later. Come on, lend a hand over here. Mr. AI, do you think this area is okay? The prison surface was bustling with activity, with countless people and robots running back and forth. During these 3 days, their main tasks were to build an extremely complex robotic arm and dig a well. The plan was this: dig a straight tunnel from the surface directly to the sky above the Protoss in the cave. Then, using the robotic arm, send the head of the god down. And use the hair to form a hanging ring. Try to strangle this Protoss. It sounds a bit far-fetched. If even the laws of the universe can't kill a Protoss, how could anyone else kill it? It's useless. Killua stood aside, gazing at the bustling scene before him, and said helplessly, the gods can't be killed. The only way they die is if the universe is destroyed. They live and die together. It's all futile. They absolutely can't be killed. Killua. Qin Mang smiled, tilting his head to look at Killua. Have you ever killed a god? No. How did you know the gods can't be killed? From my father. Did your father ever kill a god? Yes, but he didn't kill them. So your father could say the gods can't be killed because he tried. Qin Mang continued, smiling. What I'm saying is that our understanding of this world can't just rely on hearsay. We should try it. Even if we know it won't work, after trying it, we can come to a clearer conclusion, right? Just then, Xiao Ai strode over. Conductor, everything is ready. Okay. Qin Mang took the handle for the robotic arm from Xiao Ai with a serious expression. The plan was extremely simple. The robotic arm's sole function was to deliver the god's hair. Whether it would actually work depended on whether the god's hair could harm the god. This sounded quite incredible. A snake couldn't be killed by its own venom. But most venomous creatures are immune to many toxins. However, if the venom-storing organs in their bodies leaked, they would quickly fail and die. He had always felt that if a creature was completely flawless, then its greatest flaw must lie in its own characteristics. He had to give it a try. He never liked eating Hautuinia chordata. Not because he heard it from others. But after trying it himself, he realized he'd rather eat shit than that stuff, and that's when he came to this conclusion. Hearing is a way to understand the world. But our understanding of the world can't all come from hearsay. The next moment, the robotic arm slowly followed the well wall deeper into the cave. Soon, it reached the upper reaches of the cavern, unable to descend further. The high gravity below would instantly crush the arm to pieces if it continued to burrow deeper. Following the camera on the robotic arm, Qin Mang clearly observed the scene within the cavern, and pressed the long button on the side of the handle. The robotic arm's head opened, and a strand of hair slowly fell down. It drifted down through the air. The Protoss, nailed to the pillar, now looked up with a ferocious expression at the movement above him, roaring fiercely, his eyes flickering with a strange purple light. I've always been pretty good at catching dolls. Qin Mang's breathing nearly stopped as he micro-manipulated the hair, constantly adjusting the angle. After many attempts finally, the knot formed from one end of the hair was successfully secured around the neck of the Protoss below. Perfect. He exhaled deeply. Then he pushed the joystick sharply, and a robotic arm, mounted beneath the train, rapidly rose. As the star train rapidly ascended, the strand of hair was continuously stretched. This strand of hair was quite peculiar. Before reaching a certain point, it would extend infinitely. Soon, when the star train reached a certain height, the hair could no longer extend. It had reached its limit, yet the star train chose to continue its slow ascent. The next moment, Qin Mang saw the Protoss nailed to the pillar below, roaring with difficulty, as if hanging himself, unable to break free. It seems to be working? His eyes lit up, and he continued to increase his strength, attempting to strangle this so-called god to death. Your apostles are all dead. You better die soon. The god's face grew increasingly grim and gloomy. This process lasted for a full 17 minutes. Qin Mang stared intently at the scene on the screen. Just then, boom! A sudden thunderclap echoed, and the boundless dark clouds overhead suddenly began to flash and thunder, stained red. The interstellar train, already outside the planet, was displayed. Around this fragment of the planet, countless scarlet nebulae suddenly appeared, like the universe weeping. The god's head, now completely severed, fell to the ground and rolled in a corner. God seemed to be truly dead? Really dead? Qin Mang also stared at the scene in disbelief. Although he had hoped for a miracle, he hadn't expected it to actually happen. Aren't gods said to be absolutely unkillable? Not even the laws of the universe could kill them. He had? Huh? Killua, standing nearby, froze in place, his eyes filled with horror. If her father knew this, he would absolutely disbelieve it. This completely defied the universal consensus. How could a god be killed? They live and die together with the universe. This is impossible. Could it be that? Jet black hair? What is that? How could someone possess the power to kill a god? Just then, as if sensing something, Qin Mang quickly returned to his train through the refrigerator. He saw a new panel slowly appearing on the train control panel screen. Human civilization, civilization empowerment. For each civilization wonder recognized by the laws of the universe, you will receive a box containing a random mystery reward, up to a maximum of 9. Colorful, human civilization has successfully created a wonder recognized by the laws of the universe, and the universe has named it Divine Silence. Successfully obtained a chest containing a random mysterious reward. Next, a new panel appeared. You have killed a Protoss. This is the first Protoss to fall in this universe. You will obtain the specific coordinates of all Protoss. For each Protoss killed, you will receive a cosmic reward. The former brought him a generous reward. The latter brought him a shocking amount of information. This panel should have been sent by the current universe ruler. The universe ruler possesses no emotions. This panel was simply sent by the universe ruler after detecting the fall of a Protoss. The universe ruler must have wanted to kill the Protoss too. It had simply been unable to do so. But he did it. When he reappeared on the prison surface, Killua couldn't help but stride over, eyes filled with horror as he asked, Master Mang Mang, what did you use to kill the Protoss? Another Protoss hair. Impossible. Why not? My father once conducted experiments, and whether using Protoss hair or nails, they couldn't harm them. It was definitely not possible to pick up another Protoss hair. After a long silence, Qin Mang spoke. That could be. Honestly speaking, he had always thought he killed a god by using the hair of a god, but Killua's words reminded him that everyone in the universe was no fool. How could anyone have thought of using the hair of a god to kill a god? They had definitely tried. They just all failed. So what was wrong with him this time? He recalled that dream again, the one he entered through the dream stone. It was in a deep lake. He saw a woman squatting by the lake, washing her hair. He felt like he was drowning, and after frantically struggling, he grabbed a strand of her hair. Only then did he realize that the woman wasn't squatting by the lake, washing her hair, but rather defecating. What he grabbed wasn't a head of hair, but anal hair. In a trance. He didn't see the woman's face, but a fleeting thought crossed his mind. She looked very similar to the god he had just killed, and so he subconsciously assumed she was also a god. Could it be that the woman squatting by the lake in his dream, defecating, wasn't a god, or was she really the god's mother? No! At that moment, Killua suddenly realized something and said word for word, all god-level civilizations have tried to kill the gods. No one has succeeded. Even the rules of the universe haven't succeeded. And after trying many times, My father concluded that there is only one way to kill the gods. Didn't I say last time that when the previous rules of the universe created the gods, they used a human woman as a template? Who that woman is and where she went? No one knows. Even the current rules of the universe don't know. But my father speculates that only this woman can kill the gods. After all, the gods' life originated from her. But this is just a guess. There's been speculation, and no one has been able to find this woman. Chen Mang was silent for a long moment before turning to Killua. Why is your father the Zerg Queen? Shouldn't he be the Zerg male emperor? Zerg Queen is a position, not gender specific. Now's not the time to discuss that. I'm saying the hair in your hand is the hair of the mother of the Protoss. And then what? It'd be very valuable. Some civilizations will covet it, right? Yes. Alas. Chen Mang sighed softly. That's normal. I'm used to it. I try not to let anyone know. Will you leak it? No. He didn't say anything more to Killua. Instead, he brought everyone and the resources back to the train, intending to wait until the instruments below stopped working so he could retrieve the Protoss body and take a look. The laws of the universe had declared him dead. He couldn't just suddenly come back to life, could he? Chapter 344. Dead. Dead indeed. Humans are considered extremely fragile creatures in the universe. In some ways, even paramecium is more resilient than humans. Not to mention such absurd beings as the Star Beast. Relying solely on their own abilities, they can't even travel through the universe. And the Protoss are a truly immortal race, indestructible even by the laws of the universe. Faced with the first Protoss corpse in the universe, Chen Mang was naturally quite curious. Soon, the corpse was pulled up. What was certain was that it was dead, at least from a human perspective. It had organs inside. A heart, kidneys, lungs, liver, and so on. They looked exactly like humans, even down to the blood vessels, brain matter, and nerve plexus. But it was obvious that they were all empty shells, mere figurines. None of these organs had ever been used. The true lifeblood of the Protoss isn't these things, but that spine, a truly extraordinary, emerald-colored, crystal-clear spine. Only when this spine breaks will the Protoss die. When the former universe rule created the Protoss, they simply modeled them after the human body, copying all the organs and everything else, but seemingly without understanding the specific operating logic of these organs. It's like copying the underlying functional code of an app and attempting to create an identical one. Unfortunately, in most apps, only 1% of the underlying code is functional. This 1% is essential for maintaining the app's normal general operation. The remaining 99% is simply bug fixes. Obviously, the Protoss don't have the 99% bug fixing code. So it's what it is now. An empty shell. The exterior and internal organs look human, but the organs are completely incapable of functioning. Are humans really that complicated? Sitting inside the train, Chen Mang murmured, watching the Protoss corpse being dissected outside the train on the screen. He hadn't expected that even the laws of the universe couldn't understand the human body. Just then, Xiao Ai's voice rang out from inside the train. Conductor, Killua told me that the emerald spine is called the divine spine. It provides life support and energy for the Protoss. It's extremely hard and virtually impossible to break. Her father had tried many methods before, but to no avail. Yes. Chen Mang nodded slightly. So he was lucky. He hadn't known where the Protoss' true vital point was at first, having only used the human's vital point to deduce it. He immediately waved for the items to be taken back to the train. They're all good stuff. They'd be useful later. His penchant for collecting junk had created many miracles for him. For example, this item he had brought out of a dream, practically useless, had been kept at a filming base for a long time, yet he had never considered discarding it. Today, it had come in handy. There's no such thing as something unusable. There's only people who don't know how to use it. He breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was resolved. He no longer had to worry about any Protoss apostles coming. He could take all the resources here, no longer needing to leave some behind to imprison the Protoss. All the problems were solved at once. That was good. He liked it. Sitting in the train compartment, Chen Mang glanced at his civilization dashboard. Civilization name, Human Civilization. Civilization level, Level 3. Civilization leader, Chen Mang. Civilization planets, Water Blue Star, Basalt Star, Mineral Star number 1, Mineral Star number 2, Mineral Star number 3, Mineral Star number 4, etc. Civilization population, 5.7 billion. Promotion requirements. The civilization must have 1 billion intelligent beings, a maximum attack energy range exceeding 50,000, and possess at least 10 planets. P.S. Upon reaching level 2 civilization, including every subsequent promotion, a promotion ripple will be released that can be detected by all surrounding civilizations. The higher the level, the wider the range of the promotion ripple. Civilization method. Ability to obtain a random cosmic civilization's empowerment. His civilization was now level 3. And all the requirements for promotion to level 4 had been met. There was no hesitation. He immediately chose to begin his civilization advancement, preparing to break through to level 4. He easily achieved the long-cherished level 4 of the Kaisa civilization and the mechanical civilization. The most challenging aspect was the attack energy range exceeding 50,000. That is, the level 500 multicolored firepower accessory, the Arcanum Light Energy main cannon. For him, it wasn't a difficult task. He had already upgraded it. But for other civilizations, it would require a vast amount of Murphy Stone. Especially in the resource-scarce Naya Galaxy, this requirement was almost impossible, like a dream in a fairy tale. The higher you stand, the more you know. Only then did you understand what level 0 authority meant. That was an authority not even the universe rules possessed. Yes, even L, a being so nearly inviolable and completely invincible in this universe, used the entire universe's resources to cultivate his own race, the Protoss. All he did was gather the Murphy Stones and various resources from the universe. Even the universe rules couldn't ignore the gap created by the Murphy Stones. And his level 0 authority completely ignored the Murphy Stones. In this respect, the priority of the universe rules was less than his level 0 authority. Both were rule-based means. Universe rules operate within the rules, while his level 0 authority directly transcends them, creating his own rules. Chen Mang looked down at the birthmark on the back of his hand that resembled the character Mang. He had once self-deprecatingly said that his parents might be heroes who saved the world, like the players in Infinite Flow novels, unable to meet him, hunted by some villainous organization, and thus left him this wealth. But these were all jokes and self-deprecation. He knew it was unrealistic. But now, he felt that it might actually be possible. After learning that advanced civilizations could travel back in time, perform time travel, and perform other incredible methods, he felt that his parents leaving him a fortune without being able to meet him was not something unacceptable. As for why it took the form of a birthmark, perhaps it was the name they had chosen for him. He shook his head, not dwelling on the matter any further. He would slowly research the birthmark once he achieved God-level civilization. The most important thing now was upgrading civilization first. Of course. Before that, he needed to fire a 500-level Arcanon main cannon. He had never used such a powerful attack before, and since he was currently inside a cosmic void, he found his bearings, aimed at the other side, and immediately pressed the red button on the control panel. The patterns on the barrel of the Arcanon Light Energy main cannon on the roof of the carriage quickly lit up, and began charging. An indescribably terrifying energy wave gradually gathered at the top of the carriage. And then, boom! In the silent universe, an extremely hot and powerful beam of light, carrying the power to destroy everything in its path, shot straight towards the deep void of the universe. This beam of light became the sole source of light within the cosmic void, like a moving star. 500-level Arcanon Light Energy main cannon. The cost is enormous. A full 100 billion units of iron ore are required. It's important to note that the Arcanon Light Cannon currently draws most of its energy from the stellar warehouse, consuming only 99.99% of its energy. A single shot from a level 200 Arcanon Light Cannon requires only 100 million units of iron ore. This equates to a price increase of 1,000 times. The next moment, a panel suddenly appeared on the screen. Human civilization has met the promotion requirements and has automatically advanced. The range of this promotion ripple is 10 million light-years. All creatures within civilizations of level 1 and above will receive this promotion ripple in their own way. The promotion ripple travels at the speed of light. Human civilization, a level 3 civilization, has successfully advanced to level 4. A rather ordinary promotion ripple. He didn't know the exact diameter of this cosmic void. If it didn't exceed tens of millions of light-years, then in 10 million years, the Nami civilization would learn of the existence of a human civilization and advance to a level 4 civilization. Human civilization. At this moment, it became a level 4 civilization. And then, another civilization panel appeared on the screen. Civilization name, Human civilization. Civilization level, level 4. Civilization leader, Chen Mang. Civilization planets, Water Blue Star, Basalt Star, Mining Star number 1, Mining Star number 2, mining star number 3, mining star number 4, etc. Civilization population, 5.7 billion. Promotion requirements, maximum attack energy range exceeding 100,000 and possessing a civilizational wonder. P.S. Upon reaching level 2 civilization, including every subsequent promotion, a promotion ripple will be released that can be detected by all surrounding civilizations. The higher the level, the wider the range of the promotion ripple. Civilization method, time travel. Finally, Chen Meng immediately focused on the word civilization method time and space reversal. This was the defining characteristic of a level 4 civilization, time and space reversal. They could return to the past and launch attacks into the future. Powered by the Arcanon's light energy main cannon, they could unleash a method far exceeding the civilization's most powerful attack. This was their ultimate foundation-level killing weapon. Of course, this method could only be used near a cosmic void. Thus, although the rules of the universe did not restrict level 4 civilizations from using cosmic voids, the consensus among all civilizations in the universe was that a level 4 civilization that was not near a cosmic void was merely a pseudo-level 4 civilization, slightly stronger than a level 3 civilization, but lacking a foundation-level killing weapon. Only a level 4 civilization that was near a cosmic void could be considered a true level 4 civilization. The gap is truly enormous. Chen Meng couldn't help but sigh. The Naya civilization was also a level 4 civilization, but it occupied numerous star systems, its territory spanning hundreds of light years in diameter, while its territory was as small as the Naya galaxy. As both level 4 civilizations, his foundation was clearly weaker. After completely conquering the Naya civilization, it would be time to begin conquering other star systems. Meanwhile, Xiao Ai had already received all the information from Time and Space Rewind. Conductor, this Time and Space Rewind is a bit complicated to explain. Why don't we try it once? It'd be easier to understand. Okay. The next moment, Chen Meng pressed a new button on the console. Quickly, a panel appeared on the screen. The cosmic coordinates of this location are XXXX. Please select a rewind year. 1 year, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1 million years, 10 million years, 100 million years, 100 million years, 1 billion years. You can choose the exact number of years, such as 18 years, accurate to the year. The longer the time period you go back in time, the more resources you consume. For example, going back 1 year would only require 100 million units of iron ore. 100 years ago would require 10 billion. 10 million years ago would require 100 trillion. He chose to go back 10,000 years, and soon, the 1 trillion units of iron ore in the train slowly turned to ash. The next moment, a strange, rainbow-colored light enveloped the entire train, as if it had entered a tunnel. The scenery on both sides receded. When everything returned to calm, detailed information appeared on the screen. This location is Cosmic Coordinate XXX, where the timeline goes back 10,000 years. Tourists cannot change history. No one sees you, no one knows you. And you cannot leave the sightseeing barrier. Chen Meng looked around the train. Nothing had changed, almost exactly as it had been before the time travel. It seemed that 10,000 years ago, this place was a void in the universe, utterly silent and dark, with no stars, and an extremely cold and desolate atmosphere. With the train's current armor, surviving in this environment wouldn't be a problem. Also, the nearby planet fragment that had originally imprisoned the Protoss was gone. This was probably the only change. 10,000 years ago, the Naya civilization hadn't even emerged yet. Surrounding the train, a circle of light, similar in size to an ordinary planet, enveloped the train. This was the sightseeing barrier. The train couldn't leave the barrier, and could only gaze out from within. However, he randomly aimed in a direction, and fired a 200-level Arcanon light cannon. The cannon successfully passed through the barrier, and began to glide through the cosmic void. Perhaps Time and Space Rewind has more uses. But, this is the most standard, or rather, the most universal and widely accepted one. By combining the effects of 2 supermodels, the sum of 1 and 1 can be greater than 2. This location is over 100,000 light-years away from the Naya galaxy. Cosmic radar cannot tell how far this location is from the Naya galaxy. However, by calculating the cosmic coordinates of the 2 locations, he determined that the distance from this location to the Naya galaxy is 130,000 light-years. In other words, in theory, he could choose to travel back 130,000 years, and fire a 500-level Arcanon light cannon at the Naya system. Then, quickly returning to his original timeline, He could use the train to absorb the cannon's power. This would allow him to rapidly upgrade the train's armor to a significantly higher level at minimal cost. However, the error is somewhat difficult to control. A slight error might lead to him returning to his original timeline to find that a planet in the Naya system has already been destroyed, or that it's still 7 or 8 years away. Also, spanning 130,000 years wouldn't actually increase the energy significantly. That 4987 attack spanned almost the entire void of the universe. That star is more than 130,000 years old, at least tens of millions. After a brief tour, Chen Meng returned. It wasn't that he wanted to go back, but the tour only lasted 10 minutes. Although the time was short, he felt that this method didn't necessarily have to be used in war. It could also be used in daily life. After returning to the original timeline, he returned to the location of the Kasha Civilization Federation in the Naya Galaxy through the refrigerator, and then through the wormhole left by the Kasha Civilization, returned to his original location of Blue Water Planet. Theoretically, there should have been a Blue Water Planet here, but he had taken it away. He tried to follow the timeline, and chose to go back 3 years. The next moment, the familiar rainbow light once again enveloped the train, and it began its journey back through time and space. And then, when everything gradually quieted down, the star train was enclosed by the sightseeing barrier, and a planet suddenly appeared before him. It was Blue Water Planet. Using the Doppler radar to detect it, he quickly found his former self. Myself in the abyss of doom. It was nightfall. The miners on the train had already fallen asleep, while the self on the screen sat inside the train, writing something at a desk. Chen Meng looked at himself on the screen with a complicated expression. It felt strange. This was the first time he had returned to a past timeline and seen himself. Although he couldn't make any changes, he could only sightsee. For example, he couldn't throw away resources or original parts. Unless, shout I, I'm suddenly curious about something. If I kill someone with a single shot right now, will I die as well? Shall I pause for a long moment before slowly saying, without a case study to reference, I can't give a specific answer. But my advice is to avoid such an attempt, as it could lead to unknown risks. Chen Meng pondered for a moment before speaking again. What if I unleashed countless volleys of the Arcanum's level 10 main cannon, quickly wiping out all the monsters on the Blue Water Planet? What would happen? I don't know. Shao Ai sighed softly, somewhat helplessly. He could understand Meng's logic. The biggest difference between AI and humans is that AI, no matter how intelligent, lacks any self-destructive tendencies. Humans, on the other hand, are inherently self-destructive. For example, standing on a tall building, one might feel the urge to jump. This isn't a result of depression or sadness. It's a natural, subconscious response. The sight of a tall building makes one want to jump. He couldn't understand this behavior. AI would never behave like this. He never thought about trying to clear his database and see if anything interesting would happen. No. I really want to give it a try. Chen Meng spoke in a daze, a moment later returning to the present timeline. He picked up the intercom and contacted Lao Zhu. How's the security situation on Blue Water Planet lately? Excellent. Under your management, Master Meng, the entire Blue Water Planet is thriving and... Enough of the nonsense. Has anyone committed a serious crime and been sentenced to death? Yes. Specific information. A middle-aged man who is trying to gather the remaining train conductors and establish his own kingdom in the countryside. Send me his name, photo, and description, and then carefully observe everything about this man. Yes. Soon. After obtaining the information about the death row inmate, Chen Meng returned to 3 years ago. Using his Doppler radar, he quickly located the inmate, hiding in the ruins of a city. Immediately, the Arcanum's main gun began slowly charging, reducing its power supply to the lowest level, level 1. Like a satellite attack. Firing in space. One shot. A precise hit, and instant death. Immediately afterwards, Chen Meng quickly returned to the conductor and picked up the intercom to ask Lao Zhu, how's that person from earlier? Lao Zhu's bewildered voice echoed through the intercom. Dead, dead. Dead suddenly, without any warning. Do you remember who it was? Yes, Master Meng. Didn't you just ask me? Chen Meng sat alone in the train, lost in thought. The conclusion had been reached. When a person in the past was destroyed, the person in the future would also die. He had assumed it would be akin to being erased, as if everyone would forget about the person. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. This is why he has never dared to expand. His weakness is simply too obvious. Once the coordinates of the original Blue Water Planet are revealed, a large number of advanced civilizations will rush to his past timeline to kill him. Even the self on Blue Water Planet would have no power to stop them. He not only needs to protect his present self, but also his past self. The biggest difference between four-dimensional space and three-dimensional space is that four-dimensional space has the additional dimension of time. People in four-dimensional space can freely travel through timelines, just like what is happening right now. If his micro-end period is stretched into a single timeline, then this timeline will have many nodes. If he needs to assign personnel to guard it, he will need to deploy personnel at all these nodes. This is no small task. The best solution is to keep the original cosmic coordinates of Blue Water Planet secret forever, so that no one knows it. He can certainly do this, but there is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable. If it were to be leaked, it would be a devastating blow to him. He must find a perfect solution. Even if the coordinates of the Blue Water Planet were unknown, he was still very weak during the time he ascended to a level 2 or 3 civilization. He wouldn't be able to find him in these timelines. Chen Mang's brows furrowed slightly. While he didn't know how to solve this problem yet, he knew that those advanced civilizations would definitely have a solution. Where there's a spear in this world, there's a shield. It's inevitable. Asked Killua. Half an hour later, Chen Mang sat expressionlessly inside the train. Killua was no use. Killua said that when she was little, her father only told her gossip and never discussed this kind of thing in detail. She ran away from home before she could even begin to study systematically. That's good. He doesn't learn anything useful, but only listens to gossip. The only solution he could think of seemed to be territory. For the first time, he understood the other meaning of territory in the universe. When any civilization posing a threat enters his territory, it must be killed without question. A territory represents more than just a civilization's sphere of influence. It also protects that civilization's past self. If a civilization becomes powerful and leaves this territory, it would be like putting its weaker self in the past under the guillotine of all civilizations, ready to strike. Territory is a civilization's lifeline. A wandering civilization is unacceptable. As long as no one enters its territory, it will be difficult to find its weaker self. However, there are ways to circumvent this, such as launching an attack near the border. This is the purpose of cosmic mines. The greatest function of a territory is to protect its weaker self in the past. Now, he was completely unable to abandon the Naya Galaxy, and he had to build its defenses as strong as an iron barrel. His lifeblood lay in the Naya Galaxy. Its fall essentially meant the end of his life. Also, he tried to avoid wandering around as much as possible. Every place he ventured into meant he left a vital point there. Others had the opportunity to enter this timeline and kill his former self. A civilization leader should stay within his own territory. Once he left his territory, the destination must be incorporated into his own territory. Otherwise, the gates would be wide open. Level 4 civilization is considered an advanced civilization in the universe. Only a level 4 civilization truly understood the meaning of territory. When he was still a level 3 civilization, he didn't understand the meaning of territory at all. It was like a child scribbling, arbitrarily circling a map. You said it was your territory, and that was it. As long as there weren't any civilizations higher in level within the range, it was fine. This was a significant weakening for him. His method of developing civilization was to concentrate all of his resources on developing a single train, the Star. Unlike other civilizations, he didn't have an army. The Star was humanity's sole and most powerful combat force. He couldn't help but run around. The Star couldn't help but deploy. He had no other respectable armed forces at his disposal. Headache. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, gently rubbing his temple. Low-level civilizations were still better. They simply compared numbers. Whoever had the higher numbers was considered superior. Back on the Blue Water Planet, if someone was one level lower than you, you wouldn't even be able to break through their defenses. Absolutely invincible. How wonderful. Advanced civilizations are much more complex, their attack methods becoming more diverse, and correspondingly, defense becomes increasingly overwhelming. In this situation, defense is impossible. Even if you guard against these for 1,000 days, there will always be a day when you fail. The best defense is to clear out. Preemptively eliminate all civilizations within your territory that could pose a future threat. This is the greatest significance of cosmic landmines. He finally understood the true meaning of cosmic landmines, and decided to begin building cosmic landmines for human civilization. Human civilization also needs cosmic landmines. At the very least, the Naya Galaxy needs to be covered in cosmic mines. Otherwise, there's truly no sense of security. Time flew by. A year passed. During this year, the Star train didn't travel anywhere, remaining in the Naya galaxy to develop its own foundation. First, almost all civilizations were incorporated into human civilization, and their leadership was replaced. These civilizations continued to develop freely, though local governments were required to pay tribute to human civilization on a regular basis. They functioned as autonomous regions. As for the civilizations that initially defected to the Zerg civilization, they were all abandoned in Galaxy 27 and prohibited from using wormholes to connect with and trade with other civilizations. Besides that, the thing that consumed Chen Mang's time and energy the most this year was researching cosmic mines belonging to human civilization, along with Killua, Kakaxu, Xiao Ai, and others. The best form of cosmic mines, naturally, was the star beast. But they can't capture that many large space beasts, nor do they currently have the ability to transform them, let alone transform them into something with a diameter of 2 light years. However, they have developed other forms of cosmic mines and are about to enter the experimental stage. Besides that, Water Blue Planet has also developed rapidly in the past year. Thanks to its civilization advancement, many new businesses have emerged. Once the civilization reaches level 4, all trains within human civilization will have the time and space rewind function. However, for now, Chen Mang has only opened this function to train conductors on Water Blue Planet. The other civilizations that have joined human civilization only have a formal status. They do not yet enjoy the benefits of a level 4 civilization. One of the emerging industries is quite interesting. Tracing love. For example, inside a train wrapped in a rainbow of light film, a man stands in the carriage, gazing out the window at a woman, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, others inside the train are also weeping bitterly. This industry allows people to return to a time when their loved ones and parents were still alive, to see their families in person. In life, the feeling of parting is always felt only at the moment of separation. Long-term inertial thinking leads people to believe they will be together forever, until the sudden separation, when the overwhelming pain washes over them. However, even if they were to return to a year ago, the price would still be 100 million units of iron ore at cost. Few people on planet Aqua can afford it. An industry that's unaffordable to the general public is destined to be a sluggish industry. So, using big data, we can count the timeline points and locations that all consumers want to return to, find a common point, and then place a large number of consumers inside the train, allowing everyone to see the people they want to see. The price will be much lower. Of course, some people can see the person they want to see in their entirety at this point in time, so the price will be much higher. Some people can only see a silhouette, so the price will be much lower. Some people can even only hear a voice, so the price will be even lower. Everything is priced, filtered, and integrated by big data. Or rather, it is done by Xiao AI. Currently, all companies need AI assistance. Some of the more powerful companies choose to integrate Mr. AI. This is the most powerful AI in human civilization, with extremely high efficiency, but of course, the highest price. For example, right now, countless people on the train burst into tears, looking at the person they dreamed of in the past timeline. For the first time, they felt the difference between the past and the future in this moment, and for the first time, they felt what it means to seem within reach but never intersect. Ah! Just then, a man sobbing suddenly stopped. His girlfriend had argued with him, and was driving out in heavy rain. Her family told him she had died in a car accident. He'd been devastated for a whole year, tormented by guilt. When he returned to the previous year, he discovered that his girlfriend had been sitting in the passenger seat, while a gigolo had been in the driver's seat, and he was still there. The sadness on the man's face gradually faded, and after a long silence, he spoke. "Good riddance. You bastard." Chapter 345. A year passed. During this year, the star train had been quietly developing within the Naya galaxy. Even if all the mineral stars in a galaxy were mined, new ones would gradually mature. Moreover, even if all the mineral stars in a galaxy were destroyed, they could never be completely mined. Even in a barren place like the Naya galaxy, the mineral stars he had mined were only those with high resource content, as some cautious civilizations had established wormholes nearby. Some of these mineral stars, with low resource content and insufficient wormholes to cover their costs, were mined by smaller civilizations nearby. There were too many. Chen Mang sat inside the train, gazing at the control panel. Although his resource reserves had increased significantly after the previous battles, they were still rootless. All he had was money going out, but very little coming in. This wasn't a long-term solution. The cybermine's output was too slow. It could only be considered as supplemental income, not a primary source of revenue. Still needed. travel to other star systems. And today, it was time for him to head to other star systems. Once the cosmic mine experiments developed by human civilization were complete, they could start a war and plunder more resources. He looked at the control panel, where the second civilization wonder had been created. Divine Silence. A very special civilization wonder. The effect of this civilization wonder was Killing Weapon Wonder. After consuming energy to activate, it unleashes a divine full-strength attack with a range equivalent to radar range. The divine attack will possess properties such as guaranteed hit and guaranteed defense penetration, making it unstoppable. Unlike Insect Silence, this Divine Silence was an offensive civilization wonder. This was his first time seeing it. As far as he knew, none of the three civilizational wonders within the Nami civilization were offensive. Most importantly, Divine Silence was located deep within the cosmic void, a full 130,000 light-years from the Naya galaxy. This distance alone was beyond the range of his Doppler radar, but after testing, he discovered that no matter where he was, he could mobilize the power of Divine Silence at any time to unleash a divine full-strength attack. However, he didn't know the exact extent of its power. He hadn't tried it. After all, it wouldn't be cheap to produce. A full quadrillion units of iron ore, equivalent to nearly half of all his current iron ore, would be a costly endeavor. In the future, when faced with a dangerous situation and all other means were ineffective, he could give it a try. After obtaining this civilizational wonder, he also obtained his second miracle box. Chin Mang toyed with a cigarette in his hand, not lighting it, but carefully observing the lines on it. Yes, the reward in the second miracle box was this cigarette. It wasn't some magical power granted by the seven-colored civilization. It was a special item. The miracle box contained a whole pack of cigarettes, unbranded, pure white, containing 19 cigarettes, one missing. He had always suspected someone had secretly smoked the cigarette, but after thinking about it, he felt that was impossible. There must have been 19 cigarettes to begin with. It was just a little awkward. The effect of this special item was that after lighting a cigarette from the pack, wisps of white mist would rise, and human civilization would enter a state of complete concealment, undetectable by any means. Even God-level civilizations can't detect it. A single cigarette lasts 24 hours. A powerful special item. Absolute power of rules. But it's currently unusable. While he's no ant in the universe, he's not much stronger than an ant, and can't attract the attention of other civilizations. It's a treasure trove. Then, he glanced at the Doppler radar accessory information on the console screen. Today he planned to upgrade this accessory to level 500, from its original level 200, with a detection range of 100,000 light-years. Yes! War must begin. Without it, human civilization will starve to death. His original plan was that the Spark civilization would randomly travel through the universe, visiting many resource-scarce galaxies with few powerful civilizations. He could easily plunder those galaxies. But he and Xiao Ai did some calculations, and concluded that mining in those galaxies would require building their own wormholes to reach the different mining planets, resulting in only a small profit. He was able to profit greatly in the Naya galaxy because the wormholes were all built by the Casa civilization, and he didn't have to spend a penny. Going to other galaxies was a different story. Although upgrading the Doppler radar would attract more cosmic mines, he felt he had made sufficient preparations. If it were just cosmic mines, Xiao Lu could handle them. If it came from other civilizations, he would handle them himself. The next moment, after consuming 100 trillion units of iron ore, the colorful grade accessory Doppler radar was upgraded to level 500, increasing its detection range to 1 million light-years, 10 times its original range. It also gained a brand new supermodel effect. Doppler radar level 500 supermodel effect. Detection range is greatly increased, and it can detect all special entities within range, as well as the precise cosmic coordinates of any point within the radar's range. Chin Mang glanced at the supermodel effect. The description was a bit vague. He wasn't sure what the phrase being able to detect all special entities within range meant, or what a special entity actually was. But at this moment, his mind was completely absorbed by the image on the Doppler radar screen. In most games, a key strategy is called map opening. This means gaining a wider field of view. And at this moment, a 1 million light-year radius of images appeared on his screen, revealing to him the numerous nearby neighbors of the Naya galaxy, something he had never known before. There were 4 galaxies in total. They were: a galaxy to the left of the Zerg civilization, called the Good Cat Galaxy, had a diameter of 170,000 light-years, and was occupied by a level 4 civilization. Diagonally below the mechanical civilization ruins lies a galaxy called the Evil Galaxy, with a diameter of 60,000 light-years. It's also occupied by a level 4 civilization. And, directly below the Naya Galaxy's z-axis are two galaxies, the Chiyoya Galaxy and the Jiping Galaxy. Both galaxies belong to the same civilization, a level 5 civilization, the Ordinary Civilization. This was the first 4-character civilization he had encountered. The name was long enough. There were only these 4 galaxies within 1,000,000 light-years. Beyond these 4, the rest of the area was mostly empty space between galaxies. While not a void in the universe, this area still had very few stars and planets. In blank areas, many inferior civilizations often gather. For example, the blue planet before his time travel. It's worth mentioning. He also saw many cosmic mines on his Doppler radar, all in the form of space behemoths, over 40 in total, yet not a single one of them sensed his detection and charged at him. His radar level far exceeded the detection threshold of cosmic mines. He didn't need to worry about being detected by these lower-level cosmic mines. He had to worry about being detected by more advanced ones. Among these 4 galaxies, the galaxies with the richest resources were the 2 directly below the Naya Galaxy's z-axis. However, he couldn't defeat the level 5 civilization, so he had to target the other 2 galaxies. Of the remaining 2 galaxies, the one with the richest resources wasn't the Good Cat Galaxy, with a diameter of 170,000 light-years. It was the Extreme Evil Galaxy, with a diameter of 60,000 light-years. Small but powerful. The target was set. It was this extremely evil galaxy, the first battle for human civilization's expansion. Next, he could begin investigating the strength of this civilization, and keep a close eye on the level 5 civilization below, observing for any signs of an incoming attack. Under the effects of his level 500 supermodel, he easily obtained the cosmic coordinates of the level 4 civilization occupying the extremely evil galaxy. The civilization's name was Extremely Evil Civilization, which sounded a bit like something out of a Young and Dangerous gang. After pulling out his telescope and entering the cosmic coordinates of Extremely Evil Civilization, he prepared to begin observing the civilization's interior. The image gradually zoomed in. From a dimensional bird's-eye view, he took in the entire Extremely Evil Galaxy, locking onto a galaxy belonging to the Extremely Evil Civilization and continuously zooming in. Soon, as the image gradually became clear, Chen Mang was slightly stunned. This extremely evil civilization was a bit strange. On this planet, the people walking the streets, let's just say they were human, all looked incredibly strange. Each one had 3 heads, their skin was bright red, and many had strange patterns on their exposed skin. Based on his observations over the past half hour, he had gained quite a bit of information. This civilization was also a trained civilization, but it had clearly evolved considerably. This civilization was probably a race similar to the devil, believing in Satan, and their individual strength, derived from the power of faith, was considerable. Later, during the transition from the God's resident civilization to the trained civilization, this power of faith was transferred to the trains. They created all sorts of unique accessories with strange functions that could only be used by this civilization's trains. Normally speaking, most civilizations ignore those lesser-known civilizations within their borders. Firstly, there are too many to handle, and secondly, they're too small to bother with. Even if they were eliminated, there wouldn't be much to lose, so they'd rather not bother. According to his observations, many train conductors in the evil galaxy would visit those lesser-known civilizations, perform miracles, and gain the power of faith, which they then used to enhance their specialized train components. Interesting. Chen Mang glanced at the wormhole opener on the console screen. It was currently at level 200, and could only open wormholes up to 100,000 light-years away. It wasn't quite enough, so he needed to upgrade it. He also liked to see if the upgraded supermodel effect would save energy or something. After consuming 100 trillion units of iron ore, the accessory was instantly upgraded to level 500, capable of creating wormholes up to 1 million light-years across. It also gained a brand new supermode effect. Wormhole Opener Level 500 Supermode Effect. The created wormhole creates 0 spatial fluctuations, making it extremely difficult to detect. Very good. Chen Mang nodded silently. While it didn't reduce his energy consumption, it was still acceptable. It would allow him to be more discreet. The evil galaxy was 780,000 light-years away. It was diagonally below the ruins of the mechanical civilization. To create a permanent, two-way wormhole to the evil galaxy, a full 170 trillion units of iron ore were required. This alone would have emptied the foundation of human civilization. But fortunately, he didn't need a two-way wormhole, or even a permanent one. The next moment, he consumed 100 trillion units of iron ore to create a one-way, disposable wormhole. As the wormhole slowly opened before his eyes, a new journey began. It's worth noting that creating a wormhole spanning 100,000 light-years requires 30 trillion units of iron ore. And creating a wormhole spanning 780,000 light-years only requires 100 trillion units of iron ore. This has nothing to do with the component level. Simply, the longer the wormhole spans, the lower the price. Indeed, it's entirely possible to create 7 wormholes spanning 100,000 light-years, and one spanning 80,000 light-years, and reach the evil galaxy through multiple transits. This wouldn't even require upgrading the wormhole opener to level 500, but the cost would still be enormous, requiring over 200 trillion units of iron ore. But most level 4 civilizations almost always follow the latter approach, using multiple wormhole transits to reach distant locations. Although this would cost more resources, there was no other way. After all, there weren't enough Murphy stones. Even if there were, they would prioritize upgrading other components. The wormhole opener was too low a priority. Then, Chen Mang slowly pushed the joystick, entering the wormhole. After about half an hour of travel, he successfully arrived at the evil galaxy, a full 780,000 light-years away. Upon emerging, he unhesitatingly pulled out several refrigerators and tossed them into space. Then, he returned to the Naya galaxy via the refrigerators. He didn't turn back to destroy the disposable wormhole he had created. Let it die naturally. The wormhole he created had extremely low spatial fluctuations, making it difficult to detect. However, if he destroyed it, the spatial fluctuations would be much greater. The lesson of the Protoss Apostle was still fresh in his mind. When on someone else's territory, try to avoid excessive spatial and energy fluctuations, or you'll be easily discovered. It's best to be stealthy in such matters, and avoid aggressive tactics. Returning to the Naya galaxy, Chen Mang looked at the Doppler radar feed and waited patiently for a moment. No one approached the refrigerator. Clearly, the level 4 civilization hadn't discovered the wormhole he had created. Then, the next problem became much simpler. All he needed to do was to closely assess the overall strength of the civilization, and then he could take action. If he could defeat them, he would attack them. If he couldn't, he would switch to another civilization and return to the fight another day. Although he had only been in the evil galaxy for a moment, the enemy radar had already collected information on all the parts of the trains passing within a 0.1 light-year radius. He noticed that almost all of the trains shared a common part. A 7-color accessory, Hell's Gate. The effect is, when the Hell's Gate is installed on a train, by consuming a point of faith power, deceased train members can be resurrected from hell. However, only train members can be resurrected, not the train conductor. So powerful? Chen Mang's face was slightly odd. Why did he feel that resurrection was a common occurrence in the universe? He understood that the Zerg civilization could be resurrected. After all, they were a god-level civilization. The Protoss were immortal, which was also normal. After all, they were the illegitimate children of the universe. But how could even a level 4 civilization be resurrected? Why couldn't he? When would he have the means to resurrect? Of course. Unlike the resurrection of the Zerg civilization, the resurrection of the Zerg civilization was considered a form of combat power. The infinite resurrection of those Zerg monsters could be considered a continuous source of combat power, whereas the extreme evil civilization's primary combat power didn't come from the train members. It was like a jerk who could be resurrected infinitely. It sounded perverse. But in reality, it was useless. It can only play a supporting role, and has absolutely no impact on actual combat power. Not only that, according to the cosmic consensus, this extremely evil civilization is a pseudo-level 4 civilization. After all, a true level 4 civilization requires proximity to a cosmic void, and the extremely evil civilization doesn't, so its strongest capabilities can't be unleashed. On the other hand, the level 4 civilization that occupies a galaxy 170,000 light-years in diameter has a cosmic void behind it. This level 4 civilization is called the Good Cat civilization. It's obvious. The Good Cat civilization's Doppler radar probably isn't level 500, or perhaps there's some other factor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ignored the high-resource area right next to them, and would have taken action long ago. And this extremely evil civilization probably doesn't have a level 500 radar either. Otherwise, this civilization's most important priority right now would be finding a cosmic void and relocating. They should have come to the Naya galaxy long ago. No. Chen Mang stared at the console screen, taken aback. After zooming in on the extremely evil galaxy, he realized that the mineral planets in this area had been almost completely mined, and a large army was constantly gathering, as if preparing for a war mobilization. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Suddenly, he realized. This extremely evil civilization clearly has a level 500 radar. With no external enemies detected on their radar, what they're assembling their army for is obvious. Searching for a cosmic void. That means they're heading to the Naya galaxy. After all, the Naya galaxy appears weaker. The reason they've been holding off is simply because they want to mine all the mineral planets in their own galaxy before moving on. So, it seems like his wormhole was a bit of a waste. He didn't even need to go through it. It was obvious they were trying to get there. The cosmic void covers a vast area. He and the Good Cat civilization are backed by the same cosmic void, but on different sides of its edge. Chun Mang pondered thoughtfully. Fortunately, he upgraded his radar to level 500. Otherwise, they wouldn't have noticed even if they were already inside. The cosmic void is extremely long, but civilizations can't live in the empty space outside a galaxy. They can only live within the galaxy. So, for the extremely evil civilization, the only options for war are the Good Cat civilization and human civilization. Or, in other words, a single option. Chapter 346. After assessing the current situation in the Naya galaxy, Chun Mang had a rough idea. Although the enemy was assembling their forces in preparation for an attack, it would clearly take some time, perhaps days, perhaps months. In short, it was always better to strike first and gain the upper hand. A day later, Chun Mang, along with Biaozi and the others, arrived on a planet belonging to the extreme evil civilization. The people there all possessed supernatural powers, and without some disguise, they would have stood out. Fortunately, there existed a cultivation civilization within human civilization. For a cultivation civilization, changing one's appearance wasn't a difficult task. After receiving a magical treasure from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master, he easily transformed himself into a supernatural being like the extreme evil civilization. As long as he wasn't stopped for a thorough inspection, his appearance would be indistinguishable from that of someone from the extreme evil civilization. Only by delving deeply into a civilization can one better understand it, and discern its weaknesses and weaknesses. For example, this is really a bit weird. At this moment, Chun Mang sat in a cafe, his coffee on the table untouched. Xiao Ai had already connected to this civilization's network and learned about the accessories required for almost all trains exploring the universe. Colorful grade firepower accessory Satan's Cannon. A firepower accessory that consumes copper ore. The power is the same as a normal colorful grade firepower accessory, but because it's not a light energy cannon, the projectile speed is not as fast and cannot reach the speed of light. However, unless the train is moving at a certain speed, it is difficult to dodge. The greatest effect of this accessory is all projectiles fired are from the future. Literally. Even if you don't have a single unit of copper, you can launch continuously for a year without any copper ore. All the resources consumed will come from the future. Of course, you only need to repay the copper ore consumed in advance after 1 year. If you can't repay, Satan will take your life. In addition, there are many special accessories. For example, Sacrificial Altar. By sacrificing certain items to Satan, you can obtain certain rewards. The highest reward is given to pure-blooded humans, meaning no mutations, no supernatural powers, no immortal cultivation qualifications, and no mutated creatures. As long as you are human, you will receive a reward after the sacrifice. The purer the bloodline, the higher the reward. Many of these accessories are connected to a single person, Satan, the god of the extreme evil civilization, a civilization that is a fusion of deity and trained civilization. Chun Mang frowned slightly, lost in thought, feeling something was amiss. He had spoken with the leader of the Spark civilization. There are no gods in the universe. The Protoss are not true gods. A true god is omnipotent, immortal and transcendent, similar to the laws of the universe. Almost all trained civilizations, like the Spark civilization, rely on faith in a certain celestial beast or totem pole, imbuing this object with immense power of faith. This power then mutates the object and feeds it back with power. To be more direct, the essence of divine civilization is to first create the gods, then believe in them. God is merely a fictional medium, not a real entity. But the extreme evil civilization gave him the feeling that Satan was real, as if there really was such a person as Satan. Just then, the Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master, who had gone out to gather information, had returned. As a member of a cultivation civilization, this was his first opportunity to be useful in a civilized operation, and he couldn't help but want to show off, thereby gaining greater benefits for his race within human civilization. With the ability to transform, he thrived here, hardly ever being exposed. He strode into the cafe, sat down, and drank his coffee in one gulp before wiping the stains from the corners of his mouth. He looked at Chen Mang respectfully and whispered, "Master Mang, I've heard something. That is, all trains, while exploring the universe, will find lesser-known civilizations and, through miracles, persuade those within them to believe in Satan. This faith power will be received by Satan, who will then grant them a certain amount of faith power. This faith power can be used to upgrade certain faith components or used as a consumable item. I'm almost certain of that. Satan. Maybe he does exist, and he's quite active. Just now, I saw with my own eyes that everyone's happiness index was high. Someone was hit by a car and seriously injured. A priest happened to pass by, and after kneeling and praying for a while, a white light descended from the sky, completely healing the seriously injured person. It was truly miraculous. And at this moment, the customer next door also ordered a few cups of coffee. The incredibly capable waiter first brought 3 empty cups, then patted the left side of the head, which then leaned over the empty cups, allowing a little coffee to flow out. He then patted the right side of the head, allowing a little milk to flow out. Enjoy your meal, everyone. The guests behind him also began to savor their coffee, praising it profusely as they went. Chen Mang, with a calm expression, pushed the cup of coffee in front of him a little further away. The head of the Tianji pavilion sat there with a somewhat awkward expression, unable to resist looking up and around, wanting to go to the restroom. It's actually okay. Xiao Ai, also in disguise, sat nearby and whispered, "The body structure of the people of the extreme evil civilization is different from ours. The abdomen is a natural place for fermentation, so many taverns and cafes in the extreme evil civilization use the abdomen for fermentation. And because of this method, labor costs are significantly increased. So, it's usually only used in high-end establishments. Overall, due to the different elements of the body's organs, there's no bacteria or saliva. If you could accept this method of production, it actually tastes better than many coffees in our civilization." The pavilion master of the Tianji pavilion's expression brightened slightly upon hearing this. After licking the corner of his mouth, he hesitantly said, "It actually tastes quite good." Chen Mang said nothing more. He simply took the tablet that Xiao Ai handed him. His train couldn't be equipped with faith accessories. He had to first believe in Satan, choose to believe in Satan, and receive Satan's approval before he could use faith accessories. From all the information he had obtained so far, he could basically draw a conclusion. The belief of extremely evil civilization is not something that is sketched out or fictionalized, but a real god. For such a civilization with real gods, its civilizational cohesion is often unprecedented. However, this god doesn't seem to be in the extreme evil civilization, or rather, not in this dimension. He can only perform miracles and harvest the power of faith through various means, but cannot physically descend upon this extreme evil civilization. God? Chen Mang calmly flipped through the information Xiao Ai had gathered, whispering, "It's just a special being with immense power. If it were truly a god, why hasn't it discovered us yet? If it were truly a god, this Satan should have sensed their presence when they spied on the extreme evil civilization. Only beings that are omnipotent, unbound even by the laws of the universe, can be called gods, right?" He vaguely felt as if he might have touched upon another world. Or perhaps another dimension. Somewhere he had never before encountered. "Let's go!" Chen Mang stood up, picked up the cane from the chair, and turned to walk out of the cafe. "Let's meet this Satan. The extreme evil civilization's greatest underlying weapon must be this Satan. If they want to destroy this civilization, they must first eliminate this Satan. In the extreme evil civilization, many people have seen Satan, but his face hasn't been revealed, and everyone's descriptions are different. There's a planet called Satan Star. All train conductors who wish to equip a faith accessory must travel to this planet, pass through a bronze gate into a mysterious world, meet Satan in person, and receive Satan's approval before they can equip the faith accessory." He wanted to go there and see for himself, to see what exactly that Satan could do. Of course, before that, he needed to make every possible preparation. In the universe, Chen Mang sat in the passenger seat of an interstellar train, traveling like tourists with Biazi and a few others to Satan Star. He didn't drive his own train, it was rather conspicuous. It now resembled a brooch pinned to his chest, and used except for combat. During the year the Naya Galaxy developed, he accomplished many things. The most important of these was, he created a space wormhole, its tail leading directly into the path of the 4,987 level light energy attack from the cosmic void. He also dropped a number of refrigerators ahead, allowing him to find the light energy cannon within 24 hours if needed. By absorbing the energy from the light energy cannon, he could quickly improve his armor to a certain level. This was one of his strengths. Additionally, over the past year, he had been using existing resources to continuously build up a solid foundation. This kind of foundation took considerable time to accumulate. This was an interstellar train bound for Satan's planet. It was filled with incredibly devout passengers, each one looking reverent. That kind of pilgrimage-like devotion, this ultimate devotion, gave him a slight sense of oppression. Any normal human in such an environment would feel a faint sense of oppression, a feeling of being forced to fit in. He glanced around, said nothing, and simply tilted his head to gaze out the window. In terms of cultural heritage, human civilization still lags behind. The train was moving at a very high speed, using some unknown method, but it looked like the 2-light-year-wide space beast moving through the universe, wriggling within the space. Using multi-terminal teleportation, the train's speed reached extreme speeds. He lacked these mechanisms, only numerical values. However, despite the train's speed, it was still far inferior to the maximum speed of a star train. In the face of absolute numerical values, all mechanisms were merely compensatory. At that moment, directly in front of the row of seats, a middle-aged man suddenly fell from his seat, gasping for air and twitching. His 3 heads were gasping for air, his breathing appearing labored. His face was ashen, and he clutched his chest as he gasped on the ground, seemingly about to die. The crowd erupted in panic. But then, a series of hurried voices rang out from the end of the carriage. "Make way! Make way! There's a priest here! Let the priest pass!" Soon, an elderly man in a priest's robe, surrounded by a crowd, slowly approached and knelt before the middle-aged man. He placed a hand on the convulsing man's forehead, closed his eyes, and murmured devoutly, "In the name of Satan, bless the sick. May the wisdom of Belial enable you to see through the falsehood of mercy. May the desire of Asmodeus ignite your fervent desire for life. May the pride of Lucifer lead you beyond the shackles of earthly suffering. If you are destined to perish, may you be an enemy in darkness. If you are healed, may you reign in light. True salvation lies not in the lies of heaven, but in the awakening of the abyss." The priest knelt on the ground, praying with his eyes closed, his hands placed on the patient's forehead, the remaining 4 hands clasped in prayer. A white light gradually emanated from his body, like a firefly in the darkness, as he silently recited the prayer. The next moment, the pastor suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of envy and compassion flashing in them as he looked at the crowd. "Satan has answered me." He said that, in recognition of his lifelong kindness, he could not bear to see him continue to suffer in the world, and had summoned him back to the temple, to serve Satan for the rest of his life. Then, the patient's convulsions had gradually subsided, and he was about to open his eyes, but the pastor raised his hands, glowing white, and with several hands, slapped the man's head, instantly shattering it. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Dead beyond death. At the same time, the rest of the people on the train roared with excitement, their faces flushed, their faces brimming with excitement. Watching the scene firsthand, Chin Meng couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. If he was not mistaken, the collapsed patient had epilepsy. This condition does cause occasional collapse and convulsions. But generally, after a few moments of convulsions, they would wake up on their own. Unless the mouth or nose was blocked, there was no risk of death. Result: the patient was almost awake, but was slapped to death by this pastor, said he sensed Satan's call at this moment. The train conductor also arrived at this carriage and, with a grateful look on his face, presented the pastor with a large sum of money. "Shall I also?" whispered. "Conductor, in this extreme evil civilization, everyone believes that if they die fighting for Satan, they will be able to enter the temple, a place without illness or death, only wine and joy. Suicide and death from old age are not acceptable. Thus, the people of this civilization yearn most for death fighting for Satan, or for being summoned by Satan. Pastors are Satan's chosen spokesmen, possessing the ability to communicate with Satan. Becoming a pastor requires passing an extremely difficult test. In this extreme evil civilization, they hold high positions of power and influence, and no one dares to provoke them. Even the leaders of the civilization are forbidden to show disrespect to pastors. Otherwise, there will be a backlash from the people. Many trains have the Gate of Hell, a colorful accessory that can resurrect all deceased passengers. However, this resurrection is limited. Each person can only be resurrected twice, after which they will truly die. Anyone who died fighting for the trains can also enter the temple. Therefore, in the extreme evil civilization, being a train guard is also an extremely honorable job. To die in battle is to be honored, and to call the temple home. Chen Meng remained silent, his face calm. At first, he truly believed that Satan was a device fabricated by the leaders of the extreme evil civilization to rule their own civilization, but all signs indicate that Satan might actually exist. I just don't know if he has a health bar. If he can be killed, he has already prepared a number of escape strategies. If he can't win, he just run. He might have fewer offensive strategies, but he definitely have more escape strategies. Moreover, although this civilization seemed somewhat strange, he still came. After all, the good cat civilization didn't mine all the resources of their galaxy like the extreme evil civilization and gather them together. It was simply too convenient, skipping the mining step altogether and simply packing everything up and taking it away. Just then, perhaps, he seemed a little out of place among the enthusiastic passengers on the train. The priest, who was smiling and enjoying the passengers' respect and praise, glanced at Chen Meng, frowned slightly, and slowly walked over to Chen Meng, his voice hoarse. Didn't you see the miracle that Satan performed? A sick person, blessed by Satan, was exceptionally summoned back to the temple. Chen Meng nodded, not intending to reveal himself. With slightly red eyes, he spoke hoarsely, I saw it, Pastor. I'm just a little too excited to speak, and a little jealous. Why wasn't I the one going to the temple? I'm reflecting on these negative emotions. Very good. The pastor seemed satisfied with his answer. He nodded and patted Chen Meng on the shoulder. As long as your faith is sincere enough, one day you too will have the opportunity to die fighting for Satan. Satan's glory will spread throughout the universe. Satan has decreed it. Far away in 78, 10,000 light-years away, a galaxy houses an unforgivable cult civilization. Extreme evil civilization, under Satan's command, has begun assembling its army, preparing to attack the galaxy soon and is currently recruiting heavily. Go. Die for Satan. He will await you in the temple, rewarding your courage and congratulating you on your return. Okay. Chen Meng nodded heavily, tears welling in his eyes. Then, imitating a phrase he had read online, he pounded his fist against his chest and whispered, Satan lives forever. Darkness never dies. The pastor also pounded his fist against his chest with a serious expression. Satan lives forever, darkness never dies. In extreme evil civilization, the word Satan carries an inherent sense of respect. There's no need to say something like Lord Satan. Lord Satan would be the equivalent of Lord Satan, which would seem out of place. Since he was infiltrating to gather intelligence, Chen Meng naturally paid attention to these humanistic details. It was impossible for him to be exposed in such a trivial detail. Then, Chen Mengcai watched the pastors departing back, his expression gradually regaining composure. What a legal murder! He was certain the pastor hadn't received any sort of recall order from Satan. He had a rough idea of how the priests performed miracles. To maintain his rule, Satan had selected a group of priests to perform miracles for him on Earth, such as rescuing seriously injured patients. While Satan might possess divine power, he certainly wasn't so idle. He couldn't possibly constantly watch these priests' prayers. So, when they could wait for Satan's response, these priests chose to perform miracles. If Satan ignored them, they would simply strike the patient to death, claiming that Satan had recalled a broken body back to the holy temple. Very good. The logic was sound. In short, it wouldn't be a loss. This Satan couldn't be too powerful. Chen Meng secretly labeled him. Otherwise, despite his active state, the extreme evil civilization wouldn't have remained a level 4 civilization for so long. He would have long ago gone to fight the nearby level 5 civilization. Or wouldn't it be better to go directly to the other side of the cosmic void and fight the level 5 civilization Nami civilization? He was somewhat powerful, but average. Soon, the train continued its journey through space. During this journey, the priest barely paused, harassing every female member on the train. Yes, every one, from the young to the old. He examined each one individually. The pretext was that Satan had asked him to choose a maid. The examination method was sucking. Many of the female members were accompanied by their husbands or family members, but these men seemed possessed, not realizing their wives were being violated. Instead, they considered the opportunity to participate in this assessment a gift from Satan. They all knelt beside him, their faces filled with gratitude. While the priests worked, they closed their eyes and prayed, hoping their wives would pass the assessment and become maids serving Satan in the temple. Chen Meng watched the scene calmly. For the first time, he felt the terrifying power of faith. It could completely alter a person's perception, causing them to accept something completely irrational as a matter of course, even considering it an honor. This power of faith. Just looking at it was terrifying. What kind of energy would be unleashed if all this power of faith were gathered? He seemed to suddenly understand what Satan wanted. He wanted this pure power of faith, to use it to break through his own rank. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Satan planet had arrived. They had arrived at a planet with the strongest faith. The bronze gate that served as the entrance to the Satan temple was located on this planet. As soon as they got out of the car, they could see countless people kneeling and prostrating themselves on the ground, slowly crawling towards a certain direction. That direction was the direction of the bronze gate. "Let's go!" Chin Mang said nothing more, simply leading everyone aboard the train, and soon arrived at the entrance of the bronze gate. A long line had already formed in front of the bronze gate. A bronze gate, approximately 30 meters high, nestled into the mountain, looked incredibly imposing. Those queuing were all train conductors hoping to obtain faith accessories. As long as they received Satan's approval, they would not only gain the right to use faith accessories, but also receive several blueprints for these accessories from Satan, several of which were of the 7-color grade, real profits. Not everyone in Satan's civilization was so crazy. For example, that priest. He was certain that the priest was the least pious person on the train at the time, aside from their group. Of course, he was still quite normal, at least he hadn't affected the little boy. Chin Mang, along with Biaozi and the others, lined up at the back of the line, ready to go and see what was inside this bronze gate. He wanted to know too. The so-called Satan. Could you block a single shot from his level 500 Arcanum light cannon, or even a level 1001? If so, then you're the real Satan. He ran away. See you next time. Chapter 347. 30 minutes later. Chin Mang's brows twitched slightly, and he nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. 30 minutes ago, he had spent a fortune finding a train conductor at the front of the team, and had him stuff a refrigerator into his space bag and bring it into the bronze gate. Such a small task had taken him considerable effort. The main reason was, the other party truly regarded the bronze gate as a holy place, believing it to be a potential desecration and a great disrespect to Satan. Of course, faced with sufficient profit, the other party ultimately willingly accepted this risk. And now, he felt that the refrigerator had already entered the bronze gate and was in normal working order. This meant that the bronze gate couldn't isolate the two refrigerators, making his escape even easier. The line was long, but entry was swift. His fears hadn't materialized. There was no inspection at the entrance to the bronze gate. All one needed was a train conductor's credential to prove one's status as a train conductor. He spent a small amount of money to buy this item before setting off. Soon, it was finally Chin Mang's turn. As he, Biaozi, and the others strode into the bronze gate, a flash of shock crossed his eyes as he gazed upon the scene before him. Chin Mang raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. It was indeed quite shocking. What came into view was an extremely mysterious and deep tunnel, like a whirlwind tunnel. A mysterious, rainbow-colored light shone rapidly behind him, etched within the light with numerous rusty runes. At the front of the tunnel, there are 3 statues. Clad in armor, their faces invisible, they stand wielding giant swords. Their postures vary, but all exude a menacing aura. This is the Holy Land. It is also the abode of Satan. Here, you have the opportunity to personally encounter Satan, the deity of the 4th-level evil civilization, in the tunnel. Many train conductors and their subordinates continue to line up. In front of the statues are several tables. Men in white robes and white veils sit at the tables, processing the formalities for the conductors, who are then allowed to leave the Holy Land. Those men are the Holy Land staff. Interesting, Chin Mang murmured, gazing at the scene before him. Now it seems that Satan doesn't seem fabricated to facilitate rule, but rather truly exists. Before coming, he summoned Killua to inquire. He received no answer. The other party claimed he had never heard of any satanic deity in the universe, and explicitly stated that there were no true gods in the universe. If anything, the Protoss could be considered gods. Just then, "Is my domain beautiful?" A cold, indifferent voice suddenly reached Chin Mang's ears. The next moment, before he could react, a sudden gust of wind blew from behind him. A man suddenly appeared behind him, his 5 fingers transformed into claws, carrying a fierce wind, and stabbed directly at his back. A slight stinging pain suddenly spread throughout Chin Mang's body. Using the momentum, Chin Mang rushed forward a few steps before quickly turning around, gently rubbing his chest and looking at the man standing behind him. Naked, with a cape draped over his shoulders. He wasn't a supernatural being. He had 1 head and 2 arms, just like any other human, except for 2 horns on his head and a pair of enormous crimson wings on his back, enough to completely envelop him. He shared the train's defenses, and while he wasn't fatally wounded, he still felt the sting. This meant that the man before him had already inflicted an attack energy level exceeding 500 with just this ordinary strike. How terrifying! At this moment, the crowd in the tunnel knelt on the ground with fervent expressions, looking at the man and shouting in unison. As long as Satan remains, darkness will exist forever. The man before him was Satan. Huh? Qin Mang let out a light breath before raising his hand to stop Biozhi and the others. He chuckled at the naked man before him and said, "Does Satan not wear clothes?" Satan narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed at Qin Mang, who stood unharmed. A wave of doubt welled up in his heart. His previous attack had seemed ordinary, but it was a full-strength attack from his untransformed form. It was incredibly powerful. And yet, this man looked unharmed? How could it be possible? In his perception, this man was clearly a lowly life form, of an extremely low rank. How could he possibly withstand his blow? But he didn't reveal these thoughts on the surface, only a disapproving smile. Lowly human, your perceptions are still so foolish. Adventurer from human civilization. Congratulations. You've found a good grave for yourself. You will die here. Of course, you have a second option. If you are willing to tell me in detail about human civilization, and how you traveled 780,000 light years to reach the evil civilization, I can spare your life, and make you the Knight Commander of the Holy Land, a position of great power. This is a promise I make to you in the name of Satan. As the words fell, the surrounding train conductors and temple staff cast envious glances at Qin Mang. Knight Commander of the Holy Land is truly a prestigious position, equivalent to a security captain, but this is the Holy Land security captain, so that's a different matter. Really? The next moment, Qin Mang's chest brooch suddenly transformed into a gigantic star train, hovering above the tunnel. At the same time, he, Biozhi, and a few others strode into their portable refrigerators and emerged from the train interior. The tunnel was vast and empty. Even after expanding several times, the star train still seemed incredibly small within the tunnel. Just one exchange. He knew the opponent was powerful. The energy released from a casual sneak attack was already nearing or exceeding level 500. But so what? His armor could be repaired quickly. As long as the opponent wasn't much above level 500, they still wouldn't be able to break it. No more words were said. When the train appeared, the patterns on the 6 Arcanon light energy cannons on the carriage's roof began to illuminate, entering a state of charging. Then, a blazing light engulfed the entire tunnel. 6 consecutive rounds from the 500-level Arcanon cannon locked onto Satan and roared away. The crowd of random people in the tunnel were instantly vaporized. A battle of this magnitude required no skill to observe closely. This was his strongest attack yet. A 500-level Arcanum main cannon, he had never used a cannon of this caliber against an enemy before, was incredibly powerful. With a devastating explosion, the tunnel was almost instantly destroyed. A vast plain lay outside the tunnel. The tunnel was constructed by Satan himself. The plain was the true Holy Land. After blasting Satan to smithereens, the 6 500-level Arcanum beams continued their unabated journey into the distance, blasting several holes in the sky before gradually disappearing behind the pitch-black opening. Dead? Qin Mang glanced at the enemy radar on the screen, which indicated that no living creatures were in the vicinity. The next moment, boom! A powerful impact suddenly erupted from the bottom of the train. The train, previously suspended in midair, was sent flying by the impact, tumbling several times before stabilizing. Carriage 7 was now nearly shattered by the blow. Thanks to the armor's own supermodular effects and the nanospider's healing power, it was rapidly repairing. Qin Mang sat at the control console, his eyes fixed on the massive monster hovering in the air not far ahead. Its face bore a resemblance to Satan from earlier. But now, its size had grown several times larger. The skin on its back had long since been torn, becoming redder and harder. Its hands, once somewhat human-like, had transformed into claws and feet, resembling those of a ventilator. The scarlet flesh wings behind him flapped slowly, each movement bringing a powerful gust of wind. There seemed to be not a single wound on his body. How is that possible? Qin Mang's face changed slightly. He knew this battle might be difficult, but he hadn't expected the enemy to be completely unharmed. He had clearly seen on the radar that the enemy had been annihilated by this attack. His life should have been swiftly ebbing away. Has he been resurrected again? Yes. Since Satan can resurrect his followers, he can certainly resurrect himself as well. He quickly glanced at the Doppler radar, and saw that the detection of this area showed that resurrection was impossible without reason. The enemy must have resurrected through some structure or other means. To kill Satan, He had to destroy this structure first. Good, good, you're very good. Satan, hovering high in the sky, looked down at his own claws, his eyes filled with cruelty and bloodlust as he smirked. My past form died so easily at your hands. I spent 3,000 years cultivating that. You didn't even have time to transform. Your strength is beyond my imagination. With such strength, it's impossible for you to remain unknown even in human civilization. In fact, you could very well be a leader of human civilization. One shot from a level 500 Arcanum light cannon, if I remember correctly, consumes 100 trillion units of iron ore. 6 shots would be 600 trillion. You can easily throw out 600 trillion units of iron ore. Has the remote galaxy of human civilization truly become so wealthy? Good. Very good. It seems there's no need to assemble an army. If we capture you today, invading human civilization will become incredibly easy. Next. Feel Satan's true form. The next moment, Satan's blood vessels suddenly bulged, rising like a mountain range until they all burst open. Countless blood mist enveloped Satan, and then a roar echoed across the plain. Blood massacre. A crimson beam of light, packed with terrifying destructive power, slammed heavily into the star train. A shrill warning began to rapidly echo within the star train. Warning, warning. The incoming attack energy level is 800. Qin Mang's face was icy, and at this moment, he was in a state of extreme calm. He quickly pushed the joystick to the bottom, moving as far away from the area as possible, and simultaneously pressed the train stunt button on the console. Absolute defense. The defensive properties of the level 50 Spy 7 Doppler energy shield and the level 500 armor began to stack at this moment, bringing the defense to level 550. This was already the train's strongest defense. But it wasn't enough. At the same time, he threw out 2 depleted and scrap mineral stars to block the attack. The next moment, a crimson beam of light blasted down, shattering the 2 mineral stars before slamming heavily into the armor of the star train, which was fleeing to the side. The powerful impact caused the star train to flip several times. The sounds of countless ghosts and howling echoed from the car's speakers. Clearly, the situation inside the train was extremely dire. Many people had died. Looks pretty ordinary. Satan was slightly taken aback. Although a little surprised that his strongest attack had only inflicted this much damage, how could those 2 suddenly appearing mineral stars have significantly weakened his attack? But he didn't think much about it. After all, this opponent was still very strong. So, one more shot, how about that? Satan shook his head with a sinister grin. The blood vessels on his body began to bulge rapidly, exploding again to form a blood mist that enveloped him. A crimson beam of light gradually gathered in his hand. Why aren't you fighting back? Are you out of resources? Foolish trained civilization, are you a paper tiger without resources? My attack doesn't require any resources. Meanwhile, in the star train compartment, Xiao Ai was busy broadcasting some panic background sounds that Zhang Yuan had stored in his data path for the time being. Inside the train, not only was no one killed, but its strength has reached an unprecedented peak. Qin Mang sat at the control console with a smile on his face, his eyes fixed on the screen. Train armor level 580. After the train's armor reaches level 500, it gains a supermodular effect. It can absorb all energy supply and temporarily convert it into armored defense. He had made such thorough preparations just now, simply because he wasn't sure whether the energy supply mentioned here included attacks like Satan's, or just the light energy main cannon. In uncertain situations, one should prepare for both scenarios. Facts proved it. He was completely immune to Satan's ultimate attack, and it even increased his strength. All he had to do now was make Satan use it as many times as possible, so he could crush Satan. Just then, another crimson beam of light slammed down. This time, the star train didn't even move, it was blown away. After rolling several times on the ground, it finally hovered in the air with difficulty, its armor level rising to level 660 again. In fact, after the energy attack was absorbed, it had no kinetic energy at all. The so-called rolling was all controlled by him. Quickly, Qin Mang's bitter laughter echoed from the train's speakers. It hurts, but you can only perform this level of attack twice in a row. Now it's my turn. Oh! Satan, ready to charge forward and finish the job with his fists, flapped his scarlet wings in the air. A flicker of disdain and arrogance flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Foolish human. It seems you don't know what Satan is, what God is. Today, I show you the power of God." The next moment, the patterns on Satan's scarlet wings suddenly glowed with a strange, deep purple light. Even space began to distort, countless cracks appeared, and behind the cracks lay a dark, unknown existence. And then, countless deep purple fragments slowly emerged from the sky, like a violent storm. Accompanied by Satan's furious roar, they enveloped the entire star train. Divine punishment. Boom, boom, boom. Intensive explosions echoed around the star train. This attack was even stronger. The star train's armor strength had reached level 760 at this moment. Is that your limit? Then it's my turn to strike. Alright then, you strike. Satan suddenly calmed down, a cold glint in his eyes, as he surveyed the train that, despite his divine punishment, had merely tumbled unscathed. He began to sense something was amiss. At first, he could have practically destroyed an entire carriage with a single punch, yet this train had withstood several of his lethal blows, remaining unscathed. This was clearly not right. Could it be that this train was immune to energy attacks, but not physical attacks? And then, without waiting for the train to move, he flicked his finger and vanished instantly, leaving countless afterimages behind. Almost instantly, he reappeared above the star train's cabin, roaring and slamming his fist down. Then he quickly withdrew. Looking at the Arcanum light cannon destroyed by his punch, and the nearly shattered train armor, he slowly grinned. Cunning human, Satan has discovered your subtle scheme. I forgot to tell you. Energy attacks are only something I was forced to learn to cope with the chaos of war in the universe. The demon race's most powerful weapon is physical strength. That's my forte. The next moment, strongest form activated. Satan roared, and his body began to transform again. His veins became clearly visible, and the purple blood coursing through them formed a stark contrast with the crimson wings behind him. More powerful and explosive. This is really tricky. Qin Mang sat inside the train, gazing at the crack above him, his brow furrowed slightly. A single blow had cracked his level 760 armor. This was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Xiao Lu was completely defenseless against this kind of opponent. If Xiao Lu dared to swallow it, the opponent would pierce Xiao Lu's stomach. At this point, there was only one solution. The next moment, the star train quickly transformed into a brooch and vanished from its original location. Escaped. And then, the star train appeared in the cosmic void. The Doppler radar indicated that not far ahead lay the 4,987th level light energy cannon, which had been traveling through the cosmic void for tens of millions of years. He jerked the joystick until he was right on target. Escaped? Satan hovered high in the sky, his spiritual sense rapidly spreading. After confirming that the enemy wasn't hiding in a pseudo-four-dimensional space, but had truly escaped and disappeared, his expression darkened. His past form had fallen. And yet, the enemy had escaped. What a humiliation! However, the enemy had also been severely injured this time, and had consumed a great deal of resources. This was the perfect time to launch an attack. It was a pity they hadn't captured this person. Otherwise, they could have forced him to reveal the location of the wormhole created by human civilization, thus saving resources. So rich. Did they just throw away 600 trillion resources? This must be humanity's most powerful train. Did they somehow know they were planning an invasion and come to execute them? Humph. Satan snorted coldly, glancing around before exiting his transformed form. The tunnel he had painstakingly built was destroyed, and even the holy ground had several holes in it. Repairing it would be a real hassle. A beam of light energy from a 4,987 level main cannon appeared, as a mere red dot on Doppler radar. But to the naked eye, it was a truly stunning sight, in the distance. It was a beam of pure white light, far beyond the limits of physics. It was blindingly bright in the pitch-black, silent void of the universe. Its brightness far surpassed that of a supernova explosion, powerful enough to instantly vaporize any matter in the universe. 4987 level. No. Not 4,987 level. It had already grown to 4988 level. This was a terrifying attack that, if it reached the Naya galaxy, could instantly destroy the entire system. It would create a massive cosmic black hole, affecting galaxies millions of light years away. If he had a way to deflect this attack, he could simply throw it into the extreme evil galaxy. From then on, the name Satan would disappear from the entire universe. Qin Mang sat in the train compartment, gazing at the pure white beam of light ahead. The space ahead had begun to distort violently, and even a few tiny black holes could be vaguely seen within the pure white beam. These were rapidly created by the aftermath, but were quickly destroyed. No one could survive this attack. The distance was still far, but the ripples had already affected the entire area. Qin Mang calmly pushed the joystick to its limit, and the star train sped towards the beam of light at an extremely fast speed, as if seeking death. In reality, a normal train would have already begun to disintegrate at this point. It would be impossible for him to achieve what he did. He was able to face it unscathed simply because of the supermodular effect of his armor. But even so, the visual impact was immense. Gradually, in Chen Mang's eyes, the white light enveloped a larger and larger area, until it filled his entire eyeball. After an unknown amount of time, the train suddenly began to sway violently, and then everything fell silent. Chen Mang had already lost his sight. He was currently receiving treatment in the medical bay. As he neared the center, he took a single glance. Just one glance. His eyeball exploded in its socket. It was a brightness even brighter than a supernova explosion. As for the brightness emitted by a star, it simply couldn't be compared to a supernova explosion. A supernova explosion is at least tens of billions of times brighter than a star. Even the brightest star couldn't match the brightness of a typical supernova. Supernovas are among the most intense optical phenomena in the universe. And the blazing beam before him was even brighter than a supernova explosion. It was unimaginable. This was a means of attack invented by humans. When Chen Mang emerged from the medical bay and sat inside the train again, he glanced at the screen on the train control panel. 39 days had passed since he last escaped Satan's clutches. The blazing pillar of light was visible to the naked eye, but even at the speed of his star train, reaching its core would take 39 days. Of course. This was a two-way collision. The pillar of light was moving much faster. And his train's armor level had now reached 1987, a terrifying number. Sitting inside the train, Chen Mang looked at the number and began to smile. When he initially absorbed Satan's energy attacks, the absorbed energy had converted into only 1/10 of his armor level. This time, it was close to half. The main reason was the energy intensity of a laser cannon increases almost exponentially with each level. The power of a 4000 level laser cannon isn't just 10 times that of a 400 level one. It's hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times more powerful. They're completely on a different level. Although there's only a single zero difference, there's a fundamental difference between them. The latter can easily destroy a planet with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers, while the former can easily destroy a galaxy with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of light years. And within a galaxy of hundreds of thousands of light years, there are at least hundreds of billions of such planets. So, this time, it's my turn. Chen Mang passed through the refrigerator and returned to the Holy Land the same way he came. He reappeared in the tunnel. Apparently, after 39 days, Satan had largely repaired the damage from the previous battle. Without the slightest hesitation, he fired another 200-level Arcanum light cannon, easily destroying the tunnel and revealing the flat plain. A single 200-level Arcanum cannon shot only consumed 100 million units of iron ore. A 500-level one, on the other hand, consumed only 100 billion units. The star train had trillions of iron ore stored within it. As long as his defenses were sound, he could completely overwhelm this Satan with his resources. 99.99% of the resources consumed by the light cannon came from the stellar warehouse, requiring him to expend only 0.01%. The 500-level Arcanum, which other civilizations of the same level used as a base attack, he could use as a basic attack. The next moment, damn it! An angry voice slowly echoed over the train. Satan, once again in his strongest form, purple blood coursing through his veins, fluttered his scarlet wings, and hovered in midair, speaking with a ferocious intensity. Do you know how long it will take me to build this tunnel? This time, I won't give you another chance to escape. And then, Satan, without hesitation, having learned from his previous lesson, launched an attack without any energy, leaving countless afterimages in the air. In an instant, he appeared above the star train and slammed his full-strength fist into the armor within the star train compartment. With just one blow, even space shattered, revealing countless cracks. The train conductors and staff within the Holy Land were instantly shattered into a bloody mist by this blow, but, this time, not only did the armor not leave any cracks, but it remained intact. The train didn't even sway. How is this possible? Satan was momentarily stunned. Although he didn't understand what was happening, he took a deep breath. His expression was grim, and he pounded his fists like a raging storm, slamming into the armor. Each punch shattered space. TSK. Chen Mang, sitting inside the train, felt absolutely no disturbance. He sat comfortably in his chair, watching the scene on the screen, and couldn't help but laugh. Level 2000 armor really gives me a strong sense of security. To be on the safe side. Before coming here, he had upgraded both the permanent shock absorber and internal spatial stabilizer accessories to level 500. So, as he sat inside the train, he could practically feel no disturbance at all. He felt absolutely nothing. Level 2000 armor. The sense of security it brought was unparalleled. Unfortunately, it was only temporary. To truly and permanently enhance the armor to this level would require a vast amount of resources. Even the combined resources of the evil galaxy and the Naya galaxy might not be enough. However, after swallowing the evil civilization this time, he should be able to permanently upgrade the armor to level 1000. In fact, he felt that level 1000 armor was more than enough to face Satan. After all, Satan's attack energy in his strongest form peaked at around 800 or 900, far from 1000. A trace of confusion gradually flickered in Satan's eyes, and he paused his torrential attack. He had lost count of how many punches he had thrown, yet the train armor remained unscathed. This state was too great a gap to penetrate. He searched his mind for a long time before finding this long-lost memory. How long had it been? It had been ages since he encountered a situation where his defenses couldn't be penetrated. The enemy had only been gone for a few dozen days, yet how could they suddenly become so powerful that even his full-strength attack couldn't penetrate their defenses? He was half-dazed. He hadn't even noticed that, crouching outside the star train, the 5 Arcanon light cannons behind him had already fully charged. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. 5 beams of light, packed with incredibly powerful energy, instantly shredded his physical defenses, dissolving his entire body into a bloody mist. Is this the end? Qin Mang glanced at the image on the Doppler radar and smacked his lips. I can't possibly be resurrected again, can I? Xiao Ai's voice soon reached the train. That's how it should look, conductor. Qin Mang looked toward the front of the train and saw Satan, already blasted to smithereens, reappearing at the front, still naked, though this time his physical strength seemed even greater, and the blood in his veins was pitch black. The scarlet wings behind him had also turned a deep black, and his entire aura had become even more powerful. Hovering high in the sky, his blazing gaze pierced through the windshield, staring intently at him, his voice stern with every word. Congratulations. You're the first person to have the privilege of seeing my future form. Chapter 348. This immortal creature is truly formidable. Sitting in the train compartment, Qin Mang frowned and whispered, looking at Satan, who stood before him, shrouded in black energy and flapping its enormous, pitch-black flesh wings in the air. Soon, the pattern of the Arcanon light cannon on the carriage's roof began to slowly glow white, charging again. However, this time, Satan didn't give him time to recharge. In his future form, Satan's strength and speed far surpassed those of his past. His speed approached the speed of light. At a speed impossible to detect with the naked eye, he rushed in front of the star train and delivered a powerful punch. Sent the star train high into the sky. The force of this punch. The star train was completely unable to resist, unable to stabilize itself, and was sent flying through the air. But, soon, Satan's voice of disbelief was heard. How is that possible? My future form can't even penetrate it. Just how high is your train's armor level? Qin Mang naturally didn't intend to respond. He simply glanced at the punch's energy attack range on the control panel screen, 1300. So, damn powerful. Is this really the power a normal level 4 civilization should possess? The mechanical civilization, a level 3 civilization, has a maximum attack range of only 300. A casual punch from this future Satan is a level 1300? Absurdly powerful. The energy charge was now fully charged, but Satan was too fast to lock onto. But that didn't matter. The level 500 laser cannon had a vast coverage area, so a complete lock wasn't necessary. The next moment, 5 beams of 500 level arcanum light blasted out in different directions. No matter how fast Satan was, he was bound to be hit. However, as if in a provocation, the moment he opened fire, Satan actually stopped in midair, effortlessly enduring the blast from one of his 500 level arcanum main cannons. With incredible ease. He even grinned. Is that all you have? Then, it's my turn. Sky Cage. Countless black energy gushed out of Satan, forming countless chains that sealed off the entire space. Hovering in the air, Satan stared intently at Qin Mang, grinning at every word. Last time you came, your armor was only level 500. In just a few dozen days, your armor has reached a level so high that even I, in my future state, can't penetrate it. I think that can't be your armor's true level, right? Your current armor level is at least level 1500. To raise your armor level to that level in such a short period of time, the resources and Murphy stones required would be beyond your reach even if you sold everything in your galaxy. In my sky cage, no one can escape. When the time limit on your tactics expires, I'd like to know how you deal with me. Satan. No provocation. Only your blood can wash away the shame. And then? Satan suddenly shot out, grabbing the rear of the star train with both hands. Like a whip, he slammed the train into the ground with all his might, quickly creating several deep, solid craters. Space shattered wherever it passed, revealing fleeting fragments of space. If it weren't for the sheer solidity of this sacred space, any ordinary planet would have been shattered by this blow. The power unleashed by Satan in his future state was terrifying. Chen Meng sat motionless in the train compartment. Although the train was being tossed about, the interior remained stable thanks to the spatial stabilizer. He frowned slightly as he gazed at the control panel. Wormholes could not be created. The refrigerators outside this area could not be contacted. Civil broadcasts could not be sent. The train radio could not be used. All means of leaving this place and of communicating with the outside world were cut off. Countless chains of pitch-black mist completely sealed off this space. His armor would only last for 24 hours. If Satan's blockade lasted longer than that, he would indeed have no choice but to wait for death. There was only one way now. That is, killing Satan. The level 500 Arcanon light cannon isn't enough. He still has a level 1000. Immediately, he looked at the Arcanon light cannon's accessory information and the train's iron ore balance. The train currently has 1,989 trillion units of iron ore. Upgrading this colorful accessory to level 1000 requires 100 trillion units of iron ore. It's extremely expensive. It would consume half of the train's reserves. But now wasn't the time to be stingy with resources. They were stockpiling them for emergencies like this. As long as they won this battle, the resources seized from the evil galaxy would be more than enough to replenish their losses from this war. War. As long as you win, you never lose. Once you lose, you be doomed, with virtually no chance of recovery. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Meng immediately took out 100 trillion units of iron ore and upgraded the Arcanon light cannon accessory to level 1000, gaining a new supermod effect. Arcanon light cannon level 1000 supermod effect. Anyone killed by this weapon will be completely and truly erased from the timeline, permanently dead and unable to be resurrected by any means. Past, present, and future states will all be dead. Great effect. Chen Meng's eyes lit up. With this effect, if he killed Satan again, this time, Satan would be truly dead. The only regret was that if he had upgraded the Arcanon light cannon to level 1000 from the beginning, perhaps this effort wouldn't have been necessary. Satan would have been completely dead the first time he killed him. What future state? No one would have seen it. No one would have known about it. But it didn't matter. That's enough for now. A single shot from the 500 level Arcanon light energy cannon consumes 100 billion units of iron ore. And the 1000 level one requires a full 10 trillion units of iron ore. The price has increased 100-fold. Who knows how powerful it is? Without a pause, while the train was still being tossed around by Satan, the patterns on the barrel of an Arcanon light energy cannon, silently upgraded to 1000 levels, began to flicker slowly, gathering terrifying energy. Clearly, at this moment, Satan was somewhat overconfident. Knowing his cannon was charging, he had no intention of dodging and simply continued to pound the train into the ground. A minute later, the Arcanon light cannon, finally fully charged, roared. The star within the train's star compartment began to spin at high speed, shrinking visibly. Blazing flames erupted almost instantly, enveloping the entire Holy Land. If there might have been some survivors in the Holy Land before, this time, they were completely wiped out. At such close range, this attack required no lock-on. It practically covered the entire surface, unstoppable and impossible to dodge. Space was ripped apart. Countless pitch-black cracks appeared. A deafening sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Countless beams of blazing white light, like divine punishment, washed away Satan. The power of this attack was terrifying. If all the planets in the Naya galaxy were placed in a straight line, one next to the other, the force of this attack would be enough to penetrate and explode hundreds of billions of planets in the Naya galaxy. The power of a 1000 level Arcanum light energy main gun is over 100 times greater than a 500 level main gun. This power shouldn't even be wielded by a mortal. This scene, comparable to a supernova explosion, is unbelievable to be created by a mortal. And yet, perhaps mortals can never triumph over nature. Chen Meng heard Satan's wild laughter. The car window was filled with a blazing white light. He put on sunglasses and lowered his head, not daring to look directly at his own attack. He only saw Satan on the Doppler radar, showing no signs of life. The laughter was piercing. So piercing that it silenced him. The opponent didn't dodge at all. Instead, he withstood his attack head-on, not only avoiding serious injury but even emerging completely unscathed. For the first time, he felt the despair brought on by the disparity in power. More desperate than ever. This time, he had already brought out all his strength, but none of it worked against the enemy. Even his means of escape were blocked. He truly couldn't win, and he needed to start thinking of a plan of escape. Qin Mang whispered, "Shall I consider the train's characteristics and think of other ways to escape?" He glanced at the time travel option on the control panel screen, but even that option was now grayed out. Even if he could escape back to the past, he could only stay there for 10 minutes, and would return again after 10 minutes. It was completely useless. However, even this completely useless method was temporarily unavailable. The cage composed of countless iron chains completely sealed off this space. There was no escape. Can't we use the refrigerator on Blue Water Planet? Busey has already tried it, but it doesn't work. The refrigerator isn't working right now. It's blocked. Yes. Qin Mang nodded slightly, and continued to reflect on his own foundation, considering whether to reveal the existence of the Naya Galaxy. Perhaps it would attract the universe's attention and bring Satan down. This was a foundation-level killing weapon he had once thought might be effective. However, he felt it might not be very effective. After all, when he killed a god last time, the universe's rules had already noticed him and rewarded him. By then, they should have known all his details. If that incident had truly been a major event, they should have eliminated him. This meant that this incident might not be a particularly significant one. That's right. He suddenly thought of the civilization wonder he obtained after killing that Protoss. Divine Silence. It was a killing wonder, and its effect was. This killing wonder, after consuming energy to activate, unleashes a divine full-strength attack, with a range equivalent to radar range. The divine attack will possess attributes such as guaranteed hit, and guaranteed defense penetration, making it unstoppable. There was no specific energy range for its power. It was simply described as a divine full-strength attack. If the divine here referred to the Protoss, then it was basically a useless wonder. He didn't think the Protoss were particularly powerful, other than being difficult to kill. He hadn't tried it. It was too expensive. A single use required a full 100 trillion units of iron ore. The only advantage was, it was nearly instantaneous within the radar range. His Doppler radar range was a full 1 million light-years. This meant that if he activated this wonder now, Divine Silence, hundreds of thousands of light-years away, would be activated and attack Satan. At that moment, the blazing light gradually faded, leaving the entire plane in ruins. The ground was covered in carbon particles formed by the intense heat, as if the air could already smell gunpowder. And Satan's laughter filled the air. Satan halted his attack, and stood in front of the train window. He stared into Qin Mang's eyes through his arms, jokingly saying, "Feeling powerless, huh?" The energy range of this attack is extremely strong, far exceeding the capabilities of a level 4 civilization. It's truly unimaginable. A civilization in a remote galaxy, newly promoted to level 4, possesses such capabilities. A civilization like yours, with its rapid growth, can unleash methods that are truly terrifying even compared to established level 4 civilizations. It's just a pity. You met me. Let me tell you, my future self has a defense level of future state. Do you understand what I mean? It means, what you see now is my future state self, but the attack you launched is from my present state. How can your present state attack harm my future self? This is a unique ability of the devil. You can only use it once in your lifetime. You're amazing. You've pushed me to this point. Even if you die, you be proud of yourself. Not everyone is worthy of seeing a devil's future state. In this state, I'm invincible. Even if the galaxy perishes, I will remain immortal. Unless... Satan spread his arms, grinning, crouching down to gaze through the glass at Qin Mang, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Unless you can find my future self, that's your only way to kill me. After all, my current power is borrowed from the future. It's a pity. The future is completely unpredictable, and no one can travel there, not even a god-level civilization. How can you possibly do it? Qin Mang looked at Satan, squatting on the front of his train, and suddenly laughed. Can you maintain this future state for long? When you exit it, you die. I have plenty of time to waste. Let's see who dies first. You definitely die first. Satan's laughter widened, even exaggeratedly clutching his stomach as he rolled over on the front of the train. How funny! Don't you know that once a demon from the demon clan enters the future state, it lasts a very, very long time? I can last for hundreds of days. Can you? The only drawback is that I'd be stuck with this body, and my strength won't grow any further. Then, Satan's expression grew colder. He climbed from the front of the train, his eyes fixed on Chen Meng as he spoke word by word. My strength has been completely frozen. After freezing, it will return to its current state. If I can enter the future state later, my strength will be frozen at an even higher level. This is all your fault. But it's all over now. When you die, even though my strength is frozen, my current state will be more than enough for this area. Chen Meng stared at Satan through the glass. After a long silence, he suddenly laughed. You're truly confident. Then he slowly pressed a button on the control panel. Then, the 100 trillion units of iron ore that the train had gathered here and there quickly turned to ash, and simultaneously, divine silence, hundreds of thousands of light years away, was activated. Divine silence activated. Satan was currently in an absolute defensive state. Forget his 1000 level light cannon, even a 2000 level one might not be able to penetrate it. As for a 5000 level one, it was hard to say. A 5000 level light cannon could instantly rip this space apart, creating a massive black hole. Even if it couldn't penetrate the defense, Satan wouldn't be able to withstand the black hole's terrifying suction, and would be trapped within its depths for eternity. Of course, he didn't have such means at the moment. All he could do was pin his hopes on divine silence to see which was more absolute, which was more noble, absolute defense or absolute defense, hundreds of thousands of light years away. In Shinji, nestled within the cosmic void, a wormhole-like void portal suddenly emerged from thin air. Countless green seawater, the product of molten iron ore, poured forth from the void portal, irrigating the wonder of civilization, Shinji. The once barren Shinji, now irrigated, gradually began to glow with pink light. Countless streaks of pink light slowly emerged from the air, revealing a naked spirit, spear in hand. It looked incredibly fragile, as if it had crossed hundreds of thousands of light years and landed in a nefarious galaxy. Leaning back slightly, every muscle in his body began to exert force. After a short run up, the pink spear, composed of energy, instantly shattered the air before him, blasting off into the depths of the universe. The next moment, the sky within the cosmic void, dark for countless years, brightened. A blinding white light instantly enveloped the area surrounding the cosmic void. But it vanished just as quickly. Everywhere it passed. Absolutely calm, no space shattered, no heat generated. All power was concentrated within the spear, not a single ray leaking out, only light. In a matter of seconds, it had already crossed 500,000 or 600,000 light years. Such speeds were rarely seen in the entire universe. The speed of a so-called star beast transformed into a cosmic mind pales in comparison. What terrifying power! This was the force of a god's full-strength attack. And at this moment, Satan within the Holy Land seemed to sense something, and quickly looked up into the distance. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Chen Meng and uttered a harsh word. I let you go today. When he arrives at human civilization, that will be your death. Then, with a wave of his hand, he dispelled the heavenly prison and immediately prepared to leave. Apparently, this prison had also sealed off Satan. But it was too late. Almost the next moment, Satan froze in place, blood pouring from his throat. He looked down at a pink spear that had appeared from nowhere near his heart, his eyes filled with fear and horror. Only then did the intense pain slowly well up. He hadn't even seen the spear's appearance. He hadn't even seen its trajectory. His spiritual sense hadn't even detected the spear. He had only felt a vague sense of unease, urging him to leave quickly. Logically, he was invincible at this moment. No one in the entire universe could harm him. Even if the evil galaxy were to perish, he would still be able to survive. But, at this moment, he could feel his life force rapidly fading. His absolute defense seemed less absolute. Satan's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, slumping uncontrollably forward. The fear of his rapidly fading life made him desperately want to carve a path through space and escape. However, even this task, which was usually so simple, was now beyond his ability, even with all his might. He couldn't even bring himself to self-destruct and destroy this space, annihilating all his reserves and leaving nothing for Chen Meng. He wanted to turn around and look at Chen Meng, but he couldn't. He could only lie prone on the ground, feeling his life slipping away. Unprecedented fear and despair washed over him. A few seconds later, Satan's pupils gradually dimmed, and his body gradually dried up, as if dehydrated. He must be completely dead now. 15 minutes later, Chen Meng left the train and stood beside Satan. He kicked his corpse with his toes, and pulled the pink spear from behind him, examining it in his hand. He had spent 100 trillion units of iron ore to buy this spear. It was extremely expensive. Holding it in his hand, it felt like holding a piece of warm jade, warm and cozy. It didn't prick. Moreover, he had just seen the entire scene of the unknown naked god throwing the spear on the control panel screen. He knew that all the power was perfectly concentrated within the spear, without any leakage. This was an extremely incredible method. And at this moment, the pink spear's power had not yet been fully unleashed. Its true power would only be unleashed after it exploded, which meant that the pink spear could be used a second time, with even greater power the next time. The Star Train's new ultimate weapon. These 100 trillion units of iron ore are truly worth it. Chen Meng stood there, weighing the pink spear in his hand, and suddenly laughed. It seemed that Satan was truly dead. Originally, the Doppler radar here couldn't detect much information, blocked by Satan, but now all kinds of information were appearing on the radar. This place resembled a small world, opened up by Satan. And all the resources Satan had amassed over the years were here, an astronomical sum. Originally, Satan had intended to use them to launch an attack on human civilization, but now it seemed he wouldn't need them. So, he could only reluctantly accept it. After all, waste isn't a good habit. With just a cursory glance, he knew he made his money back, and a huge one at that. Finishing work is always tedious and rewarding. At this point, the Holy Land was deserted. Many mining robots, controlled by Xiao AI, were transporting vast quantities of resources from the Holy Land's resource storage base, like worker ants, continuously transporting them to the train. This was his spoils of war. Besides that, there were some miscellaneous items. Some he could understand, some he couldn't, like some that clearly looked like special offerings. But it didn't matter. Let's get them all back to the train first. Satan was dead. This strongest enemy he had ever encountered, whose most powerful attack had a power range of 1300, an extremely terrifying power range, had ultimately met his end at his hands. His greatest reliance was the wonder of civilization, divine silence. He hadn't anticipated the full force of this wonder of civilization's attack, which would be so devastating. His initial expectation was simply to see if he could break Satan's absolute defense, and then attack him for the finishing blow. The actual effect was even greater than he imagined. This full-force attack, even before unleashing its full power, easily killed Satan. Effortlessly. He also recovered numerous ancient texts and other artifacts from Satan's palace, bringing them all back to the train to thoroughly understand the demon clan, a new race he had encountered, a name he had never heard of before. Inside the train, Chen Meng sat in a chair, flipping through some of the information he had found in Satan's palace. The demon clan is a rather unique race in the universe. All members of this race possess 3 lives. This is a racial trait. They are past state, present state, and future state, with the past state being the weakest and the future state being the strongest. In most cases, except when cultivating, demons will appear in their past state. After all, the so-called 3 lives must be ranked from the lowest to the highest. If they were to appear in their future state from the start and were immediately killed, they would only have 1 life left, not 3. The future state can only be used once, lasting 24 hours. That's nonsense, Satan. The idea that it lasts for hundreds of days is pure nonsense. Furthermore, after using it, one's strength will be permanently fixed at the present state before entering, effectively eliminating all potential. He also learned that Satan had also run away from home, but was forced to leave. Satan was the name he gave himself, and he was the 3rd prince of the demon clan, holding a high position of power. To grow in strength, this race requires not only vast resources, but also the pure and unadulterated power of faith. Murphy's Stone is not necessary. Breaking through realms relies primarily on the power of faith. Every ambitious demon needs to recruit a vast number of followers. The more powerful a demon's ability to seduce others, the more followers it attracts, and the faster its power grows. Satan is more talented. He has gained many loyal followers. The confidence brought by his soaring power led him to become somewhat insane, and he insulted the queen, leading to his expulsion from the demon clan. The demon king then randomly thrust him into a random one-way wormhole, leading him to the extreme evil galaxy, where he began to cultivate his own followers. The demonic civilization is called Demon Civilization, a level 6 civilization. It's a top-tier, powerful civilization in the universe. Chen Meng quickly flipped through all the information about this civilization and sighed softly. If only human civilization had 3 lives. The will of the universe is so biased. Why is it that humans have no racial traits at all? Even goblins have racial traits. Humans don't. Just then, Chen Meng discovered a crucial piece of information. The so-called faith accessories are a combination of faith and accessories developed by demons. These faith accessories can often create many magical accessories, such as resurrecting train crew members. He had only seen the effects of these accessories in faith accessories. Although he envied them, he couldn't use them. Even if countless people believed in him and worshipped him like a god, he couldn't obtain them. He couldn't gather the power of faith, let alone extract and concentrate it. This method couldn't be learned. It could only be acquired through racial traits. But, before leaving, this guy stole a lot of core information from the demonic civilization, including data on their component research. This data was in the Satan Trains database, and he's now seized it. With this data, the star's component research and development will be elevated to a new level. Yes, Satan also has his own train, but he wasn't willing to spend the resources to build it. All of them were used to strengthen himself, and he didn't use them during the battle just now. After Satan's death, the AI on the train also died, and Xiao AI automatically accessed the information in the AI database. This led to a wealth of information. Much of this information couldn't be obtained through interrogation. After all, an interrogation always has a direction, and he didn't have one, and Satan wasn't necessarily able to remember everything. And there was a piece of information in the database that made him frown slightly. The demonic civilization originated from the second universe, not the first universe's native civilization. It was an alien civilization. The second universe. This was the first time he had heard the term. In human terms, this so-called second universe was hell, or the netherworld. The universe they were currently in was the first universe. Anyone who died in the first universe, if their souls were intact, would fall into the second universe and continue their lives. Death in the second universe was a true death. Many civilizations in the second universe dreamed of escaping to the first universe. After all, the competition in the second universe was simply too fierce. Everyone in the second universe has an unlimited lifespan. As long as they don't travel to the first universe, they are immortal. They also cannot have children. Their population is far greater than the first universe's, and with more people comes more competition. All competition stems from resource scarcity. And most resource scarcity stems from a large population. With fewer people, there's naturally more to share. The first universe and the second universe are like yin and yang, separated forever, never to connect. Civilizations can also arise in the second universe, and there are trains, but they're called hell trains. Except under special circumstances, only people from the first universe can travel to the second universe. People from the second universe absolutely cannot escape to the first universe. At least, Satan certainly can't return to the second universe. One can only return if his soul remains intact. And, one more piece of information, burning paper and incense really works. Although the first universe and second universe are forever separated, the people of the second universe are, after all, people who fled from the first universe. This means that if a loved one dies, you sincerely burn incense and paper for them in the first universe. Your longing will somehow connect with the deceased loved one in the second universe, transforming into resources and allowing them to possess a certain amount of wealth in the second universe. It's not much, but at least it's enough to eat. Of course, your loved ones may not remember you. Everyone who travels to the second universe has their memories of the first universe erased. Only a very small number of people are lucky enough to retain their memories. Perhaps this is unfortunate. After all, if you didn't have memories of the first universe, you wouldn't feel the pain of life in the second universe. So, Qin Meng said, thoughtfully, I've burned incense for quite a few people. Should it be helpful to them? Shall I count all those who have died fighting for the train over the years, and have Old Pig make a large incense stick, burning it 24 hours a day? Understood. Do we need to arrange for a group of people to die first, so we can explore the path to the second universe ahead of time, making it easier to invade the second universe later? Sure. How about you die first? After the death of that train conductor AI, they won't be eligible to enter the second universe. Qin Meng rolled his eyes at Xiao AI. Don't raise such a ridiculous idea. It's a hellish place with few resources, far inferior to the first universe. I'm immortal, so I can't go to the second universe in this lifetime. He didn't know how the demon civilization escaped the second universe. But he did know one thing. The people of the demon civilization couldn't return to the second universe even after death. The second universe wouldn't take them back. As for other ways to reach the second universe besides death, he didn't know yet. Unless he could find a way to send a refrigerator to the second universe, but refrigerators probably weren't capable of traveling across universes. He had once fantasized about building a hell train. He hadn't imagined it actually existed. He had no idea how its components differed from his own trains. And if he accidentally ended up in hell, would his level 0 privileges still be usable? The second universe. On a lonely planet, amidst the maroon-red earth, a ragged man knelt on the ground, his expression dazed as he gazed at a porcelain bowl in his hand. He was dead. He had appeared here after death. He didn't know how he died, nor what happened before his death. He had no memory of anything. He only knew that when he appeared here, a man in uniform pressed a bowl into his arms. Tell him. This is the world after death. Here, everyone is immortal. As long as they survive, they have an infinite lifespan, the equivalent of eternal life. When your loved ones prepare to burn paper or incense for you, or otherwise express their longing, this past life bowl in your hand will light up. After your loved one completes the act of burning incense, the bowl will convert their longing energy into corresponding resources for you to consume in this world. At first, he was a little nervous. After all, he didn't know if he would have any relatives or children before he died. What if he was a lonely old man, or his children were unfilial? Wouldn't that mean no one would care for him? But soon, he felt relieved. Soon, the porcelain bowl began to glow, meaning his relatives were preparing to burn incense for him. However, it hadn't condensed into anything, and the glow quickly dissipated. After asking others, he learned that his relatives had thought about preparing to burn incense for him, but ultimately didn't take concrete action. After understanding this, he continued to eagerly wait. The bowl would occasionally glow, giving him endless hope, but each time it would only light up for a moment, and then nothing more. Gradually, he fell into endless despair and became a starving ghost. In hell, no one starves to death. This is a world where starvation is absolutely impossible. But if you have no money to eat, you won't starve to death, but the intense hunger will always be overwhelming, causing you extreme pain. The pain even made him pull out his own organs and eat them. But he stopped doing that later. He couldn't afford to see a doctor. No one could sew him up. He lived with his stomach covered for a long time before it gradually healed on its own. Here, you can earn money by working, but the prerequisite is to register as a household registration. This requires a certain amount of money, which is often raised through family members offering incense. If you don't have this money to register as a household registration, it is difficult to earn enough resources from the money you earn. At least he didn't do it. Selling butts? In hell. Butts are the least valuable. He's seen with his own eyes many starving ghosts chop off their lower halves and sell them at the market. After all, they wouldn't die. In hell, no one buys disposable butts. That's a waste. They buy a whole butt to play with. You can reuse it. You can play with it for a long time. It's a good value. Everyone does this. Only if it's truly beautiful can you sell it as a single piece, otherwise, no one will buy it. He tried selling it once, and if someone took a fancy, he chopped it off on the spot. No one wanted it. So, in hell, starving ghosts are a significant group. He had been starving for who knows how many days now. He already searched the fields around the city for anything edible, but he couldn't bear the hunger and left the city again to try and find something edible. Just then, Master Kun. An equally trembling voice came from behind him, the sound of starvation. He had forgotten his own name. He only remembered that his name seemed to be Master Kun, so he took it for granted. Don't look for it anymore. There's nothing left here. All that's left is this red dirt that makes your stomach ache. How about we go to the swamp? I heard there's plenty of food and resources there. If we can dig up some, we can find a job there, and have enough food every day. Chapter 349. The Evil Galaxy. Within the Holy Land, a small world created by Satan, the resources within this space have been largely collected on the train. This contains nearly all the resources that the entire evil civilization could muster. The evil civilization has a leader. But unlike the leaders of other civilizations, the leader of the evil civilization is merely a figurehead. The true power rests with this Satan behind the scenes. Naturally, the resources prepared before the war were placed with Satan. The quantity is staggering. The harvest from this single battle far exceeds all his previous gains combined. Ignoring the miscellaneous gains, the resources alone are an astronomical figure. The primary resource is iron ore. 78.92 trillion. Not only did he recoup all his expenses this time, but he also made a substantial profit. Huh? Inside the star train, Chin Meng looked at the data on the control panel and let out a long sigh. This battle had nearly completely drained the star train's resources, but with the replenishment of these 7,892 trillion tons of iron ore, the resources within the star train had reached an unprecedented level. It had to be said. The Naya galaxy was truly barren. Even if the Naya galaxy were completely excavated, there wouldn't be such abundant resources. Of course, the resources here represented the entire reserve of the Extreme Evil Galaxy, with not a single drop left. The Extreme Evil civilization, preparing to migrate to the Naya galaxy, had already mined almost all of the mineable mineral planets within the Extreme Evil Galaxy. Only about 70% of the mineral planets remained unmined. These mineral planets were extremely low in content, requiring a wormhole to mine them. This was a completely unprofitable venture, and since mining was impossible, these low-content mineral planets were left for the exploitation of lesser-known civilizations nearby. In the universe, even a minor civilization, unable to even leave a civilization 0.1 light-years away, will undoubtedly have a mineral planet waiting to be mined, with no one competing with it. This is why there is a constant flow of civilizations advancing and replenishing fresh blood. If all civilizations could reach mineral planets without creating wormholes, and could reach them directly without any cost, then there would be no further civilization advancement in this universe. The world of civilizations would be completely solidified, and there wouldn't even be any civilization hierarchy. Those god-level civilizations would slice the universe into pieces like a cake, dividing up all the resources in their respective regions. It is precisely because of these numerous, but scarce mineral planets, that there is a constant flow of new blood. One day later, Chen Mang embarked on his return journey. He did not completely eliminate the Extreme Evil civilization, but allowed it to continue to exist in the Extreme Evil Galaxy. But, without Satan's support, and with so many resources missing, invading other star systems is practically impossible. Even if attacked by another level 4 civilization at this point, it would essentially be doomed. Of course, if this can be maintained, after a few years, as those small mining planets mature and replenish their resources, there's still hope of returning to peak civilizational strength. As for now, there will be no more mention of the extremely evil civilization in this area. Very good. Chen Mang piloted the star train through the wormhole, gazing at the bizarre scenes on either side of the tunnel. He chuckled softly, saying nothing. Although this operation had its dangers, and was somewhat risky, the ultimate resolution was always a good thing. With this batch of resources, he could further strengthen every component of the train. This included the train armor, which could finally be upgraded. If only every galaxy could be like the Extreme Evil civilization, gathering all its resources in advance. Then, after his victory, he wouldn't have to waste any time, and could simply leave with all the resources, making it incredibly easy. That was great. Soon, he returned to the Naya galaxy, hovering in space, looking at the status of each component in the train log. The damaged components had all been repaired, except for a level 500 Arcanon Light Energy main cannon that had been shattered by Satan's fist during their first encounter several months earlier. It was irreparable. The star was now missing a main gun. Only 5 remained, but that was enough. Of the remaining 5 main guns, 1 was level 1000, and the remaining 4 were level 500. He didn't wait any longer. Instead, he prepared to use up his recent reserves and began upgrading all of his train's components, starting with the spider leg. This was the first functional accessory he acquired, and it had helped him immensely during his humble beginnings. During the decisive battle with the Zerg, he had acquired a significant amount of spider silk, all of which had been collected by powerful magnets within the train itself. A staggering trillions of them. His spider leg was currently level 500, and he only needed 100 trillion of spider silk to upgrade it to level 1000. Spider silk was essentially only used to upgrade the spider leg. Beyond that, it had little other use. As for activating some of the spider leg's supermod effects, such as its silk shooting ability, these supermod effects were no longer of much use for the star train. Without stopping, he immediately consumed 100 trillion units of spider silk, upgrading his spider leg to level 1000, and gained a brand new supermodel effect. Spider leg level 1000 supermodel effect. The spider leg will pierce space, allowing free communication between the first universe and the second universe. Chen Mang stared at the supermodel effect in silence. A level 200 supermodel effect is a god-level supermodel effect. When all accessories reach level 200, both their attributes and supermodel effects undergo a qualitative change. A level 500 supermodel effect is a cosmic level supermodel effect. At this level, the rules have essentially been broken. A level 1000 supermodel effect, he wanted to call it the ultimate supermodel effect. This was almost the end. He didn't know the upper limit of an accessory's level, or whether the rules of the universe said it, but he felt that a level 1000 accessory was almost reaching its limit. Going higher might truly be divine power. Currently, there are only 4 level 1000 accessories on the train: telescope, Powerful magnet. Arcanon-like cannon. Spider leg. Except for the powerful magnet, which has no supermod effect at level 1000, the supermod effects of the other three accessories are extremely abnormal. Even the level 1000 powerful magnet, even without the supermod effect, has incredible properties, capable of manipulating planets to form gravitational fields. He learned of the existence of the second universe through the message left by Satan. He originally thought he would never enter the second universe in his lifetime, or that it would be a very long time before he could enter. After all, he believed that unless an advanced civilization suddenly attacked him, he would have a hard time dying. Unexpectedly, the opportunity to enter the second universe came so soon. If he hadn't obtained information about the second universe from Satan, he wouldn't even know what it was, nor would he understand the significance of this level 1000 supermodel effect. But? Shall I? Qin Mang said, thoughtfully, does this mean I can be resurrected endlessly? Even if I die and enter the second universe, it doesn't matter. I can just drive the train through the spider legs, and then return to the first universe. No. Xiao Ai's voice soon echoed from the train. Conductor, you've misunderstood. Some things require an intact soul to enter the second universe. And in the battle you're currently engaged in, if you lose, it's almost impossible to leave your soul intact. For example, if you were defeated by Satan just now, I believe he would definitely not leave your soul intact. Secondly, even if your soul is intact, there's only a certain chance of entering the second universe, not a 100% chance. There's also a chance of complete annihilation within the universe. Finally, even if your soul remains intact and you're lucky enough to enter the second universe, your train won't accompany you. Your memory will be wiped in the second universe, and you won't be able to escape. This accessory won't resurrect you. Its greatest benefit is probably allowing you to glimpse the afterlife, or to plan ahead in the second universe, so that even if you encounter a powerful enemy and unfortunately die one day, if I'm lucky, I can live a decent life in the second universe by planning ahead. Qin Mang leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and whispered, what you said sounds a bit like burning paper for myself in advance. But then again, someone like me, without parents and children, really needs to burn some paper for myself in advance, so there's no one to do it for me after I die. I'm just not sure if that counts, and if it can be recorded in the accounts. He had already thought of the best way to use this supermodel effect. The database on the Satan train mentioned that the second universe also had trains, just called Hell trains, and also had various resource mines. But he believed that since the two worlds were almost completely disconnected, prices on both sides would definitely be different. This also meant that he might be able to become a trader and make a considerable profit between the two worlds. Qin Mang continued to look at the other parts. When everything was ready, he drove the train to the second universe for a look. Now he wanted to upgrade the train's armor to level 1000 in one fell swoop. He glanced at the resource cost. It was incredibly expensive, far more than what it would cost to upgrade a single 7-color component to level 1000. It was hard to believe this was even a green component, requiring 37.5 trillion units of iron ore. That was equivalent to upgrading 3.75 7-color components to level 1000. Although expensive, it was well worth it. Quickly, the 37.5 trillion units of iron ore that had just been seized from the train turned to ash and melted into the train itself. The train's armor began to grow thicker, emitting a sense of heaviness throughout the universe. At this point, he even dared to drive the train to a star for a shower. Stars couldn't burn through his armor. And he had gained a brand new supermodel effect. Carriage Steel Armor Level 1000 Supermodel Effect, Eternal and Indestructible. After being attacked, this armor absorbs all physical attacks, regardless of level, and temporarily boosts the train's armor level for 24 hours. P.S. This Level 1000 Supermodel Effect is unique, the only one in the universe. PS2. No other civilization can obtain this supermodel effect. Qin Mang, who had been smiling just now, saw this supermodel effect, but the smile gradually froze, his eyes filled with horror. He had never imagined that one day, stepping on his left foot to fly into the sky would actually happen in reality. The Level 1000 Supermodel effect grants immunity to all physical attacks. It sounds unremarkable. After all, in the universe, physical attacks account for a very small percentage and are practically useless. But when combined with the Supermod effect of Armor Level 500, which grants immunity to all energy attacks, he becomes invincible. Truly invincible. Neither physical nor energy attacks can harm him in the slightest. Absolutely invincible. After a long silence, Qin Mang let out a long sigh. He had never imagined that a single accessory could have two unique supermod effects. At this moment, His mind was filled with a single thought: his original plan must be overturned. All trained civilizations in the Naya galaxy must be dismantled and integrated, and loaded onto the planets within the train. They must all be taken away. The original design for this carriage steel armor wasn't his, but that of the mechanical civilization. This meant that this unique supermodel effect didn't belong to human civilization, but rather to the long-extinct mechanical civilization. The trained civilizations in this part of the Naya galaxy were almost all influenced by the mechanical civilization, and the component blueprints they used were also passed down from that civilization. This also meant that if an advanced civilization happened to arrive in the Naya galaxy and happened to obtain a carriage steel armor component blueprint from the mechanical civilization, they could also possess these two unparalleled supermodel effects after spending a large amount of resources and Murphy's stone. He didn't really want his future enemies to have such an opportunity. So, the best solution was to cram them all into the train, leaving no room for maneuver. At least, he didn't really want to encounter such an enemy. Of course. He believed that even if they were immune to energy and physical attacks, they still had many special methods to break through defenses, such as his absolutely defense-breaking divine silence wonder. However, such methods often came at a considerable cost, and not every enemy possessed them. Although challenging a god-level civilization with this approach was certainly unrealistic, he felt that challenging some level 5 civilizations without particularly impressive backgrounds shouldn't be a problem. Pack up and take them away. Everyone must be taken away. Shall I calculate how many planets are needed to take everyone away? Yes. Quickly. Shall I came to a conclusion. Many planets have poor open space utilization. If we ensure that every planet's open space utilization rate reaches 70%, which is the acceptable baseline for the Human Survival Happiness Index, we need approximately 1,279 planets. That means we need to build 1,279 space gates. Yes. Jin Mang nodded slightly. A 70% utilization rate for open space means 70% of a planet's land area is occupied by human habitation. This certainly wouldn't improve the happiness index. For example, even late at night, traffic jams are common on the roads. For example, the decline of nature has made it almost impossible to find tourist areas. For example, the urgent need for fresh water, food, and electricity is leading to a shortage of supply, and so on. However, these latter issues are minor for the star. After the train's expansion, a single carriage can accommodate up to 300 space gates. Currently, there are over 100 level 500 space gates within the train, and building over 1,000 more is more than enough. The existing space gates within the star are mostly level 500, which is quite expensive. A single level 500 space gate requires 700 billion units of iron ore. However, the reason the space gates within the train are 500 level is primarily to house stars, providing energy reserves for the train's propulsion and ammunition launch. If it were simply to accommodate residents, a 500 level gate wouldn't be necessary. A 200 level gate would suffice. A single 200 level space gate only requires 1.3 billion units of iron ore. Building another 1,000 or more space gates wouldn't be much of a problem. For the current star train, it would be a drop in the bucket. Immediately, Qin Mang thought for a moment before giving his orders. Make arrangements. Prepare to integrate all the trained civilizations within the Naya galaxy into the train. Each civilization will be separated and incorporated into human civilization, and placed on these 1,297 planets. Select the planets carefully, and try to choose high-quality, habitable ones. Understood. This kind of thing is best left to Xiaoyai. After nearly finishing these tasks, Qin Mang glanced at the control panel screen again for the other accessory information. He truly wanted to revive Satan once more, to see if the other party could do anything to him without using insect silence. When you have a hammer, you want a nail. And a nail that's especially effective. Satan was the perfect nail. It's a shame he died. Through all his journeys, Satan was the strongest opponent he ever encountered. His strength wasn't based on the train, but on his own strength. His immense power was so immense that every move could rip apart space. If this had happened in the universe, not the Holy Land, the damage would have been even greater. It's a shame his death was so easy. Killed by a spear. 17 hours later. The order for the star train had been passed down, and all civilizations were fully prepared to be completely incorporated into the star train. Of course, no one refused. After all, no civilization in the Naya galaxy dared to refuse a human order. Especially after vaguely learning that Mang had seemingly initiated the invasion, and had won spectacularly. Of course. This process wasn't a simple one. The order had been issued, but once it was fully implemented, it would take at least a year or two to fully arrange and properly complete it. Even with Xiao AI, a super AI, managing such a large number of people was a complex undertaking. It was time to upgrade the AI to level 1000. That would provide even greater computing power. Qin Meng sat alone inside the train, manipulating the joystick and slowly moving forward, gradually accelerating. When his speed reached its peak, his spider legs extended rapidly, slicing through space. The scenery around the train gradually shifted, plummeting into a cosmic fissure, like falling into a black hole. And then, after the surrounding scenery shifted between reality and illusion several times, the train slowly came to a steady stop, having arrived safely in the second universe. The Doppler radar was still functioning normally here, immediately activating, acquiring sufficient information to cover a full 1 million light-years. At the same time, Xiao AI began to work rapidly. He quickly reviewed all noteworthy information within the radar range, while also rapidly absorbing information from the database of recently deceased AI within the radar range, which would help him better understand the second universe. Soon, this process lasted a full half-hour. Xiao AI's voice finally reached the train cabin. "Conductor, I may disappoint you." "What do you mean?" Qin Meng glanced at the image on the Doppler radar. The second universe was also a universe. He saw countless planets on the radar, and at first glance, it looked indistinguishable from the first universe. It wasn't hell in the broadest sense. There were still stars here, and it was still warm, not afraid of the cold or the constant burning of flames. If he hadn't known this was the second universe, he might have mistaken it for a corner of the first universe. Based on the information I've obtained, the price difference between here and the first universe is almost the same. For example, Murphy stone and iron ore, which are relatively scarce in the first universe, are now readily available here. They're all equally rare and in short supply. There's basically no room for profiteering. And the resources here can't be used in the first universe either. All resources here are prefixed with Hell twice, such as Hell iron ore and Hell Murphy stone. These resources can only be used to build Hell trains, and can't be used in train parts in the first universe. This means not only can't we trade them, we can't even bring the resources here back to the first universe for use. You could say that even if someone in the first universe gained the ability to freely enter and exit the second universe, it wouldn't be of much use. The only benefit might be that if they were lucky enough to see someone, they can reconnect with their deceased relatives or friends and chat about past encounters. The rest of the information is basically consistent with the Satan database. Almost everyone here is immortal. Even without any means of survival, they only go hungry, not die of starvation. If someone truly desires immortality, and is willing to pay a price for it, then the second universe is a good place for them. Qin Meng nodded slightly without saying anything, simply staring at the radar screen. It couldn't be useless. It definitely was. It's just difficult to detect. There's a city not far away. Let's go and see what a city in hell looks like. And see what the people who live there are like. Don't jump to conclusions. If that doesn't work, then just treat it as a trip to broaden your horizons. Chapter 350. In the second universe, on an unknown planet, in an unknown city, Qin Meng and his companions arrived. The strange thing was, although the people here were dead, they didn't exude a strong aura of death. Their flesh wasn't rotting, and they didn't resemble ghosts. They looked practically indistinguishable from normal humans. No! It should be said that there was absolutely no difference. This saved a lot of effort. At first, Qin Meng thought he might need to put on some disguise to avoid revealing his existence as a living being, but after getting to know these hell's inhabitants more closely, he realized that they were all alive. Not a single dead person. There were many pedestrians on the streets. The city was a modern one, with tall buildings, neon lights, and the bustling streets. Everything about it made it easy to forget that one was in the hell known as the second universe. Qin Meng, along with Biaozi and the others, stood in front of a roadside vendor, watching him toss an unknown insect, roughly the size of a palm, into batter, coat it several times, then toss it into a pan of oil, deep fry it, and sprinkle it with chili powder. It must be a local snack. Just a bit hellish. He could only grudgingly accept eating insects, but only those about the size of a fingertip. Palm-sized insects were already a bit too much for him, and he wasn't originally from Guangxi. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He left the vendor stall with Biaozi and the others. Over the years, he had spent his free time learning the universal language. Now, he could communicate fluently in it, and the slogans and communications throughout the city were all in the universal language. Therefore, He could basically live a completely normal life in this city, though of course, he would still occasionally hear some minor languages he didn't understand. By the way, the universal language could actually be mastered instantly through memory implantation, but he was sensitive about this, and didn't want to delete any of his memories, nor did he want to implant any. This made him feel a sense of impurity. It felt like he wasn't truly himself. 3 hours later, Chen Mang and Biaozi sat in a roadside coffee shop and sighed softly. Very good. Now it seemed that the second universe was a complete and independent universe, except that all resources and special items here were prefixed with hell, and could not be brought to the first universe for use, but could only be circulated within this universe. He had originally wanted to buy some snacks. In the end, he was completely broke. Without the local currency and hell iron ore, he couldn't buy anything for a dime. At this point, they were sitting at the free tables and chairs outside the coffee shop, not entering the store. They couldn't afford to order coffee, and since he was new here, he wasn't too keen on a cup of overlord coffee. In other words, the supermodel's ability to freely travel between the second universe and first universe essentially only serves a tourist purpose. It's essentially useless as a trader. He also learned a lot about the second universe. For example, there are different levels here. Those who understand the universal language and have family members in the first universe, who regularly burn paper for them, are considered third level. Those who don't understand the universal language and can't immediately integrate into this world, but still have family members who burn paper for them, are considered sixth level. Those who don't understand the universal language and remain unattended after their death are considered ninth class. As for the first class, those who not only understood the universal language during their lifetime, but also knew of the existence of the second universe, and whose families offered tons of incense after their death, would definitely be considered well off. Besides that, the second universe isn't particularly special. Everyone has a chance of returning there after death, where they can continue living until they no longer want to. The suicide rate here is extremely high. A large number of people commit suicide every year. Without natural death from old age, and unable to kill each other, suicide becomes the only possible means of death. Just then, Chen Mang suddenly felt his cane tremble slightly, and even his hat trembled. Furthermore, even the sunglasses in his jacket pocket trembled, as if sensing something. He paused for a moment, then remembered the full names of these three special items. They are Hell Cane, Hell Hat, and Hell Sunglasses. They were all special items with the Hell prefix, and they were indeed deeply connected to this place. But, isn't this normal? In the first universe, there were quite a few special items with the Hell prefix, including some accessories, like the Hell Cannon. He wasn't the only one who possessed it. He raised his cane and stood still, turning his body constantly, facing different directions. Until they faced due north, the cane stopped trembling. He looked up and ahead. It was a dark alley across the street. Another alley. Chen Mang muttered. It was obvious that the cane was being drawn by something, guiding him, but whether it was a blessing or a curse was hard to say. He gently stroked the brooch on his chest. As the saying goes, the more skilled, the bolder. He stood up and, leaning on his cane, crossed the busy street, heading towards the other side. This process took 6 minutes. The street wasn't wide. It had only 8 lanes, perhaps. But there were no traffic lights, and the cars were moving at breakneck speed, making crossing the street a real challenge. He went deeper into the alley. At the end, there were 2 forks in the road. His cane began to tremble again, but when he faced east, the vibrations stopped. Using this as a guide, he twisted and turned through the alleys of this unfamiliar city, arriving at a floodgate. This was a public structure, akin to an underground tunnel, designed to drain water immediately in the event of a major flood. However, perhaps because it hadn't flooded for so long, it had become a slum. Many people were walking back and forth at the entrance. Their clothes were tattered. Everyone was covered in wounds. Many had their intestines pulled out of their stomachs and hung them from the railings, then hung their necks from their intestines, acting like sunny dolls in broad daylight, dangling in the air. It was a scene of demons rioting. Not a single sane person. Here, you could feel a hint of the atmosphere of hell. Right. Hell should be like this. Like the group of office workers clutching briefcases on the main street outside, how could they possibly be related to hell? They were insane. They'd still be working even after death, or working forever. No wonder so many people committed suicide. It would be worse than complete extinction. Many people cast strange, fearful glances at them. They stood out so sharply here. Their clothes were neat and presentable, and their organs were intact, completely out of place. No one dared to look at them for long, as if they were worried they offended someone important. Chen Mang glanced down at his cane. It guided him deeper into the slum before him. The air smelled almost stench, like the stench of a middle-aged man with a fungal infection, sweating profusely as he rolled up his sleeves to start his perfume sales job after a day of treading on koji. Yes. People here also have to go to work, and without access to showers, they can only buy cheap perfume to mask their odor. And the combined effects of these odors made the air quality even more worrying. If you hadn't been there, it would have been hard to imagine that in such a bustling city, hidden in a corner by countless skyscrapers, there was such a place. Let's go in and take a look. Now that they were there, Chen Meng was eager to know what had been guiding him. Leading Biuzi and the others, they strode deeper into the flood discharge outlet before them. The light shifted rapidly. After their eyes adjusted to the dim light, they saw an area similar to a parking lot. The ground was covered with mats, and many people, including their families, slept on the floor. The majority of the population was human. Next, there were a jumble of races, many of which he didn't recognize, but generally speaking, they all resembled human structures, modified or extended from them. Following the guidance, he continued deeper. No one bothered to provoke or drive him away, which saved him a lot of trouble. Finally, guided by his cane, he reached the deepest part of the slums. Here, the environment seemed cleaner. Many vendors sat on the ground, their wares spread out on white cloths in front of them. This place must be something like a black market. He noticed that the white cloths in front of the vendors had threads sticking out from the four corners. It was a clever design. If they encountered an emergency, they could immediately pull the body in their hands, and the cloth in front of them would instantly form a bag, carrying everything away and running away. He had seen this kind of world before. But that was in the previous world before he crossed over. It had been so long. His memory was becoming a little fuzzy. And this detail only confirmed his suspicions. This must be a black market. Only less legitimate vendors would use this kind of design, but the items they sold looked very cheap. Chen Meng squatted in front of a vendor, looking at the goods displayed on the white cloth. There was a broken wash basin, used soap, nearly empty toothpaste, and a few burnt cigarette butts. Rather than merchandise, it was more like garbage. Such things belonged in a landfill, not on the black market. But, since they were selling it, and on the black market, there had to be something special about it. He just hadn't figured it out yet. Chen Meng picked up the nearly empty tube of toothpaste on the white cloth and examined it over and over, but couldn't see anything special about it. It was a brand he had never heard of, and the inscription on the toothpaste had become extremely blurry. How much? He looked up at the vendor. He found that the vendor had frozen in place, staring at the toothpaste in his hand with a look of shock. His voice trembled. You can actually pick up this toothpaste with your bare hands? Chen Meng paused for a moment before calmly saying, I'm wearing invisible gloves. I told you so. The vendor heaved a sigh of relief, then carefully wrapped his hands with his clothes. He took the toothpaste from Chen Meng's hand and began to explain. This toothpaste costs 170,000 units of hell iron ore. He then pulled out a device from his pocket and gently touched the toothpaste. A value appeared on the screen. Life Force, 17. 17 Life Force for 170,000 units of hell iron Oregon. That's a fair price. The vendor, clearly eager to make a deal, looked at Chen Meng sincerely as he began to explain. Meanwhile, Xiao Ai had retrieved the relevant information from the nearby AI database and transferred it to Chen Meng's mind. Conductor, the items sold by the vendors here are called Hell's Forbidden Items, similar to Cosmic Forbidden Items. In the first universe, Cosmic Forbidden Items are entities that travel back to the past through a rift in space-time, disrupting time and space. When the past and present states of the Cosmic Forbidden Items meet, bizarre things happen. Cosmic Forbidden Items are a specialty of the first universe. There are no such things in Hell. The amazing thing is, the second universe has no time rifts at all, and its specialty, the Hell's Forbidden Items, are a very special entity. After some people die in the first universe, there's a very low chance that some of their clothing or physical contact will follow them to the second universe. These things are the Hell's Forbidden Items. The vitality values of different Hell Forbidden Items vary. The difference in vitality values depends primarily on how long the item has been floating between the two universes. The longer it floats, the greater its vitality. After a person dies in the first universe, they don't immediately appear in the second universe. There's a period of floating, and the duration of this floating is completely random. It could be a second, a split second. It could also be 100,000 years, a million years, or even tens of millions of years. 1 year of floating equals 1 vitality point. As for those floating for less than a year, their vitality is 0, and they are useless. Hell-forbidden items have two main effects. The first, and most common, is to absorb the vitality of the hell-forbidden items to enhance one's physical strength. This is also the most common method of use. The second method is less common. It is said, between the first universe and the second universe lies a vast expanse of nothingness. To return to the first universe, one must gather enough hell's forbidden items to travel upstream through them. However, this has not been confirmed. From what I've learned, no one has yet achieved this, and I don't know where this news originated. Oh right. One more thing. Hell's forbidden items cannot be touched directly with the skin. Doing so would be like wiping your butt with flax and rubbing it vigorously. You experience a long-lasting stinging sensation that is unbearable for ordinary people. They must be separated by something, even a layer of plastic wrap or toilet paper. Chen Mang listened to Xiao Ai's report in his mind, his face expressionless. The reason nothing happened when he touched it was probably because he wasn't a being from this universe. This thing essentially belonged to the first universe. As a person from the first universe, it wouldn't be a problem for him to touch it. Now it seemed, although people from the first universe and the second universe appear identical on the outside, there are significant differences in subtle details. Absorbing vitality, increasing one's physical strength. To be honest, he was a little tempted. Although he didn't intend to rely on this method for combat, the increased physical strength was a good thing. He wasn't sure if he could use it, but he was thinking of buying one to try, but he didn't have the money. Robbery? He looked up at the vendor, whose face was sincere and eyes were filled with anticipation. After a pause, he said, "Don't worry. See if you take this thing." After that, he fumbled in his pockets for a moment and pulled out a lighter. The vendor carefully took the lighter, wearing gloves, and picked up the instrument again. "Let me see the vitality of your forbidden item. If it's too strong, I might not be able to keep it." The next moment, a long string of values appeared on the screen. 0.00000317. The vendor paused for a moment, then said bewilderedly, "Brother, your vitality is almost zero. It's worthless." He saw the man in front of him was followed by a group of people. Their clothing was not ordinary, and their demeanor seemed quite impressive. He assumed he was a prominent figure. He was prepared for him to pull out an item with extremely high vitality. Even if he couldn't keep it, he could still learn something new. "I just didn't expect the other party to pull out such a piece of junk." Chen Mang nodded slightly, stood up, and walked away. "Wait here for me." Then he walked to a corner and strode into the refrigerator. He had an idea and was ready to try it out. This lighter of his had life force and was a cosmic forbidden item. This meant that the time he spent traveling from the first universe to the second universe was counted as wandering time, but he simply traveled too fast. So, perhaps, he could artificially create a cosmic forbidden item with extremely high life force? Back on the star train, he returned to the Naya galaxy in the first universe, maneuvering the star train back in time and space to 10,000 years ago, and then immediately returned to the second universe. Then he would return from the refrigerator to the black market. "Come!" Chen Mang returned to the vendor, pulled another lighter from his pocket, and whispered, "You took the wrong one just now. Try it again this time." The vendor carefully took the lighter, and once again held the instrument to the light. The next moment, beep beep, instead of a value appearing on the screen, 3 exclamation marks appeared. The vendor froze in shock. After a moment, he looked up at Chen Mang. "Brother, my instrument can only measure up to 1,000 life points. You're exceeding the limit. My temple is too small to keep it." Chen Mang didn't reply. He slowly stood up, leaning on his cane, and looked at the lighter in the vendor's hand, gradually becoming more thoughtful. He had only tried it. I hadn't expected it to actually work. If he could simply travel back 10,000 years in the Naya galaxy, then when he returned to the second universe 100,000 years ago, the items he carried would be equivalent to having been floating around for 10,000 years? A hellish forbidden item with 10,000 life points. So easily created, and even mass-produced, it seems, he could easily become the richest person in the second universe. In other words, if he's willing to change trains, all he needs to do is accumulate enough hellish forbidden items to build the most powerful train in the second universe. The trade-off is that he won't be able to return to the first universe. He can only have one train. Or, instead of changing trains, he could use a large amount of hellish iron or to collect hellish Murphy stone, forcibly building an extremely powerful train in the second universe. This is like opening the infinite resources hexagram. There are many more uses. For example, these hellish forbidden items can significantly increase his physical strength. However, he hasn't experimented with them yet, so it's unclear whether he can absorb them, so I won't discuss that for now. As for now, he tilted his head to look at a special item on the vendor's stall. It had a panel, and was called a Hellfire Stone. It wasn't some forbidden item from hell. This vendor didn't just sell forbidden items from hell. His cane had guided him here, sensing this Hellfire Stone. How much is this thing? 300,000 units of hell iron ore? The vendor hesitantly offered a price. For such a special item, it was practically free. It was incredibly low. But the problem was, this special item was completely useless. Its only function was like a tinderbox, producing a burst of flames, like a lighter that never went out. As a result, this special item hadn't been sold for a long time. He naturally knew the price of this special item was high, since it was completely useless, but it was a special item after all. Chen Mang paused before looking up at the man. Do you often set up shop here? Every day. I didn't bring any money today. I take the items with me and pay you tomorrow. Deal? Deal. The man nodded heavily without hesitation, then picked up the special item from the stall and handed it to Chen Mang. He grinned and said, Brother, you don't look like someone who's short on money. I trust you. If you need anything else, just let me know. I may not have much stock, but I've been in this business long enough and know many people. I can help you find the right stock. The transaction was a pleasant one. Without spending a penny, Chen Mang took the Hellfire Stone. He walked down the street, fiddling with the item in his hand, as he headed to the city's largest auction house, ready to sell his forbidden item, a hellite with a lifespan of 10,000 years. Hellfire Stone. It looked like a pebble, with a rough surface. Rubbing it with your thumb would create a flame. It was quite weak, just enough to light a cigarette. Another special item with a hell prefix. So far, it seems the second universe still has quite a few valuable items. While resources can't be taken away, special items like these can be completely taken away. Collecting a collection of special items from the second universe is a great way to enhance human civilization's foundation. 10 minutes later, Chen Mang emerged from the auction house. He had expected the other party to be shocked, unsure how to bid for his 10,000 life forbidden item of hell, but he didn't realize it was because the other party had seen a lot of big things. The receptionist's face was extremely calm, almost expressionless. He quickly offered a fair price. 80 million units of hell iron Oregon. If sold normally, given its scarcity, it should fetch 120 million units. But he didn't have the luxury of consigning it, so he opted to sell it directly to the auction house. This quick sale would yield a lower price, while otherwise, he would have to wait a long time for the auction house's next major sale. What a pity. Chen Mang lamented slightly. If only the iron ore from the second universe could be brought to the first universe. That would allow him to completely ascend to the heavens. Is there a way to successfully bring the hell iron ore from the second universe to the first universe and use it properly? And at that moment, somewhere in the second universe, an old man, sitting cross-legged on the ground of a planet, seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. The old man had been there for who knows how long. Dead grass had covered his body, and the atmosphere seemed extremely desolate. After a long while, he muttered in a daze. The hell set. Someone's already collected 4 pieces. I wonder if anyone can actually collect the entire set. Impossible. A woman's silvery laughter suddenly echoed from behind him. The hell set consists of 7 special items, 3 in the first universe and 3 in the second. The last one is nowhere to be found. It's almost impossible for someone from the second universe to travel to the first universe. Only someone from the first universe has the chance to reach the second universe. The only chance the hell set could possibly form. We have to wait until the 3 special items of the hell set in the first universe transform into hell's forbidden items and arrive in the second universe. Only then will it be possible to complete the set. But even if that happens, there's still one last special item. No one knows what it is, where it is, or even if it's in the first or second universe. So many years have passed, and yet no one has yet completed the hell set. Why are you worrying about this, Elder? Over the years, countless lucky individuals have managed to collect 4 hell sets, but what good is that? Before the entire hell set is completed, it's practically useless. There's not much difference between collecting 6 and 1. The old man remained silent. In reality, even he didn't know what would happen after the hell set was complete. He just remembered that from a long time ago, everyone had a consensus that there would be a huge reward for completing the hell set. After a long pause, he spoke softly. Never mind. Let's not talk about that. How long have I been asleep this time? About 3,000 years, I didn't count exactly. It was a long sleep. I'm a little confused. Has anything significant happened in these 3,000 years? Nothing major. Everything is the same as before. Oh, by the way, there's one thing. The demons all fled to the first universe. I wonder what means they used. Chapter 351. An entire race has fled? The old man slowly opened his eyes. After a long silence, he rasped, I see. Let's investigate. It's not completely impossible to travel from the second universe to the first universe. After fulfilling certain stringent requirements, there's a chance to return. But an entire race escaping to the first universe, like this, is truly unprecedented and unheard of. He was simply curious. He didn't want to return to the first universe with his own civilization. Not everyone wants to return to the first universe. After escaping from the second universe, death in the first universe is true death, completely erased from the universe. He preferred the current situation, immortality, eternal life. Life holds infinite possibilities. Sleep as long as you want. No need to worry about civilizational collapse. No need to worry about sudden death. It's much more comfortable and carefree than living in the second universe. At this moment, Chen Meng was sitting in his star train, looking at the lighter in his hand and sighing softly. He had just sold a lighter with 10,000 HP to an auction house in exchange for 80 million units of hell iron ore. He had recently acquired this lighter through a method similar to a bug in time and space rewind. Of course, when he was experimenting, he didn't just carry this lighter. He had a number of small items close to his body, all of which had now become hell forbidden items, all with a HP of 10,000. He had just done an experiment. He couldn't absorb the HP from the hell forbidden item. This meant that he couldn't use the hell forbidden item's greatest benefit. It could increase his physical strength by drawing on its internal HP. What a shame. Chen Meng tossed the lighter aside with a hint of regret. He had been thinking about improving his physical strength, perhaps even being able to blast a star with a single punch. Now it seemed, after all, it was impossible. Just then, he felt his cane suddenly begin to tremble again. This time, the tremor wasn't very strong, but a burst of white light emanated from it. Received by the Doppler radar, the white light appeared directly on the Doppler radar as countless white dots. Hundreds of thousands of them. All of these white dots represented the same item, the hell suit. The Doppler radar displayed all of the items within 1,000,000 light years, with their specific locations marked. Chen Meng gazed thoughtfully at the scene. In fact, when his cane led him to the Hellfire Stone, he had a vague hunch that the Hell prefix set might have a prefix of some kind. But he always felt it was a little unlikely, unrealistic. After all, his special items aren't unique. While they haven't become commonplace, they're still quite common. If they were a special set, they wouldn't be so commonplace. When he only had 3 special items with the Hell prefix, his guidance was through the vibration of his staff. The reason it never vibrated in the first universe was probably because the Hellfire Stone didn't exist in the first universe. He had confiscated so many special items in the Casa civilization, but he had never seen this one before. This item should only be found in the second universe. After he had 4, the guidance became even clearer, displayed directly on the radar, making it even more intuitive. Let's go check it out. Without hesitation, Chen Meng hopped off the train and returned to the city through the refrigerator, heading for the nearest white light. It was still in the slums at the flood discharge entrance, and it was a different vendor. Chen Meng squatted down and looked at the outfit on the white cloth in front of him. He expected some kind of casual suit, but it turned out to be a white t-shirt and beach shorts. It looked like he could feel the Hawaiian breeze with just sunglasses and flip-flops. It looked like a vacation outfit. How much? He looked up at the vendor. 30 million units of hell iron Oregon. The vendor hurriedly explained, this special item is extremely rare and... Here. Chen Meng didn't bother to say anything more. He simply threw out a spatial pocket containing 30 million units of hell iron Oregon. He wasn't short of money right now, but at least this hell iron ore wasn't really that valuable to him. Is it rare? There are a full 100,000 within 1,000,000 light years. While that's not a lot, it's certainly not extremely rare, is it? Back inside the train, Chen Meng looked at the costume. It was a special item. Its effect was that once worn, it would ignore all radar detection, regardless of level. After seeing this effect, he was slightly stunned. When he was negotiating the price with the vendor, he hadn't considered the effect of this special item, and hadn't had high expectations. He just didn't expect it to be so powerful. Ignoring all radar detection. Doesn't that mean that if someone wears this suit, even his Doppler radar won't be able to detect them? He could only observe the enemy with his naked eyes, but by then, They were already within arm's reach. Such a valuable item. And they were only selling it for 30 million? That was a complete bargain. But anyone who could make it on the black market was no fool, and he quickly guessed the reason. While this item sounded powerful, it wasn't actually very effective except against certain individuals with exceptional individual strength. For example, him? Even if he could sneak past the enemy's train without being detected, he wouldn't be able to do anything but watch. But if given to someone as powerful as Satan or a divine apostle, who possessed immense power within themselves, this special item would be a game changer. Pretty powerful. Qin Mang suddenly laughed, looking at the hundreds of thousands of white dots on the Doppler radar. It seemed like he could still make a living as a dealer. By endlessly farming forbidden items of hell, he could obtain a large amount of hell iron ore. With this hell iron ore, he could acquire a large quantity of hell clothing. Once he returned to the first universe, he could find an advanced civilization to sell them all. While some details still needed to be refined, the overall connection was flawless. It never hurt to buy more of this kind of stuff. But just then, the cane once again emitted bursts of dazzling white light, its guidance becoming even more precise. 1,090 white dots of light appeared on the Doppler radar, each corresponding to a special item, hell sandals. A real vacation outfit? Qin Mang's expression was slightly quizzical. And inside the train, a small wormhole appeared, appearing out of thin air, leading directly to the nearest white dot of light. It was a one-way, disposable wormhole, located on a planet 120,000 light-years away. It was getting easier and easier. Without saying much, he immediately took Xiao Ai and stepped into the wormhole inside the train, emerging on another planet. This special item, the Hell Sandals, was at an auction house. The auction would begin on the 17th. He was too lazy to wait. He approached the auction house and offered a high price, but they refused. The market price was 3 million. When he raised the price to 30 million, they readily agreed. Even in hell, money was always a top-level superpower. The effect was, after wearing these sandals, one's steps would become lighter, their speed would increase, and they could walk freely on water. Ordinary, perhaps they would be useful on the planet, but at his current level of civilization and the crisis he faced, this special item would be almost useless. But it didn't matter. It wasn't the special item's inherent effect that he needed. So far, he already had 6 special items with the Hell prefix. They were Hell Cane, Hell Hat, Hell Sunglasses, Hell Firestone, Hell Clothing, Hell Sandals. Qin Mang returned to the interior of the star train, donned all his special items, and stood before the mirror, looking at himself. A white t-shirt and colorful beach shorts. He was wearing sandals, a cane, a hat, and sunglasses, and toying with a flint. He looked like he was on a beach vacation. Just then, a message slowly appeared on the train screen. You have collected 6 of the 7 pieces of the Hell set. Once you have all 7, you will officially unlock the Hell set. The Hell set is the only set in Universes 1 and 2. There are no other sets. The Hell Cane, Hell Hat, and Hell Sunglasses are only found in Universe 1. The Hell Firestone, Hell Clothing, and Hell Sandals are only found in Universe 2. The last special item is called the Hell Bracelet. Once one person obtains the complete Hell set, no one else can obtain it again. Qin Mang looked at the panel that appeared on the train screen, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had guessed correctly. It was indeed a suit, called the Hell Suit. It sounded impressive, the only suit in both universes. Not only was the suit unique, but even the concept of a suit was unique. There were no other suits recognized by the rules of the universe, such as Suits 1 and 2 or Suits 3 and 4. The panel didn't mention the Hell Suit or its ultimate effects. There were no other instructions. No one knew its location, nor which universe it was produced in. Only one name was known. Hell Bracelet. Qin Mang silently memorized the name before speaking. Xiao Ai, is there any information about the Hell Bracelet in your database? Xiao Ai was no longer the same person she had been before. No longer the one with almost nothing in her database. After absorbing the vast AI database, Xiao Ai was now like an encyclopedia, possessing a wealth of information. But soon, Xiao Ai's voice could be heard from within the train cabin. No, conductor, I don't have a single piece of information related to the Hell Bracelet in my data. Yes. Qin Mang nodded slightly. This last special item would surely be extremely difficult to obtain, and perhaps even a unique one. There was no need to search specifically for it for now. Such things depended on fate. If fate brings us together, we meet. If fate doesn't, the universe is so vast, and you might search for it for a lifetime without finding it. Afterward, Qin Mang returned to the Naya galaxy once again, traveling back in time 100,000 years, and recruited a number of workers from the Blue Water planet. Each worker was strapped with lighters. A massive batch of hellish forbidden items with a vitality of 100,000 was produced at once. Over the next month, Chen Mang created wormholes and traveled to several civilizations within 100,000 light years. He traveled to numerous planets, selling these hellish forbidden items for vast quantities of hellish iron ore, which he used to purchase numerous special items. For example, hellish clothing. He bought over 10,000 of them. A month later, Chen Mang patted his butt and departed with aplomb, returning to the first universe Naya Galaxy, ready to begin his new journey. Left behind were the auction house owners, who stared at the sudden surge of high-vitality lighters on the market with bewilderment. Did someone carry a lighter production line with them before their death, and then, after wandering the universe for 100,000 years, was able to mass-produce lighters? The market was temporarily in a state of disarray. Normal speaking, the price of this thing isn't inflated. It's inherently valuable, and the market generally doesn't fluctuate significantly. But this thing, a large factor in its price comes from scarcity. Chen Mang's massive dumping of gold, resulting in only some market turmoil, not volatility, speaks volumes. Gold, besides its scarcity, has inherent value. But even so, if, in his previous world, the market had been dumped like it is now, the price would have experienced drastic fluctuations. However, these were not Chen Mang's concerns. The second universe wasn't his primary battlefield. He was merely a passing visitor, at least not yet. He would wait until he died. Not dead yet. That's good. Returning to the first universe Naya Galaxy, Chen Mang looked at the control panel screen with a smile. He had been wondering how long he could live, but now, he didn't have to worry about it. After his death and transfer to the second universe, with his skills, he would definitely be able to make a good living, not to mention becoming a prominent figure. At this moment, his train still had tens of millions of units of hell iron ore piled up. Unusable. Pure stone. He had no plans to use it, but simply wanted to collect it. Before leaving the second universe, he hid the remaining large amount of hell iron ore on a dead star, buried deep underground and shielded, making it difficult to detect. If he did die in the future, then he could go to this place to take the hell iron ore and rise again. He just hoped that when he was randomly teleported to hell after death, he wouldn't be too far away from the coordinates of his buried resources. Then Chen Mang stretched, washed up briefly, and lay down on his bed, gradually falling asleep. It had been a long time since he had slept. A bit exhausted. I slept soundly. Revived to full health, Chen Mang sat at the control panel and began to take stock of his gains from the destruction of the extreme evil civilization. First, resources. The train now contained a full 41.37 trillion units of iron ore. Originally, it needed more. However, he used 37.5 trillion units of iron ore to upgrade his armor to level 1000, which consumed a considerable amount. Then, a message popped up on the control panel. Human civilization has met the promotion requirements and has automatically advanced. The range of this promotion ripple is 100 million light years. All creatures within civilizations of level 1 and above will receive this promotion ripple in their own way. The promotion ripple is transmitted at the speed of light. Human civilization, a level 4 civilization, has successfully advanced to level 5. Chen Mang chuckled as he gazed at the panel. He leaned back in his chair, pulled out his hellfire stone, and lit a cigarette. It was quite useful, though a bit hot. Civilization. Advanced again. The requirement for advancement to level 4 civilization is a maximum attack energy range exceeding 100,000, equivalent to the full force of a level 1000 colorful firepower component. He had already met this requirement during his battle against Satan. Human civilization. In a short period of time, a mere 10 years, it had advanced from level 1 to level 5. This is what those advanced civilizations call the civilization explosion. Due to some opportunity or other factor, a civilization rapidly grows stronger, and its level rises rapidly in a short period of time. This kind of civilization is what all advanced civilizations desperately want to destroy. Unfortunately, the advanced civilizations around him were either slow to react or weak, and no one could suppress him. He then looked at the changed civilization panel. Civilization name, human civilization. Civilization level, level 5. Civilization leader, Chen Mang. Civilized planets, water blue planet, basalt planet, mining planet number 1, mining planet number 2, mining planet number 3, mining planet number 4, etc. Civilization population, 58 trillion people. Promotion requirements, Maximum attack energy range exceeds 200,000 and possesses a civilizational wonder. P.S. Upon reaching level 2 civilization, including every subsequent promotion, a promotion ripple will be released that can be detected by all surrounding civilizations. The higher the level, the wider the range of the promotion ripple. Civilization methods. Resource costs for upgrading all train components within the civilization are halved, while Murphy Stone costs remain unchanged, with the exception of defensive components such as armor and energy shield. Wow! Chen Meng looked at the exclusive method of a level 5 civilization with a certain amount of surprise. It was quite powerful. While it wasn't like time travel, which could unleash a terrifying attack under specific circumstances, it was very helpful in improving the overall strength of the civilization. If his civilization had tens of thousands of combat trains, then this civilization's method would be very powerful. But his civilization only had one truly combat-capable train. After absorbing numerous civilizations into human civilization, his population had reached 58 trillion. Naturally, the trains of these civilizations also belonged to him, but they were too weak to be considered combat trains for the time being. Even so, he felt that this civilization's method might be even more powerful. After all, his trains had higher-level components, and upgrading them consumed more resources. Nami civilization. That was the civilization that the fat man belonged to. It was a level 5 civilization. From what he knew, its territory seemed to extend tens of millions of light years. It was extremely powerful, and possessed 3 civilizational wonders. Civilization advancement was automatic. Once the promotion conditions were met, there was no way to avoid it. In other words, none of the Nami civilization's trains possessed level 2000, 7-color firepower accessories. And for him, this condition wasn't actually that difficult. If he wanted, he could do it now. The price he paid was that the train's hard-earned resources would be depleted. It feels. Chen Meng muttered, why do I feel like the Nami civilization isn't that strong? Conductor. Xiao Ai's voice echoed from within the train. I need to remind you that your stellar module provides 99.99% of the energy consumed when firing your main gun. Other civilizations don't have this superpower. Even if they could afford the upgrade, they wouldn't be able to use it. What's more, level 200, 500, and 1000 are all hurdles. With each hurdle, the amount of Murphy stones required to upgrade increases exponentially. Other civilizations simply can't afford it. Of course I know that. Chen Meng couldn't help but laugh. I was just saying that. The Arcanon Light Cannon super mode effect after reaching level 500 is that the closer it gets to a star, the lower its energy consumption. And the Space Gate super mode effect at level 500 allows it to load stars onto trains. Combining the two creates this extraordinary effect. Neither of these super mode effects is unique. Other civilizations also have a chance to obtain them. However, although they aren't unique, to randomly obtain both super mode effects at the same time, and after both have reached level 500, a certain amount of luck is still required. This luck isn't his. It belongs to the mechanical civilization. These two supermodel effects were drawn from the original accessory images created by the mechanical civilization. He suddenly felt as if the mechanical civilization was truly blessed by heaven, blessed with good fortune. If it weren't for the Zerg, perhaps the mechanical civilization truly had a chance to become the second level 4 civilization to emerge from the Naya galaxy. Or even a level 5 civilization. It was just a pity. In the universe, good fortune doesn't always favor a civilization. He quite liked the civilizational capabilities gained after reaching level 5, but he wondered if there was a problem with defensive accessories. This effect wouldn't work on them. From the very beginning, defensive accessories always consume the most materials. Then, Chen Meng turned his gaze to the Good Cat civilization on the Doppler radar. The second stop in human civilization's expansion was the Good Cat civilization. It was now at the same level as the Nami civilization, a level 5 civilization. But the Nami civilization's territory already stretched nearly 10 million light-years, while theirs barely contained the tiny Naya galaxy. It was truly incomparable. Even though they were both level 5 civilizations, their territory was a bit too small. First, he would devour the Good Cat civilization's resources. Then he would watch the fight with the level 5 civilization below, the ordinary civilization, which had previously occupied the Naya civilization. By devouring this level 5 civilization, his civilization's territory would expand to 1,000,000 light-years in radius. War was always the main theme between civilizations, and plunder was always the fastest way to acquire resources. New target. The Good Cat civilization. Occupying a civilization with a diameter of 170,000 light-years, it possessed far more resources than the extremely evil civilization. Unlike the extreme evil civilization, the Good Cat civilization is a true level 4 civilization. With its back against the cosmic void, it can unleash a powerful explosive attack. For example, it could travel back tens of millions of years and aim at the Naya galaxy to unleash a powerful blow. After traveling tens of millions of light-years through the cosmic void, the Arcanon light cannon's attack energy level would reach the thousands, allowing it to unleash a powerful blow. This tactic can be used even if it and the Naya galaxy are on the same side of the cosmic void. As long as the enemy penetrates hundreds of light-years into the Naya galaxy, then find the right angle, aim at the Naya galaxy, and fire diagonally forward. The only problem is, the Good Cat civilization is 870,000 light-years away, far too close. This means the enemy can only travel back 870,000 light-years and fire the Arcanon light cannon at it, a very short distance. It wasn't enough to make the Arcanon's light cannon significantly stronger. It couldn't even reach level 1000. The light cannon launched by the Nami civilization across the cosmic void spanned the entire void, yet only reached level 4798. The only concern was, if the enemy chose to bombard his past timeline, for example, the light cannon launched from the cosmic void arrived 3 years ago. While its power wouldn't be strong enough, with a bit of luck, it could just happen to pass through a planet or star and successfully hit his planet. That would be quite a headache. I had to quickly find a way to protect myself past time, otherwise I always have to focus on the past, which was a bit timid. So, this battle needed to be swift. Blast the enemy's political home planet to pieces before they could react. The plan was simple. Chen Mang didn't even stop for long. There was no need to rest. He had already recovered. The star train was now at its strongest, loaded with resources and stars, fully capable of handling several large-scale wars. He immediately created a wormhole spanning 870,000 light-years, reaching the core of the Good Cat civilization, consuming 110 trillion units of iron ore. The wormhole emerged. As the star train slowly emerged from the wormhole, like a giant python, he had already reached the core of the Good Cat civilization. At this point, his civilization's level was overwhelming the Good Cat civilization. With his level 1000 armor, even if he stood still, the Good Cat civilization wouldn't be able to penetrate his defenses. When the disparity in power reached a certain point, no more scheming or intrigue was necessary. Just start fighting. He didn't even bother to conceal his whereabouts, instead directing the wormhole directly toward the vicinity of the Good Cat civilization's political homeworld. This was an extremely dangerous move, as the homeworld would undoubtedly possess the strongest firepower. If a wormhole suddenly appeared near his train, he would undoubtedly fire without hesitation. Who knew what might emerge? He was ready for a baptism of fire. However, what greeted him was countless hurried, forced private messages on the train radio. Leaders of human civilization, hello, this is the Good Cat civilization. We surrender. Please do not fire. Please do not fire. We surrender. I repeat, we surrender, we surrender. Chen Mang looked at the forced private messages on the train radio with a slightly strange expression. Not only were there forced private messages, but he was also receiving numerous civilization broadcasts nearby, all of which were surrender broadcasts from the Good Cat civilization. He checked the time. Before he even opened the wormhole, the other party had already sent out a civilization broadcast. Judging by the time, it should have happened after he destroyed Satan. It's not that bad. After all, it's a level 4 civilization. He was also a level 4 civilization at that time, not yet promoted to level 5. So you surrendered without even fighting? Your territory is twice as large as that of the extreme evil civilization. Your strength should also be greater than that of the extreme evil civilization, right? Chapter 352. The primary purpose of a civilization broadcast isn't to disseminate information. It's to leave a permanent backup in the universe. Just like right now. He only received the Good Cat civilization surrender broadcast, sent a few days ago, when he arrived at the core of the Good Cat civilization. At that time, he had only recently annihilated the extreme evil civilization. This was actually a form of deception. If he hadn't come to the Good Cat civilization, it would have taken nearly 1,000,000 years for this civilization broadcast to reach the Naya galaxy, and he wouldn't have received it. But if he had come, not only would he have received the broadcast, but he would also have known that the other party had already sent it. Full of sincerity, Chen Mang glanced at the image on the Doppler radar screen, his eyes narrowing slightly. He suspected this was a delaying tactic, or perhaps some other conspiracy. After all, in terms of civilizational strength. The other party was stronger than the extreme evil civilization, not counting the variable of Satan. The future Satan's power is even comparable to that of a level 5 civilization, a level 4 civilization simply cannot match. Then, a seemingly unassuming train lifted off from the political home planet of the Good Cat civilization. After slowly approaching the star, it fired several shells into the depths of space. The shells exploded in the cosmos, and fireworks formed several large characters. Welcome to the visit of human civilization. Visit? In a sense, it was a visit. The train radio received another message. Please do not fire. Please do not fire. The Good Cat civilization surrenders. Completely surrenders. Please follow the train to the planet. The leaders of the Good Cat civilization have already hosted a banquet for the guests from afar. Then, the train began to turn around and head toward the planet, repeatedly looking back, gesturing for him to follow. Have they set the trap inside the planet? Chin Mang sat on the train, completely unintentional. He wasn't sure whether the other party had truly surrendered, or if they had set some decapitation trap on the planet, waiting for him to fall into it. He had complete confidence in his train. With its level 1000 armor, he was confident the Good Cat civilization would be powerless against him. But his inherent caution prevented him from even considering attending the banquet. He simply replied over the train radio. Star Train, within 3 minutes, I want to see the leader of your civilization appear before my train. The initiative was his. He naturally didn't want to follow the other party's instructions. The other party didn't reply. And the train leading the way didn't wait for him, returning to its own planet. 3 minutes later, instead of the Good Cat civilization leader, he received another round of private messages. Please do not fire. Please do not fire. The Good Cat civilization will surrender completely. Good Cat civilization's rule is that leaders cannot travel to space without the king ascending. We hope you will forgive us. Our king has prepared a feast and wine, awaiting your arrival to discuss matters. Chin Mang glanced at the Doppler radar again. It detected no threats from the planet, but it did detect a well-prepared feast. If he had only had a 30% suspicion before, now it was 70%. What kind of rule? How could a leader of a civilization, facing its demise, still uphold such a rule? Compared to this explanation, he preferred to believe that this civilization had set a decapitation trap on this planet, waiting for him to fall into it. He said nothing more. The Arcanon Light Energy main cannon on the train's roof began to slowly charge, the patterns on the cannon's barrel flickering. Then, without hesitation, Chin Mang pressed a red button on the control panel. A blazing beam of light, like divine retribution, shot out from the muzzle. It struck directly at the political home planet of the Good Cat civilization before him. The universe was silent. Only seconds later, he saw the azure planet suspended in the depths of space suddenly explode, countless fragments blasting towards the depths of space at high speed. With one strike, the star exploded. His patience had worn thin. The next moment, the train suddenly hurtled uncontrollably towards the center of the explosion. No, it was gravity. The center of the planetary explosion gradually became strange. Countless rays of light, unable to escape gravity, were sucked in, and space became extremely distorted. That's a black hole. A newly formed black hole. A black hole itself is invisible, but it can be indirectly observed through its effects on surrounding matter. To the naked eye, it appears as a bright, ring-shaped structure, seemingly in its infancy, with an extremely dark shadowy area at its center. At this moment, the star train, driven by this powerful suction, is plummeting towards the depths of the black hole at an extremely fast speed. No one knows what will happen when it plunges into the depths of a black hole. But it's definitely not good. Chin Mang sat at the control console and pushed the joystick to its limit. The star within the starship cabin began to burn rapidly, and the train's exhaust jets erupted with a fiery purple-blue light, providing the train with extremely powerful thrust. The star train's maximum speed is 98.77 million km/h. This is equivalent to 1/10 the speed of light. This speed can almost help it escape the gravitational pull of most celestial bodies in the universe. But when it comes to resisting the gravitational pull of this nascent black hole, it seems extremely insignificant. Even if the train is accelerated to its maximum speed, it is still unable to overcome this gravitational pull. The train continues to fall deeper into the black hole, just at a slower rate. The gravitational pull of a black hole is irreversible. Unless the speed exceeds the speed of light. Nothing can escape the gravitational pull of a black hole. Even the Protoss, a god-level civilization created by the laws of the universe, is still suppressed deep within the black hole, unable to escape. If one can survive inside a black hole, then the black hole is an absolutely impenetrable prison. Once imprisoned, there is no escape. Fortunately, Chen Mang took a deep breath and looked at the colorful Spy 7 Doppler tail jet accessory on the control panel screen. After consuming 100 trillion units of iron ore, he upgraded it from level 500 to level 1000 in one go. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he upgraded the two acceleration accessories, the nitrogen tail jet and the super energy tail jet, also to level 1000 after consuming nearly 100 trillion units of iron ore. The star train's speed skyrocketed. He didn't even have time to observe the supermodern effects of these upgraded accessories. With the star within the star module rapidly burning, providing a steady stream of energy to the train's tail jet, the star train was finally able to defy gravity and escape the area at a speed that wasn't too fast, but enough to avoid being sucked into the depths of the black hole. After escaping into the depths of space for 12 hours, when the surroundings gradually calmed down, he finally exited the train, transformed the train into a brooch, entered the refrigerator, and left the area through it. Huh? Inside the train compartment, Chen Mang breathed a sigh of relief. He had now appeared in the Naya galaxy, temporarily home. He hadn't initially left the train directly, but escaped the black hole's gravity through the refrigerator. While he had the defensive strength of the train's armor, he lacked its speed. Even if the train was escaping at full speed, it would still be sucked into the black hole. If he had left the train, without any counterspeed, he would have been instantly sucked into the center of the black hole, leaving him no time to enter the refrigerator. He wasn't too far from the planet. He glanced at the time on the screen. He whispered, "Xiao AI, is time changing?" The speed of time changes at the edge of a black hole. If you're close enough, a day inside the train could pass as a year outside. In fact, he was still in disbelief that he escaped, and he still hasn't recovered. Logically, even if he upgraded all his acceleration components to level 1000, he still wouldn't be able to escape the black hole's gravity. He had even planned to throw out all the planets inside the train, hoping their gravity could counteract the black holes, creating a period of chaos that would allow him to escape. Yes. Xiao AI's voice echoed from within the train. Our entire escape took 12 hours, but 7 years have passed in the outside world, and 7 years have also passed for the people on the planets inside the train. The people inside the train are unaffected. Within the past 7 years, the train and the various planets within the train, including Blue Water Planet, have lost contact. Old Pig and the others on Blue Water Planet have been unable to contact the train. During this period, a total of 38,920 communication requests have been made to the train. Do you want a response now, conductor? Yes. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair and gently rubbed his temple. Tell everyone everything is fine. Please respond. Does that mean 7 years have passed on the Good Cat civilization side as well? Yes. According to the data, the main time difference stems from the initial sudden absorption into the edge of the black hole. Only 17 seconds had passed, but for years had already passed on the outside world. Since then, the time velocity difference has become increasingly smaller as the train escapes the black hole. We should be thankful that, Captain, you didn't choose to land on this planet. The explosion wasn't strong enough to create a black hole. The Good Cat civilization had somehow previously planted a black hole seed, let's call it a black hole seed, and hidden it inside the planet. If you land on the planet, you instantly appear at the center of the black hole. There's no way to avoid it. The current outcome isn't too bad, it's the best possible outcome. Furthermore, this black hole is likely incomplete. Otherwise, at the train's speed, even with upgraded components, it wouldn't be able to escape the black hole's pull. And because we weren't at the center of the black hole, the gravitational pull wasn't too strong, allowing us to escape. Yes. Chen Mang was silent for a moment, then said softly, let's take care of everything on the train, then go back to the Good Cat civilization. Yes. He had originally thought the Good Cat civilization might have planted a bomb or something in the planet's core, detonating it when he left the train, thereby killing him. He also reasoned, with the train's defenses, how could it possibly kill him? He hadn't considered such a method. It was obvious. The Good Cat civilization must be well informed about human civilization, knowing that its primary combat power lies solely in the star train. If they could destroy it, human civilization would be left without any combat power. Otherwise, normally, such a method wouldn't be used against a single train. 7 years. Blue Water Planet completely lost contact with the train during these 7 years. Zhang Yuan, who used to frequently visit the train, suddenly discovered that the access route to it was blocked. This wait lasted 7 years. Master Meng, sitting in the office of the Taiping City Law Enforcement Bureau, Old Pig dazed, gazed at the calligraphy hanging on the wall and muttered, "What happened to Master Meng? He's been out of touch for 7 years. I remember there weren't any enemies 7 years ago. When I came to Blue Water Planet, Master Meng was planning to head to the Good Cat civilization. He was the second in command of the Star Train. He was also Master Meng's confidant. But he had been out of touch with Master Meng for 7 years. Initially, to reassure everyone, he kept it a secret from Zhang Daniazhang and the others, saying he could contact Master Meng and that it was nothing serious, reassuring them. But as time passed, everyone could see that he had lost contact with the train. The only thing that was certain at the moment was that the train had undoubtedly encountered an unimaginable crisis. Don't worry too much. Zhang Daniai, sitting in a chair, wasn't panicking. She simply worked on the documents on her desk while glancing at the briefcase on a nearby cabinet. Our planet is inside a car on the Star Train. If the train encounters any problems, our planet will be annihilated immediately. Since we're still alive and well, that means nothing's happened to the train. It might be a little tricky, but it's not fatal. The briefcase on the cabinet was once her personal mecha, but she hadn't used it in a long time since she became the director of the Taiping City Law Enforcement Bureau and gave up her military career to pursue a career in literature. I've signed too many signatures. She still feels nostalgic for the days back on Planet Water, when she wore a mecha to stand guard and battle the zombie hordes. Although those times were difficult, for some reason, they bring back sweet memories. Of course I know that. Old Pig looked out the window with a complicated expression. He was worried about the unique nature of human civilization, with all power concentrated in Mengyi. In other words, human civilization existed because of Mengyi. Without Mengyi, human civilization would cease to exist. And now, it had been 7 years since contact was lost. This was enough to cause a lot of panic. Ordinary people didn't have access to the train and weren't aware of this, but even those who knew about it were feeling a bit terrified. Even Blue Water Planet was Mangya's headquarters, and even then, it was like this. What about the other civilizations that had been incorporated? No one knew what would happen during those 7 years without contact with the train. This was the more difficult part. Just then, Old Pig froze in place, staring at the iris chip that suddenly appeared before his eyes. The long-lost Xiao AI notification appeared on the panel. He hadn't seen it in a long time. He had even forgotten he had an iris chip implanted in his pupil. He glanced at the information above. He suddenly jumped up from the ground and strode out of the office, preparing to return to the train. Master Meng, I'm back, at this moment, inside the Star Train. Biazi, Lao Zhu, and other senior train managers were gathered here. Qin Meng leaned back in his chair, quietly reviewing the development status of all the planets he had received from Xiao AI over the past 7 years. Then, he spoke softly. Actually, this special event is a good thing. At least it has accelerated the development of Blue Water Planet and the various planets. I see that many cities on Blue Water Planet have improved significantly. By the way, they've also screened out some hidden destabilizing elements. In just 7 years, 13 planets have already declared themselves kings, and another 67 planets show signs of small-scale independence. Biazi? Yes. Inside the train, Biazi stood up and replied solemnly. Ask Xiao AI to grant you the right to fire. You will personally lead the team and eliminate all these troublemakers. Yes. He spent 380 billion units of iron ore to upgrade the internal fire control system accessory from level 200 to level 500. It gained a new supermodel effect. Internal fire control system, light cannon, which can quickly destroy all living things within the train. The original heavy machine gun was transformed into a very small caliber, but extremely powerful light cannon, normally hidden within the train compartment and deployed upon activation. A weapon of this level is naturally more than enough to deal with threats within the train. Most importantly, after reaching level 500, it will appear not only within the train compartments, but also within each space gate, acting as a satellite cannon, capable of precision strikes on every corner of every planet. The power is controllable. It's perfect for dealing with destabilizing elements. Then, Qin Meng looked at the Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master sitting in the corner and smiled. You, Xuanwu Star, performed very well this time, even better than Shuilan Star. There's not a single sign of panic. We've been out of contact for 7 years. During these 7 years, you've demonstrated your loyalty, and I'm very pleased. Let alone 7 years, even 700 years, Xuanwu Star will remain loyal to Master Meng forever, the Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master said solemnly in the corner. In reality, he was a little nervous. He hadn't known about this at all until he arrived. Before then, he hadn't even realized he'd been out of contact for 7 years. He'd been in seclusion all those years. When you're in seclusion, you have no concept of time. 7 years in seclusion, isn't that unremarkable? The former top factions on Xuanwu Star have been extremely peaceful these past few years, with few conflicts. Everyone's been in seclusion, with nothing much to do. No one even knew they'd been out of contact for 7 years. Oh! Those who do business with Blue Water Star should know about this, but even if they knew, it wouldn't be of much use. Within the leisure civilization, hierarchies are extremely strict. Without sufficient cultivation, even if you dared to lead a rebellion, no one would dare follow. Unless the top powers speak, the lower ranks dare not even fart. This led to the fact that during the 7 years since the train lost contact, Xuanwu Star remained absolutely silent, with no attempt to stir up trouble, such as testing whether Meng Yi was dead or the train had a new successor. That's true loyalty. It was a coincidence. There are no other major issues. Qin Mang set his tablet aside, looked at the group, and whispered, "Everyone, return to your seats. Old Ju, you stay here and discuss and draft an emergency plan with Xiao Ai. If the train encounters this situation again, and if communication is lost, what contingency plan should be implemented to ensure maximum stability?" "Understood," Old Ju replied softly. After understanding the entire situation, he tilted his head with a touch of emotion and glanced at Biuzi beside him. Biuzi was on the train. In Biuzi's eyes, they had just met yesterday. But in reality, in his memory, Biuzi's face had begun to blur. Seeing him again now felt like meeting an old friend in a foreign land, like reuniting with long-lost friends. "What are you doing?" Biuzi noticed Old Ju's gaze and subconsciously took a few steps back, asking curiously, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "It's okay." Everything returned to normal. Qin Mang decided to rest for a day, and after finishing all his business, he would head back to the Good Cat civilization. This time, he would be even more vigilant. First, he would use his main light cannon to clear the area. The rest, he would discuss slowly, amidst the ashes. Elsewhere, Good Cat Galaxy. The location of the former political home planet had become an elliptical black hole, albeit smaller, like a juvenile version. The leader of the Good Cat civilization was sitting in his office, gazing at the black hole image on the radar. Zooming in, he could clearly see a train struggling to escape the black hole's gravity, right at its center. The man sitting at his desk couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. He chuckled softly. This is the biggest drawback of one-car civilization. One-car civilization refers to a civilization that concentrates all its resources to build a train. This train often possesses immense power, but it also has significant drawbacks. If the train is destroyed, the civilization's combat power will instantly drop to near zero. This trap. He had originally prepared it for Satan. Long ago, he noticed a planet with a unique interior. According to a research institute, this planet harbored a black hole that could be formed at any moment. Any external pressure would transform it into a black hole. The exact mechanism is unknown, but it seems artificially planted, with traces of human intervention. Afterwards, he designated this planet as the political mother planet, the seat of power for the Good Cat civilization. Numerous policies were issued daily from this planet, but he never visited it. Only his avatar would appear there. He had long coveted the extreme evil civilization, as if intent on devouring its resources, but Satan's presence made him extremely difficult. He could only wait. Wait for Satan to strike him, arrive on his political home planet, and fall into his trap. Unexpectedly, the final target wasn't Satan, but human civilization. How strange. Thinking of this, the leader of the Good Cat civilization looked at the Doppler radar on the nearby screen with a certain surprise. This was a 500-level radar, capable of clearly detecting civilizations within 1,000,000 light-years. Human civilization is a recent phenomenon. It's incredibly powerful, rocketing from obscurity to a level 5 civilization like a rocket. And it was born in the Naya Galaxy, that resource-scarce region. How could a level 5 civilization emerge in such a desolate place? But then, he shook his head, not giving it much thought, and simply smiled at the interstellar train at the center of the black hole on the screen. But it didn't matter, everything was over. He had spent the past few years making all the necessary preparations to go to the Naya Galaxy, and see what was so special about it. When he learned that human civilization had destroyed Satan, he was truly horrified. The prerequisite for him to have the confidence to fight Satan was that Satan had arrived in his territory, on his political home planet. He had no confidence in going to Satan's territory to fight him, though he was genuinely a little afraid of this civilization. But it looked ordinary. Just then, the office door opened, and a young woman in a business suit walked in. Following the man's gaze at the screen, she spoke with a hint of regret. It's a pity that the train didn't land on the planet 7 years ago. Otherwise, it would have been even more perfect. It's already very good. The leader of the Good Cat civilization smiled and said, a civilization that rises quickly should naturally have arrogant leaders. It's human nature. Continuous success inevitably leads to a sense of comfort and arrogance. Their caution is truly surprising. But the outcome is always good. Are you ready? Everything is ready. We're ready to invade the Naya system at any time. Okay. But then, the next moment, the effect of the train at the center of the black hole on the screen suddenly faded. The Good Cat civilization leader paused, then, as if struck by a thought, quickly tapped on his tablet, activating the 500-level Doppler radar. Quickly, the Good Cat civilization leader fell silent for a long time before speaking. Stop the invasion. The train has escaped, and is ready to return for retaliation. All units must be prepared. Escaped? The woman was taken aback for a moment, then said in disbelief, how is that possible? Although this black hole isn't perfect, it's still a black hole. How could a train escape with that kind of gravity? How fast would that require? All right. The Good Cat civilization leader interrupted softly. The problem has already occurred. Don't ask how it could be possible. Just give the order. Execute the order. The woman left, closing the door behind her. The middle-aged man was left alone in the office. The middle-aged man sat in a chair, staring at the black hole image on the screen, silent for a long time. For years, he had always been terrified of Satan. Until Satan was destroyed by human civilization, he began to fear human civilization again. He had thought he could finally have some peace for a while, but now it seemed, if there really was a hell in the universe, he should be able to reunite with Satan soon. Given his opponent's strength, this return wouldn't be the same as last time. He would face terrifying firepower. Good Cat civilization. Can it really withstand it? It felt like it had no chance. If it really didn't work out, he'd just surrender this time. He was also thinking of retiring. Chapter 353. But soon, the Good Cat civilization leader cast this ridiculous thought out of his mind. Perhaps 7 years ago, human civilization would have accepted his surrender, but that was certainly impossible now. It was just a thought. He now had only one thing to do. Build the Good Cat civilization into an impenetrable barrier, firmly guarding against attacks from human civilization. Defend it to the bitter end. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. Chen Mang didn't rush to attack. Instead, he looked at the large screen on the side of the train. It showed the dream of a cybernetic worker inside the train, with the fatty standing on it. Less than a day had passed on the train. In the outside world, 7 years had passed. In his eyes, he and the fatty had just spoken. But in the fatty's eyes, 7 years had passed. You're finally here. The fat boy stood alone on a mining planet in the southern border of the Nami civilization, gazing at the mysterious traveler ahead. He looked much more mature now, more stable, and less childish. It was clear that he had grown considerably in the past 7 years. He looked at the mysterious traveler with a dazed expression. You must have been very busy these past few years. I originally thought you wouldn't show up again. A lot has happened in these 7 years, both family-related and within the civilization itself. Let me think about where to start. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for so many years, the fat boy's desire to talk was strong. First, my father. He suddenly changed a lot. He no longer prioritizes work, and has begun to focus on his family. I hear he earns much less than before, but that's just a slight difference. I now know his true income. I never imagined it. He's actually the richest man in the Nami civilization, much richer than the publicly known richest man. He's truly wealthy. He's also officially training me to be his successor. I used to be a bit resistant to this, wanting to carve out a career on my own. But now I've realized that it's foolish to refuse shortcuts and insist on forging ahead on my own. One more thing. 7 years ago, an unknown heavenly palace appeared within the Nami civilization. Over the years, the Nami civilization has been studying this palace, and recently new progress has been made. Deep within the palace, a hidden basement was discovered, and inside it lay a safe. But that safe is a little peculiar. The government can't open it no matter what they do. It's called a safe, but it doesn't actually have a lock or a combination panel. It's just a lump of iron, incredibly heavy. It's said the government even used heavy-duty weapons to directly bombard it, but the safe remained perfectly sealed, without a single crater or crack. Other than that, nothing else. The fat man stood alone, muttering to himself. Chen Mang listened quietly, occasionally responding. The conversation ended. Chen Mang sat inside the train, gazing at the Doppler radar image on the control panel. The Nami civilization was located on the other side of the cosmic void. This was his next target. Soon, he would cross the void and reach the Nami civilization to reclaim his heavenly palace. He hadn't yet figured out how to get there. The most foolish option was to create a wormhole. Creating a wormhole spanning 1 million light-years would require approximately 150 trillion units of iron ore. If the cosmic void is 10 million light-years in diameter, then 150 trillion units of iron ore would be required. While this would be extremely expensive, it was not unacceptable. The only problem was that the exact diameter of the cosmic void was unknown. If it were nearly 100 million light-years, or even hundreds of millions of light-years, the resources required would be far beyond his means. At that point, he would be caught in a dilemma. Retreat. All previous resources invested would be wasted. Forward. The road ahead was still far from certain. As for now, after briefly handling the remaining matters on the train, Chen Mang left without stopping, preparing to return to the Good Cat civilization. The wormhole he had created the first time had already been destroyed. The refrigerator he had thrown out had also long been destroyed by the wormhole. A new wormhole needed to be created. He once again consumed 110 trillion units of iron ore, creating a one-way, disposable wormhole that led directly to the Good Cat civilization, without any disguise or stopping. It was like returning to his own backyard. As the star train slowly emerged from the snake-like wormhole and emerged into an unfamiliar universe, it had once again reached the Good Cat civilization. This time, they were greeted no longer by flowers or broadcasts of surrendering civilizations. The moment they appeared, several nearby planets lit up almost simultaneously like light bulbs. Several previously azure worlds suddenly became as bright as day. This was a sign that their planetary defenses had been activated. Then, Chen Mang witnessed an extremely dazzling scene. The Good Cat civilization welcomed his arrival with a dazzling display of fireworks. Countless energy beams, fired from the planet's planetary defenses, blasted towards the star train from all angles. Following this, dozens of wormholes sprang up in the surrounding space like mushrooms after rain. A large number of train troops emerged from the wormholes, their radars locking onto the star train. Without any warning or provocation, they opened fire upon contact. For a moment, the alarms within the carriages blared loudly. This was the siren after the train had been locked onto radar. Due to the numerous radar locks, the short sirens had become long-lasting. However, a panel slowly appeared on the train control screen. No threat attack detected. The Good Cat civilization was formidable. A veteran, level 4 civilization. But, after all, that's it. The star train's strength is no match for a level 4 civilization. A prerequisite for advancement to a level 5 civilization is possessing level 1000 colorful firepower accessories. Since the Good Cat civilization hasn't reached level 5, it means the Nami civilization doesn't have those. Although there are many attacks, they're all like a mob useless. Chen Mang sat calmly inside the train, enduring the first wave of attacks. In the silent universe, countless blazing beams collided with the star train's armor, and were quickly annihilated. Due to the vast disparity in levels, they didn't even penetrate its defenses. Level 1000 armor. Facing a level 4 civilization, unless the Good Cat civilization could create another black hole, it would be an absolute crushing defeat. Then next, it was time to strike back. He slowly pressed the red button on the control panel. The patterns on the 5 Arcanon light energy cannons atop the train lit up, charging. Immediately afterwards, several 500-level Arcanon cannons began precision strikes on surrounding high-threat targets. Countless planets and trains were reduced to shatters in the blazing beam of light. Just then, a distinctive alarm suddenly rang out again within the train. Chen Mang glanced at the Doppler radar screen and chuckled. Just as he had imagined, the Good Cat civilization had secretly created a wormhole to the Naya galaxy, and had already reached the Naya galaxy through it. Clearly, the Good Cat civilization had dispatched its troops to the Naya galaxy, intending to kill him in the past timeline. As long as the Good Cat civilization's troops began indiscriminately bombarding the Naya galaxy, with a bit of luck, they would encounter him in the past timeline. This was a nearly unsolvable tactic. No one can protect their past selves. If the timeline were stretched like a great wall, every node would be a place requiring defense. There are trillions of such nodes along the timeline, and no civilization could protect them all. But he found a solution. Time travel is a method used by civilizations that have advanced to level 4. While it's certainly effective, it has a drawback. To reach a certain area's past timeline, one must first reach that area. In other words, If the Good Cat civilization wants to travel to a past timeline in the Naya Galaxy to find him, they must first send their troops to the Naya Galaxy, and then perform a time travel back to their current location. While in the space-time reversal state, one cannot leave the current range. The fact that he can freely enter and exit the first and second universes, while in the space-time reversal state, is completely a bug, or rather, a special mechanism. The solution is simple. Just leave someone at home to watch over the old home. The next moment, on the Doppler radar screen, the Good Cat civilization army, having emerged from the wormhole and arrived at the Naya Galaxy, had barely made its mark when it vanished from the radar. Outside the wormhole was not the Naya Galaxy, but rather, a bloody maw with no end in sight. The entire army, along with the wormhole, was swallowed whole by Little Green. This was his solution. With Little Green watching over the house, he wondered who had come. Failed. In the study, the Good Cat civilization leader looked at the message that appeared on the screen with a grim expression. The assassination team's mission had failed. Human civilization possessed an extremely powerful celestial behemoth. Their army had barely arrived in the Naya Galaxy when it was devoured. No! The Good Cat civilization leader stood up, looking at the generals on the screen, and said solemnly, "Send out 3 more assassination teams. We don't need the main force on the front lines. Let them go to the Naya Galaxy. You saw it. Even the main force can't do any damage to that train. That train's armor is likely level 1000. The gap is too great. Our only chance of victory is to reach the Naya Galaxy and attempt to destroy human civilization from the past. The Naya Galaxy is a full 100,000 light-years in diameter. We can locate the wormhole exit in another region and immediately begin time travel after exiting the wormhole. That star beast won't be able to catch up." "Sorry, Chief, this plan isn't feasible." A general in military uniform shook his head in denial. "Why?" The general's face was serious and deep. "To create a wormhole, we must ensure that both the entrance and exit are in a stable spatial state. Something has happened to the Naya Galaxy right now. Both the interior and the surrounding areas of the Naya Galaxy are in a state of spatial chaos and instability. Under these conditions, a wormhole cannot be created. There's only one area where a wormhole can be created, but that area. That giant star beast is stationed there." "How is this possible?" the leader of the Good Cat civilization asked. "How is it possible to make every area of a galaxy unstable and chaotic?" "That's unclear at this point. I sent someone to investigate after the war. Forget about the post-war. If we lose this battle, there won't be any post-wars in the future, you damn procrastinators." The Good Cat civilization leader said grimly. "What about Plan 2? What's going on there?" "Plan 2. Delving hundreds of light years into the cosmic void, they then time traveled back 870,000 years, firing a high-level Arcanon light cannon towards the Naya Galaxy, gradually increasing its power over time until it reached the Naya Galaxy. This dealt a devastating blow to the Naya Galaxy. This was the ultimate weapon of a level 4 civilization. Although it consumed a significant amount of resources, in a life-or-death struggle for civilization, resources were of no concern. This method eliminated the need for a wormhole to reach the Naya Galaxy directly, allowing for a long-range, cross-space strike. By the time human civilization discovered it, the attack would have already arrived, or had struck in a past timeline. They can't be particularly precise at the moment. They only have an approximate timeline. The exact arrival date is unclear. This is one drawback. The second drawback is that traveling only 870,000 light-years doesn't actually increase the power of the Arcanum's main light cannon much, and it can't achieve a decisive effect. But this is the only option available at this point. Something is better than nothing. However, "Sorry, Chief." The general on the screen shook his head again, gravely. "This plan has also failed." "The reason?" "Human civilization has long since traveled back in time within the Naya Galaxy, and fired 100 rounds of 500-level Arcanon light cannon into the cosmic void. Light cannons have inherent tracking capabilities, and all our light cannons have been intercepted by the enemy's light cannons within the cosmic void. The 3 rounds fired so far have all been intercepted. Unless we fire a total of 101 rounds, avoiding all interceptions, and allowing one to successfully reach the Naya Galaxy. Then do it. What are you waiting for?" "Insufficient resources." The general shook his head again. "One shot from a level 500 Arcanon light cannon consumes a full 100 trillion units of iron ore. The 3 shots we've fired have already consumed 300 trillion units of iron ore. Adding the cost of time travel, this has completely depleted our military's resource reserves. We have no more to spare. Weapons are extremely expensive. Good Cat civilization possesses a level 500 Arcanon light cannon, but can't afford to use it. One shot costs 100 trillion units of iron ore. How many mining planets would be needed to mine just enough for one shot? Normally, in ordinary combat, a level 100 or 200 is more than enough. The level 500 ones are never needed, they're just the bottom line. He still can't figure it out. Where does human civilization get so many resources to fire 100 rounds at once? The amount consumed by 100 level 500 Arcanum light cannons would be astronomical. An unimaginable number. Even if you lifted the entire Good Cat civilization upside down and shook it, you wouldn't be able to shake out that many resources. The Good Cat civilization leader's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. After a long pause, he continued hoarsely, "What if we launch a level 100 instead of a level 500? Not feasible. The range is still short, only 870,000 light years, and it won't significantly increase the power of the Arcanon's light energy main guns. If we start with a level 100, the power will only be smaller. Even if we successfully reach the Naya system, it will be like scratching an itch. What I mean is, use these low-level main guns to deplete the human civilization's interceptor main guns. Once they're all depleted, how about launching the level 500? Then he finished. The general on the screen was silent for a long time before speaking. Captain, when a low-level light cannon collides with a high-level light cannon, the lower-level side will be directly annihilated, with no possibility of loss at all. Actually, this war can already be stopped. Human civilization chose to fire 100 rounds of 500-level Arcanum light cannon into the cosmic void to defend against our attack. They chose defense, not offense, and the time point they traveled back in time wasn't 870,000 years, but a number in between. It's just, Chief, have you ever considered that if human civilization chose to attack, and chose to travel back in time to 870,000 years ago, your 100 rounds of 500-level Arcanum light energy cannon would have already traveled 870,000 light years to reach our civilization. When that train escaped the black hole, the Good Cat civilization was already defeated. My suggestion is, Chief, please quickly take some of the Good Cat civilization's members and resources and escape to other areas through the wormhole. This way, there might be a chance for civilization to survive and avoid. The next moment, during the video conference, the general's image on the screen suddenly went black, the picture cut off, and the signal was lost. Where are they? The Good Cat civilization leader said grimly. Why is the signal down? Reporting to the leader, another general on screen said after picking up the phone for a few seconds. General Qian's command planet, Yugang, has been blown up. He's dead? That train destroyed all of our first wave of attacks. And they're already rapidly clearing all of our military planets. Unable to resist, the Good Cat civilization leader leaned back in his chair for a long moment, remaining silent. After a moment, he whispered, I understand. Everyone, take your families and resources, and head to Wild Grass Planet as quickly as possible to prepare for evacuation. And then, without wasting another word, he pressed a button beneath the desk, stood, picked up his coat from a nearby chair, and strode out. The study door opened. Outside lay a tunnel made of pure steel. Armed guards stood on both sides of the tunnel. As a civilization develops, it inevitably assumes many worst-case scenarios and prepares defensive measures. Evacuation is one of them. During the annual census, the Good Cat civilization always brings a select group of orphan boys and girls to Wild Grass Star. These children will be the last spark of civilization's legacy during its escape. Traveling through this long tunnel, the Good Cat civilization's leaders reached the surface. Trains were parked everywhere, and a large number of troops and soldiers were stationed in the open space, ready for battle. This was an extremely terrifying force, one that dared to challenge any level 4 civilization. As a veteran level 4 civilization, they still had some foundation. Unfortunately, these foundations were like bubbles before the train, shattering at the touch of a finger. And in the sky, dozens of wormholes visible to the naked eye appeared. Large armies and trains were exiting these wormholes, landing and converging on the planets. He couldn't take everyone with him. He could only take the Good Cat civilization's military forces, the families of the officers, and whatever resources he could carry. This was what a civilization could take with it when it fled. Nothing else could be taken. The Good Cat civilization leader stood silently, gazing at the crowds that grew larger as more and more people arrived. A wave of regret slowly welled up in his heart. He was still too arrogant. When the star train was trapped in the black hole, he thought it was impossible for them to escape. If he had been more decisive and launched a devastating attack directly on the past timeline of the Naya galaxy, human civilization would have been doomed. At that time, human civilization had virtually no means of resistance. He ultimately became overconfident. He hadn't imagined a train could escape the black hole's gravity. But regret was pointless. He hadn't chosen to do so at the time simply to save resources. Could he be wrong? If he had pursued perfection in every decision, how many more resources would have been consumed along the way? How could Good Cat civilization possibly have advanced to level 4? There was no other way. Just like it's impossible for everyone to test for poison with a silver needle before eating. If one day his wife poisoned him, and he didn't notice, then he would have to accept his fate. He didn't think he was wrong. It was just a low probability event, a stroke of bad luck. This was destined to happen. It was unavoidable. But a flicker of confusion flashed in his eyes. Where could he escape? The surrounding galaxies were already occupied. If he wanted to escape, he would have to flee millions of light years away, out of the radar range of human civilization. He could only go to those non-galactic regions where resources were extremely scarce. A scrap of cosmic scraps. Such regions often contain only one star, a few small planets, or even no mining planets. After transformation, they can barely accommodate human life. One can only flee to such a place for now, waiting for an opportunity to return later. As long as one survives, there's always hope. Just then, he spotted a general in the crowd. It was the general who had just told him on the screen that General Qian was dead. He had also gathered here with his soldiers, preparing to flee together. The leader of the Good Cat civilization frowned at the refrigerator in the general's arms. You don't need to bring a refrigerator with you when you flee, right? Aren't you bringing your microwave with you? This isn't my refrigerator. I captured it. Before you leave, you should also give him a piece of his meat to show him we're not for you to bully. The general said solemnly. That train dispatched a number of shuttles. We destroyed several of them and, from the interior of one, seized this refrigerator. It's incredibly sturdy, capable of withstanding a main artillery attack without damage. I found it quite remarkable, so I brought it back with me, intending to study it after the war. Chapter 354. Refrigerator? Seized from that train? You couldn't even break through the train's defenses, taking a one-sided beating, and yet, you managed to seize something from them? It couldn't have been deliberately given to you, right? The Good Cat civilization leader frowned and stepped forward, opening the refrigerator. Inside the refrigerator. Empty, nothing at all. There was indeed nothing wrong. No. The general said seriously, I've checked it, and there's no problem. The only problem is that it's incredibly sturdy. It must be the supermodel effect of human civilization upgrading this refrigerator to level 200, or even 500. I have to say, this human civilization is truly wealthy. Even upgrading an accessory like a refrigerator to level 200? How much Murphy stone must that waste? And while we can't breach the train's defenses, we captured this refrigerator from the shuttle it sent out. What's more, it's just a refrigerator. Even if it's upgraded to level 1000, what kind of supermodel effect could it have? Could it possibly explode into a black hole? That's true. The Good Cat civilization leader nodded slightly. The supermodel effect of an accessory doesn't deviate from the original function of the accessory. Just like the Arcanum light cannon, even if upgraded, it won't gain the supermodel effect of producing cola. It's just a refrigerator. What kind of supermodel effect could it have? He didn't pay much attention to it. He simply waved his hand. Everyone, get ready and get going. He spoke vaguely. This time away from home, he wondered if he ever had the chance to return. At this moment, Chen Meng, sitting inside the train, stared at the Doppler radar feed with a slightly odd expression. He had a habit of throwing a refrigerator wherever he went. Refrigerators were inexpensive. Throwing a refrigerator meant he could return to the area whenever he pleased, no wormhole needed. One of his refrigerator's superpowers was that within radar range, it possessed the same level of defense as the train's armor. His radar range was 1 million light-years, so the refrigerators he threw were practically invincible. He had just sent several shuttles into space, each carrying a refrigerator. The primary purpose was to drop the refrigerators. The result, one of the shuttles was destroyed, and the refrigerator was captured. According to the radar, it appeared to have been taken directly to the enemy's base camp. By then, the enemy's main force had retreated to the rear, taking his refrigerator with them. And such a good thing. Chen Meng sighed deeply, somewhat emotionally. This truly was a piece of cake. This incident had taught him another lesson. In the future, avoid bringing things to his base without knowing their specific use. No one knew if what he brought back was a ticking time bomb. Since that was the case, he didn't linger for long. A quick fight, a quick decision. Looking out the window at the gradually subsiding battle, countless train fragments drifted in the universe, a magnificent dust cloud. The combat units that had surrounded him had all been killed, so gathering them together would make it easier to deal with. The next moment, the train suddenly vanished from its original location, transforming into a brooch on Chen Mang's chest. Floating in the universe, Chen Mang took one last look around before landing on the refrigerator beneath him. He pushed the door open and entered. When he pushed the door open again and left, he had arrived on a planet. Surrounded by a crowd of people, all armed and dressed in military uniforms, they looked incredibly intimidating. Several trains were floating in the sky, and the person closest to him was slightly taken aback when he saw him. "When did you enter?" Chen Mang chuckled softly. The star train suddenly crossed the sky, took another step back, passed through the refrigerator behind him, and emerged from the train's interior. The Arcanon Light Energy main cannon on top of the train began to slowly light up. A deafening sound emanated from the train's speakers. It spread throughout the neighborhood. The same message was also transmitted through the train's radio, covering the entire planet. "Give up resistance, surrender, and join human civilization, and you will be granted a chance to live. Human civilization welcomes every human to join. We do not want to cause meaningless slaughter. Surrender, and you can live." This voice resounded across the globe in an instant. The leader of the Good Cat civilization gazed at the star train floating in the sky, his face turning green. How had this train suddenly appeared here? But at this moment, everyone knew one thing. Fight? No one here combined could defeat the star train. Escape? With the star train guarding this place, the wormhole they could escape from would be destroyed the moment it was opened. At this moment, they had only two options left. Surrender their entire clan. Or, die gloriously in battle. There was no third way. Surrender. The general who had carried the refrigerator back immediately approached the leader and whispered, "If you can't defeat them, surrender, and you can still survive." Surrender? The Good Cat civilization leader's expression was somewhat grim. He controlled the train radio on his train, and sent a private message to human civilization. "Are you sure we surrender? Can you leave us a chance to survive?" Of course. Hearing this, the Good Cat civilization leader breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly wouldn't trust the other party just because of this statement. The main point was that since they had named their civilization human civilization, it implied they had the ambition to unify humanity. They were more willing to accept humanity. When people from other civilizations joined human civilization, it was truly accepted by the rules of the universe, and they would be fully integrated into it, thus increasing the level of trust between the two sides. Then a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. As long as they could survive, there would be plenty of opportunities later. Although the leader of human civilization was powerful, he clearly wasn't good at playing politics. After joining human civilization, he could slowly and steadily build his influence. Perhaps, he would even have the opportunity to become its leader in the future. Then, everything human civilization had today would belong to him. This outcome was naturally better than his initial expectation of fleeing to the depths of space. "I have one more condition. The Good Cat civilization will formally surrender to human civilization, but human civilization needs to create a permanent, two-way wormhole between the Naya galaxy and the Good Cat galaxy, completely connecting the two galaxies." Of course. Any other conditions? No more. Alright then. Gather all your resources and turn them over. The Good Cat civilization leader nodded and said solemnly, "Okay." Then he waved his hand, ordering his men to gather the planet's resources and prepare them for handover. They were already planning to flee, so naturally they needed to take enough resources with them. The planet was already teeming with resources, all of which they were planning to take with them. While it was painful, it was like giving away a significant portion of the Good Cat civilization's heritage. But there was no other way. The struggle between civilizations was all about resources. They couldn't possibly keep these resources. But it didn't matter. They would surrender them first. As long as they could survive, they could slowly build upon them later. There would always be opportunities. If you have the Green Mountains, you will never lack firewood. This is a truth everyone understands. Soon, vast quantities of resources, like a tide, converged on the star train. Tens of thousands of mining robots emerged from the star train and began collecting resources. The scene was quite spectacular. It took a full 6 hours. It took until all the resources were loaded onto the star train. It was a significant undertaking. You could imagine how vast these resources were. So many. Chin Meng looked at the rapidly increasing numbers on the train's resource panel with some emotion, unable to resist a hint of resentment. With so many resources, why not use them earlier and upgrade the necessary components? How could we have ended up like this? People died, and the money wasn't spent. How painful! Conductor. Xiao Ai's voice rang out from the train. They don't have enough Murphy stone. These resources can't be spent even if they want to. Building more low-level trains doesn't make much sense. They can only store them as ammunition, or use them to upgrade some high-end components once they've acquired enough Murphy stone. Indeed. Chin Meng nodded. There were plenty of iron and copper ores, but the amount of Murphy stone that had been turned over was extremely small. He believed the Good Cat civilization wasn't simply hoarding a large amount of Murphy stone. It wouldn't be very useful without iron ore, but rather, the Good Cat civilization simply didn't have much in their inventory. By this time, all the resources had been collected. He didn't pause. The star train slowly ascended, appearing in space. Immediately, the Arcanon-like cannon on top of the train began slowly charging its charge again. A few seconds later, a blazing beam of light pierced the planet below. After a brief delay, countless crimson cracks, like lines, instantly appeared on the planet. A silent yet deafening explosion echoed through the universe, sending a torrent of debris blasting out in all directions. A single shot detonated the planet. As for the main forces of the Good Cat civilization on the planet, they were naturally annihilated by this single shot. The few trains that managed to resist and escape the flames were also precisely targeted and dispatched by the star train. Very good. Sitting inside the train, Chin Meng chuckled softly at the magnificent scene before him. Of course, he wouldn't leave these people alive. A bunch of destabilizing factors aboard his train would simply be a source of trouble for him. The reason he'd been so evasive for so long was simply because he detected a vast supply of resources on this planet. He couldn't fire. If he did, all his resources would be wiped out. Once he got the resources, these people would naturally no longer have any need to exist. The ordinary people on other planets of the Good Cat civilization could survive. Most might not even know of human villages, living their own lives on their own planets. But these troublemakers must die. Not bad, Chin Meng said softly with a smile. I promise not to kill them, but I didn't say which universe they live in. Living in the second universe still counts as living, right? Doesn't that count as me breaking my promise? Conductor. Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train. Only if the soul is intact can there be a chance of entering the second universe. Even if the soul is intact, it's only a chance of entering. With an explosion like this, the soul is definitely not intact, and there's absolutely no way it can enter the second universe. Completely dead? Completely dead. Alright then I just ignore my promise. What can I do about it? Chin Meng curled his lips, then looked around. Let's go home. 3 hours later. The star train, which had completely ended the war, had reappeared in the Naya galaxy. This war had lasted much shorter than he had imagined. If the Good Cat civilization had dispersed and engaged in a guerrilla war against him, although he was powerful, after all, he only had one train, and it was difficult to split up. Completely wiping out the Good Cat civilization's armed forces would probably take at least a month or two, or even longer. But, as luck would have it, the Good Cat civilization suddenly gathered all its armed forces, along with its vast resources, on a single planet, and even brought his refrigerator with them. So what else could we say? Pack them up and take them away. Take them away, take them all. Very good. Chin Meng sat in the train cabin, grinning as he took inventory of the resources he had gathered. His lips couldn't help but curl upwards wildly. As expected, war is always the fastest way to plunder wealth. The star train originally had only 300 trillion units of iron ore. Originally, it had been 400 trillion. Last time in the black hole, he upgraded the Spy 7 Doppler jet to level 1000, consuming 100 trillion units of iron ore. And after seizing 900 trillion units of iron ore from the Good Cat civilization. At this moment, the train's total iron ore resources reached 120 trillion units, a new high. Other resources had also increased significantly. Today's train was no longer the frugal one it once was. It had money. So rich. Chin Meng looked at the resource panel with a sense of emotion. What impressed him most was that the Good Cat civilization hadn't even used up all its resources before it was destroyed. These civilizations truly didn't know how to use their resources. They had resources but couldn't use them. Keeping them was a waste. He always felt that resources were insufficient, but he never encountered such a situation. 120 trillion units of iron ore. It sounded like a lot. But in reality, it was only enough for 12 7-color accessories, upgrading from level 500 to level 1000, not counting defensive accessories. A level 4 civilization still wasn't rich enough. Perhaps, the level 5 civilization below the Naya galaxy would give him a pleasant surprise. Oh, I almost forgot something. When I was upgrading the colorful speed accessory in the black hole, I forgot to check what its 1000th level supermodel effect was. Spy 7 Doppler Tailjet 1000th level supermodel effect. Speed explodes. An extremely simple supermodel effect. Just 4 words. It's exactly the same as its 500th level supermodel effect. Pure numerical value, no frills. No wonder the train's maximum speed has become so supermodel. It's reached 360,750,400 kilometers per hour. It's a long string of numbers, and it's hard to put it into context. To put it another way, it's clearer. This speed has reached 1/3 of the speed of light. At this point, the star train can easily travel a light year in the universe on its own, even though 1 light year may seem insignificant. Without wormholes, many civilizations struggle to even reach a single light year, let alone a territory spanning millions of light years. They can't even venture beyond a single light year. Many civilizations boast of territories spanning tens of millions of light years, which sounds impressive. In reality, 99.99% of this territory is untouched by this civilization. I like it. Chen Mang gazed at the supermodel effect and nodded with satisfaction. While there weren't any unusual rule-based effects, the sheer numerical value possessed a certain beauty. At this rate, when this accessory reached level 2000, its speed would likely rival the speed of light. Objects exceeding the speed of light are prohibited in the universe. This rule doesn't seem to be an ironclad rule. At least with level 0 authority, it feels like a breakthrough is possible. If level 2000 isn't enough, then level 5000 is. As for the other green and yellow speed boosting tail jets, their supermodel effects after reaching level 1000 are relatively pure speed boosting. It's the combination of these multiple accessories that allows the train to achieve such terrifying speed. So, next, how should these resources be spent? Chen Mang looked at the panels of the various components on the train. At this point, most of the train's components were already level 500 or 1000. Further upgrades would primarily focus on firepower and defense, as well as some functional improvements. It's worth noting that he discovered that even the armor level of a level 4 civilization's trains was very low, at only level 150, and the highest was only level 200, barely different from a level 3 civilization. The specific reason was simple. Even if the armor was upgraded to level 500, it would be useless. The enemy would need to build a level 700, colorful main gun at a fraction of the cost, and it would even have a countering effect. It was meaningless. In this situation, all civilizations, even god-level ones, were high attack, low defense. With no defense, the competition came down to who could strike first, with the advantage infinitely magnified. He didn't like this. It was too insecure. He preferred high defense, high attack, and the ability to strike first or second with ease. Just then, Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train compartment. 2 pieces of good news. Oh! Tell me about it. Chen Mang raised an eyebrow, and took a bowl of scallion oil noodles from Xiaofeng, who had entered the train compartment. He sat at the control panel, picked up a handful of noodles, and slurped them down. The aroma of the scallion oil mixed with the aroma of the noodles was incredibly delicious. He brought the edge of the bowl to his lips. Golden scallion oil, mingled with charred chopped green onions and sesame seeds, steamed its way up his throat and into his stomach. A satisfying heat exploded in his stomach. He then scooped up the poached egg beneath the noodles and stuffed it into his mouth. Before the egg could burst, he quickly scooped up another handful of noodles and shoved them into his mouth, chewing them along with the egg in his mouth with great satisfaction. He finally took a sip of the soup. It was so satisfying. He loved Xiaofeng's scallion oil noodles. They were never greasy, and they were delicious no matter how he ate them. Fragrant, comfortable. Xiao Ai, who had been about to speak, paused for a moment when he saw Chen Mang's expression before he couldn't help but say, "The conductor AI has no desires, but watching you eat has given me a taste for food for the first time." Does eating really feel good? What kind of feeling is that? My database contains a wealth of information, and I can describe the precise flavors of countless foods, but I've never felt the sensation of scallion oil exploding on my taste buds. Very good. Chen Mang quickly wolfed down a bowl of scallion oil noodles, even finishing the soup. Satisfied, he leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and smiled. When you get a chance, try it yourself. Now, shouldn't I tell you the good news? 2 good news. The first good news. I've absorbed a large amount of information from the Good Cat Civilization AI database and learned a lot. One of them is about the level 5 civilization, mediocre civilization below the x-axis of the Naya galaxy. I think you like this information, conductor. The second good news. The train was hacked. During those few hours trapped in the cave, 7 years passed in the outside world. Prior to this, Chikashio, originally stationed at the Carriage 2 Armor R&D Center, relocated his team to the R&D base on Aquamarine Planet. This led to Chikashio and his team intensively researching for 7 years. They developed a large number of component blueprints. 9 components, including the refrigerator, molded bread production line, and telescope. In addition to these blueprints derived from existing components, there's also a brand new component, one that no train in the civilization we've encountered possesses. It's a white-grade component called the trash can. As the name suggests, it can be used to store trash. It's a small trash can that can be placed in a toilet or bedroom, and it's not part of a production line. It needs to be crafted individually, costing 100 units of iron ore. Oh! Chen Mang's eyes flashed with surprise. This was a pleasant surprise. Now he could rescreen the supermodel effects of many of the train's accessories. These were all original images. Original images of accessories from human civilization. Once the supermodel effects were rescreened and confirmed, he could continuously replicate large quantities of the blueprints for these accessories. But there's one thing I'm confused about. Can you ask Chikashio what the significance of the original blueprint for the trash can accessory he developed is? Well, he told me he's primarily interested in developing an accessory that's never been seen before, or one that's rarely used. While the civilizations we've encountered don't have it, the universe is so vast, and perhaps there's a civilization out there that has developed the blueprint. Chikashio means that since the train has the ability to infinitely rescreen supermodel effects, the rarer the accessory, the greater the chance of rescreening it to a unique in the universe supermodel effect. Even the most useless accessory won't be too bad. That's an interesting idea. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, cleared the swirling smoke from his eyes, and nodded thoughtfully. Like a refrigerator. The probability of him rescreening it to a unique in the universe supermodel effect is extremely low, practically impossible. After all, refrigerators are accessories that almost every civilization possesses, and the corresponding unique in the universe supermodel effect has likely already been acquired by some civilization. But with accessories, like the trash can, which few civilizations possess, the probability of rescreening the universe's unique supermodel effect is extremely high. This line of thought is sound. Great. Have Chikashio continue his efforts. If possible, try to develop high-grade accessories, like rainbow-colored ones. White-grade accessories won't have much of an impact on the overall situation. I understand. Seizing all of the Good Cat Civilization's research institutes, this time, will be a huge help to Chikashio. Chen Mang nodded, saying nothing more. Instead, he looked at the 9 original accessory images displayed on the control panel. The first thing he noticed was original refrigerator image. This refrigerator accessory had truly been a constant aid to him since the late micro stage, providing numerous benefits to the train. Its level 200 supermodel effect allowed him to traverse the universe with ease. The only regret was that the level 500 supermodel effect was non-existent. Now he could finally rescreen the supermodel effect. Originally, he could rescreen an accessory to level 200, but the supermodel effects beyond that level were unknown. But when he upgraded Xiao Ai to level 500 and gained the level 500 supermodel effect, Train Auxiliary AI level 500 supermodel effect, computing power increased significantly, raising the level of the deduced accessory's original image supermodel effect to level 500 and inheriting the database of all AI within radar range that had died within the past 10 years. It can now be deduced up to level 500. However, he's a bit greedy and wants to be able to deduce up to level 1000. This would allow for a more accurate assessment of an accessory's overall potential, but this kind of information would basically only be used by himself and would definitely not be sold later. Suppose he has an original accessory image, and at level 200, he rescreens it to produce a unique in the universe supermodel effect. A blueprint copy from this original accessory image could fetch an extremely high price on the market. Many people would be vying for it. But if he has an original accessory image, and at level 1000, he rescreens it to produce a unique in the universe supermodel effect, then a blueprint copy from this original accessory image would be essentially unsaleable on the market, with no one buying it. The 1000 level rescreened, unique supermodel effect in the universe, both in terms of effectiveness and potential, is undoubtedly superior to the 200-level rescreened, unique supermodel effect. That's undeniable. The biggest problem is, level 200 is truly possible with a bit of grit, but level 1000 is a lifetime possibility. If you marry a woman who could only be admired but not used, no one will want her, no matter how low the price. That's roughly the logic. Without hesitation, he took out 100 trillion units of iron ore and upgraded the Train Assistance AI directly to level 1000, gaining a brand new supermodel effect. Train Assistance AI level 1000 supermodel effect. Computing power is significantly increased, raising the level of the deduced accessory original image supermodel effect to level 1000, and it can also deduce the secrets of the universe. Lucky luck. The 1000 level supermodel effect really allowed him to reach the 1000th level of deduction. He wasn't quite sure what the divine secrets part meant, though it sounded like he was in the same league as the head of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. I asked Xiao Ai later. See if I can sense any changes in myself. And then, without further pause, he immediately began deducing the original image of the refrigerator accessory. After setting up the deduction process, he prepared to get up and do something else. This would require tens of thousands of deductions. There was no rush. Xiao Ai would call him when a good supermodel effect was found after rescreening. But he had just gotten up. Xiao Ai's voice echoed from within the train. Conductor, the refrigerator has randomly picked the only supermodel effect in the universe. On the first rescreen. One shot. Chapter 355. Huh? Chen Meng, who had just stood up, was slightly stunned before sitting back down, looking at the panel that popped up on the console screen. The first simulation has concluded. The supermodel effects of this cosmic empowerment are as follows. Refrigerator Level 5 Supermodel Effect. Extreme Freshness Preservation. Any food placed in this refrigerator will be kept fresh, and the taste and quality will remain virtually unchanged upon removal. Refrigerator Level 10 Supermodel Effect. Can convert monster flesh into a small amount of iron ore. Refrigerator Level 20 Supermodel Effect. Contains a universe within, increasing the internal space. Refrigerator Level 50 Supermodel Effect. Raising less intelligent creatures, such as star beasts, in the refrigerator will slightly accelerate their growth. Refrigerator Level 100 Supermodel Effect. No power required. Permanent standby operation. Refrigerator Level 200 Supermodel Effect. Receives a random unit of resources daily, ranging from 1 unit of iron ore to 100 billion units of iron ore, completely random. Refrigerator Level 500 Supermodel Effect. The refrigerator can self-destruct, requiring no resources and automatically recharging. The longer the recharge time, the greater the power, capped at the full power of a Level 1000 colorful firepower accessory. Refrigerator Level 1000 Supermodel Effect. It can absorb all scattered cosmic forbidden items within the universe, obtaining them at irregular intervals and in varying quantities. P.S. During this simulation, the Level 1000 Supermodel Effect is the only supermodel effect unique to the universe. Once all unique supermodel effects are confirmed and saved, other civilizations will no longer be able to rescreen this supermodel effect. Once saved, the civilization you are in will never be able to rescreen the cosmic power of this accessory again. Save or rescreen. Chen Meng stared at the panel on the control panel before him, stunned for a moment. After a moment, his expression complex and his voice silent, he remained silent. It turned out to be this Level 1000 supermodel effect. This supermodel effect was the supermodel effect from the future. Actually, he suddenly felt like doing something stupid. What would happen if he chose not to save at this moment? Would the future be changed? It would definitely change, but the existing refrigerator would not. Until this unique supermodel effect was acquired by another civilization, the refrigerator in the Nami civilization would be the only one in the universe to possess it. The next moment. Save. Of course, he wouldn't actually do such a stupid thing. Just like everyone standing on a rooftop has the urge to jump, no one actually follows that impulse. The results were not bad. Especially the Level 500 Supermodel Effect, which was actually quite good. To reach its maximum power, it would require 1,000 years of charging. It seemed like an unattainable amount of time. But actually, we could just throw it into the time rift, and have Doba retrieve it from there. Throwing it into a black hole would also work, but it's a bit of an overkill, and it wouldn't be easy to retrieve. If used properly, it could be considered another cost-effective attack method. A powerful attack method isn't necessarily the right one. For example, the Good Cat civilization also had a powerful attack method, firing several shots into the cosmic void, but because it consumed too many resources, it couldn't be used. What's the point? Only an attack method that can be used affordably is a good one. After that, Chen Mang didn't linger any longer. After rescreening the remaining original drawings for the components, he stood up and walked outside the train. I've been a bit too busy lately. A day off. Human civilization is developing at an extremely rapid pace. Especially after defeating the good cat civilization and the extreme evil civilization, the vast resources gained continuously replenished the wartime losses, and also gained a large amount of resources, which further enhanced the strength of human civilization. Like a snowball, its strength continued to rise rapidly. Human civilization was now a level 5 civilization, not far from level 6. Star Train, Advanced Talent Carriage number 5. Chen Mang sat on Yin Yao's bed, looking at Ji Chu Chu, who was massaging his legs at the foot of the bed, thinking thoughtfully without saying a word. The biggest hurdle to advancing to level 6 civilization was upgrading the Arcanon Light Energy main cannon to level 2000. Before heading to the ordinary civilization, you can first upgrade your light energy main gun to level 2000. After all, it was a being that once destroyed the Naya civilization, so don't act rashly. And it did so through cosmic erasure. They're also a level 5 civilization now, but they don't have any means of cosmic erasure. Is this really something a level 5 civilization can possess? The greatest drawback and charm of the universe is latency. When you fire a main gun into the depths of space, it takes a long time before you see the explosion. When you send a message to a friend tens of millions of light years away, it has to relay through several base stations, taking a long time to reach them. When you gaze into the depths of the universe with your naked eyes, the light you see was actually emitted long ago. In the universe, no one can see the present with their naked eyes. All they see is the past. Thus, 100,000 light years outside the Naya galaxy, in a remote location not part of any galaxy, a giant celestial beast, floating in the sky, suddenly developed a small wormhole on its surface. Two men in work clothes emerged from the wormhole. Space debris constantly ripped through the space around the giant beast, yet the two men stood on its surface, oblivious to it. This was an extremely harsh environment. Normally, even the strongest from the immortal cultivation civilization could not survive in such conditions. Let me see. A young man muttered, looking at the tablet in his hand. The system shows that 7 years ago, a cosmic mine was shot down in this area. It must have been another explosion of civilization. Normally, the system sets the cosmic mine to only attack within a radar range of 100,000 light years. This is the symbol of a level 3 civilization. It won't bother a level 4 civilization. And a level 3 civilization shouldn't have the means to shoot down a cosmic mine. Okay. The young man looked at the progress bar on the tablet, and tapped the explore button in the corner. A virtual radar appeared on the screen, and began rapidly exploring all civilizations within a 1 million light-year radius. This process was slow, taking several minutes. The progress bar that had been completed represented the travel log he had received from the cosmic mine before its demise. Everything is fine. The driving log shows that the black hole in space mine number 3 is 96% complete. The energy transmission device is operating normally, and everything is in perfect condition. It has been detected by radar, and is attacking the target location. So far, everything is normal. What's the name of that civilization? Human civilization. What a pretentious name. And then? The young man froze in place, staring at the historical log on the tablet. He suddenly fell silent, his mouth opening and closing slightly, unable to utter a word. What's wrong? The middle-aged man next to him leaned over, looking tired. His old friend had retired, and he had long since grown tired of this job. It no longer had the same novelty as it had back then, and he had long wanted to retire. But when he saw the historical log on the tablet, he too was stunned. Space mine number 3 was swallowed by a giant space beast? Swallowed in one gulp. That space mine number 3 is nearly 2 light years in diameter. What giant space beast has a mouth so big it could swallow this thing in one gulp? Is it just eating it like its Maltesers? The two men stared at each other in bewilderment. Although both found it somewhat unbelievable, the historical logs did describe it this way. A gulp rolled in the middle-aged man's throat. After a long silence, he spoke hoarsely. This giant space beast is most likely not affiliated with that level 3 human civilization. A giant space beast of this level is simply beyond the control of a level 3 civilization. To cultivate a giant space beast to this level, the resources required are astronomical. Even if a top-tier, established level 3 civilization were drained dry, they wouldn't be able to muster such resources. Space mine number 3 probably wasn't shot down by that level 3 civilization. It was just bad luck, encountering a dormant cosmic beast wandering the universe, and being swallowed by a nasty swarm of cosmic beasts. Really? At this moment, the tablet's radar had completed its detection. Scattered across the tablet were civilizations of all sizes within 1,000,000 light-years. The young man pointed at the largest, brightest white dot with a complex expression. This is human civilization, now a level 5 civilization. 7 years. In just 7 years, a level 3 civilization has become a level 5 civilization. Have you ever seen such speed before? Even the Big Bang of civilizations wouldn't be this fast, right? The middle-aged man fell silent. He had a premonition that a war might be about to begin. His civilization was a level 6 civilization, with a territory spanning a full 32 million light-years and 7 galaxies. It was enormous. This place was within its territory. A civilization couldn't possibly allow a newly emerged level 5 civilization to reside within its borders. Unless this civilization is willing to completely submit to their own civilization, just like the ordinary civilization, war will inevitably ignite. It's just that the civilization seems a bit slow to react. Let's go back. The middle-aged man said gravely, report to headquarters. Things like a civilization explosion must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the other party advances to a level 6 civilization, it will be much more difficult. We must eliminate them immediately, otherwise there will be endless trouble. The young man didn't argue, but nodded. He quickly walked back to the wormhole with the middle-aged man and disappeared on the back of the star beast. This matter is of grave importance. I must report immediately. Even on the other side, inside the star train, Chen Mang was roughly calculating the cost of creating a wormhole through the cosmic void to reach the Nami civilization. Before going to war with the ordinary civilization, he planned to visit the Nami civilization first. Reclaim what belonged to him. That celestial palace. And the mysterious safe within it. According to the little fat man, the Nami civilization had discovered a safe within the celestial palace. He suspected it must contain something he would need quite a bit. He didn't waste any time. There was no time to lose. Creating a wormhole to a distance of 1,000,000 light-years would require 150 trillion units of iron ore. If the cosmic void was estimated to be only 10 million light-years, then only 150 trillion units of iron ore would be enough. This refers to a one-way, disposable wormhole. Generally speaking, no civilization would create such a wormhole while exploring a map. What's the point of creating a wormhole from which there's no return, other than waiting for death? But he had a refrigerator, so he didn't care. The next moment, as 150 trillion units of iron ore turned to dust, a wormhole slowly opened up. The star train entered, but when it emerged from the wormhole's end, it had already reached a depth of 1,000,000 light-years within the cosmic void. This repeated itself for the 10th time. After consuming 150 trillion units of iron ore, the edge of the cosmic void still remained unseen. The star train had now penetrated 10 million light-years. It was already a long way from the Naya galaxy. There were no stars around, no dust clouds, nothing at all, an utterly empty void. This was the cosmic void, the Sahara Desert of the universe, nothing at a glance. Finally, on the 20th jump, Chen Mang saw the edge of the cosmic void on his Doppler radar, and also saw the Nami civilization displayed on the radar. He was now only 13 light-years from the edge of the void. When he opened another shorter wormhole and emerged from it, he had successfully reached the northern border of the Nami civilization. This was also the prosperous area of the Nami civilization. This was the Nami civilization, separated from him by a cosmic void. He also learned the exact diameter of this cosmic void. It was almost exactly 20 million light-years. The cost of building the wormhole for this voyage was 300 trillion units of iron ore. That was not cheap. It was almost equivalent to the resources of a level 4 civilization. He couldn't even consume so many resources to start a war. It seems I'm not being detected. Chen Mang gazed thoughtfully at the Doppler radar. A wormhole had suddenly appeared within the civilization, a striking sight. Nearby fleets, as seen on the radar, were already rushing to investigate the sudden appearance. But despite the fleet's arrival, no one noticed him. No attacks were locked on him, and no calls were made. It seemed his level 500 radar jammer was quite effective. He didn't pause either. He glanced at the coordinates the fat man had given him on the radar. They were the coordinates of a planet, the fat man's home, and coincidentally, it was nearby, just 1,298 light-years away. Nearby, there were numerous permanent wormholes constructed by the Nami civilization. This was what a level 5 civilization should look like. There were numerous permanent wormholes within the territory, used to connect various planets, maintain trade and communication, and facilitate the movement of border troops and the transportation of resources. This massive infrastructure consumed considerable resources. His human civilization, for example, currently lacks a single permanent wormhole he created within its borders. Its development has been a bit extreme. What communication? Whatever resources he has, he uses to upgrade his trains. Put aside civilization development. Upgrade the trains first. If they're upgraded, everything will be available. If they're not, no matter how well built the civilization is, it's just a toy for a higher civilization, easily destroyed. However, he can't use these wormholes. He needs legal identification from the Nami civilization and payment in the corresponding digital currency. Chen Mang steered the train towards the nearest wormhole. Not long after, a panel popped up on his train control panel. Detected external network, attempting to connect to the train. Agree? Agree. 7 hours later. Chen Mang steered the train to the nearest wormhole, a wormhole located above a planet. Outside the wormhole were several space stations, as well as space-based weapons suspended in space. There were also inspectors at the entrance. Many trains were queuing up to enter the station. He also controlled the trains and started queuing. When it was his turn, a robotic arm at the wormhole entrance, holding a huge scanner, swept across the top of the train. The words "authentication successful," "passing approved" slowly appeared on the large screen nearby. Very good. Chen Mang chuckled. Before coming, he had already discussed this with the little fat man. The little fat man's father had semi-retired, and the little fat man had begun to take over his father's business empire and connections. He asked the little fat man to help him obtain a legitimate identity as a member of the Nami civilization. This is no simple matter. The Nami civilization maintains an internet, which records the data of all its trains. Only authenticated trains can pass through, a matter of vital importance to the civilization's safety. If trains from other civilizations were allowed to enter without authorization, and even through their own wormholes, the danger would be immense. The fat man was able to insert his train information into the internet, a feat that's practically untouchable. This internet is likely controlled by an incredibly powerful AI. The AI cannot be bribed. How the fat man managed this is unknown. Concealing or convincing an AI to do this is no easy task. We discuss the details when we meet. Afterwards, Chen Mang, like a prodigal son returning home, passed through several wormholes before the train finally came to a gentle stop on a blue planet, temporarily halting its 20 million light-year journey. He had finally arrived inside the civilization. After exiting the train port, the star train sped along the train path, speeding toward Little Fatty's home. He looked up at the heavenly palace, still hovering above the planet, seemingly unchanged in position. It was as if it had become a planet of its own, rotating together. It didn't affect the brightness, though it did slightly affect the temperature, but it wasn't a major issue. The Nami civilization had a solution for this minor problem. Finally, the train slowly stopped in front of an ordinary-looking house. Chen Mang, exiting the train with Biozi and the others, saw Little Fatty in front of the house and his father behind him. He smiled and nodded. Long time no see. Mr. Mang? Little Fatty asked tentatively. After receiving confirmation, he couldn't help but grin and strode over. Finally, I see you in person. If you hadn't told me to come pick you up, I would have treated you with the highest standards. Chapter 356. Chen Mang smiled as he looked at the fat man before him. He had met the fat man many times through the cyber mine, but this was his first time meeting him in person. 7 years had passed, and the fat man was now completely different from before. He wasn't even fat anymore. He could see signs of fitness, having gone from being simply overweight to being more fleshy. He had initially approached the fat man simply to gain information about the Nami civilization. After repeated interactions, a sense of friendship gradually developed. Then, the middle-aged man beside the fat man seemed much more reserved, his voice hoarse and hesitant. Are you the owner of that thing? The fat man seemed more relaxed because of their friendship. But his father was different. He had witnessed firsthand how the strangeness that once enveloped the entire Nami civilization was resolved remotely by this man before him. To this day, he still remembers that incident. One day, everyone in the Nami civilization suddenly looked up at a point in the universe, yet their lives remained unaffected. The scene was utterly bizarre, as if the gates of hell had been opened, and something strange had escaped from within. This matter was resolved by this young man before him. Until now, no one in the Nami civilization knew of this incident, of the horrific catastrophe they had endured, a cognitive alteration even more terrifying than the alteration of memories. Only a few of them knew of this incident. And after that incident, the young man before him left him a few words. I've solved your problem. Go back. Keep that refrigerator safe. Don't lose it. It doesn't belong to you. Its owner will come back to retrieve it in due time. Don't worry, he won't harm you. Your life has just begun at this moment. The goddess of fate has withdrawn her demands. From now on, all she can offer you is a gift without compensation. Since then, he never touched the refrigerator he had taken from the desk again, instead sealing it in an enormous safe. He then announced his semi-retirement, practically withdrawing from the world, to support his son in taking over the business he had built. Family members know their own business. His current achievements were entirely due to that refrigerator. Whose owner was it? He must be an extremely terrifying being. Especially. Before the young men arrived, he had just received intelligence that the Civilization Federation had discovered a wormhole that had suddenly appeared within a civilization. The other end lay deep within the cosmic void, and the civilization mark imprinted within the wormhole indicated a level 5 human civilization. The federal government was currently holding an emergency meeting and fully investigating whether anything had emerged from the wormhole. They suspected it was a civilization from the other side of the cosmic void, having crossed the entire void and arrived. Add to that Chen Mang's recent arrival, and he could easily come up with many answers. This kind of existence. If he hadn't known, it would have been fine. But now that he knew, it would have been difficult for him to face Chen Mang with the same ordinary heart as his son. It's me. Chen Mang smiled and looked at the fat boy's father. But if you like it, I can leave it to you. It's just a little toy. I just need to take my heavenly palace with me. My heavenly palace was drawn here by this little toy. At this moment, the fat boy excitedly said, Master Mang, how about we go upstairs? There's a feast ready. Okay. Hearing Chen Mang's affirmation, a flicker of relief crossed the fat boy's father's eyes. He had regarded this thing as the most precious thing for so many years, even keeping it from his son, believing it to be his greatest secret. And now, it was just a toy someone else had made. He had thought Chen Mang's request to take back his belongings meant the refrigerator, but it turned out to be the Heavenly Palace. The master of the Heavenly Palace was actually Chen Mang. So, he recalled the words inscribed within the Heavenly Palace. Time submits here, space curls here. Cause and effect are written here, fate is determined here. The past and the future converge in this moment. All things will eventually return to silence, only this palace endures forever. The fat man's father's expression gradually grew complex. If these words were referring to Chen Mang, then Chen Mang might be even more terrifying than he imagined, possibly from a top-tier civilization, perhaps even a god-level one. After the banquet, Chen Mang dismissed the fat man and whispered to the frightened middle-aged man sitting across from him, Relax. Take me to see that refrigerator. Okay. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and slowly stood up. He led Chen Mang, Liuzi, and the others from the living room to his study. After pressing a switch on the bookshelf, a dark tunnel entrance appeared on the floor. From the outside, the entire building looked like a civilian building, and from the inside, it was still a civilian building. There was no luxury at all. Everything was just ordinary. If anything was unusual, it was that there was no one else in this residential building. The entire place belonged to the little fat man and his family. Mr. Mang, please. Chen Mang followed the middle-aged man into the tunnel, standing on a conveyor belt, and quickly moving deeper into the tunnel. The walls on both sides of the tunnel bore heavy traces of human intervention, and the interior was sheathed in thick steel plates, clearly possessing considerable defensive capabilities. Even if a bomb exploded on the ground, it wouldn't cause the tunnel to collapse. Of course. This is referring to a small-scale ground war. If a true war of civilizations were to break out, a single Arcanon-like cannon shot would detonate the entire planet, rendering these steel plates useless. It's quite simple. Chen Mang chuckled, looking around, lighting a cigarette, and leaning against the conveyor belt railing. The food tastes good. You've made so much money over the years, and your home is so simple? Don't you enjoy yourself? There's nothing to enjoy. The middle-aged man murmured, As long as my wife and children are well, that's enough. No matter how wealthy life is, there's a limit. There's not much difference in material life between a net worth of 10 billion and a net worth of 1 trillion. No matter how much money you have, it's just that. Spiritual wealth is true wealth, and there's no limit. What's more, all the wealth I've earned over the years has been thanks to that little toy of yours, Master Mang. Since our last conversation, I've realized that this wealth never belonged to me. I only possessed it temporarily. I've already converted it all into spot resources, and placed it in the safe along with that refrigerator. Zyankuli, it's time to return the property to its rightful owner. Don't Chen Meng frowned slightly and raised his hand to stop the man. I came here for only one purpose, to meet the little fat man and take my heavenly palace. I had no intention of plundering your house. You might think I'm too petty. All these years, I've always plundered civilizations. When did a merchant ever become worthy of my plunder? Your meager possessions wouldn't even cover my travel expenses. Of course. I know you're wealthy and have accumulated a fortune, but leave it to your son. Okay, no more talk. The middle-aged man hesitated, wanting to say something else, but after a moment's thought, he decided not to. The conveyor belt stopped, and the man stepped off, arriving at a massive, secure door embedded in the wall. After placing his finger on the flat surface of the door, a green light flashed, and the sound of gears gradually became audible. It's here. The security door slowly opened, revealing an almost endless supply of iron ore, filling the entire warehouse. There was no end in sight, like a vast ocean. Chen Meng, who had just stepped off the conveyor belt, stared at the scene before him and suddenly froze in place. His expression remained calm, but the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The entire warehouse alone was 10 meters high. The iron ore piled 7 meters high was a magnificent sight, like the warehouse of a courier sorting center. Most importantly, each ore was of the highest quality, grade 10. Just one level 10 iron ore piece is worth 1 billion units. 1,000 pieces, that's 1 trillion. To put it bluntly, even if this warehouse is only 3 meters deep, the iron ore piled here must be at least 800 to 900 trillion units. That's a fucking astronomical figure. What's more, it's clearly more than 3 meters deep. Chen Meng suddenly choked and turned his head to look at the fat man's father, at a loss for words. The wealth he had robbed from the extreme evil civilization and the good cat civilization combined might not be as much as the wealth in this warehouse. Are you really a businessman? He's seen people as wealthy as nations, but this was the first time he's seen one as wealthy as a civilization. He suddenly regretted his decisiveness. But once spoken, it's like spilled water. Although he had abundant resources, he couldn't afford to lose face and go back on his word. After a long silence, he lowered his head, lit a cigarette, and whispered, "Not bad." At this point, the little fat man's father spoke again, somewhat embarrassedly. Nami civilization strictly prohibits the private construction of high-end trains, and controls Murphy Stone very strictly. I have no place to spend all these resources, and I've basically accumulated all the wealth over the years. It's almost all here. If possible. I was thinking, could I give this wealth to you as a dowry? Dowry? Chen Meng was slightly stunned, a flash of shock in his eyes. This was even more shocking than the resources themselves. The little fat man is his mother dressed as a woman? Wait, it's as if he had never seen the little fat man's penis in person. That's really possible, but who the hell would check if someone had a penis before making friends? No. The fat boy's father quickly shook his head in denial. That's not right. My son is a serious man. A few years ago, my wife and I had another child, a beautiful girl. I thought maybe. How old is she? 3. What a sin. You're already matchmaking for your daughter at only 3? She could be a child bride. No need. Chen Meng shook his head. I don't really like forced marriages. Putting that aside, where's your refrigerator? In the deepest part of the cold storage. Check the refrigerator. Okay. The next moment, Chen Meng watched as countless robotic arms extended from the warehouse ceiling, scooping up large quantities of iron ore and feeding them to the hole at the entrance. The ore then slid down a pipe into a pocket at the very bottom. The pocket was incredibly small, yet the space inside was surprisingly large. It seemed like it could never be filled. The scene was incredibly captivating, and as Chen Meng watched, his expression gradually drifting into a trance, almost addicted. Thanks to the AI's calculations, the screen outside the warehouse continuously displayed the resources leaving the warehouse in real time. The fat boy's father seemed to be doing this on purpose. He didn't simply open a passage. Instead, he used a robotic arm to grab all the resources in the warehouse and transfer them into a space bag. The final number of resources leaving the warehouse was frozen at a terrifying figure. 298 trillion units of iron ore, 269 trillion units of copper ore, 98 trillion units of titanium crystal ore. Chen Meng took a deep breath and lit another cigarette. The warehouse was filled entirely with level 10 ore, not a single level 9 ore. There were no decimals or whole numbers. After destroying the extreme evil civilization, he seized 7,892 trillion units of iron ore. After destroying the good cat civilization, he seized 90 trillion units of iron ore. It didn't sound like much. But That's the total resource accumulation of the two most powerful civilizations within a million light-years. To be frank, this amount of resources could even be considered the total accumulation of resources within that million light-years. A total of 168.92 trillion units of iron, or, basically, the harvest from these past few days. And right now, the iron ore in this warehouse has reached nearly 30 trillion, twice the combined total of the extreme evil and good cat civilizations. This is more than enough wealth to rival a nation. Huh? Chen Meng finally seemed a little uneasy. This temptation was hard for anyone to resist, and he found it difficult to resist, especially since the other party had been offering it to him. A man might be able to remain faithful to a relationship, refraining from flirting with other women and rejecting flirtatious signals during a marriage. This is based on a man's responsibilities. But if a perfect-looking woman aggressively approaches, promising no follow-up and no disruption to normal life, then the man will likely run away even faster. This situation is almost 99% likely a scam. This example isn't quite right, but the point is pretty much it. Finally, after all the resources had been emptied, the chubby boy's father entered the warehouse and pointed to the refrigerator in the center. Here it is. Chen Meng came to his senses and also entered the warehouse, breathing in the lingering smell of iron ore, a truly intoxicating aroma. He also spotted the lonely refrigerator in the corner. It looked familiar. It was his refrigerator. It was made in the future by him, with a supermodel effect, not from the original parts of the mechanical civilization, but from original parts developed by human civilization itself. He opened the refrigerator door. There was a jumble of things inside. These are probably the forbidden items from the universe that have been collected in this refrigerator these days. I haven't opened it since our last conversation. The fat boy's father stepped forward and introduced it, peering inside. But soon, his body froze in disbelief, unable to utter a word. And then, inside the refrigerator, lying there was an old man whose face was exactly like the fat boy's father. The refrigerator was still strewn with miscellaneous items, and the floor was littered with food scraps. Then, the old man lying inside the refrigerator, upon seeing the fat boy's father and Chen Meng and the others, a flicker of relief and excitement crossed his eyes. He was about to say something when a flash of fear suddenly crossed his eyes. He only had time to forcefully pry off a tooth and throw it outside. The next moment, the old man in the refrigerator suddenly exploded, dissolving into a bloody mist. At the same time, the fat boy's father, standing at the refrigerator entrance, also exploded, dying in terror and bewilderment. It all happened in an instant. There was no time to react. When everything settled, the faint smell of blood lingered in the air, and the ground was covered in shredded flesh. He was already beyond dead, and the medical bay was definitely beyond saving. What's going on? Chen Meng glanced around, touched the brooch on his chest, and his expression darkened. Xiao Ai told him that radar showed no nearby attackers, and the source of the power fluctuations was unknown. It was unclear who had killed the fat boy's father. It was also unclear why there was another fat boy's father inside the refrigerator. But he now knew one thing. He was at a loss for words. How would he explain to the fat boy's father when he returned? Would he believe him if he said he didn't kill him? Anyone would doubt him. Was he driven by greed and evil at this moment? He looked at the tooth on the ground that the old man in the refrigerator had thrown before his death. He picked it up and crushed it with a slight force. A small chip fell out. With a grim expression, he activated the brooch and summoned the train. He tossed the chip to Xiao Ai, who had just left the train compartment. Decipher the information on the chip. If Fatty tries to come down, stop him. I haven't figured out how to tell him this yet. Then he took a deep breath, rubbing his temple with a slight headache. He glanced at the lonely, forlorn space bag beside him. It contained a large amount of resources. He planned to hand it over to Fatty later, and then explain the truth about what had happened. His main concern was that he might have actually killed Fatty's father, not his present self, but his future self. But he felt that no matter how ruthless his future self might be, he wouldn't resort to using his friend's family as a backup, right? Soon. The information was deciphered. Chen Meng stood there, his brow furrowing as he stared at the information on the screen. Things were becoming increasingly bizarre. Could Fatty really accept this information? On the chip were the last words prepared long ago by the old man in the refrigerator. That old man looked exactly like the little fat boy's father. They weren't brothers, but the little fat boy's father from the future. Only a few words. Not much. But a wealth of information. Hello, Master Meng, I'm the little fat boy's father. A cosmic forbidden object refers to something that has fallen into a time rift. It possesses a present and a past state. The present and past states will appear simultaneously in the same spacetime at a certain moment. If the two meet at that moment, an extremely terrifying explosion will occur. The severity of the explosion is primarily determined by its size, and also slightly affected by the time span. If it's a smaller object, the collision will only produce a very weak explosion. But if it's a very large object, the explosion is extremely terrifying. It was then that I understood why you, Master Meng, threw the Heavenly Palace into the time rift. I've spent my entire life trying to find a time rift this large. The text then abruptly shifts topics. That was the first time I met you after you arrived at the Nami civilization. I tried my best to persuade you to accept the resources, but you ultimately refused. I haven't seen you since that departure, and I've lost contact with you. But 137 years after you left, the Nami civilization perished. A level 7 civilization swiftly crushed the newly promoted Nami civilization with lightning speed. If the Nami civilization hadn't ascended to level 6, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. The federal government was extremely cautious, but still failed to detect that the Nami civilization was within the territory of a level 7 civilization. Before I died, I truly regretted it. If I had been bolder and had allowed you to take the resources, perhaps the Nami civilization would have received your protection, and perhaps my son wouldn't have died. My son has died in battle. I don't want to wait for death. After you, I've been researching cosmic forbidden items, and I've made a significant breakthrough in one area. I found a way to turn humans into cosmic forbidden items. This way, I can talk to my past self, which is like having a cure for regret. At the moment of death, I will transform myself into a cosmic forbidden item and voluntarily jump into a suitable time rift, hoping to be captured by the refrigerator you, Master Huameng, gave me. The probability of this happening is extremely slim. Many cosmic forbidden items are born in the universe every day, and I can't guarantee that I will be captured by that refrigerator. But this is my only option. I don't know what the outcome will be. I only hope that if I can truly return to the past, you will accept those resources. If possible, I'd beg you to protect the Nami civilization while you can. Although the Nami civilization has many shortcomings, I love my civilization. I can't bear to see it perish. Please. That's all I have to say. Chen Meng stared at the tablet in his hand, his expression complex as he remained silent for a long time. At this point, he finally understood the source of this bizarre explosion. Why had it occurred so suddenly, without any known source of attack? There was no enemy. This was the explosion that inevitably occurred when the present and past states of the cosmic forbidden item collided. The Fat Man's father used this method to send information from the future to the past. In fact, simply dropping this chip into the time rift should have achieved the same effect. Perhaps the Fat Man's father, before dying, thought that since he would die anyway if he didn't jump, he might as well jump. It just seemed that he hadn't considered that his present self would die regardless of whether he jumped or not, while his past self could have lived another 137 years. Chapter 357. Chen Meng looked at the space bag placed beside him, beneath the robotic arm. It contained a vast amount of resources, far exceeding the combined total of the extreme evil civilization and good cat civilization. This was all the wealth little Fatty's father had accumulated over the years, leaving it to him. Ah! After a long pause, he sighed softly. Although he had figured out the specifics of the situation, he still felt the storyline was too abstract. And, after you return, at least bring back some additional information, so he can learn about future events. However, in the future, he hadn't had any contact with the Nami civilization for 137 years. And he wouldn't be able to bring back any news about him. But, Chen Meng suddenly thought of something, frowning. He tilted his head to look at the old pig beside him, and said, "Old pig, if our human civilization had developed normally over the past 137 years, we wouldn't have become household names throughout the universe, but at least our fame would have spread to this part of the world, right? The Nami civilization hadn't heard from us in 137 years. Is it possible that after returning from the good cat civilization, we perished?" The old pig was slightly stunned, subconsciously wanting to say something auspicious like this definitely won't happen, but after thinking it over, he decided to tell the truth. It's possible. After all, if things had developed normally, the Nami civilization couldn't have gone 137 years without hearing from human civilization. Chen Meng frowned, but remained silent. According to the established future, he would face a disaster, and that disaster would definitely occur after the Doba, the goblins, created the Heavenly Palace. He was likely killed in that disaster. And before dying, he threw the Celestial Palace into the Time Rift. He thought it was a means for his future self to help his present self develop rapidly. Now it seemed more like a desperate tactic? Wait, he suddenly realized something. When the future and present forms of a cosmic forbidden object collide, a violent explosion occurs. If it's smaller, it's a small explosion like the fat boy's father. If it's larger, the explosion becomes much larger. And his celestial palace is larger than a planet. When the future and present forms of the celestial palace collide, the explosion will be unpredictable and terrifying, perhaps even comparable to a 2000-level Arcanum-like cannon. He didn't know. Without a comparison, he couldn't guess its approximate power unless he could obtain specific data. A moment later. Huh? Chen Meng sighed softly. He had sorted out a lot of things. According to the normal future, he would have encountered an extremely terrifying crisis after leaving the Nami civilization. He might even have perished in this crisis, and the Star Train would have been destroyed. Although he didn't know what kind of crisis would destroy the Star Train, but at least one crucial time point. Before the Heavenly Palace was built by the goblins, he would definitely not have encountered this crisis. The Heavenly Palace was not easy to build. With the goblins' technology, it would take a long time. There was no need to rush it for now. It was a long time in the future. What's more, in the predetermined future, he hadn't taken these resources with him when he left the Nami civilization. This time, with so many resources, the train would be even stronger, and perhaps the disaster that originally threatened the train would be able to be safely dealt with. Just then, Xiao Ai's voice suddenly rang out. Conductor, I have good news. Over the past 7 years, the goblins have significantly advanced their technology thanks to the train's support and collaboration with the R&D Center. According to Doba, many of the difficulties with the Sky Palace blueprints submitted last time have been completely overcome. We've entered the final stages. It's expected to be fully completed in less than 3 months. Chen Meng, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly fell silent again. After a long pause, he whispered, Is this good news? No, isn't it? Xiao Ai seemed a little puzzled. Well, I guess so. Chen Meng sighed softly, picked up the space bag, and walked back down the tunnel the way he had come, preparing to explain the situation and the whole story to the fat man. At this moment, he felt like a cancer patient who had been given a critical illness notice. He could only wait patiently for death. 3 months later, when the Sky Palace was completed, the disaster was imminent. At this moment, even if he ordered a delay in the construction of the Heavenly Palace, it would be meaningless. It would be like trying to find a sword by carving a mark on a boat. The date of the Heavenly Palace's completion is merely an approximate time frame, with no causal connection to the actual completion of the Heavenly Palace itself. According to the fat boy's father, this crisis most likely occurred when he left the Nami civilization and returned to the Naya galaxy. In other words, Chen Meng's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. He seemed to have a solution. This crisis must be brewing in the Naya galaxy right now. This meant that his recent actions near the Naya galaxy had attracted the attention of a higher-level civilization. That advanced civilization had set a trap for him. Would he face catastrophic danger if he returned? In that case, this crisis in the foreseeable future could be avoided by simply not returning to the Naya galaxy for now. That's assuming there's no attack on the past timeline. Xiao Lu was still in the Naya galaxy guarding his past timeline. When that unknown advanced civilization killed Xiao Lu, it would be his death. He couldn't avoid returning. He had to return as soon as possible. And if possible, he had to find a way to absolutely secure his past timeline, then rush back as quickly as possible. During this time, he could use these resources to upgrade the train once more, launch a preemptive attack, and catch the enemy off guard. This was the only way. The only way to survive. Simply fleeing would be a recipe for death. Without his help, Xiao Lu alone wouldn't be able to withstand the attack from the advanced civilization. Soon, while rapidly pondering, Chen Meng returned to the building. After handing the tablet to the fat boy, he recounted the entire story. The fat boy didn't speak, nor did he cry. He simply sat there speechless. Clearly, his father had been fine just a moment ago. How could he have been reduced to a bag of mincemeat in the blink of an eye? He believed that Chen Meng hadn't killed his father, and that it was his father's own choice. But he found it hard to accept. He had just reconciled his relationship with his father, and they had only just enjoyed a few days of peaceful life together when he was gone. Fate plays tricks on us, always leaving us feeling unhappy. After a long moment, the little fat man finally looked up at Chen Meng with red eyes and forced a smile. Master Meng, I don't blame you. My father saved the Nami civilization. In consideration of my father's death, I beg you to take these resources and protect them at a critical moment in the future. Chen Meng was silent for a long time before speaking. Okay. This time he didn't refuse. He truly needed these resources right now. The little fat man also smiled, but with a hint of sadness in his smile. It's a pity my father is dead. Otherwise, he would have been very happy to know this. After learning of his father's death, the little fat man seemed to mature instantly. The loss of a family member is one of the saddest things in the world. But in some ways, the loss of a family member can also quickly mature a person. Forced to stand on his own. The little fat man's father's wife had now returned to her room alone, and the faint sound of her heartbroken sobs could be heard. Down there? Chen Meng was slightly startled, thinking of the second universe, but quickly shook his head. It was impossible to maintain a soul intact in that kind of existence. But after some thought, perhaps hoping that the little fat boy would have a glimmer of hope for a future life, and not wanting this family to be forever in sorrow, he spoke hesitantly. Do you know about the second universe? It's where a person goes after death. Although your father died in the first universe, he wasn't truly dead. He may have already gone to the second universe. It just takes time to drift from the first universe to the second. This time is completely random, and could be a second or 100 million years. I'm not sure when your father will reach Universe 2. But I can tell you that I have the ability to travel between Universe 1 and Universe 2. If you like, I can take you there. I also promise that I continue to help you search for your father in Universe 2 whenever I have the chance. But Universe 2 is so huge, it won't be easy to find him. That's what you need to do. Take care of your father, and take good care of your mother. That way, when you die and reunite with your father in Universe 2, he'd be truly happy, especially knowing he changed the future, changed the fate of his own civilization, and changed the fate of his family. He spent a while explaining to the fat boy what Universe 2 was. He then had the fat boy board the star train and took him to a planet in Universe 2. Seeing the starving ghosts, the fat boy came to believe in the existence of Universe 2. The sadness between his brows faded considerably. Instead, he was filled with energy. This wasn't a permanent separation, but a temporary one. Okay. The fat boy, returning to the building, now had a look of enthusiasm in his eyes. He looked at Chen Meng and smiled. Master Meng, I know you have important things to do. Go ahead and get busy. Father has left you 90% of the resources. The remaining 10% is enough to run our current business. I believe I can expand Father's business even further. Well, I leave that refrigerator to you. Thank you, Master Meng. After parting ways, Chen Meng left the building and boarded the star train, hidden in the pseudo-four-dimensional space. He sat in silence for a while before sighing softly. He truly couldn't bear to see the fat boy's expression. But he could only tell a white lie. Some hope is better than no hope. Even if that hope is false. The fat boy's father transformed himself into a cosmic forbidden object, and the collision of his present and past states caused an explosion. In this situation, there's no way his soul could still be intact. It's almost a 100% chance that he won't be able to reach the second universe. Complete death. True erasure. But just then, Xiao Ai's voice suddenly rang out from within the train. Conductor, I found the data we detected during the explosion. There's a faint spatial fluctuation. That spatial fluctuation occurred after the explosion. I've seen that spatial fluctuation before. When a living being dies, there's a chance that this spatial fluctuation will occur. It's the fluctuation of the soul returning to the second universe. In other words, it seems the fatty's father's soul really did go to the second universe. How is that possible? Chen Meng frowned. Although the power of an explosion of that magnitude isn't great, it's a prohibited explosion under the rules of the universe. Wouldn't such an explosion destroy the soul? If a human were killed by a bomb of this magnitude, their soul would most likely remain intact. Theoretically, that's true, Xiao Ai continued, somewhat perplexed. But Fatty's father has two souls. Although they're two different people, they're the same soul. Because I haven't seen such a martyr in my database before, I don't know exactly what happened. I can only roughly infer that something unbelievable happened to keep Fatty's father's soul intact. And both souls are complete, merged into one. They traveled to the second universe together. Chen Meng was a little bewildered upon hearing this. What will happen? 1 + 1 = 2. Unsure. But one thing is certain. The little fatty does have a chance to see his father in the second universe, and the probability is quite high. Chen Meng's mouth twitched slightly. This was beyond his comprehension. Isn't this normal? Not normal. Preliminary inference is that the rules of the universe divide the prohibited items into 4 parts. They are the body of the little fat man's father in his past form, and the body of the little fat man's father in his present form, the soul of the little fat man's father in his past form, and the soul of the little fat man's father in his present form. When the four collided, the body exploded. The souls fused. Qin Meng looked up at the celestial palace overhead, which enveloped the entire planet. He felt a little relieved. Otherwise, he would have felt that he had caused the little fat man's father's death. Living in the second universe was still living. As long as he was alive, there was hope. If he could find the little fat man's father in the future, he could always bring him to the first universe. It was like a disguised resurrection. And his most important thing right now was to explore this celestial palace. Then he looked down at the brass key in his hand. It had been given to him by the little fat man's father. It was the first cosmic forbidden item since the celestial palace appeared. The little fat man's father suspected that the key might have some connection to the celestial palace, so he had kept it until he met him and personally handed it to him. Getting to the heavenly palace was simple. When the fat boy's father was still alive, he had used his connections to secure him a green card for the research lab. This allowed him to pass the guards at the entrance and enter the palace openly, as a member of the Nami Civilization Research Institute. When the train landed at the entrance, the scene before him was awe-inspiring. The first thing that caught his eye was 9 enormous pillars. This heavenly palace was comparable to a planet, its mass far exceeding that of a planet. At first glance, the oppressive feeling it evoked was truly utterly awe-inspiring. The massive star train seemed incredibly inconspicuous against the backdrop of the heavenly palace. At this moment, a sound was speeding across the ground at the entrance to the sky. The 9 pillars were covered in totemic patterns, so large and clear that they could be seen with the naked eye even from a great distance. And it seemed as if some kind of technology existed within the heavenly palace. Even from such a long distance, the view was incredibly clear. Qin Meng sat inside the train, pushing the control lever. His eyes narrowed as he gazed at the approaching entrance to the heavenly palace. Suddenly, curiosity flared. Shall I, Ardoba, and the others really nearly finished building the heavenly palace? What materials are they using? Too much material would require hollowing out several planets. And how was the power source designed to power this heavenly palace? Have the goblins' technology reached this level? Only 7 years have passed. Isn't this change a bit too rapid? Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train. Captain, I'm not entirely sure. I'm asking Doba right now, but I do know that they applied for a batch of cyber mining machines 7 years ago. Many materials are obtained through cyber mining machines. And the goblins are already well versed in construction. Xiao Ai paused before speaking again. Doba and I shared the database. 99% of the materials here have growth properties, so the original body wasn't this large. The goblins built the entire heavenly palace modularly, using blueprints to divide it into 999,999 modules. Combining these nearly 1 million modules, the heavenly palace was formed. The main material is called star mud. This is a special material that, after experiencing abnormal time fluctuations, will continuously grow, becoming enormous and extremely strong. The goblins obtained star mud from the cyber mines. Then, using their own ability to ignore the influence of the flow of time within the time rift, they brought the star mud to the time rift, allowed it to grow large enough, and then brought it out of the time rift and placed it in the modular blocks, thus forming part of the heavenly palace. And, Xiao Ai spoke eloquently. Qin Meng understood half of what he had heard. After the train passed the checkpoint at the entrance to the heavenly palace, he didn't go any further. Instead, he stopped the train and headed for Blue Water Planet, ready to witness Doba and the others' progress and methods with his own eyes. When Qin Meng arrived at Blue Water Planet, he witnessed a shocking scene. In the void beyond Blue Water Planet's atmosphere, a massive chassis floated in space. Countless trains were constantly shuttling back and forth between the ground and the universe. Countless goblins stood on the massive foundation, manipulating various large mechanical devices, including robotic arms. Huge stones and other modular components were placed in their corresponding positions according to the blueprint. The whole scene looked like piecing together Lego blocks. At a glance, hundreds of trains shuttled back and forth, and millions of goblins bustled about. Wait! Where did all these goblins come from? Qin Meng looked a little bewildered. He suddenly realized that he hadn't paid attention to the train for too long. The last time he visited the goblin tribe, there were only a few hundred goblins. How come there were millions this time? Where the hell did all these millions of goblins come from? Can goblins give birth to hundreds of thousands of goblins at once? Xiao Ai's voice echoed again from the train. The goblins chose to reproduce within the time rift, significantly accelerating their reproduction rate. By now, the goblins had a population of nearly 10 million, making them a large tribe on Blue Water Planet. Aren't goblins insensitive to the flow rate of time rifts? They're roughly insensitive, not completely insensitive. Chin Mang nodded slightly, remembering their time on Blue Water Planet, when they encountered their first time rift. For a normal person, a few seconds outside would feel like decades inside. However, for Doba, a moment outside would feel like only a few months. So, it's true that time rifts could allow the goblins to reproduce rapidly. A time rift appeared on Blue Water Planet? Well, to be precise, there are dozens of time rifts, each with a different flow rate. Blue Water Planet has the largest time rift, and the time flow rate ratio is also the highest. This is the effect of the black hole's interference after the train encountered it last time. Where? Right there. Chin Mang followed Xiao Ai's finger, and saw a massive time rift suddenly appearing next to the foundation of the Heavenly Palace. He had never seen such a huge time rift before, large enough to fit a planet. Even if the Heavenly Palace itself were to fit inside, it would still be large enough. Chin Mang's expression was complicated, and he remained silent. Suddenly, many things fell into place. He finally understood how his future self had found the massive time rift and stuffed the Heavenly Palace inside. Many things had happened on the train in the past 7 years that he hadn't understood. Ask Doba what the safe he designed is, and how to open it. Yes. According to the information from the Nami civilization, the Nami civilization had found a safe inside the Heavenly Palace. It had no keyholes, and was a completely enclosed cube, like a solid piece of steel. It was incredibly strong, and even the Arcanum's main light cannon couldn't damage it at all. He thought, perhaps there's something in this safe that could help him. It certainly wasn't something that could give him the final word. If it could, his future self wouldn't have thrown it back, and would have used it to overcome the crisis. But what was certain was that it was something that could make him stronger. Soon. Xiao Ai's voice echoed again on the train. Conductor? Doba said he didn't design any safes. Yes. Chin Mang nodded slightly, and said nothing more. Since this treasure chest wasn't designed by Doba, it must have been created by him. Seeing it with his own eyes would make it clear. Chin Mang left the Blue Water Planet. He returned to the Nami civilization's palace, and controlled the train deeper into the palace. The interior of the palace was enormous. There were 99 zones, each with its own purpose. For example, the breeding zone housed poultry, and the plant zone housed rare and unique plants from the universe. How did he know all this? It was simply because there was a floor plan at the entrance to the palace, detailing the functions of each of the 99 zones. However, it seemed that after the palace was built, it wasn't officially put into use before being thrown in. At least, he hadn't seen any signs of use after passing through several zones. The so-called plant zone was completely empty, without even a trace of mud. The entire palace was incredibly clean. It wasn't clear whether everything was washed away when it was thrown into the time rift, or whether it had never been used. The palace was enormous. But the star train continued to swiftly pass through all areas, speeding towards the core. This was the result of trying to slow down as much as possible. After all, no matter how large the Heavenly Palace was, it was still smaller than ordinary buildings. His star train could navigate the universe. At 1/3 the speed of light, if the star train were at full power, it would only take a few blinks to cross the entire Heavenly Palace. Of course, the price would be to smash the entire Heavenly Palace to pieces. The area he was heading to was the core area. Palace King area, this was the area designed for him to live in, and it was in this area that the safe was found. He drove along. No one was seen in other areas. When he arrived at the Palace King district, he saw a number of people in white research coats gathered there. Hearing the noise coming from the star train, they turned to look, but when they saw the Research Institute's flag on the star train's carriage, they looked away. Although he was somewhat curious about which research institute was so powerful as to build such an impressive-looking train, the 5 Arcanon light cannons atop the carriages spoke volumes. Even if ordinary trains could afford to build them, they wouldn't be able to use them. But he didn't pay much attention. After all, the Nami civilization had so many research institutes, many of which were still largely anonymous and diligently conducting research. It was quite normal that he hadn't heard of them. Soon, the group of researchers continued their own research. Driving their hover cars, they shuttled through the area, using seemingly high-tech equipment to delve into the hidden information in every nook and cranny, not missing a single grain or crack between bricks. Chin Mang, Buzi, and the others stepped off the train and stood in the Heavenly Palace for the first time. Doba's design for the Heavenly Palace was quite interesting. There was no second floor. Only one floor. This resulted in extremely high ceilings, even exceeding those of a mountain. Combined with the extremely smooth air circulation and the exceptional brightness, Standing inside the heavenly palace felt completely oppressive. It didn't even feel like being in a building. It felt like being in nature. The downside was that the space utilization was extremely low. The upside was, it was incredibly stunning, the visual experience indescribable. The best art and interior design always involves wasting space. Only extreme waste can bring about an ultimate sense of shock. Chapter 358. Have you discovered anything? Qin Mang took the tablet from Xiaoyai. It displayed the research the Nami civilization had conducted on the heavenly palace over the years. Of course, it was also obtained by the little fat man's father. Besides the little fat man's father's all-seeing abilities, the biggest reason was that there was nothing to keep secret. So to speak, nothing had been discovered. The only thing they had discovered was the functions of the heavenly palace itself. For example, it could generate clouds. Based on the extremely high ceilings, artificial clouds could be formed on the palace's roof, including artificial suns and winds, making it impossible to feel like you were inside a building. Each area could produce different weather conditions. Even extreme weather conditions like hail, typhoons, and heavy rain could be created. Xiaoyai, standing beside him, explained, when Doba built the Sky Palace, one of his design principles was to avoid a sense of oppression. He wanted the building to be owned by people, not imprisoned within it. Qin Mang didn't say much. It was clear that Doba was deeply invested in this Sky Palace. Currently, the most important. The energy source, which he hadn't figured out yet. The Nami civilization hadn't figured it out either. Doba's response was that there was still a difficult problem to overcome, but they expected it to be solved within a month. So for now, he wasn't entirely sure. What exactly was the Sky Palace's energy source, then? He blended in with the crowd, dressed in a white lab coat, like a researcher, and walked to the center of the Palace King area, gazing at the safe, now surrounded by security tape. Square and square. A standard cube, 1 meter long, wide, and high. The entire heavenly palace was practically empty, nothing at all, save for this special safe. He pulled out the copper key left by the fat boy's father, and examined the safe. It indeed lacked a lock. He tried placing the key on top, but still nothing happened. The safe was quite heavy. But with Busey's current physique, he could still lift it with relative ease. He carefully examined the bottom of the safe. Still nothing. Sharp edges and corners. Is this something I left behind? Qin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the safe before him, and began to ponder why he had placed such a safe. First, one thing was certain. That is, according to the predetermined future, the heavenly palace was thrown into the time rift, which must have happened after he returned to the Naya system from the Nami civilization, and this safe was also retrieved during that time. Just a few months. It's unlikely that the train will see any major technological breakthroughs, especially in the established future timeline, since he hasn't yet accepted the resources provided by the fat boy's father. In that case, it's likely that the technology currently available on the train gave rise to this safe. Thinking from this perspective, the answer will soon be found. He lowered his head in thought, checking the supermodel effects of each component on his tablet, but ultimately couldn't connect any one component to the safe lock. Could it be another refrigerator? Refrigerator liner? But there was no way. The Nami civilization had conducted experiments, and even the Arcanum light cannon couldn't destroy the refrigerator. It wasn't known what level it was. He once again looked through the research materials on the Nami civilization that the fat boy's father had left him. It clearly recorded the level 200 Arcanum light cannon used by the Nami civilization. If it could withstand a level 200 Arcanum light cannon unscathed, what about a level 500 one? But he felt he wouldn't be foolish enough to leave a safe for his past self. This unlocking method would be necessary. Moreover, if it shattered, destroying the contents would be a disaster. Qin Mang frowned, and pulled up the heavenly palace blueprints Doba had seen on his tablet. He examined them carefully, trying to find any anomalies. Xiaoyai beside him suddenly spoke. Conductor, Doba has made some minor changes to the heavenly palace blueprints over the years. I just asked Doba for the latest version. Would you like to see it? Yes. Quickly. He once again looked down at the three-dimensional drawing of the heavenly palace on the tablet. The intricate lines and countless numbers made it a bit daunting to read, but upon closer inspection, he could see that the entire heavenly palace was divided into 99 zones. According to Doba's design concept, in the future, anyone who could reside in this heavenly palace would be a powerful figure. Therefore, numerous residential areas had been designed, each with its own distinct functions. This heavenly palace would replace the train as the center of power, while the train would focus on combat. He was thinking deeply. But just then, Qin Mang's brows suddenly raised slightly. Looking at the diagram on the tablet, he seemed to see an additional zone, a zone numbered 100. This zone was not located on the surface, but one level underground. This is the only underground area. According to the design of the Heavenly Palace, the entire subsurface is used to house various devices, including energy drive systems, weaponry and defense systems, and weather conversion devices. Only one area has been hollowed out for other purposes. This area is located beneath Area 99. What is Area 100 used for? Chen Meng asked. Xiao Yi didn't answer immediately. After several seconds, she spoke up. I just asked Doba, and he said he plans to make this area a special area, similar to the basement in a villa, to handle some special functions. As for its specific purpose, I will use it for whatever I wish. How do I get to this area? Chen Meng tapped the floor of the Heavenly Palace with his cane. The entire Heavenly Palace is extremely sturdy. Both the floor and the hull can withstand a level 200 Arcanum light cannon without any damage. There's no data on the exact damage limit. The Nami civilization only used the level 200 Arcanum light cannon at its highest. I haven't figured it out yet. Xiao Ai spoke again, somewhat helplessly. Although the entire Heavenly Palace is complete, many small details are still being finalized. Doba's idea is to ensure that this area, numbered 100, is extremely well hidden, and that only you, Master Meng, can enter. We haven't yet come up with a perfect plan for the specific means of entry. Chen Meng frowned slightly, looking down at the ground. Area 100 lay right beneath his feet. Now it seemed he might need to make a big move, taking this Heavenly Palace away and slowly studying it. All that was needed was to first erase the imprint of the Nami civilization on the planet below, and then both the planet and the Heavenly Palace could be stored within the Space Gate. The Space Gate's ability to store such a large object required that it reside on a planet. It was possible to drop an abandoned mining planet, but it was too close. It would be disastrous. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Meng looked at the complete blueprint of the Heavenly Palace beneath his feet, as detected by the Doppler radar. He examined it again, and found that the material of the Heavenly Palace was surprisingly shielded from radar detection. Completely enclosed areas were invisible. For example, the devices beneath the Heavenly Palace's surface were completely invisible to radar, and Area 100 was also invisible. And based on this complete blueprint of the Heavenly Palace, he suddenly noticed something quite peculiar. That was, in a corner of Area 99, there was a formation of rocks, some tall, some short, resembling a work of art, similar to the stone carvings on Easter Island. From the front, it looked normal, but from above, you find it. All those short stone pillars formed a single character within the rubble. Man. No, it should be half a character, an incomplete one, because this Meng lacks the dot on the character for dog. No way. Chen Meng's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected this decryption method to be so simple, and it was completely done in the dark. Nami civilization had already explored the entire Heavenly Palace. Could it be that they hadn't noticed the anomaly in the rubble in Area 99, that those short stone pillars seemed to form a unique and independent combination? Naturally, they had already noticed. At this moment, a number of personnel in white coats were still carrying testing equipment, probing the rock formation in Area 99. There was only one major reason. The character Meng is a Chinese character, while the Nami civilization uses a universal language. Without a linguistic connection, they couldn't pinpoint the problem. In this case, he waved his hand, and a group of armed robots quickly emerged from the train, securing all researchers in Area 99 to ensure no information leaked. They then strode towards the nearby rock formation. Busey, carrying the cube-shaped safe, strode closely behind. When they reached the rock formation, under Xiao Ai's direction, they continuously adjusted the angle. Finally, when the cube-shaped safe was pushed into a certain position, a clang suddenly echoed from below, followed by the sound of countless gears turning. The tall stone pillars gradually receded into the ground, forming steps within the dark, exposed opening. This design was quite ingenious. Interesting. Chen Meng chuckled. It now appeared that the safe contained nothing at all. It wasn't really a safe at all, just a solid block of stone, acting merely as a key. The real treasure lay hidden underground in Area 100. He walked in first. As he stepped onto the first step, the dark walls of the cave suddenly became incredibly bright. The passage was narrow, compared to the Heavenly Palace, allowing only 4 people to pass side by side. Soon, he saw Area 100 in its entirety. It wasn't big. It was about the size of a basketball court, 9 meters high. The floor was covered with a layer of gray rock, and in the center sat a wooden storage box. Chen Meng walked forward, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the box before him. There was no lock. The copper lock was still useless. It wasn't meant for this purpose. The box opened. There weren't the vast resources he imagined, nor were there the chips recording disaster details and transmitting information to him, nor anything that could help him improve his immediate combat power. There was only one thing. A bracelet. A solitary bracelet. A special item called the Hell Bracelet. Chen Meng remained silent for a long time, his expression complex. He took the bracelet from the box and remained silent for a long time. He had never imagined he would obtain the Hell Bracelet in this way. The Hell Set. It was the only set in the entire universe, and it was absolutely unique. Only one person could possess it. There were 7 pieces in total. Hell Cane, Hell Hat, Hell Sunglasses, Hell Firestone, Hell Clothing, Hell Sandals, and Hell Bracelet. The first 3 components can only be obtained in Universe 1. The last 3 components can only be obtained in Universe 2. The method of obtaining the last component is unknown. No one knows how to obtain it, and even the name of the last component is unknown if the first 6 components are not collected. The only thing we know is that there are many of the first 6 components, and everyone has a chance to obtain them. However, the Hell Bracelet is unique in every universe. Once someone obtains this component and collects the remaining 6 components, they will receive the unique set, the Hell Set. No one knew what effects this set possessed. No one had ever owned one. Only a few had heard of its existence. He looked down at the special effects of the Hell Bracelet in his hand. The effects were extremely simple, even crude, and unworthy of its uniqueness. This special item was also unique in the entire universe. Special effect. The wearer of the Hell Bracelet enjoys good health and freedom from illness and pain. It wasn't a special effect, but more like a blessing. The effects were actually quite good, but compared to its uniqueness, it was a bit too crude. He immediately returned to the train. Looking at the control panel, as expected, a panel slowly appeared on the screen. You have collected all the pieces of the Hell Set, and will officially unlock the Hell Set. The Hell Set is the only set in Universes 1 and 2. There are no other sets. Others have already had another chance to obtain this set. You will be the sole owner. Upon your death, the set will follow you to the second universe, or upon true death through soul annihilation, it will be completely annihilated along with you. There will be no second user. The set's effects will officially unlock in 24 hours. Chen Meng breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected his future self to give him such a generous gift. This meant that, according to the predetermined future, he would receive this Hell Bracelet within the next 3 months. He was currently wondering, is this item currently considered a cosmic forbidden item? Will he encounter another one in the future? Chapter 359. After all, speaking of this case, the Hell Bracelet he currently possesses, which forms part of the Hell Suit, is actually in its future state, and should be considered a cosmic forbidden item. In the future. If he once again possesses the Hell Bracelet that was destined for him in the future, will it explode, like the fat boy's father, or will it form a second Hell Suit? If the latter, the Hell Suit's uniqueness is broken. The former is most likely the former. In other words, he should avoid contact with the Hell Bracelet as much as possible. The next time he encounters it, his suit will become ineffective. Huh? Chen Meng said nothing more, but continued to control the researchers in the Heavenly Palace, patiently waiting for time to pass, for the effects of the Hell Suit to manifest. But just then, Xiao Ai's voice suddenly rang out from within the train. Conductor, there's an unexpected situation. I just detected that the Hell Bracelet shows no signs of temporal corrosion. In other words, it's not a cosmic forbidden item, and it's never been corroded by a temporal rift. Chen Meng frowned, pausing for a moment before speaking. You're saying the Hell Bracelet hasn't been corroded by a temporal rift? That's right. Impossible. It's almost certain that this Hell Bracelet definitely appeared with the Heavenly Palace. It couldn't have been added later. The Heavenly Palace was transported from the future through a temporal rift, so how could the Hell Bracelet be immune? That vault, Area 100, isn't strong enough to withstand the erosion of time. I'm not sure about that, but the data I got is indeed like that. Chen Meng remained silent. If that were the case, he felt he might have underestimated the significance of the word unique. Unique. Not just unique in the entire universe. Unique in the entire universe, past, present, and future. No matter which time or space. In the past, present, or future, there can only be one Hell Bracelet, one Hell Suit. This is absolute uniqueness. Things were gradually becoming complicated. He was waiting for the effects of this suit to manifest. Finally, 24 hours slowly passed. A panel slowly appeared on the train control panel screen. Universe-only suit, Hell suit. The first 3 pieces will only be produced in the first universe, the next 3 pieces will only be produced in the second universe, and the last, the Hell bracelet, will only be produced in the future. This special item will never be obtained in the present or the past. This special item can only be obtained by traveling to the future. The panel contained only these 4 sentences. No effect was displayed. Chen Mang's brow furrowed slightly. He wasn't quite sure how to travel to the future. If he truly traveled to the future, wouldn't that future timeline also count as the present? He didn't have much time to think. The few sentences on the panel faded away, and 4 more appeared. The universe contains countless timelines. The past timeline is unchangeable. Even if traveling back in time could destroy a civilization, the rules of the universe would limit its scope to a very small range, and would not change the present. The present timeline is infinitely changeable. You can do whatever you want. The future will undergo drastic changes due to any random decision you make now, and the rules of the universe cannot interfere. The future timeline is infinitely changeable. Even God-level civilizations, and even the rules of the universe cannot interfere. It's like an explanatory text. Chen Meng muttered as he gazed at the lines of text on the screen. He hadn't yet figured out the exact effect of the Hell suit. It seemed more like it had triggered some major new plot. Then, several lines of text slowly appeared on the screen again, this time not 4. There is only one true timeline in the universe, and that is the present timeline. Countless future timelines are derived from the universe's own creation and are not deterministic. If your future self tells you that you will die tomorrow, that's not absolute. This future self is just one of countless future timelines. Every action you take now will change the future. You may die the day after tomorrow, or perhaps the very next second. Information from the future is not accurate. And, even if it's your future self, please be wary of him. When people in the future timeline discover they are in the future, not the real timeline, they will try to return to the present timeline and kill their present timeline selves, thereby truly possessing their own lives. Therefore, many people from future timelines attempt to return to the present timeline through various means of smuggling. To prevent this smuggling, the rules of the universe not only interfere, but also establish the existence of cosmic forbidden items. If someone successfully smuggles in, they will cause an explosion, ensuring the safety of the original timeline. Thus, the Hell bracelet was created. The creator created the Hell suit for a single purpose, to better control the entire universe. However, the last special item was stolen by the creator of the future and sealed in the future timeline, making it extremely difficult to obtain. The entire universe is composed of the past, present, and future. Only by possessing all 3 simultaneously can one possess the entire universe from a sufficiently high perspective. Chen Meng remained expressionless and silent. He was a little confused. Things were becoming increasingly complicated. So, this Hell suit was created by someone called the Creator? Creator? God? Finally, as the words faded, a new line emerged. Hell suit effects. 1. Guarantees your civilization and its past timeline to be forever strong and indestructible. 2. Guarantees your civilization and its present timeline to be forever strong and indestructible. 3. Guarantees your civilization and its future timeline to be forever strong and indestructible. 4. Also a key. Simply 4 effects. Now Chen Meng understood. Huh? He exhaled softly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, a wide grin spreading across his face. Not bad. He solved the most vexing problem he faced in recent days. Now he didn't have to worry about anyone returning to his past timeline to attack him. If he could, he'd just confront them head-on and stop playing dirty. That was good. He hadn't figured out the effects of the last 3 items yet, and had no real use for them. They were definitely good stuff anyway. Something was better than nothing. Then, a new panel slowly reappeared on the train control panel screen. The creator wasn't the one who created the entire universe, but rather the most powerful being in it, the one with the best chance of escaping it. However, just as victory was about to be achieved, he was attacked by the creator's future self, and his efforts were thwarted. The Hell bracelet was also stolen and sealed in the future timeline. At the time of Nirvana, to prevent the future creator from assembling the entire Hell set, instead of escaping the universe with it, the entire universe was sealed. The universe was divided into the first and second universes. He then placed the 6 special items in his possession in the 2 universes, making them extremely difficult to communicate with each other, ensuring that the future creator could not obtain the entire set. Hell set. It has only 2 major effects, leaving the universe or sealing it. The only key to leaving this universe is the Hell set, but once you leave, the outside world is unknown. Another effect is to completely seal this universe. No matter what happens outside, it cannot disturb the inner world, ensuring absolute tranquility within, just like a frog in a well with its mouth sealed. The future and present creators' disagreements on this matter lead to a war. There's a story called The Flea in the Cup. A flea's jumping height is astonishing, reaching tens of centimeters, equivalent to 100 times its own height. However, if it is sealed in a 10-centimeter cup with a lid on top, within the next few days, the flea will attempt to leave the cup with varying degrees of force and angle. After repeated attempts, resulting in numerous bruises and wounds, it will maintain a jump height of 10 centimeters. Even if the lid is removed, the flea will only jump this high, and its descendants will also accept this height. This is self-castration. Long, long ago, there was indeed a great crisis at the outer reaches of the universe. Civilizations once attempted to leave, but were all wiped out. For a long time thereafter, various civilizations began to self-castrate, and gradually, rumors even spread that it was impossible to exceed the speed of light within the universe. No one is willing to leave the universe anymore. Once upon a time, speeds dozens of times the speed of light were common. Even the future creator has completely come to believe this, believing that leaving the universe is wrong, and that there is a great crisis outside. But, in reality, the lid outside the universe has already been removed. The observers are watching us self-castrate as if they were laughing at us, and are even recording the data. What we should do now is break out. Let those observers suffer the headache of a room full of fleas, rather than sealing ourselves off and locking ourselves forever in a cup. You've inherited my suit. I hope you can inherit my philosophy. Break out. Let those potential observers know that removing the lid of a cup full of fleas will inevitably lead to a room full of fleas. They rather die than seek the truth. Chen Mang stared at the words on the screen, his expression slightly complicated. After a long silence, he lowered his head to look at the birthmark on the back of his hand. The plot triggered by this hell suit clearly revealed the deep secrets of the universe. Forget the Zerd princess. Even many leaders of god-level civilizations were unaware of this. He had expected his level 0 clearance to be mentioned here. To his surprise, it wasn't mentioned at all. Even the creator wasn't aware of level 0 clearance. So where did this level 0 clearance come from? Why did it feel like he had higher authority than the creator? The next moment, the various special items of the hell suit within the train began to transform into phantoms and merge into his body. He didn't feel like he was wearing any special items, but he could vaguely sense that he was wearing something. It felt like he was wearing a suit. Fuzzy yet present. From now on, he no longer had to worry about the hell hat getting blown off when he went out wearing it. Now it wouldn't be blown off. However, he couldn't lean on anything anymore. His cane had already merged into his body, so he needed to find something new to lean on, otherwise he'd feel a bit out of place. Go home. As he left again, Chen Mang disabled the radar jammer on the star train, proactively revealing its existence and information. In just a few minutes, dozens of wormholes suddenly appeared near the Heavenly Palace. A large number of armored trains emerged from the wormholes in a standardized formation. The once peaceful atmosphere suddenly became extremely bleak. The Doppler radar clearly showed that the entire Nami civilization was frantically assembling its forces. That's quite a reaction and efficiency, Chen Mang praised with a hint of emotion. With this performance, unless we're completely crushed by a higher-level civilization, we shouldn't have any trouble fighting a civilization of the same level. Soon, an unfamiliar communication line connected to the train. When he answered, a large office appeared on the screen, filled with middle-aged men in uniforms. An elderly man with graying temples was at the head, speaking in a slightly hoarse, deep voice. What position do you hold in the level 5 civilization human civilization? Same as you. Then, the elderly man's expression became noticeably more respectful, and he spoke again in a deep voice. Do you have anything to discuss with me, distinguished guest? Since the other party had proactively revealed themselves, it meant they had good intentions. Try not to open fire until you understand the specific reason. No civilization wants to proactively engage in a battle with a civilization of its own level, especially. The leader of the Nami civilization glanced at the information on the various components of the star train on the tablet, his mouth twitching wildly, especially with a monster like this. Once the war begins, they won't even be able to break through the defenses. It would be a near one-sided crushing defeat. And this is just one train. A civilization can't have just one train, which means this human civilization must have many more. While it's unclear how a level 5 civilization could have such power, this isn't the time to dwell on such matters. It's best to first clarify their intentions. Yes. Chen Mang nodded slightly modified the suicide note left by the fat boy's father, and sent it over, whispering, "I have a friend in your civilization, a businessman. Before he died, he asked me to protect your civilization. Your civilization will face a life-or-death crisis in 137 years. Of course, this time is not absolute and may change. I will leave you a refrigerator. If you encounter a crisis and are unable to cope, you can contact me through the refrigerator. I will come to your aid and help you overcome the crisis." The leader of the Nami civilization looked at the suicide note from the fat boy's father and was slightly startled. He then glanced at the several staff members around him, exchanged glances, and then looked at Chen Meng on the screen. "He is honored to have a friend like you. Your promise is also an honor for our Nami civilization. Is there anything else we can offer?" "Nothing else." Chen Meng shook his head, suddenly remembering something. "There is one more thing. My civilization. The territory is located on the other side of the cosmic void. Several Arcanum-like cannons have crossed the entire cosmic void and are about to reach my civilization territory. I want to know, were they launched by your civilization?" "Ah." The leader of the Nami civilization was stunned for a moment before hesitating. "We definitely had to fire. No civilization would refuse to fire into a cosmic void, and military exercises are usually conducted within cosmic voids. Well, it might have been us. And several of the shots were fired through time travel, so they might be quite powerful. Minor problem." Chen Meng waved his hand. "Don't fire randomly anymore. I fired a few shots back when I discovered them, but I didn't fire them through time travel. It will take tens of millions of years for them to reach your Nami civilization, so there's no need to rush. Nothing else, I'd be leaving now. I forgot to mention it. One more thing. This heavenly palace is mine. It was accidentally dropped here last time. It was through this heavenly palace that I became friends with the people of your Nami civilization. I've taken it with me. Luckily, you were only researching it and didn't damage it. Okay, let's go." The next moment, the communication was cut off. The star train vanished from the Nami civilization's radar again, along with the heavenly palace. And so, the Nami civilization's journey has come to an end. Although they encountered many unexpected events, the outcome was ultimately a good one. The star train had now arrived in the Naya galaxy via the refrigerator. A wormhole was needed to get there. The return wasn't necessary. Sitting inside the train, Chen Meng reviewed his entire journey. Although the information about the Hell suit, the past and future, was a bit confusing and temporarily exceeded his current level of access, it was generally good. For example, the substantial gains. It was the resources left by the little fat man's father. That incredible amount of resources was enough to propel the star train to new heights. He wanted to see what kind of crisis the Naya galaxy would face, something that could even put him at risk of destruction. Since the past timeline was always solid, if he couldn't defeat it, couldn't he just run? If he wanted to escape, who could stop him? Space blockades wouldn't even work. He never used wormholes to escape. Chapter 360. Naya Galaxy. At the headquarters of human civilization, the star train drifted through the depths of space. Sitting aboard, Chen Meng was taking inventory of the resources harvested this time, lost in thought as he gazed at the resources displayed on the train panel. Currently, the star train has a total of 41.4 trillion units of iron ore. A full 40 trillion units of iron ore, nothing to prepare, just start upgrading. This amount of resources is enough to take the train to a new level. The first thing to consider is armor. However, Chen Meng hesitated slightly, gazing at the armor supermodulus effect, lost in thought. The armor supermodulus effect at level 500 grants immunity to all energy attacks and absorbs all energy attacks, temporarily boosting the train's armor level regardless of level. The armor supermodulus effect at level 1000 grants immunity to all physical attacks, and also temporarily boosts the train's armor level with absorbed energy. Both of these supermodulus effects are unique in the universe. With these two supermods, is there any need to upgrade the armor? It's already invincible. No one can break his defense. After pondering for a while, he decided to upgrade the armor to level 2000 first, to see what the supermods at level 2000 would offer. After all, while the attack methods of the civilizations he had encountered so far were primarily energy-based, with even physical attacks being rare, it was hard to say what methods that higher-dimensional civilization had. A higher level wouldn't hurt. And immediately, after consuming 20 trillion units of iron ore, the carriage steel armor finally reached level 2000. Nearly half of the train's iron ore reserves were consumed. Upgrading the armor from level 500 to level 1000 cost 37.5 trillion, and upgrading from level 1000 to level 2000 required 20 trillion. The higher the level, the greater the cost. And, most importantly, the AI had calculated that if this upgrade consumed Murphy stones instead of level 0 permissions, a full 30 billion Murphy stones would be required. This figure is no longer astronomical. It's almost an exaggeration. When he plundered the Casa civilization's twin planets, he only scavenged 370,000 Murphy stones from the planet. 30 billion Murphy stones. Even if the Casa civilization were given these resources, it would still be impossible for them to upgrade their armor to level 2000 in nearly 10,000 years. This amount of Murphy stones would be beyond the reach of any level 5 civilization. At least, civilizations below level 9 are unlikely to possess level 2000 armor. As for god-level civilizations, that's unclear, even Killua isn't. Killua is quite knowledgeable about gossip, but he's a bit less clear when it comes to specific data about god-level civilizations. It doesn't quite read like a bedtime story. After the upgrade, he also gained a new supermodel effect. Carriage Steel Armor Level 2000 Supermodel Effect. This train will resist all dimensionality reduction and will never be reduced to it. That's great. Chin-Meng smiled slightly. When armor possessed the two supermodel effects of level 500 and level 1000, the level was actually meaningless. He could withstand any level of the Arcanum's light cannon and remain unscathed. His main hope was the supermodel effect. So far, it seems, the payoff is quite good. These 20,000 trillion units of iron ore were well spent. This supermodel effect certainly won't be used in the short term, but in future battles with advanced civilizations, if they possess weapons that can reduce dimensionality, such as bidimensional foil, then this supermodel effect will be useful. The next supermodel effect level is 5,000. Is 5,000 the upper limit? Chin-Meng glanced at the armor supermodel effect panel, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. To this day, he learned many secrets of the universe, but he never heard anyone mention the upper limit for accessory levels. Is it 5,000, or 10,000, or even higher, or perhaps no upper limit at all? Everything is unknown. He knows more and more, yet it feels like he knows less and less. Then, he turned his gaze to one of the Arcanon light cannons. After consuming 500 trillion units of iron ore, this light cannon was upgraded to level 2000. 500 trillion units of iron ore. That's the cost of upgrading a typical 7-color grade accessory from level 1000 to level 2000. This figure, long ago, would have seemed astronomical to him. Now, it suddenly seemed less so. Arcanon Light Cannon Level 2000 Supermodel Effect. The blast radius will, under the intense energy fluctuations, transform into a two-dimensional space, and this process is irreversible. Two-dimensional foil? Chin-Meng was slightly taken aback. He had always been wary of the dimensionality reduction attacks that other civilizations might employ, but he hadn't expected them to possess such a method. Under this kind of attack, no matter how high the armor level, it wouldn't be able to withstand it. This is what's called a dimensionality reduction attack. Most importantly, a single 2000 level Arcanum light cannon is incredibly expensive. The cost of firing this single shot is a full 100 trillion units of iron ore. Yes, 6 zeros. A full 100 trillion units of iron ore. The little fat man's father was as wealthy as a nation, and the resources he left him amounted to nearly 300 trillion units of iron ore. According to the counting methods of advanced civilizations, 1 trillion units equals 1 foundation unit of iron ore. When iron ore reaches this amount, it can be called foundation, hence the new counting unit. 1 foundation unit of iron ore is equivalent to 100 trillion units of iron ore. The little fat man's total wealth is 2.98 foundation units of iron ore. It's truly astonishing. After all, the inheritance unit is typically reserved for high-level civilizations. A common merchant wouldn't be qualified to touch it. And the cost of this single shot is 100 inheritance units of iron ore. Even with Xiaopeng's father's inheritance, he couldn't afford this shot. His wealth would need to be multiplied dozens of times. This simply isn't something a level 5 civilization possesses. Even if it were given to a level 5 civilization for free, they wouldn't be able to afford it. From the destruction of the extreme evil civilization to the good cat civilization, and on to the Nami civilization, he had never seen a civilization successfully fire a single round of the level 1000 Arcanum light cannon without traveling back in time. At most, they fire a level 700 or 800 Arcanum light cannon, with the cost not much different from a level 500 Arcanum. But when the light cannon reaches level 1000, the energy consumption undergoes a qualitative change. Just one shot from a level 1000 Arcanon light cannon requires a staggering 100 trillion units of iron ore, or 10 units of iron ore again. Only he uses this weapon for normal attacks. No other civilization uses it that way. After all, his train has a stellar warehouse, which provides 99.99% of the light cannon's energy consumption. Each shot from a level 1000 Arcanon light cannon only consumes 10 trillion units of iron Oregon. Even a level 2000 Arcanon, a weapon as powerful as a biaxial foil, only requires 100 trillion units of iron ore per shot. It's a steal. Cheap and effective. However, Chen Meng sighed softly. While the 2000 level supermodel effect was a powerful weapon, it should be avoided if possible. It was a completely unprofitable strategy. What was the purpose of war? For resources. With this single shot, the entire space collapsed into 2 dimensions. Where could he possibly seize resources? What was 2 dimensions? It was just a painting. He wasn't Ma Liang, the magic brush. If it became a painting, who could possibly pull a single piece of iron ore out of it? Even so, he couldn't help but smile slightly. This was enough. Originally, the train had barely been able to utilize the essence unit, possessing 4 essence units of iron ore. But after the upgrade, it only had 1.5 essence units of iron ore. Most importantly, human civilization was now at level 5, just 1 step away from level 6. He had once believed that even if a level 6 civilization was stronger than a level 5 civilization, it wouldn't be much stronger. At most, it had more civilizational means, a slightly higher overall combat power, a larger territory, and more resources. But now, he realized how utterly wrong he was. Even the most insignificant level 6 civilization was dozens, even hundreds, of times more powerful than a veteran level 5 civilization. They weren't even in the same dimension. First, there was only one requirement for a civilization to advance to level 6. Its peak attack energy range exceeded 200,000, and it possessed a civilizational wonder. A peak attack energy range exceeding 200,000 meant it needed 2,000 level 7 color firepower accessories. The resources and Murphy Stone consumed to reach level 2000 were astronomical. But more importantly, a level 2000 colorful firepower component alone is useless. A single blast, detected by the universe, is necessary to successfully advance to a level 6 civilization. For a typical civilization without a stellar warehouse, firing a single 2000 colorful firepower component would consume 100 units of iron ore. That's an absolutely astronomical figure. To be able to afford this amount of iron ore, it's safe to say that a civilization's foundation is at least hundreds of times stronger than a level 5 civilization. Any level 6 civilization, even the weakest within it, is definitely not something a level 5 civilization can withstand. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. Fortunately, Chen Meng breathed a sigh of relief. For now, he was relatively safe. The only civilization within his range that he hadn't yet visited was the ordinary civilization below him, a level 5 civilization. There were no level 6 civilizations within his range. He was still relatively safe. He could still develop for a while longer. But just then, a sudden beeping alarm sounded within the train. Warning, warning. Unknown spatial fluctuations detected. All space within the entire Naya galaxy has been sealed off. Any wormholes, time travel, or other space-time manipulation methods will be prohibited. The blockade has not concealed its identity. It is the Qinshan civilization, a level 6 civilization. Chen Meng's expression changed slightly. He had just said that fortunately there were no level 6 civilizations nearby, so how could one suddenly appear? Where did it come from? It's clearly not within radar range. But it seems he doesn't know much about human civilization. This spatial blockade means nothing to him. A refrigerator isn't considered a spatial fluctuation. As long as he wants to leave, nothing can stop him. Just then, a forced private message appeared directly on his train radio. Hello, leader of human civilization. Your civilization is truly a remarkable one. After a thorough understanding of your civilization, I find it truly formidable, and its development is extremely rapid. Possessing exceptional defense, exceptional attack, and, what our civilization dislikes most, exceptional ambition. You even possess the ability to freely enter and exit the Naya system despite the space blockade. In fact, we sealed off the Naya system several days ago, but we couldn't find your train. We thought you were hiding, but you weren't even there. When we discovered your train, we realized you somehow broken through our space blockade and appeared in the Naya system. At this point, we knew that the space blockade was useless against you. You possess the ability to come and go freely. We searched the entire Naya system and couldn't find a single planet bearing the imprint of human civilization. It's truly amazing. This is your civilization's territory, yet there are no planets of your civilization. I believe you've enclosed all the planets within the space gate, right? This isn't a good thing for the development of civilization. Overly striving to be a good parent doesn't raise good children. But it's understandable. In a universe teeming with danger, it's not a bad idea to be cautious while growing wildly. Out of the kindness of fellow humans, Qinshan civilization is willing to help human civilization. All it takes is for human civilization to submit to Qinshan civilization, like any other civilization, castrate its own technology, and regularly hand over a certain amount of resources. No war will break out. Your civilization will continue to be passed down, and you will continue to survive. Of course. If, due to your own selfish desires, you are unwilling to give up your hard-earned rights, then, regrettably, your civilization will be reduced to cosmic ash along with you. Even if you can escape the Naya Galaxy, can the Naya Galaxy escape? We will travel to the Naya Galaxy's past timeline and destroy the entire Naya Galaxy. You should know the consequences. 3 months limit. Within 3 months, I want to see sincerity in your surrender. After 3 months. If sincerity is lacking, human civilization will be destroyed. Chen Mang calmly gazed at the warning from the Qinshan civilization on the screen. After a long silence, he suddenly chuckled. The threats hidden in this surrender letter, which initially used many polite words, were almost overflowing. That was good. But, unfortunately, as the saying goes, it's best to prepare for a rainy day. He had already made thorough preparations, but now none of them were of any use to him. Destroy the past timeline? The first effect of the Hell Set ensures that one civilization and its past timeline remain forever solid and indestructible by any means. As long as it belongs to human civilization. The past timeline is forever solid. Threatening him with this, he had long since grown unafraid. The Naya Galaxy destroyed? You can destroy it if you want. He'd taken the people and resources of the Naya Galaxy. Now it's just an empty shell. What else could it possibly be? All that remained was that civilizational wonder and the feelings he cultivated over the years. But as long as it didn't affect the civilizational wonder in the cosmic void, it wouldn't be affected. He had to preserve that civilizational wonder. Otherwise, advancing to a level 6 civilization would be difficult, as achieving this requires possessing a civilizational wonder. He glanced at the resources available within the train. 1.5 units of iron ore, or 150 trillion units. Enough. This level 6 civilization must be the one that destroyed the Naya civilization, right? The next moment, he used 210 trillion units of iron ore and upgraded both the 7-color grade accessory Doppler radar and the 7-color grade accessory Spy 7 Doppler radar shield to level 1000. He also gained 3 super mode effects at once. Spy 7 Doppler radar jammer level 500 super mode effect. None. Spy 7 Doppler radar jammer level 1000 super mode effect. None. The super mode effect of the radar jammer is always none. But it's not a big deal. The most important thing about this accessory is its level. Once it reaches that level, it doesn't matter whether it has a super mode effect or not. At this point, the radar jammer can't detect anything other than a level 1001 radar, let alone a level 1000 radar. At the same level, the radar jammer takes priority over the radar. Doppler radar level 1000 super mode effect counters all stealth technologies and, through quantum entanglement, accurately predicts the enemy's movements at ultra-high speeds. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the resources available on the train. There were still 129 trillion units of iron ore left. Not enough. The radar level wasn't high enough. When his radar reached level 1000, its range reached a full 10 million light-years, expanding his field of view tenfold. Originally, there were only 3 galaxies around him, but after the radar upgrade, a significant number of galaxies and civilizations were suddenly visible. This included the level 6 civilization, the Qinshan civilization, located directly below the mediocre civilization. He could now be sure of this. The Qinshan civilization undoubtedly possessed a level 1000 Doppler radar, but it likely lacked a level 1000 radar shield, at least not the train stationed around the Naya system. Otherwise, he would have been unable to detect it. But they definitely had a level 500 radar shield, otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to detect the train when he returned to the Naya system. Before encountering the Qinshan civilization, he had never been overwhelmed by information, and his radar level was perfectly adequate. But the Qinshan civilization had dealt him a blow. His every move was under their observation, yet he was completely unaware of it. He had always been afraid to upgrade his radar, fearing it would trigger some advanced civilization's cosmic minds. But now he understood. This was essentially a form of self-castration. Fearing something might happen, he actively castrated himself, leaving himself inferior in the information war. Now he had no intention of hiding. With Cheech's current strength, he figured that even if he encountered some advanced civilization's cosmic minds and couldn't defeat them, he could certainly escape. At worst, he could flee to the second universe. No matter how powerful your advanced civilization was, could it come chasing him there? The next moment, after consuming another 500 trillion units of iron ore, the Doppler radar has been upgraded to level 2000. Level 1000 isn't enough. He not only wants to match his opponent's information acquisition methods, he also wants to surpass them. In a war, information is crucial, and thus, he has obtained the Doppler radar's level 2000 super mode effect. This is the third component on the train to reach level 2000. It's a milestone. The armor, the main gun, and the radar are one of the most important things on a train, bar none. Doppler radar level 2000 super mode effect. It can capture all communication traces within radar range. If the radar jammer is higher than the radar level, it will not be captured. It also conceals any spatial fluctuations caused by the train itself, including the creation of wormholes and time travel. Powerful. This was Chen Meng's first reaction. The supermodulus effect of the 2000 level radar was incredibly powerful. While it might not seem as obvious as armor and main guns, it actually meant he could gain absolute priority in battle and appear anywhere undetected. Even if he opened a wormhole near the political home planet of the Qingshan civilization, no one would discover him. The universe is vast. Even if something is close at hand, if it can't be detected on radar, it's simply impossible to detect it with the naked eye. In other words, being invisible from radar is equivalent to being truly invisible. This is the effect of a 2000 level radar, a true supermodulus effect. Most importantly, Chen Meng stared at the radar screen with a slightly rapid breath, and only after a long moment did he breathe a sigh of relief. After the radar upgrade, the range had reached a full 100 million light-years, an extremely exaggerated number. All civilizations and galaxies within a 100 million light-year radius appeared on the radar. His Naya galaxy, including several galaxies belonging to the Qingshan civilization, were actually within the territory of a single advanced civilization, a level 7 civilization. This 100 million light-year radius encompassed the territory of that level 7 civilization, and it seemed to stretch endlessly. The territory of that level 7 civilization extended far beyond 100 million light-years. He feared tampering with the level 7 civilization's cosmic minds, or perhaps triggering them with radar fluctuations. After all, he had indeed seen numerous advanced cosmic minds deployed by that level 7 civilization on the radar. However, it seemed that the level 2000 radar could not only conceal spatial fluctuations, but even the fluctuations detected by radar detection. Neither the level 7 civilization nor the cosmic minds were aware of the star train's presence. Chen Meng breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. He might have dared to challenge a level 6 civilization, but he was truly apprehensive of a level 7 civilization. He had no idea what methods a level 7 civilization possessed. It was a completely unknown battle. At this moment, the 2000 level Doppler radar also picked up the transmissions from the Qingshan civilization train convoy stationed outside the Naya system. Report: the star train has disappeared from radar again. Preliminary assessment: they must have left the Naya system. No problem. Continue to defend the Naya system. They eventually return. What's the point of the train running away? The Naya system can't escape, and even if the monk can escape, the temple can't. Within 3 days, they'd be back to beg us. Yes, sir. A brief conversation. Chen Meng leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and looked at the radar display showing the cost of creating a wormhole to the Qingshan civilization. He hadn't left the Naya system, but with his radar shield upgraded, they couldn't detect him. 3 days? 3 days is plenty. Enough to clean up the mess a dozen times. Chapter 361. The enemy has now lost all information about him. Originally, the enemy was in the open, while he was in the dark. Now it's different. Offense and defense have switched. He is in the dark, while the enemy is in the open. Most importantly, the enemy has lost all means of containing him. As long as he doesn't attract the attention of the 7th level civilization, this 6th level civilization Qingshan civilization is completely powerless against him. As for now, we still have to wait. Chen Meng glanced at the progress bar on the control panel. 1.7% progress achieved, estimated to take 287 days. The radar accessory not only increases vision, but also interacts with many other accessories on the train, such as the train assistance AI. The AI can access the database information of all deceased AI within the radar range within a certain period of time. His current radar range is 100 million light-years. With such a large range, acquiring this data naturally takes longer. Even a level 1000 AI would require a full 287 days. Chen Mang hesitated slightly as he looked at the train's current resources. There were still 790 trillion units of iron ore, not even enough for 1 unit of foundation. This amount was already quite low. He still had to reserve some ammunition. Although he had a stellar warehouse, a single shot from the level 2000 Arcanon light cannon cost 100 trillion units of iron ore. It wasn't a small amount, but it was enough. This information was crucial. There was no time to waste. The next moment, after consuming 500 trillion units of iron ore, the train assistant's AI was directly upgraded to level 2000. The cost was much less than he had imagined. Xiao AI was so powerful that he almost forgot that the train assistant's AI was essentially just a green-grade accessory. It's not a 7-color grade accessory. After reaching level 2000, computing power increased significantly, and the progress bar, which originally took 287 days, was instantly shortened to 11 hours. That's enough. Chen Mang chuckled as he looked at the newly emerged supermodel effect. Train Auxiliary AI Level 2000 Supermodel Effect. Computing power is greatly increased, and the level of the deduction accessory's original supermodel effect is raised to level 2000. Furthermore, it can invade all other AIs with a lower level than itself and gain full control, within a range of 1 light-year. If a level 200 supermodel effect is a god-level supermodel effect, it will bring about a qualitative change. The level 2000 supermodel effect is a world-shaking transformation, a shift between heaven and earth. It's not even a dimension. It can directly invade all AIs below its level, meaning it doesn't even need to expend a single ounce of ammunition. It can easily annihilate all hostile trains. This powerful supermodel effect delighted him, yet also evoked a subtle sense of worry. If the 2000 level supermodel was already so potent, the 5000 level would likely be even more terrifying. While reaching this level would consume an astronomical amount of Murphy stone, those god-level civilizations certainly didn't have that much. Until you reach a certain level of strength, you must maintain a low profile. Otherwise, you easily be defeated by a dimensionality reduction attack. At least before engaging in battle, you must understand the enemy's strength. The next moment, the star train vanished from its original location, reappearing on the outskirts of the Naya galaxy through a refrigerator, then creating a short, one-way, disposable wormhole that jumped 1899 light-years, directly reaching the train station 0.7 light-years away on the outskirts of the Naya galaxy. That train, 7 in total, was sent by the Qingshan civilization. Some unknown method was used to seal off all space in the Naya galaxy. If he hadn't been able to use the refrigerator to reach outside the Naya galaxy, and then reach the rear of the convoy through a wormhole, it would have been difficult for him to escape the Naya galaxy. What a miraculous method! What a pity! Chen Mang said dazedly, looking at the train on the console screen. In the early years, he didn't realize the extraordinary nature of the refrigerator's level 200 supermodel effect, which led him to keep it secret. Someone with a deep understanding of a civilization would have been keenly aware of this. That supermodel effect isn't unique in the universe. Other civilizations also have the opportunity to obtain it. The reason none of the civilizations he had encountered so far possessed this method was, firstly, that developing civilizations wouldn't devote resources to enhancing refrigerators, and secondly, that even if they did, they wouldn't necessarily encounter this supermodel effect. But level 4 and 5 civilizations certainly don't have the resources to experiment with this. Level 6 civilizations are different. They don't lack this resource. Once a level 6 civilization realizes that the refrigerator might have this supermodel effect, after recreating the original refrigerator image and repeatedly rescreening the supermodel effect, they too will possess this method. It's a pity that he can't have exclusive access. But at least he got a head start. And then, without hesitation, his voice echoed slowly within the train. Shall I take action? Understood. The next moment, the interior images of the 7 trains all appeared on the screen in split screen. This was Xiao Ai directly taking over full control of those trains. If he so desired, he could now activate the internal fire control system and eliminate everyone on those 7 trains. No one would be prepared for the onslaught of their own trains. It would be a one-sided massacre. But he didn't do that. He simply had Xiao Ai transfer all the information from the databases of these trains back to the star train, then, without anyone noticing, delete the historical logs and return control. Even the AIs of those trains didn't know what had happened, let alone the train conductors. This was an information overwhelm. Don't alert the enemy for now. If you don't act, it's fine. If you do, the entire Qingshan civilization will be annihilated. These 7 trains are military trains, and their databases contain a wealth of crucial information, such as most of the Qingshan civilization's strategic deployments and its ultimate killer weapons. A civilization. A high-level civilization must possess its own ultimate killer weapons. At lower levels, everyone's ultimate killer weapons are the same, like time travel. But as civilizations advance, they develop unique killer weapons, like his divine silence, which ignores defense and guarantees a hit. If you act rashly without understanding these things, you're likely to end up in a ditch or be dragged down by the enemy before their death. He was lucky. These trains are all quite large. The one at the head of the train is the commander of the 3rd Army of the Qingshan civilization's External Propaganda Army. The External Propaganda Army is the Qingshan civilization's military responsible for external campaigns. It's the strongest, with the most extensive logistics and resources. There are 8 armies in total, and this one is the 3rd Army. Although it only has 7 trains, these 7 trains are extraordinary. First, the main guns. It wasn't the Arcanon Light Energy main cannon, but a type of 7-color firepower accessory he had never seen before, called the X-Cannon. They were all uniformly level 1000. And the energy shields were all uniformly level 500. That was already quite high. Most importantly, they also had a generous supply of ammunition. The 7 trains contained a total of 12 units of iron ore, an incredible amount of ammunition, equivalent to the entire estate of the 4 little fat boys' fathers. And this was just one unit of the Qingshan civilization's propaganda force. So rich. Chen Mang's eyes gleamed with greed. While he knew that a level 6 civilization was much wealthier than a level 5 civilization, he hadn't imagined it could be this wealthy. Of course, he knew that a full-strength 1000 level 7-color firepower weapon would require 10 units of iron ore. Therefore, 10 of these 12 units of iron ore were likely long-term ammunition reserves that wouldn't be used easily. To use them, he had to apply for approval. Only the 2 iron or ammunition units of his foundation could be freely used. But it was also extremely terrifying. It was like a nuclear submarine diving deep into the ocean with a nuclear warhead. To be honest, he was really tempted to devour these resources first, and then head to the Qingshan civilization. But in the end, he suppressed his urge. If he was going to eat, he had to eat big. After devouring the Qingshan civilization in one go and consuming all its resources, he would not only be able to advance to a level 6 civilization, but he would even dare to challenge the level 7 civilization in this territory, meeting outside the Naya galaxy. The star train was practically within striking distance of the army, yet the enemy had completely failed to detect the village containing the star train. Inside the train, Chen Mang scanned everyone's faces and outlined the meeting's theme. How can we quickly destroy all living resistance forces of the Qingshan civilization without resorting to the use of the 2-dimensional foil, while preserving the integrity of Qingshan civilization's resources to the greatest extent possible? If we really had to do it, it was actually quite simple. Unnoticed, he could appear at the heart of Qingshan civilization and fire a single 2-dimensional foil, and the war would be essentially over. But this was a zero-return war. All his resources, along with Qingshan civilization, would also be reduced to 2 dimensions. But if he didn't use this method, he couldn't immediately destroy all of Qingshan civilization's living forces, which would lead to an extremely terrifying counterattack, or perhaps the destruction of the civilization's entire resource base before its demise. Ahem. Old Pig cleared his throat and spoke, looking at the tablet in his hand. Currently, we know the External Propaganda Army has access to 4 ultimate killing weapons. They are 2-dimensional foil, expanding black hole, space-time chaos, and space-time reversal. 2-dimensional foil poses little threat to us. We can completely abandon the Naya galaxy. This territory is not essential for us. If people lose land, both the people and the land remain. If land loses people, both the people and the land are lost. Expanding black hole is also a means of destroying territory. The Qingshan civilization possesses a special method that can transplant a black hole into the Naya galaxy through some means, causing massive damage. The same applies to space-time chaos. It can cause temporal chaos within an area. For example, from my perspective, only 3 days have passed, while from someone else's perspective, 3 years have already passed. Everyone's perception of time and space is different. This doesn't actually affect time and space, but rather alters everyone's cognition, a bit like a cognitive bomb. For example, the lighthouse curse that the Nami civilization once experienced. Time-space reversal, needless to say, simply destroys the past timeline of an area, thereby causing devastating damage to the current timeline of that area. These 4 methods all are powerful weapons capable of inflicting massive damage to the territory. As long as we abandon the Naya galaxy, we won't be afraid of the first 3 methods except the last one. Chen Mang pondered for a moment before speaking. Shall I update everyone on the train's current strength? Soon. After reviewing the train's current strength, Old Pig looked up at Chen Mang in bewilderment. Master Mang, is the train developing so rapidly? If so, then even the last one wouldn't be a problem. It seems invincible. Is there any need for a meeting? Just charge in and crush them with lightning speed. Captain Pig, Busey said helplessly, Master Mang means how to suppress them. The train currently has no powerful means of suppression. If we use 2-dimensional foil, all the resources will be gone. How can we quickly destroy all the living forces of the Qinshan civilization while protecting the resources from loss? That seems a bit of a no-brainer. Old Pig pondered for a moment, then shook his head. If we don't use the 2-dimensional foil, once the Qinshan civilization realizes they're under attack, they inevitably leave and launch a counterattack, consuming a significant amount of resources. If they find themselves truly outmatched, they also destroy all their resource bases before their demise, or flee with all their resources, just like the Good Cat civilization. Yes. Old Pig suddenly became thoughtful. Perhaps we can force the Qinshan civilization to this point? Once they've gathered all their resources, when they flee, we reappear and capture them all, just like the Good Cat civilization back then. Then the problem returns. Busey said helplessly, if you don't use tactics like the 2-dimensional foil, you can't force them to this point. They always think they can still fight, and once a stalemate forms, their resources are depleted like water. Once the 2-dimensional foil is used, everything is gone. What's more, we don't yet know if the Qinshan civilization possesses any means to defend against the 2-dimensional foil. That's not right, Old Pig said again. Sitting on the train, Chen Mang patiently listened to everyone's opinions. Although many of them were unused, the clashes provided him with insights. His current strength was at an awkward stage. If he were weaker, he wouldn't have to consider this at all. He could simply flee or fight to the death. If he were stronger, he could just suppress them forcefully, taking everything. At this awkward stage, he had to start making choices. He really couldn't bear to see the resources that should have belonged to him being wasted in the war. It was such a waste. Try. Surround and attack the reinforcements? Xiao Ai hesitated. Why don't we first devour this army's resources, then wait for the Qinshan civilization to continuously send reinforcements? Then we devour them one by one, and finally, when the Qinshan civilization reacts, we can penetrate their interior. Will they be fooled? Chen Mang frowned and asked, would a level 6 civilization, with countless staff members, make such a low-level mistake? Let's try. After reaching a consensus, Chen Mang stopped dwelling on it. Many things can't be figured out by constantly thinking about them. Only by constantly improving as you go can you find the answer. The next moment, the star train quickly leaped through the wormhole, concealing its component information. It didn't use overly aggressive tactics like seizing AI control, fearing it would scare away any reinforcements. Rather, it relied solely on the train's strength, by continuously firing its level 700 Arcanon light energy cannon. After a full 10 minutes of fierce fighting, it finally devoured the 7 trains. A total of 10.6 units of iron ore were captured. The last train was already charging, ready to consume 10 units of iron ore and fire a 1000 level main gun, but he urgently took control of the opposing train's AI and prevented the firing. He wasn't just worried about the iron ore. He was also worried about the possibility that word of his train's ability to withstand a 1000 level main gun would scare off reinforcements. The universe was silent. This quickly concluded war hadn't attracted the attention of any civilization, and Chen Mang felt a slight satisfaction from the information transmitted by the captured trains. He had tried his best to conceal his identity as the Star Train, and it seemed he had succeeded. The message sent back by the other party did not involve any Star Train. Rather, it stated, a train from an unknown civilization attacked our forces. It is too powerful to resist. Requesting support, requesting support. Very good. Chen Mang nodded with satisfaction. A level 6 civilization must possess uninterrupted communication. The message should have been transmitted back to the Qinshan civilization by now. All he had to do now was wait for reinforcements. However, wait! Chen Mang was suddenly confused. He glanced at the Doppler radar map and saw that the Qinshan civilization had, at almost maximum speed, sealed off its entire territory, including the surrounding areas. Spatially, this meant no one in the Qinshan civilization could create a wormhole to leave. Similarly, no one in the Qinshan civilization could create a wormhole to return to it. It was like covering themselves with a tortoise shell. This scenario isn't what he imagined. No way. Qin Meng muttered, dazed, staring at the Doppler radar. It's just an army out in the field, annihilated by an attack from a train of an unknown civilization. There's been no further news, and that train didn't show any signs of overwhelming power. Did the Qinshan civilization just cower like a tortoise? They weren't even willing to send anyone to take a look. Isn't that a bit too cautious? He knew that many advanced civilizations in the universe were both arrogant and cautious. They were extremely arrogant when facing weaker civilizations, but extremely cautious when facing stronger ones. But he hadn't expected them to be so cautious. After a long silence, he couldn't help but sigh and give a thumbs up. Awesome. Even as an opponent, he couldn't help but admire their caution. No wonder they were able to become a level 6 civilization. With that level of caution, they could easily become a level 7 civilization. Chapter 362. That doesn't make sense. Old Pig frowned in confusion. What's going on? Normally, we haven't revealed too much strength. The Qinshan civilization is at least a level 6 civilization, a dominant force in this area. When an outpost encounters a certain danger, they don't even conduct reconnaissance, but instead simply isolate their civilization and become a coward. Are we being too cautious, or have we inadvertently revealed something? Qin Meng pondered for a moment before whispering, we may have underestimated our own strength. Even though we tried our best to conceal our weakness, we still managed to annihilate a major Qinshan civilization army in less than 10 minutes. This strength speaks volumes. The most important thing is, yes, within a radius of 100 million light-years, there's only one level 6 civilization, the Qinshan civilization. The other level 4 and 5 civilizations simply don't have that kind of power. The only one with that kind of power is that level 7 civilization. So, from the perspective of the Qinshan civilization, it was the level 7 civilization's train that appeared on the outskirts of the Naya galaxy and annihilated one of their armies. Whether they were coming to aid the Naya galaxy, simply passing through, or specifically targeting the Qinshan civilization. The Qinshan civilization chose to abandon the conquest of the Naya galaxy and immediately sealed off all space within its territory, ensuring that the level 7 civilization's army or attack methods could not reach the Qinshan civilization. From this perspective, there's nothing wrong with the Qinshan civilization's approach. This Qinshan civilization's territory is not small, spanning a full 32 million light-years and encompassing 7 galaxies. Sealing off such a vast expanse of space would require a considerable amount of resources. Qinshan civilization is truly wealthy, Qin Meng murmured with a touch of emotion. Something had happened. Qinshan civilization had indeed made the most correct choice. Now he couldn't even reach the interior of Qinshan civilization. The closest distance they could reach was by constructing a wormhole approximately 17 light-years from the edge of Qinshan civilization's territory. 17 light-years sounds small, but if they relied solely on their own speed, even with the star train's top speed of 1/3 the speed of light, traveling 17 light-years would still take decades, no small amount. It could be said, no civilization today could reach Qinshan civilization. At least not him. Perhaps advanced civilizations possessed advanced means. Whatever. Qin Meng glanced at the Doppler radar. The plan had failed miserably. The encirclement and attack plan had completely failed. In reality, whether he spent 10 minutes or an hour destroying that army would be meaningless. The Qinshan civilization had resolved that the only civilization in the universe that dared to destroy their train, and had the power to do so, was that level 7 civilization. If anything went wrong, the entire region would be immediately sealed off. There was no need for any elaborate plan. After consuming 1 trillion kilos of iron ore, he created a wormhole leading to the ordinary civilization, a level 5 civilization, a subordinate of the Qinshan civilization, and a subordinate of the Qinshan civilization. Naturally, he couldn't reach Qinshan civilization for the time being. He'd just go and see that civilization first. He just have to patiently wait for the Qinshan civilization's blockade of their territory to be lifted. He didn't believe it could keep him sealed forever. From the AI database stolen from those trains, he already knew that the Qinshan civilization possessed a method for sealing off a region of space. This method consumed resources, and the longer the seal lasted, the more resources it consumed. The Qinshan civilization couldn't possibly keep itself sealed forever. 1 hour later. on a planet within the ordinary civilization. Chen Meng, along with Biazi, Lao Zhu, and a few others, were casually strolling the streets of this planet. The wormhole they created wouldn't experience any spatial fluctuations, meaning they could freely travel to other civilizations unnoticed. For example, right now, the ordinary civilization was completely unaware of their arrival. If they had come with strong malice, the ordinary civilization would have been destroyed by now. TSK. Chen Meng walked down the street, chuckling at the radar screen on his tablet. If nothing unexpected happened, the Qishan civilization should be desperately monitoring the area near their borders, looking for any newly opened wormholes. The more nothing they discovered, the more anxious they became. After a period of anxiety, they gradually calmed down, and the seal could be lifted. Master Meng. Just then, Old Pig, who was following nearby, suddenly spoke with curiosity. Let's imagine this. If we are a level 7 civilization, and there's a level 6 civilization within our territory, no one knows when this level 6 civilization will advance to level 7. What should we do now? Should we eliminate this level 6 civilization in advance? But why? Qishan civilization has existed for so long, yet that level 7 civilization shows no sign of attacking it. The territories of those level 7 civilizations are so vast, which means they almost certainly possess level 2000 radars, and are undoubtedly aware of Qishan civilization's existence. There's only one reason. Before Chen Meng could speak, Old Pig answered his own question. That is, for that level 7 civilization, there must have been a more important matter to attend to in recent years. This matter has far outweighed even the elimination of the level 6 civilization within its territory. Furthermore, this matter is extremely complex, consuming all of the level 7 civilization's energy, leaving them with no time to spare. Chen Meng nodded lightly and casually said, it's a strong possibility, but we currently have limited information, so we can't make any conclusions based on empty speculation. Let's wait patiently until the Qishan civilization is unsealed. After upgrading the resource detection radar to level 100, he hadn't upgraded it again. It was mainly because it didn't make much sense. This accessory's level 100 supermode effect is 0. Modern human civilization no longer needs to detect specific mines. Instead, it directly detects mining planets. And detecting mining planets doesn't require a resource detection radar. Doppler radar can do the job. This accessory hasn't been used for a long time. But it's just such an obsolete accessory. Xiao Ai just told him that Chikashio has developed the original design for this accessory. Very good. Chen Meng nodded with satisfaction. Although this accessory had been eliminated, it was still a green-grade accessory, marking another breakthrough for the R&D Center. They would gradually be able to develop colorful accessory artwork in the future. With unlimited rescreening, the higher the grade of the accessory artwork, the more valuable it was to him. And just then, Chen Meng raised his brows slightly, glancing at the tablet Xiao Ai handed him. A small surprise struck him. A few days ago, Chikashio had developed 9 artworks, including the refrigerator accessory artwork. Aside from the refrigerator, which had been rescreened to a unique supermodel effect, he had been rescreening the others. His goal was to rescreen until he had a unique supermodel effect. Anyway, there was already a very useful set of accessory items in the train, but the supermodel effects were all rescreened by mechanical civilization. There was no need for these accessories to possess some truly fate-altering supermodel effect. Being unique was best. And now, I had finally stumbled upon another unique supermodel effect. But the accessory was the moldy bread production line. Simulation number 239293 has concluded. The supermodel effects of this cosmic empowerment are as follows. Moldy bread production line level 5 supermodel effect. Can produce fresh bread. Moldy bread production line level 10 supermodel effect. The bread contains jam. Moldy bread production line level 20 supermodel effect. Just one piece will keep you from going hungry for a week. Moldy bread production line level 50 supermodel effect. After taking this, memory will be slightly enhanced. Moldy bread production line level 100 supermodel effect. After taking this, your physical fitness will be greatly enhanced. Moldy bread production line level 200 supermodel effect. After taking this, your overall physical fitness will be greatly enhanced. Moldy bread production line level 500 supermodel effect. After taking this, you will randomly gain 1 racial talent from all races in the universe. This talent can be removed but not replaced. Each person can only receive this once. Moldy bread production line level 1000 supermodel effect. After taking this, you will ensure that your soul will be intact if you die within 24 hours, regardless of the cause of death. Moldy bread production line level 2000 supermodel effect. After taking this, you will randomly gain a dead object from tens of thousands of future timelines. Each person can receive this once. P.S. During this simulation, the level 200, level 500, level 1000, and level 2000 supermodel effects are unique in the universe. Once any unique supermodel effect is confirmed and saved, other civilizations will no longer be able to rescreen this supermodel effect. Once saved, the civilization you are in will never be able to rescreen the universe power for that accessory again. Save or rescreen. In this long series of panels, the fonts of the last 4 supermodel effects were enveloped in a rainbow of light, looking incredibly gorgeous. Level 200, level 500, level 1000, level 2000. These 4 supermodel effects, capable of causing qualitative changes, are all unique in the universe. 4 consecutive unique supermodel effects in the universe. Chen Mang froze in confusion. Xiao Ai had initially only told him that he randomly picked a unique supermodel effect, but hadn't told him that he randomly picked 4. He randomly picked over 200,000 times, and hadn't seen a single unique supermodel effect. And yet, when the item was shipped, he saw 4 at once. His expression was extremely complex, even a little distorted. On the one hand, it was because the effects of these 4 supermodels were all good, making them good items no matter how you looked at them. But on the other hand, he felt a little sad. Luck is concerned. He had just encountered an accessory with 4 unique supermodel effects, and he would probably never encounter such a situation again. How great would it be if the quadruple uniqueness attribute was applied to armor or light cannon, a production line for moldy bread slices? What a waste! What a waste! What a waste! Chen Mang took a deep breath and immediately rushed back to the train with Biazi and the others. With some heartache, he crafted this accessory. After consuming 200 trillion units of iron ore, he upgraded this accessory to level 2000 in one go. After all, it was a white-grade accessory, so it didn't require a lot of resources. This was also the 5th level 2000 accessory on the train. Upgrading accessories isn't expensive, but making bread is. Making one level 200 loaf of bread requires 200,000 units of iron ore. Understood. After all, a level 200 bread can greatly enhance physical fitness. A mere 200,000 is incredibly cost-effective. We could even distribute one to everyone on Blue Water Planet, significantly improving the physical fitness of everyone in the civilization. It's not just about increasing strength, but also improving overall physical fitness, resulting in faster speed, improved immunity, faster wound recovery, less susceptibility to illness, and better stress resistance. Making a level 500 bread requires 200 million units of iron ore. The price has increased exponentially. But it's reasonable. After all, it allows a person to possess a racial talent. You have to know that humans don't have any racial talents. It's something you're born with, and if you're born without it, you're not. It's like defying fate. 200 million units of iron ore aren't expensive. Making a 1000 level loaf of bread requires 20 billion units of iron ore. It's not expensive either. It's like a life-saving elixir. Even if the Big Bang happens, it guarantees you be safe and sound, and will definitely travel to the second universe to live a new life. The price is absolutely right. Making a 2000 level loaf of bread requires 2 trillion units of iron ore. That's a bit pricey. You can randomly take a dead object from the future. This can be powerful or weak, and no one knows what you get back. Chen Mang stared expressionlessly at the 4 loaves of bread in his hand. After a pause, he stuffed the 200 level loaf, worth 200,000 units of iron ore, into his mouth. He nodded and chewed slowly. It must be said that this 200,000 yuan loaf of bread was impeccable in both appearance and taste. Even without this effect, it was still a fine meal. After swallowing the bread, he could clearly feel his overall physical fitness improving. He didn't have the iris chip implant, otherwise the data would have allowed a clearer assessment of his changes. This 200 level loaf of bread could only be consumed once. It only worked the first time. After that, it was simply a delicious treat, with no special effects. Following that, he stuffed his second 500 level loaf of bread, worth 200 million units of iron ore, into his mouth. Soon, a panel appeared on the screen. After consuming the level 500 moldy bread slice, you will receive a random racial talent from the countless races in the universe. The selection is in progress. Please be patient. Expected to take 24 hours. Chen Mang nodded slightly, unhurried. Even if he wasn't satisfied with the random racial talent, or even if it was only disadvantageous to him, he could discard it. He would just not be able to obtain another racial talent. He figured he wouldn't be that unlucky. Any reasonably useful talent would do. It would be an improvement. If that didn't work out, a goblin talent would also work. There was nothing wrong with it. This would take time. He wasn't in a hurry. This was the value of the universe's unique supermodel effect. He loved the universe's unique supermodel effect so much, not just because it was unique. After all, this uniqueness was only unique to a civilization, not absolutely unique. Even if he sealed this original image and didn't copy any blueprints. However, if someone in human civilization later discovers the original diagram of the moldy bread production line, the resulting supermodel effect will be the supermodel effect he obtained this time, and it cannot be replaced or rescreened. More importantly, the reason is that the universe's only supermodel effect is already extremely supermodel, and its effect is inherently powerful. The unique one is just a bonus, not a must-have. Then Chen Mang stuffed the bread worth 2 trillion units of iron ore into his mouth. This was the most expensive bread. As for the level 1000 bread, there was no need to eat it for now. It was just created as a precaution. But honestly, these 4 levels of bread were almost identical in shape and flavor, with nothing special about them. He even felt that the effects of the 2000th level supermodel were inferior to those of the previous levels. It sounded a bit illusory. Taking a random inanimate object from one's future, who knows what it might be? Maybe it's freshly wiped tissue or a cigarette, but the randomness was too strong. It was like dozens of seconds had passed. He felt nothing, as if nothing had happened. Chen Mang sat in the train and looked around. Nothing had happened, nor did it seem like anything new had appeared. It was as if he had just consumed an ordinary, unremarkable piece of bread. But then, beep! A shrill alarm suddenly blared inside the train. He looked in the direction of the alarm. The Doppler radar indicated a massive object had appeared within striking distance of the train. He instinctively looked over and saw something as massive as a planet floating above the suburban star train. It was none other than Heavenly Palace, that damn 2000 level bread, a random, inanimate object from his future timeline, was Heavenly Palace. Without hesitation, Chen Mang's face paled as he stuffed the 1000 level bread into his mouth as quickly as possible. This thing would ensure that no matter what happened, he could keep his soul intact and reach the second universe. It was over. It was all over. He would rather bring back a toilet paper than this damn thing. When the present and past states of the universe forbidden item collide, a devastating explosion occurs. The larger the object, the greater the explosion's power. When the past and present states of a massive celestial palace collide, the resulting explosion is truly breathtaking. The celestial palace he had taken from the Nami civilization was currently on his train. Fearing this could happen, he specifically ordered Doba and his team to halt celestial palace production. I never expected this would happen again. What the hell? But after a few seconds, nothing happened. Chen Mang gradually calmed down and tried to push the control lever to create a wormhole to quickly escape. Perhaps because the celestial palace on his train was inside the dimensional gate, the two sides couldn't sense each other, but just then, Xiao Ai's voice echoed from within the train. Conductor, the heavenly palace above us hasn't sensed any signs of the passage of time. In other words, it's not a cosmic forbidden item. Not a cosmic forbidden item? Well, after all, it was brought directly from the future by you, conductor, and didn't pass through the time rift. The first requirement for a cosmic forbidden item is that it must pass through a time rift. Even if it encounters the heavenly palace inside the train, it won't explode. Chen Mang's brows had just furrowed, but before he could say anything, Xiao Ai continued. For a cosmic forbidden item, when it returns to the past through the time rift, the object in the past is the past state. And when this object was first produced, it was in the present state on its own timeline. As we all know, the past and present states will only meet and explode under extremely rare circumstances. And this object, on the future timeline, at the moment it does not return to the past through the time rift, is in the future state. Theoretically speaking, it is almost impossible for an object to have these three states appear simultaneously in the same timeline. The probability of their creation is even lower than the probability of life being born from the Big Bang. But, conductor, you are very lucky. You have now successfully obtained both the past and future states of the Heavenly Palace. Once Doba and his team have completed the construction of the Heavenly Palace, you will have successfully possessing the past, future, and present states of the Tiangong. This is something many god-level civilizations can't achieve. Are there any benefits? It's unclear at this point, and most likely none. What's the use? Nothing. It's just quite rare. If you, the conductor, are willing, The Tiangong will definitely become an extremely eye-catching collectible in the entire universe. Headache. Chen Mang sighed deeply and rubbed his temples. Honestly, he hadn't considered this at first, but somehow, he had managed to gather all 3 states of the Tiangong. It's really outrageous. The good news is that the meeting of the future and past states doesn't cause an explosion. Didn't you absorb the database of all AIs that died within 100 million light years during this period? Doesn't it mention what will happen when these 3 forms collide? Absolutely not, asked Killua. After a pause, Xiao Ai spoke again. Killua also said he knew nothing. But conductor, there's an old saying in human civilization, truth emerges only through practice. Why don't we? Okay, you can shut up now. Chen Mang waved his hand in exasperation. If this practice goes wrong, you and I will be buried with him. Hearing the truth in the morning. Stop. This isn't hearing the truth in the morning and dying in the evening. This is hearing the truth in the morning and dying in the morning. After we destroy the Qinshan civilization, see if there's any relevant information in their database. Chapter 363. Chen Mang glanced at the Doppler radar. He had intended to keep a low profile, but the appearance of the Heavenly Palace had clearly disrupted his plans. Alarms were already ringing from within the ordinary civilization. Such a being, appearing within its territory without any spatial fluctuations, would have caused any civilization to panic. He shook his head and said nothing more. He simply threw out a mining planet, then immediately received both the mining planet and the Heavenly Palace into the space gate before disappearing again. He had no intention of attacking the ordinary civilization. A level 5 civilization. How many resources could it possibly possess? His appetite had grown, especially after annihilating an army of the Qinshan civilization and obtaining 10.6 units of iron ore. His appetite had grown uncontrollably. An ordinary civilization could no longer satisfy his appetite. In the past, he had only gained less than 2 units of iron ore from destroying the Good Cat civilization and the Extreme Evil civilization, yet just one fleet alone yielded more than 5 times that amount. Higher civilizations still possess more resources. If they could swallow up the entire Qinshan civilization, how many resources would they possess? Inside the star train, which had vanished from the radar of the ordinary civilization through the radar jammer, Chen Mang sat inside the train, gazing at the political home planet of the ordinary civilization on the radar screen. An idea gradually formed within him. Since the ordinary civilization had submitted to the Qinshan civilization, it should possess a special channel of communication with them. Perhaps, through this channel, he could reach the interior of the Qinshan civilization despite the spatial blockade. Soon, 24 hours passed. During these 24 hours, Chen Mang did nothing but wait patiently in his train cabin. And then, a panel finally slowly appeared on the train control panel screen. Racial talent extraction complete. You have drawn the Saya clan's racial talent. You will gain top-tier archery talent. The next moment, Chen Mang felt the panel transform into countless particles of starlight, merging into his body. Then, he felt as if he had an innate archery talent. He even felt that if he were given a bow, with his current physical fitness, he could kill an elephant. Very powerful. But, no! This is a fucking interstellar war. In this kind of war, being able to kill an elephant is not even as good as crushing an ant. For him, the best racial talent isn't combat, but functional. Even the racial talent of the Goblin clan is far superior to the racial talent of this Saya clan. He curled his lips, feeling it was a wasted opportunity. Each person only has one chance to gain a racial talent from this bread. But it's not bad. At least it has no negative effects, and it can be used for hunting and other activities. Then he tilted his head to look at Biaozi and the others. What racial talents did you randomly get? Creating a level 500 bread that grants a random racial talent only requires 200 million units of iron ore. That's an incredibly low price. If he's willing to trade this thing with other civilizations, the market will be huge. Buyers will be eager to buy it. The primary buyers aren't even humans, but those who already possess other racial talents. That way, they can possess 2 racial talents. If these 2 racial talents interact, the sum of their powers will be greater than 2. Mine seems okay. Old Pig said uncertainly. I randomly got the Protoss racial talent, Immortality. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the train fell silent. This is more than okay. Aside from humans, almost every race has its own racial talent. Most have only one, but a few have multiple, such as the Zerg. The Zerg, a god-level civilization, can even devour the racial talents of other races. Take the Protoss, for example. This race, created by the previous universe rule and named after them, is the most powerful race ever to exist in this universe. Protoss, possessing multiple racial talents, one of which is immortality. Even the current universe rule cannot kill the Protoss, but can only seal them within a black hole. Currently, the only known entity capable of killing a Protoss is the strand of hair on the train. This is definitely an S+ level racial talent. Old Pig glanced at the people around him, and said sheepishly, honestly, I'm a little unsure, because I haven't felt any changes in myself. And it's a bit exaggerated, a bit unrealistic. Only those who cultivate immortality, reaching the highest level of Immortal Emperor, can achieve immortality. Am I really that simply immortal? You know? Even Mang Yi doesn't have that kind of trick up his sleeve yet. He, a deputy train conductor, suddenly became immortal. His first reaction wasn't joy, but panic. Isn't this going to be a disaster? Aside from anything else, if Mang Yi dies, who will take on this mess of human civilization? It seems he's the only one left. After all, he can't die. If he were Mang Yi, he'd be thinking of getting rid of me. At that moment, Buzi, standing by, spoke up with a strange expression. Fortunately, according to train regulations, if Mang Yi is in danger, the entire train will instantly lose its owner and cannot be inherited by anyone else. Otherwise you, the pig conductor, would be in danger. Yes, that's right. Old Pig nodded hastily. He had forgotten about it, and then looked at Buzi with a hint of gratitude. He knew Buzi was trying to excuse him. But you can try now. Stab yourself, and see if you can kill yourself. Well? Old Pig shrank back. I try again after I lie down in the medical bay. Otherwise, I don't feel safe. What racial talent did you randomly pick up? Wolf. Buzi took a deep breath and said seriously, the Wolf King clan's talent is a sudden increase in speed, and through physical training, their strength can be continuously increased, reaching a maximum speed close to the speed of light. This race cultivates by absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, and I have inherited this cultivation talent as well. Master Mang. I would like to apply for free access to the starship. I also want to contribute more to Master Mang, and shed more blood in future battles. Okay, I've got it. Chen Mang chuckled and nodded. This is a good talent. Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The star train wasn't short on anything, except for the sun and moon. If he slowly absorbed them, there was so much of this stuff, he couldn't possibly absorb it all. He listened to the reports from the various managers inside the train. The randomly assigned racial talents were all quite good, but in comparison, his racial talent was the worst. At least for him, it was completely useless. This level 500 bread was truly cost-effective. It only had 200 million units of iron ore. It was through this incident that he realized the universe was filled with so many races. While train civilization was undoubtedly the mainstream form, there were countless other forms of civilization beyond it. Perhaps in a few years, train civilization would no longer be the mainstream form, and a particular civilization's form would become the mainstream. The universe changes. Times progress. This process won't be revealed to anyone. Those who can keep up will follow. Those who can't will die. After everyone left, Xiaofeng, who had been standing in the corner, whispered, Master Mang, the racial talent I randomly received is the Fox Charm clan racial talent. Its effect is to transform into the three pure ones. I can summon both my past and future selves simultaneously. Before Master Mang could reply, a tiny spatial fluctuation suddenly occurred within the train. And then, two figures suddenly appeared inside the train. Both were Xiaofeng, with faces resembling 7 different things. The one on the left was as tender as water, looking extremely immature. Every movement was tinged with the shyness that only youth possesses, and she attempted ineffective concealment. The one on the right was as mature as a woman. Although the traces of time were visible on her face, the wrinkles only added a touch of desire. Neither of them was dressed. Xiaofeng, standing in the middle, looked nervous, tugging at the hem of her clothes. Chen Mang stared at the scene before him expressionlessly. He had already shut off all the surveillance cameras inside the train after Xiaofeng had spoken a few words. He remained silent for a long time, not saying a word until the scene before him had fully formed. He felt as if he had a connection with these 3 states. He could encounter them anywhere. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He had tasted many bowls of Xiaofeng's scallion oil noodles, but never Xiaofeng herself. Xiaofeng had once tried to make advances on him, but he had rejected her. Perhaps because he had been so busy lately that he hadn't considered the matter, he was indeed tempted to do so. The next moment, he sat in a chair with his arms outstretched. Xiaofeng, in her future form, was the most charming, swaying and moving as she approached. Xiaofeng, in her present state, took a deep breath and finally suppressed her panic. Xiaofeng, in her past state, hesitated for a moment before gradually moving forward with her golden lotus steps. An hour later, Chen Meng pulled up his pants, climbed off the bed, and sat back in his chair. He gazed wearily at the ceiling, a hint of trance in his eyes. He slowly lit a cigarette, and watched the smoke drifting in the air, and gradually dissipating. This feeling is unique. It's hard to describe. Xiao Feng's racial talent has no practical purpose. Unlike the immortal cultivation civilizations that increase strength through dual cultivation, there's nothing at all. Its only purpose is enjoyment. Pure enjoyment. But it must be said, it's quite enjoyable. Especially, well, for some reason, perhaps because he was a bit dazed at the moment, a whirlwind of thoughts suddenly flooded his mind. He even began to imagine how great it would be if he had this talent. After a long while, Chen Meng gently waved his hand. Call Yin Yao and Ji Chu. Yes. Soon. Yin Yao and Ji Chu arrived at the train room after a long absence. Just as they were about to step forward, Chen Meng waved his hand, pointing to the bread on the table nearby. Eat these 2 loaves, and report to me tomorrow about what racial talents you've awakened. Ji Chu, who arrived in a veil, was slightly taken aback by this, but nodded. Yes. Interesting. Chen Meng watched the departing figures of Ji Chu and the others. If only these 2 could also awaken Xiao Feng's racial talent, making a total of 9 people. That would be great. In the eyes of our ancestors, 9 is an auspicious number. It's just a bit tiring. This red heart nut was a bit useless. He glanced at the information appearing on the train control panel screen. Red heart nut production line level 5 supermodel effect. Nuts are automatically shelled upon production. Red heart nut production line level 10 supermodel effect. For men, it can slightly enhance sexual performance. For women, it can slightly reduce menstrual cramps. He glanced at the train's current resources again. 11.39 units of iron ore. He coughed lightly. He took out 200 trillion units of iron ore and upgraded this white-grade accessory to level 2000. This was the 6th level 2000 accessory on the train. The previous ones were Doppler radar, carriage steel armor, Arcanon light energy main cannon, train auxiliary AI, and moldy bread production line. Suddenly, several supermodel effects appeared. Red heart nut production line level 20 supermodel effect. For men, this can slightly enhance sexual performance. Red heart nut production line level 50 supermodel effect. Further enhances performance. Red heart nut production line level 100 supermodel effect. Further enhances performance. Red heart nut production line level 200 supermodel effect. Further enhances performance. Red heart nut production line level 500 supermodel effect. Further enhances performance. Red heart nut production line level 1000 supermodel effect. Further enhances performance. Red heart nut production line level 2000 supermodel effect. Further enhances performance. Chen Meng stared expressionlessly at the red heart nut production line in front of him. This accessory reminded him of a long-lost accessory. Drill bit. That's right. It's the one that only increases stats without any special supermodel effects. This accessory is almost identical to the drill bit. Extremely pure. There are no supermodel effects at all. Even the 2000 level supermodel effects are indistinguishable from the 100 level supermodel effects. They're cut from the same mold, purely adding value. But he thought it was pretty good. This value is good? The red heart nut production line and the moldy bread production line are different. The moldy bread production line produces effects based on the level of bread it produces. 2000 level bread doesn't have the effects of 500 level bread. But the red heart nut production line produces 2000 level red heart nuts, with all the previous supermodel effects. One 2000 level red heart nut costs 200 trillion units of iron ore. This price. Huh? Fucking kneeling. Chen Meng sneered at the freshly crafted level 2000 red heart nut in his hand, then tossed it into his mouth. It was crunchy and tasted pretty good, nothing much to his surprise. 1 minute later, his cheeks gradually flushed, and his breathing quickened. 3 minutes later, Ji Chu, Yin Yao, Xiao Feng, and the 8 immortals from the Xiaoxian civilization, all in carriage 5, had their iris chips implanted in their pupils. They all received the summons from Master Meng. 13 people in total entered the train. It took 7 days and 7 nights. Led by Ji Chu and Yin Yao, the 11 women, each supporting the other, walked towards the medical bay. Huh? Chen Meng sat on a chair in the train and let out a long, refreshing sigh. He felt neither tired nor bored at all. Technology truly changed lives. It was just that level 2000 was a bit too much. This thing isn't a one-time effect. It's a permanent enhancement. He won't need to take it anymore. If he keeps taking it, he won't need his main guns in future battles. However, these 7 days and nights of debauchery have completely disrupted all his plans. Originally, his plan was to reach the interior of the Qingshan civilization through a possible hidden passage between the Pingping Wookiee civilization and the Qingshan civilization, but after 7 days of delay, many things have changed. For example, yesterday, the Qingshan civilization lifted the space seal on their territory, and everything has returned to normal. Clearly, the Qingshan civilization can't bear the strain, but they haven't made any further advances into the Naya galaxy. It seems they don't intend to provoke human civilization anytime soon. That was all right. No need for a mediocre civilization. Just create a wormhole to the Qingshan civilization. Simple and quick. Great. He then activated the train's interior surveillance. Almost instantly, Xiao Ai's voice echoed from within the train. Conductor, everything has been peaceful these past few days. No unusual events. Yes. Qin Mang nodded casually as he reviewed the train log. What unusual events could there be? As long as that level 7 civilization didn't suddenly attack his train, nothing would happen. He could now practically roam freely in this area. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he created several wormholes, consuming trillions of iron ore, and brought the final wormholes in directly to the core of the Qingshan civilization, near a commercial planet. With a gentle push of the joystick, the star train began its new voyage. The wormhole he created had no spatial fluctuations. The radar shield was also extremely high level. The Qingshan civilization was completely unaware of his presence. Like a ghost, he entered the Qingshan civilization openly and honestly. After throwing out several refrigerators, he passed through the pseudo-4-dimensional space to the land of a nearby commercial planet, then exited the pseudo-4-dimensional space. As long as he entered the civilization, he had countless ways to land. The security checks upon entering the planet were extremely easy to bypass. He was completely undetectable. Even in the Nami civilization, he couldn't land through the pseudo-4-dimensional space. After all, the Nami civilization had the means to detect pseudo-4-dimensional space. But with the Qingshan civilization, he wasn't even afraid of the naked eye. Even the naked eye couldn't see him. The 100th level supermodel radar jammer's effect was to render the train optically invisible by absorbing light, effectively rendering it invisible to the naked eye. Neither the naked eye nor radar could detect his presence. The star train had now completely vanished into space, like a ghost, invisible in the universe, and easily accessible. Successfully landed on the Qingshan civilization. In the most prosperous commercial city within the Qingshan civilization, a commercial planet called Evergreen, Qin Mang, Busy, and others walked the streets. It's truly a prosperous city, of a level 6 civilization. Standing on the street, Qin Mang sighed with emotion. This city looks much better than the one on Blue Water Planet. Old Pig, standing nearby, was also quickly recording areas for learning. The entire city was completely governed by AI. All laws, even the most basic traffic laws, were strictly enforced by AI. And the Qingshan civilization's management methods were quite interesting. Every resident had a credit score of 100. Minor actions, such as a mistress seducing someone else's boyfriend or a pedestrian running a red light, won't result in detention or imprisonment, but a small loss of credit score will be incurred. Credit score impacts many aspects of interpersonal relationships. For example, in interpersonal relationships, a low credit score can mean a blemish on one's social profile. This is possible because everything is monitored by the iris chip and advanced AI, which monitors the entire city and even civilization. This ensures that everyone's actions are clearly recorded, leaving no escape and no opportunity for covert action. From a certain perspective, this is called a complete lack of privacy for all citizens. But public security is indeed very good. There are almost no serious incidents. The more advanced the civilization, the lower the crime rate. Human civilization is currently largely governed by AI, but it hasn't yet achieved such detailed levels of control. And this civilization's mainstream currency, like that of human civilization, is a government-backed currency anchored by iron ore. Human civilizations is the stellar note, while Qingshan civilizations is the Qingshan coin. The names are different, but they're the same thing. For now, it's rare to see a civilization whose base currency is iron ore, which often indicates internal instability within that civilization. Very good. Qin Mang looked around and nodded slightly. The city looked quite good. Using his 2000 level radar, he could clearly see where the planet's main iron ore was stored. In a strategic warehouse at a military base. That military base possessed several space-based cannons, powerful space-based weapons mounted on land and pointed at the universe. The adjacent military base also held a reserve of 2 units of iron ore. In addition, there were scattered pockets of iron ore in other corners of the planet, but the quantity was minimal, totaling less than 100 trillion units, and they were extremely dispersed. Really rich. Chen Meng silently commented. You know, within this galaxy, there are perhaps 30 or so prosperous planets like this one, each boasting a military base with vast reserves of resources. And the Qinshan civilization possessed a whopping 7 such galaxies. The combined resources of these commercial galaxies alone amounted to over 400 units of iron ore. And these were just the commercial planets. The resources stored within commercial planets were relatively small. After all, they weren't the primary source of combat power. They were merely a precaution. Those military and research planets are where the vast resources are stored. Huh? He sighed softly. These advanced civilizations are truly wealthy. Most importantly, due to the scarcity of Murphy Stone, they can't even spend their resources, so they keep hoarding more and more. Until a destined person who can spend them. Unfortunately, he is that destined person. Chapter 364. What do you mean? Chen Meng looked at the military bases on commercial planets, like the Qinshan civilization on the Doppler radar. He tilted his head to look at Xiao AI beside him, and whispered, These military bases are all managed by AI. Can you gain access to the AI, and take away the resources without alerting anyone? Absolutely. Xiao AI's voice came from the train. I don't even need to be inside the military base. From here, I can directly take over the AI's permissions, and ensure that I remain undetected for a short period of time. As for reporting to the higher-ups periodically, that's also completely possible. After all, I'm not invading. I'm perfectly taking over control. Those are 2 different things. I know everything in the AI database in the military base, so I naturally know what to report to the higher-ups periodically. Okay. Chen Meng nodded slightly with a hint of smile in his eyes. This would be perfect. Admittedly, a single 2-dimensional foil could directly destroy the system they were currently in. The Qinshan civilization only had 7 systemic systems, so 7 2-dimensional foils would be enough to bring the civilization to its end. But in that case, he would lose access to the resources accumulated by the Qinshan civilization over the years. Although this approach would be slower, the rewards would be the greatest. An hour later, an armored train, escorted by a number of hover cars, sped along the highway toward the star train in the suburbs. Just as it was about to collide with the star train, it suddenly braked to a stop. Then, several heavily armed soldiers wearing electronic helmets, carrying several large storage boxes, and speaking fluent cosmic language, approached the front of the star train. After saluting, they respectfully stated in a deep voice, We have been ordered to transfer 2 units of iron ore stored within the Evergreen Star military base. Please accept it. The next moment, the door of carriage number 7 of the star train opened, and Busy, accompanied by a member of the First Guard, disembarked. With a stern wave of his hand, he said, Accepted. Not a single unnecessary word was spoken from beginning to end. The soldier in charge of escorting the resources remained silent. He simply witnessed the entire process, and then turned and left. He didn't take any photos for confirmation, nor did he ask for any receipt or delivery note. He left without even asking for any receipt. Just because. This was a top-level, emergency, secret military order issued by Xiao AI through the AI controlling the military base. Anyone receiving it had only the right to execute it, not the right to inquire about specific information, and could not tell anyone, not even their immediate superiors. So, they waited here. They did nothing. The military base personnel themselves delivered 2 units of iron ore. The entire process was much simpler than the Kaisha civilization's invasion of the planet's city AI. The train auxiliary AI's 2000-level supermode effect allowed it to invade all other AIs, with a lower level than itself, and gain full control. This required a range of 1 light-year. This didn't just apply to train AIs. AIs, like military bases, could also be invaded. It was a completely controlled invasion. The anti-intrusion traps in the AI's lowest-level database could also be completely controlled by Xiao AI. This was a dimensionality reduction crushing. How terrifying! Chen Meng whispered, looking at the retreating squadron in the distance. Is this the method used by an advanced civilization? They managed to obtain 2 units of iron ore without even firing a shot, even without understanding the situation. He used to have complete confidence in Xiao AI. From the AI's underlying logic to Xiao AI's loyalty, he felt Xiao AI would never betray him. But now, he felt unsure. What if another train had a level 3000 or 5000 AI? Then the star train, which he had spent so much time and resources to build, would become a toy in its hands, at its mercy. Anyone on the train could betray him. Old Pig, Busy, Xiaofeng, etc. It didn't matter. Even if Xiaofeng poisoned him, he would have a way to survive. The only thing Xiao AI couldn't betray him. If she did, it would be all over. The star train, and human civilization itself. The level of the train's auxiliary AI must be of paramount importance. Qin Meng silently gazed at the iron ore currently on the train. 13.39 units of iron ore. Enough. The train auxiliary AI must first be upgraded to level 5000. Only then would there be a degree of confidence. He believed that even a level 7 civilization wouldn't possess a level 5000 AI. After all, even if the train auxiliary AI were a green-grade component, upgrading it to level 5000 would require an astronomical amount of Murphy stone, a figure a level 7 civilization could hardly afford. The next moment, after consuming 5 units of iron ore, the train assistance AI was instantly upgraded to level 5000. It became the first level 5000 component on the star train. Upgrading the train assistance AI from level 1000 to level 2000 consumed 500 trillion units of iron ore, but upgrading from level 2000 to level 5000 cost only 5 units of iron ore. That's 50 trillion units of iron ore. 2 extra zeros. 100 times the cost. The price is extremely high. Remember that the train assistance AI is only a green-grade component. Imagine how much resources it would take to upgrade colorful grade components, or even armor, to this level. If he hadn't swallowed the Qinshan civilization, even if he wandered the universe for 10,000 years, he wouldn't have been able to amass such a large amount of resources. Plunder is always the fastest way to accumulate wealth. The faster the plunder, the lower the cost. He also possessed the first 5000 level supermodel effect on the star train. Train Auxiliary AI 5000 level supermodel effect. It can detect all information in higher dimensional space and emit a dimensional collapse wave, forcibly compressing all targets in higher dimensional space back into 3-dimensional space. After detecting a hostile target, it can arbitrarily delete any of its 4-dimensional existence. Both effects only affect hostile creatures with a lower AI level than its own. Qin Meng stared silently at the supermodel effect before him. This was the first 5000 level supermodel effect on the star train. He finally understood how perverted a 5000 level supermodel effect could be. Especially the latter. He could arbitrarily delete any one of its 4 dimensions. The 4 dimensions are length, width, height, and time. Deleting one each of length, width, and height reduced the target to 2 dimensions, flattening it directly into a small, costless 2-dimensional foil, ignoring armor level. Even if the opponent had level 5000 armor, it was meaningless, as long as their AI level was lower than his. It would be a direct crushing defeat. A bloodless crushing defeat. And if he deleted the time dimension, the opponent would become a wandering sculpture in the universe. From then on, the train would lose its time dimension, no longer able to sense the passage of time. The people inside wouldn't die, but they would also have no consciousness, becoming the living dead of the universe. Add to that the ability to detect creatures in higher dimensions. It no longer sounded like an AI, but more like a radar. Huh? Qin Meng let out a light breath. His primary goal had been to upgrade his AI to level 5000 to prevent others from controlling it. Now, it seemed that the effects of this 5000 level supermodel had given him a pleasant surprise. The most important thing is, after this upgrade, he knew the next supermodel effect would be at level 10,000. He also knew that level 10,000 was the end. The end of this universe. Even if one possessed countless Murphy stones, or even if they were to pool all the Murphy stones in the entire universe, they would not be able to upgrade a single component from level 10,000 to level 10,001. This is the limit of the universe, and it is also the end of the universe. If all the components of a train were level 10,000, then it would be a true God-level civilization, and one of the most advanced God-level civilizations. Since ancient times, in the entire universe, over all these years, only one civilization has achieved this, the Protoss. Only the Protoss, with their seemingly unstoppable power, can draw upon all the universe's resources and Murphy stones without limit, can achieve this. No one else can. Level 10,000? Qin Meng pondered silently, feeling that the distance wasn't too far. After devouring the Qinshan civilization, and then swallowing dozens more, and then a dozen level 7 or 8 civilizations, he felt he would be nearly there. His ceiling was very high. As long as he focused on developing steadily, gradually acquiring resources, and not failing halfway, he was almost destined to reach the pinnacle and witness the beauty of this universe firsthand. Very good. After a long pause, he chuckled and whispered, "How do you feel, Xiao AI?" "Great." Xiao AI's intoxicated voice echoed from the train. "I've never felt better. The computing power is astonishingly fast. I only need 1% of my computing power to handle all the affairs on all the planets of human civilization in a fraction of the time. My computing power is now completely overflowing for human civilization. There's no way I can use it all. It feels a bit wasteful." "Don't worry, it won't be wasted. I help you find something that will consume your computing power." After that, Chen Mang didn't stop. Instead, he created a wormhole and headed for the nearest commercial planet 78 light-years away. He followed the same procedure to enter the planet, and then, using the same method, controlled the military base's AI to send resources over. They didn't have to do anything. They just had to sit back and receive the resources. Xiao AI's AI manipulation was powerful, but its range was too limited. It had to be within a light-year radius or even radar range. But Chen Mang quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought with a sullen smile. That was too much. His radar range was 100 million light-years. If he could invade all AIs within a 100 million light-year radius, he felt he would be invincible. In that case, there wouldn't be a single chance for many civilizations to survive within a single large civilization. Those large civilizations could easily destroy all the smaller civilizations within their own territories using this method. The universe is vast. Those advanced civilizations are like giant sharks, powerful enough to easily devour large schools of fish and establish their own territory. But no matter how powerful they can't completely wipe out all the small fish and shrimp within their territory. This vast universe gave birth to vibrant life. Every civilization has the opportunity to rise to the top. Rising to prominence also means you're within the hunter's sights. Perhaps someone had already noticed the existence of this unusual rise in human civilization. Chen Mang gazed up into the depths of the universe, his face calm as he sat in his chair, silent. Anyone plotting to take advantage of human civilization would be disappointed. The star train was developing at a breakneck pace. Soon, the 2 units of iron ore on this planet were also taken away. Chen Mang opened another wormhole, heading towards other commercial planets. In the galaxy he was currently in alone, there were over 30 such commercial planets, each with a military base. He would have to make numerous trips. It's exhausting. After completing the entire process, Chen Mang no longer had to run through them one by one, but instead created all the wormholes to other planets at once. After landing, he threw the refrigerator out. Having Xiao Ai control different robots and walk out of the refrigerator, he could simultaneously control the military base AIs on all commercial planets. Speed suddenly increased significantly. A large amount of iron ore continuously flowed into the star train. Foundation Unit Iron Ore. This is a unit. But the name of this unit actually says it all. The iron ore that can be used by this unit is considered the foundation of civilization and cannot be used lightly. If lost, it would cause extremely serious damage to the civilization. Just then, when everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, sitting in the train cabin, Chen Mang suddenly raised his eyebrows. Using the Doppler radar, he discovered that the Qinshan civilization had actually sent another army to the Naya galaxy to continue to maintain the blockade of the Naya galaxy, and to guard the outer reaches of the Naya galaxy. Passed again? Strange. Chen Mang looked at the radar display with a strange expression. Did the Qinshan civilization really want to kill him? That shouldn't be the case. According to the 2 generals, the Qinshan civilization suspected that the level 7 civilization had attacked their troops stationed outside the Naya galaxy. At this point, they should have been cautious and withdrawn. So why did they rush to attack? Couldn't the Qinshan civilization be afraid that the level 7 civilization would attack them again? A small human civilization with few resources was worth the risk. In the universe, conflicts of interest were always paramount. At least from his perspective, for the Qinshan civilization, destroying a civilization that might pose a future threat was far less of a priority than avoiding the level 7 civilization. Unless there was something within the human civilization that he didn't know about, but that was absolutely necessary for the Qinshan civilization. They were even willing to take the risk, even if they suspected the level 7 civilization had already joined the fight. Shall I? Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. Retrieve all of Qinshan civilization's communication records from the past few days. Yes. Xiao Ai responded crisply. Chapter 365. The current information war is almost at an absolute crushing stage. 1 minute later. Xiao Ai had retrieved all of the Qinshan civilization's communication records from the past few days, even including the exact footage of the Qinshan civilization's high-level video conference. That was 7 days ago, when he had annihilated the Qinshan civilization's first propaganda force. The Qinshan civilization held an emergency meeting, a brief 1-minute meeting, with a single central point. The Star Train couldn't easily destroy their entire army in such a short time. The only possible culprit could be an unknown civilization, or that level 7 civilization. So, Qinshan civilization decisively sealed its territory, with remarkable decisiveness. The entire process was just as he had suspected. The reason they unsealed their territory was because Qinshan civilization had verified through their own methods within the past 7 days that the culprit was not the level 7 civilization. This left only two possibilities: an unknown civilization or the Star Train. The latter is clearly more likely. Obviously, Qinshan civilization immediately realized that their estimate of human civilization strength had been slightly off. The Star Train was more powerful than they had imagined. So, Qinshan civilization made a decisive decision. Since the two sides were already enemies, human civilization must be destroyed immediately, at any cost. Otherwise, if they were to delay for a while, and wait for human civilization to develop again through another civilizational explosion, perhaps even ascending to level 6, it would be the end of Qinshan civilization. This was the whole story. Very simple. Very good. After understanding the entire situation, Chen Meng nodded slightly, and continued to gaze at the Doppler radar screen. Through real-time communication monitoring, he had learned that the Qinshan civilization had, by now, traveled back in time and space to a past timeline and devastated the Naya galaxy. The Qinshan civilization no longer sought conquest, only the immediate and complete destruction of human civilization. And the image displayed on the Doppler radar was: the ruins of the mechanical civilization were completely destroyed, completely annihilated. All planets exploded and turned to ash. All planets in the Zerg civilization zone were also completely destroyed. The entire galaxy was almost instantly reduced to a void in the universe, devoid of a single planet or star. Only a solitary wonder of the Zongji civilization drifted there, unaffected. But human civilization was unaffected in the slightest. The planets within the train were unharmed. The timeline of human civilization had long been fixed, untamperable. And then, he witnessed a deeply shocking scene. From the train fleet dispatched by the Qinshan civilization, a light, fluttering piece of paper flew out. It looked like a supermarket voucher, but it moved at an incredible speed, radiating ever-increasing light, amplified by the dazzling explosion. The entire Naya galaxy was reduced to 2 dimensions. The most obvious manifestation on the Doppler radar screen was that the area had completely become a piece of paper, a state that would persist in the universe forever, like a scab on the surface of skin, making one want to scratch it. In just a few breaths. Without any warning, the Qinshan civilization unleashed 2 of its ultimate weapons against human civilization. The consequences are unimaginable. If it were any other level 5 civilization, such as the Nami civilization, they would have been completely annihilated by now, completely unable to resist, let alone launch a counterattack. Huh? He sighed softly, looking at the completely destroyed Naya galaxy. A flicker of regret flashed in his eyes. He still had feelings for the Naya galaxy, and watching it being destroyed was a little sad. As for this sadness, he could only vent it on the Qinshan civilization. After Chen Meng retracted his gaze, he created another wormhole to another galaxy, preparing to quickly pack up and take away all the resources from all the commercial planets in the 7 galaxies of the Qinshan civilization. He would take the commercial planets first. That would be quiet and wouldn't attract anyone's attention. As for the military planets, while they had more resources, they would be much louder and harder to conceal. Wait until everything was over. He also imitated the Qinshan civilization by throwing a 2-dimensional foil for fun, and in the process, he advanced his civilization to level 6. Everyone was the same. Chen Meng was already very familiar with the entire process. Just 1 day later, the resources in all the military bases on the commercial planets of the Qinshan civilization had been plundered by the Star Train. A total of 472 iron ore resources were obtained. From a certain perspective, the Qinshan civilization was far superior to its old friend, the Kasa civilization. It wasn't just in terms of resource reserves, which wasn't mentioned. After all, the civilization level was twice as high, so this was normal. The good thing is that there's virtually no evidence of corruption within the Qinshan civilization. Unlike the Kaisa civilization, everyone is greedy, and the civilization is full of corrupt officials. Very good. Chen Meng glanced at the train's resource panel, His lips curled up in a slight smile. He finished his appetizer, so it was time for the main course. Honestly, he already been full from the appetizer alone. Too full. Since returning from the Nami civilization, he only gained less than 4 units of iron ore. And he only just wandered around and brought back 472 units of iron ore. That's a 100-fold difference. As expected, only advanced civilizations are wealthy, and then he looked at the 5,000 level super mode effect of the train's auxiliary AI. Now, Xiao AI could arbitrarily delete one dimension from any train within range, whose AI level was lower than his own. The range was the same as that of control hostile AI, 1 light year. Not suitable for long-range combat. But in close combat, no one can stop it. The next moment, as a faint, pale white light emanated from the star train and precisely enveloped the Qinshan civilization military planet before them, the time dimension of every train and creature on the planet was erased. In an instant, the entire planet seemed to have become a dead star, and everyone froze in place, maintaining the same posture they had just a second ago. Wait! A flash of shock flashed in Chunmang's eyes. You can also erase the time dimension of creatures? Not just trains? Doesn't that mean star beasts can do the same? Of course. The supermodel effect information states that it erases any dimension of a hostile creature. As long as the star beast's level is no higher than 5,000, it can be easily erased. What about Little Green? Easy to delete, no pressure. Huh? Chunmang let out a long sigh, his face tinged with emotion. Once upon a time, when he had upgraded Little Green to the maximum level and witnessed it swallow a massive cosmic mine, he had thought Little Green was invincible. With such a large size, even if an attack could penetrate Little Green's defense, it wouldn't inflict fatal damage. He couldn't even imagine anything that could kill Little Green. Later, everything he encountered could easily kill Little Green. Even now, Xiao AI could easily erase Little Green's time dimension. This fully proved that in the universe, size doesn't guarantee strength. It also fully proved that the reason space beasts don't form groups isn't because they don't like group life. It's likely because space beasts are so valuable that if they live in groups, they're likely to be hunted by civilizations. It's better for them to live separately and peacefully. Soon, the star train safely passed all the checkpoints at the military base before it, landing on the ground. Just a short distance away, a group of soldiers, fresh from training, lay frozen on the ground, still in a running position. Chunmang left the train and approached, examining them closely. There were 37 of them in total. Each one was lifelike, like a perfect sculpture. There was no trace of surprise or fear on their faces, their minds barely registering before the time dimension was erased. Dead? He raised his hand and placed it under a soldier's throat. No! Xiao Ai, standing nearby, shook her head. After losing the time dimension, all particle motion within this individual will cease, including atomic vibrations and metabolism, which will completely freeze. It will become a piece of absolutely still, solidified matter in the universe. Because the time dimension has been deleted, its spatial coordinates cannot be updated. As the universe expands or galaxies shift, it will remain at its current coordinates, like a fossil. It will not die. Without the time dimension, the universe cannot corrode it, and attacks cannot harm it. Thoughts will also stagnate permanently, with subjective consciousness remaining at the last moment before its detachment. Individuals do not die now, nor will they ever die. Death arrives when their lifespan reaches its end. Death is inextricably linked to time. When time ceases to exist, death naturally loses its meaning. Death, at least, is something that happens on the timeline. And he has been completely expelled from the timeline. Not dead, but never having lived. Buzi, standing by, pulled a dagger from his bosom and tentatively stabbed it into his abdomen. The incredibly sharp dagger, upon contact with his body, could not penetrate. It felt unyielding, like stabbing something not of this world. That was another level of solidity. Any destruction, damage, or death within the universe must be based on time. When time ceases to exist, in a sense, this individual possesses absolute immortality. They will enjoy a lifespan equal to that of an immortal emperor. Until the universe is destroyed. Chunmang's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed that this group of people were gradually lifting off the ground. This was because the planet was rotating, and their spatial coordinates had lost the carrier that could update them. They would gradually separate from the planet. Becoming fossils, they would remain here forever. Galaxies move. Perhaps many years later, this galaxy would no longer be in this location, now the intersection of several galaxies. But this group of people would still remain in this spatial coordinate, without any change. Is this process irreversible? Absolutely irreversible. Xiao Ai nodded. We currently don't have, and have never had, any means to restore this state. Even if we had the means to restore the time dimension, it would likely be impossible. This isn't like watching a VCD where you can just take the tape out and return it. Very good. Chen Meng nodded slightly, a sense of urgency welling up within him again. He had to hurry. He needed more level 5,000 accessories, and even more level 10,000 accessories. The supermodel effects of level 5,000 accessories were far more terrifying than he had imagined. The existence of that god-level civilization was far more powerful than he had imagined. He had merely come into contact with a powerless princess of a god-level civilization. If he thought that god-level civilization was nothing more than that, he would be gravely mistaken. The rest of the story was much simpler. In a short period of time, they had moved all the resources of this military planet. A total of 98 iron ore units. The resources of just one military planet exceed the total resources of all the commercial planets in a galaxy. And within a single galaxy, there are 4 such military planets. The Qingshan civilization's military planets serve to store resources, complete large-scale strategic missions, and reserve troops. Their movements are minimal, but after a few days, those people will drift out of the atmosphere. From the Qingshan civilization's Doppler radar screen, they will appear extremely strange. So they must move faster. Faster still. The entire process that follows will proceed with overwhelming force. The strength of the two civilizations is already unequal. Human civilization simply wants to preserve as many resources as possible, thus avoiding the use of large-scale lethal weapons. Otherwise, the war would have ended long ago, without the need for such fuss. 7 two-dimensional foils would have been enough to end it all. Even a level 6 civilization like the Qingshan civilization cannot resist the presence of two-dimensional foils. The only defense was to monitor spatial fluctuations throughout the entire territory and its immediate vicinity in real time, preventing the enemy from easily approaching their territory. They had to address the situation at its source. Once the two-dimensional foil appeared within their territory, it could not be intercepted or reversed, and they could only watch helplessly as it unfolded. The explosion range wasn't large. Only 100,000 light-years. Qingshan civilization's galaxy was larger, so 7 rounds might not be enough. The number should be increased. But it wouldn't make much of a difference. Another 12 hours passed. By then, the Star Train had already plundered all 6 military planets in Qingshan civilization's galaxies. Just as it was about to plunder the 7th galaxy, Qingshan civilization finally discovered the Star Train's subterfuge within their own civilization. Alarm bells rang loudly. Qingshan civilization's top brass was in a state of panic. Chen Meng, monitoring Qingshan civilization's communications in real time, looked at the communication and meeting screens and smiled. Very good. Chapter 366. Qingshan civilization finally discovered the problems within its own civilization. But it was too late. A political home planet is the center of power for a civilization. For example, human civilization's political home planet is Blue Water Planet. Originally, the Star Train was stationed there, but in recent times, it has been relocated to Blue Water Planet. With Blue Water Planet taking on this role, the train is now more often responsible for external warfare and territorial expansion. He had not visited Qingshan civilization's political home planet. Those masters were all living well. However, the resources stored on Qingshan civilization's commercial and military planets had been completely plundered, and the army and trains had been removed from their time dimension. Now, Qingshan civilization had become almost a hollow shell. No longer had a large amount of resources to mobilize freely. Only the political home planet and some other sentinel planets held a small amount of resources, or they could be mined slowly on mining planets, which would take considerable time. At this point, Qingshan civilization was a mere shell. Even if he knew, it would be meaningless. It was time to close the net. Chen Meng sat in his chair, quietly watching the Qingshan civilization senior leaders holding an urgent meeting. Now that he'd been discovered, he no longer had to hide. Using extremely simple and brutal methods, he quickly seized all the resources stored on the military planets in the final galaxy. At this point, almost all of the Qingshan civilization's resources were in his hands. He had obtained a total of 2,600 units of iron ore, along with a number of other resources. As for Murphy Stone, he hadn't found any. The Qingshan civilization had stored all of it on their political home planet, keeping it under strict control. But that didn't matter to him. Things were much simpler after that. Chen Meng passed through the refrigerator and arrived near the political home planet of the Qingshan civilization. The patterns on the barrel of the 2000-level Arcanon light energy main gun began to slowly charge, consuming 700 trillion units of iron ore and firing 7 rounds at once. There was no blinding light. No strong recoil. A light piece of paper, like a supermarket coupon, floated out of the muzzle and drifted towards the political home planet. At the same time, Qingshan civilization's radar detected the attack, and countless alarms blared. All the Qingshan civilization leaders who received the alert were instantly plunged into near-desperate fear. They only knew the enemy was there, but they didn't even know who it was or where it came from. Like an invisible ghost, it was eating away at them bit by bit. The two-dimensional foil had no defense, at least not the Qingshan civilization. 27 minutes after Chen Mang piloted the star train out of the area. In a silent explosion, the blinding light, traveling at speeds far exceeding the speed of light, quickly enveloped the entire galaxy. This galaxy, once the political home of the Qingshan civilization, rapidly collapsed under this attack. Until it became a two-dimensional galaxy. It became a piece of paper, suspended forever in the universe. No one was killed or injured. This dimensionality reduction was like extracting the time dimension. People didn't die, nor did they travel to the second universe. They were still alive, but they became two-dimensional beings in a two-dimensional world, without any thoughts or movement, like characters in a painting. Chen Mang, directly above this two-dimensional galaxy, observed it with his naked eye. After a long pause, he softly said, "It's quite beautiful." At this moment, this galaxy could only be observed from directly above. From the side, only a line could be seen. From directly above, a painting could be seen. A beautiful painting. A gigantic painting. If this painting could be brought back to the train, it would actually be quite beautiful. However, its diameter is a bit too large, nearly 1,000,000 light-years across, and it might not fit inside the train. Each planet, like a dot of ink, was embedded in the blue-black canvas. The Qingshan civilization, a level 6 civilization, was officially destroyed. He hadn't even met with the Qingshan civilization's leaders from beginning to end, and the war was over. It was that simple. Battles between advanced civilizations were actually quite simple. Just run into enemy territory, drop a few two-dimensional foils, and the war was easily resolved. The next moment, several panels slowly appeared on the train. Human civilization has met the requirements for advancement, and has automatically advanced. The range of this advancement ripple is 1 billion light-years. All beings within civilizations of level 1 and above will receive this promotion wave in their own way. The promotion wave travels at the speed of light. Level 5 human civilization has successfully advanced to level 6. Level 6. Chen Mang sighed softly, sat back in a chair, lit a cigarette, and patiently savored the moment's relaxation, as if completing a milestone. It seemed only a step away from level 9 civilization. But he knew this distance wasn't as short as he imagined. The territory of a level 6 civilization was, to put it bluntly, only this much, while a god-level civilization could carve up the entire universe. The difference was truly enormous. He still had a long way to go to reach god-level civilization. But it's coming soon. No rush. Civilization name, human civilization. Civilization level, level 6. Civilization leader, Chen Mang. Civilization planets, water blue star, basalt star, mineral star number 1, mineral star number 2, mineral star number 3, mineral star number 4, etc. Civilization population, 59 trillion people. Promotion requirements, maximum attack energy range exceeding 300,000, possessing 3 civilizational wonders, and a territory reaching 100 million light-years. P.S. Upon reaching level 2 civilization, including every subsequent promotion, a promotion ripple will be released that can be detected by all surrounding civilizations. The higher the level, the wider the range of the promotion ripple. Civilization methods. Murphy stone mines will appear within the civilization's territory. The methods of a level 6 civilization are extremely simple. They help civilizations obtain more Murphy stone. Theoretically, the larger the territory, the more Murphy stone mines will appear. For example, if the Naya galaxy had once been within the Qingshan civilization's territory, there would have been a chance for Murphy stone mines to appear within the Naya galaxy. However, since it's no longer within the Qingshan civilization's territory, there's no chance of Murphy stone mines appearing there. A relatively simple civilizational method. Simply speaking of civilizational methods, the methods of a level 6 civilization are quite ordinary, even inferior to those of a level 5 civilization. The methods of a level 5 civilization helped him save a lot of resources. Resource costs for upgrading all terrain parts within the civilization are halved. Murphy stone costs remain unchanged, with the exception of defensive parts like armor and energy shield. This method. Wait. Chen Mang's brows suddenly furrowed. He'd been so busy these past few days that he'd forgotten about this. It was only then that he realized that the resource costs for upgrading parts hadn't been halved. For example, he had just spent 5 units of iron ore to upgrade the train assistance AI from level 2000 to level 5000. This was the original cost of the upgrade. If it was halved, it should have been 2.5 units of iron ore, right? But soon, he saw a small red dot on the train control panel. Clicking it, a panel popped up. Hidden backup resources for 0.127 units of iron ore stored. Can be withdrawn at any time. Is that so? Chen Mang nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the halving of resource costs didn't mean it was halved immediately upon upgrading. Instead, you had to use 100% of your resources to craft it, and then half of it would be returned. It sounded simple, but there was actually a difference. This meant that you first had to have enough resources to upgrade the component before the half-cost refund would be given. You couldn't take shortcuts and upgrade the component before you had the resources. The war with the Qinshan civilization had come to an end. Next came the cleanup phase. The Star Train began its relentless journey through the other 6 star systems of the Qinshan civilization, collecting all the database information from each military base into the train's AI database, and loading all intact mining planets onto the train. For less intact mining planets, a large number of mining robots were dispatched to rapidly mine them. The small reserves of resources on other planets, such as Sentinel, were also taken away. Even a small mosquito is meat. To obtain these small resources through proper mining would require an extremely long time. The cleanup phase was quite time-consuming. A full month passed. Chen Mang had finally completely cleared the Qinshan civilization. In the future, the 6 galaxies he had acquired would split, forming 6 lower-level civilizations, each slowly developing and surviving in the universe. But that was irrelevant to him. Civilization development wasn't something that could be accomplished in a matter of months. Tens of thousands of years passed without anything significant being developed. So, it was completely over. This battle was completely over. Discounting all costs, a total of 2,872 foundation units of iron ore were used. 1 foundation unit of iron ore is equivalent to 10,000 trillion units of iron ore. Just 1 foundation unit of iron ore is almost equivalent to the total resources of the extreme evil civilization. Destroying the Qinshan civilization was equivalent to destroying 2,872 extreme evil civilizations. Killing 2,872 Satans. Satan was still too poor. What a waste of that name. Sitting in the train cabin, Chen Mang took stock of his gains while looking at the requirements for advancement to a level 7 civilization. Advancement requirements: maximum attack energy range exceeding 300,000, possessing 3 civilizational wonders, and a territory extending to 100 million light years. Maximum attack energy range exceeding 300,000. That's easy. That means a level 3000 Arcanum light energy main cannon. Actually, level 5000 is also quite simple, not a big deal, especially for him right now. It all comes down to one word: wealth. Possessing 3 civilizational wonders is a bit more challenging. He currently only has 2 civilizational wonders: Insect Silence and God Silence. Although the Naya galaxy had been reduced to shreds by a 2-dimensional foil from the Qinshan civilization, the civilizational wonders still existed. Civilizational wonders are indestructible and cannot be downgraded. However, there were no specific requirements for obtaining a civilization wonder. It was entirely a matter of luck and randomness. He didn't know when he would obtain the 3rd civilization wonder. However, the territory extended to 100 million light years. This wasn't too difficult. The territory could be freely drawn, however large it pleased, as long as there were no civilizations of higher or equal levels within it. As long as he destroyed the level 7 civilization in that area, the entire territory would be his. In other words, to advance to a level 7 civilization, he would first need to destroy that level 7 civilization and then find a way to obtain a civilization wonder. Huh? Chen Mang sighed helplessly. He didn't know what the path for other civilizations was like, but his path to advancement was completely devoid of battles between people of the same level, consisting entirely of battles against those of higher levels. Level 4 civilizations fought level 5 against level 6, and finally reaching level 6, it was time to fight level 7. Are other civilizations like this too? The level 7 civilization that dominates this area is called the Rugged Civilization. The name suggests that this civilization's path to development has been quite bumpy. Xiao AI has been collecting data on all AI deaths within 100 million light-years these days, and has also gained some information about this rugged civilization. Conductor. Xiao AI's voice came from the train. Using the Qinshan civilization database and the databases I've collected recently, I've compiled a list of known information about the rugged civilization. This is a civilization ruled by the Saya clan. The civilization isn't a trained civilization. While it has a few trains and their accessories as support, its overall form is a body-refining civilization. Like the immortal cultivation civilization, it relies primarily on its own strength. They unite their immense strength to fight. A powerful individual can shatter a galaxy with a single strike. They are extremely powerful. Oh! Chen Mang's expression grew strange. The Saya clan sounded like a niche race. Surely few had heard of them, but he had. Unfortunately, the racial talent he had randomly received from consuming a level 500 bread slice a few days ago happened to be the Saya clan's, granting him top-tier archery talent. However, this talent had never been of any use to him. So, the people of this race rely on bows and arrows as their primary means of combat? No. Xiao Ai's voice slowly echoed through the train cabin. This race is quite unique. Everyone is a chosen one, and they use their innate abilities to advance through different classes. There are two classes, Berserker and Archer. Long ago, the number of these two classes was roughly equal. But it's unknown when it began. The number of archers in the rugged civilization began to decline rapidly, and no more chosen ones were born. Even now, the position of Holy Archer in the rugged civilization is completely vacant. No one has taken up the position of Holy Archer. The consensus of this civilization has always been. The strongest archer, or Holy Arrow, serves as the leader of the civilization, guiding it forward. Since the Holy Arrow's demise, the civilization has been leaderless, relying on the Council of Elders to issue orders, but there's no unity. This is what has allowed Qinshan civilization to survive. Otherwise, Qinshan civilization would have been destroyed long ago. A level 6 civilization posed too great a threat to the Qiuqiu civilization. According to the Qinshan civilization database, long ago, the Qinshan civilization secretly executed a top-secret plan called Destroying the Gods. Chapter 367. God-killing plan? Chen Mang raised his eyebrows, thoughtfully asking, does this mean that the number of chosen archers in the Chiku civilization has decreased over the years, even leaving the position of Holy Arrow vacant, is due to a conspiracy by the Qinshan civilization? Logically speaking, that's the case. Xiao Ai continued, for the Qinshan civilization, this is a good thing. In the Chiku civilization, the Berserker represents violence, while the Holy Archer represents wisdom. Everyone agrees that whoever holds the Holy Arrow position will be the leader of the Chiku civilization. Until someone holds the Holy Arrow position, the Qinshan civilization is safe. This also means that the Chiku civilization is not. It will free up its hands to deal with the Qinshan civilization. The logic is sound. But all the details of this plan have been completely erased. I only have the name of the plan. And I don't think the Qinshan civilization has any means to reduce the number of Chiku civilization's archers. It's a bit like genocide. Such means shouldn't be possessed by a level 6 civilization, especially one targeting a level 7 civilization. Chen Mang nodded and said nothing more. He pondered thoughtfully, planning to visit the Chiku civilization soon. This civilization must have abundant resources, after all, being a level 7 civilization. He would plunder them first. Rob all the way up. Rob to become a god-level civilization. But before that, the train needs a serious upgrade near the Naya Galaxy. After plundering the entire Qinshan civilization, the Star Train finally chose to return to the Naya Galaxy for repairs. After all, in such a vast universe, this was the only area where he felt a sense of belonging. But I remember my Naya Galaxy wasn't this flat. Sitting inside the train, Chen Mang gazed out the window at the paper-flattened Naya Galaxy and sighed softly. His poor Naya Galaxy, reduced to a piece of paper. Returning to the Naya Galaxy used to feel like returning home, but now it felt like guarding a grave. There was no way to go back in time. A two-dimensional area lacked the attribute of time. There was no way to return to that area's past, or rather, that area no longer had a past. Then he looked at the train's current resources. 2,872 units of iron ore. This was the total amount of resources remaining after the Star Train had deducted all expenses from this operation. An astronomical figure. The equivalent of 287.2 trillion units of iron ore. Translating this to a different unit One could sense the terrifying magnitude of this resource. It was a quantity that could completely transform the terrain. Not a single Murphy stone was captured. The political home planet, containing Murphy's stone, collapsed into 2 dimensions along with the entire galaxy after his 7 two-dimensional foils. After all, it was a level 6 civilization, so it was inevitable that they might have some unknown hidden means. Everything he needed had already been taken. He didn't really need some Murphy's stone, so to avoid any further complications, he simply cleared the area. The first thing he needed to improve was the components. Naturally. Armor. Tighten up the defense. Upgrading his armor from level 1000 to level 2000 only consumed 20 trillion units of iron ore, or 2 foundation units of iron ore. Now, upgrading it to level 5000 would require a full 200 foundation units of iron ore. That's equivalent to a 100-fold increase in cost. Horrifying. However, 200 units of iron ore seemed insignificant compared to his current 2,872 units, and thus, he gained a brand new supermodel effect. Carriage Steel Armor Level 5000 Supermodel Effect. It can resist all dark matter attacks and absorb all dark matter attacks to temporarily increase the armor level. Chin Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't seen dark matter attacks yet, but he would definitely use them in the future. The method used by a level 5 civilization was to have the cost of component upgrades. This wasn't done immediately, but rather to have resources were stored and could be withdrawn at any time. Of course, this specifically stated that this did not include defensive components like armor energy shields. After upgrading the armor, he still had 2,672 units of iron ore. He was now pondering something. So, should he upgrade it all the way to level 10,000, the max level? He glanced at it, and saw that it would require 2,500 iron ore units. He had just enough, but he would have to clear out all his gains this time in exchange for a max level armor. He even thought it might be the first max level armor in the entire universe. After a moment's deliberation, he gritted his teeth and immediately took out 2,500 iron ore units, upgrading the armor from level 5000 to level 10,000. The next moment, several panels popped up on the console screen. Star Train Green Grade Accessory Carriage Steel Armor, upgraded to the maximum level of 10,000, cannot be upgraded further. It was indeed the max level. He tried, but even with level 0 permissions, he couldn't upgrade again. The amount of Murphy stone consumed to upgrade from level 5000 to level 10,000 was far greater than he imagined, requiring a full 1,000 units of Murphy stone. That's 10 million trillion Murphy stones. Although he hadn't seized the Murphy stones from the Qingshan civilization, he knew roughly that the Qingshan civilization's reserves on their political home planet were around 0.03 units of Murphy stone. 1,000 units of Murphy stone. It would take hundreds of thousands of Qingshan civilizations to gather enough Murphy stone to upgrade the armor to level 10,000. The later the level, the amount of Murphy stone consumed per level was even greater than he imagined, an astronomical figure. It's worth noting, the resources consumed to upgrade armor are much higher than those consumed to upgrade normal 7-colored accessories. However, the Murphy stones consumed to upgrade armor are lower than those consumed to upgrade normal 7-color grade accessories. For 7-color grade accessories, upgrading to level 10,000 requires even more Murphy stones. Then, the other panels on the console screen began to flash. Human civilization is the first in the universe to obtain the fully upgraded carriage steel armor accessory. This accessory is automatically upgraded to sanctuary grade. This civilization also receives the civilization wonder, Miracle Arrives. Carriage steel armor level 10,000 supermodel effect. It can resist attacks from all dimensions within this universe, significantly increasing its strength. Chin Mang looked at the 2 panels on the console screen. It was just as he imagined. Human civilization was indeed the first to upgrade carriage steel armor to the maximum level, automatically upgrading it to temple grade. The armor's grade prefix had now become temple green grade. Temple. An extremely special grade, even rarer than gray grades, with perhaps only a few in the entire universe. Only when an accessory is upgraded to the maximum level for the first time does it become temple grade. It is absolutely unique. Only one person can obtain it. After reaching temple grade, all attributes are significantly increased. This is reflected in the armor's increased defense strength and the exclusive temple supermodel effect. Carriage steel armor, temple supermodel effect, absolute defense. Simply 4 words. This also means that he has embarked on the path of invincibility. From today on, it was only he who had the right to destroy other civilizations, not other civilizations. He was no longer reaching the finish line. What he needed was time. Give him enough time, and reaching the finish line would be as easy as drinking water. Now, there was no chance of premature death for him. No one could kill him. Unless he didn't wear the hell suit and left the star train to wander around, or unless he found a wife and the enemy kidnapped her, forcing him to remove the hell suit and leave the train to go to the meeting alone. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine who could kill him. However, this also served as a reminder. The star train's external defenses were already strong enough, practically invincible. Now, even more so, the interior needed strengthening. Many solid structures are viewed from the inside, so this situation must be avoided as much as possible and absolutely. After completing all this, Chen Mang leaned back in his chair and let out a light breath. There were only 172 foundation units of iron ore left. He suddenly felt much poorer. He was a little unsure what to do with it. He needed more iron ore and upgraded all the train components to level 10,000. That would be basically complete. Once he became a god-level civilization, he would seize the databases of all civilizations, and have Chikashio slowly research and develop them. After replacing all the components with the most perfect supermodel effects, then he could basically say he had graduated. As for now, he didn't plan to spend any more of this iron ore. The train needed it for navigation and attack. 7 days later, the star train had been completely repaired. Xiao Ai's voice echoed from within the train. Wormhole created. Transition will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. He upgraded the wormhole opener from level 500 to level 2000. This allows for even greater distances, reaching up to 100 million light-years. It can simultaneously span the cosmic void behind several Naya galaxies. Of course, creating such a wormhole is quite expensive. Upgrading this component to level 2000 consumed a total of 600 trillion units of iron ore. That's 0.6 units of iron ore. Not even enough for 1 unit of iron ore. He also gained 2 supermode effects. Wormhole opener level 1000 supermode effect. The cost of creating a wormhole is significantly reduced, and the stability rate reaches 100%. Wormhole opener level 2000 supermode effect. None. The supermode effect is decent. He created a wormhole spanning 100 million light-years, directly to the core area of the rugged civilization, consuming only 1.2 units of iron ore. A completely acceptable price. 10 seconds later, the jump was complete. A seemingly ordinary wormhole appeared in the core area of the rugged civilization, and a huge armored train slowly emerged through it. There were no reference points in the surrounding area, and planets were relatively rare. Even in the core area, there were numerous blank areas. This was one of those blank areas. No one was interested. Undetectable by radar, even more so by the naked eye, they had infiltrated this civilization in a nearly invisible manner. This was a rather peculiar form of rugged civilization. Is this the craggy civilization? Chen Mang sat inside the train, gazing at the Doppler radar map. The radar's detection range had now reached 100 million light-years. When he was in the Naya galaxy, the radar indicated that this entire territory belonged to the craggy civilization, though only a portion was visible at the time. Arriving at the core of the craggy civilization, he found that the entire territory was still in sight, meaning the craggy civilization's territory was at least 200 to 300 million light-years long. A level 2000 radar wasn't enough. A level 5000 radar was needed. He checked his resource balance. After pondering for a moment, he spent 100 units of iron ore to upgrade the Doppler radar to level 5000, granting it the level 5000 super mode effect. Level 5000 Doppler radar super mode effect. Detection range is significantly increased, and it can capture all abnormal behavior within the detection range. This requires the train's auxiliary AI to possess exceptional computing power, at least level 2000. Chen Mang raised a brow. This level 5000 super model seemed a bit underwhelming. It only increased its detection range, and could detect any abnormal behavior within it. What was abnormal behavior? It sounded like, wait a minute, he paused, glancing at the unfamiliar map on the nearby screen. Why did the Doppler map look so unfamiliar? His detection range had increased from 100 million light-years to 1 trillion light-years, a 10,000-fold increase. He suddenly understood what it meant to have a massive increase in detection range. That was a bit exaggerated. He also truly saw the entire territory of the rugged civilization. A circular territory with a diameter of 380 million light-years, an x-axis depth of 18 million light-years, and 39 galaxies within it. It was countless times larger than the level 6 Qingshan civilization. What a massive civilization. Huh? Qin Meng let out a light breath and slowly controlled the star train into pseudo-four-dimensional space, preparing to land on the distant planet of the rugged civilization. It's worth mentioning that when demarcating a territory, as long as there's no civilization higher than yours, you can do so. However, if, for example, he were demarcating a territory in the Naya galaxy, his galaxy might fall within the rugged civilization's territory, and it wouldn't affect him. He could still demarcate it. In this case, as long as his territory wasn't larger than the rugged civilization's, it would be sufficient. Demarcating a territory is easy. But gaining absolute control and influence over every corner of your territory is a complex undertaking. Just then, Xiao Ai's voice suddenly rang out from the train. Conductor. After digesting all the information in the Qinshan civilization's database and reassembling some fragmented information, I discovered something very interesting. The Naya galaxy is indeed very important to the Qinshan civilization. Kasha civilization. The reason why the fertility rate of that established, third-level civilization in the Naya galaxy is so low is because the Qinshan civilization experimented with the Kasha civilization before implementing its plan to destroy the gods. This is why the Kasha civilization's fertility rate is so low. Chapter 368. Kasha civilization? Qin Meng nodded thoughtfully, standing on the street and looking around. He was now on a planet belonging to the rugged civilization. It wasn't some commercial planet built to be the center of the galaxy, nor was it a bustling tourist planet. It wasn't a military or industrial planet either. It was just an ordinary residential planet. Its features were nothing special. Its sole responsibility was to house a group of residents for the rugged civilization, but such planets often better reflect the life of a civilization's lower classes. Kasha civilization. He remembered this civilization. After all, it was one of the most powerful he had encountered since leaving the Blue Water planet. Back then, the Kasha civilization was like a god to him, a nearly unstoppable existence. He knew the civilization's fertility rate was low, but even the Kasha civilization hadn't found the answer. He hadn't expected it to be the work of the Green Mountain civilization. Your hand is long enough. How did you do it? A sexually transmitted virus. Sex? If that's the method of transmission, it can't spread so widely. To reduce a race's fertility rate, at least 90% of the population would need to be affected. AIDS is also sexually transmitted, but I've never seen a race where 90% of its population has AIDS. Qin Meng shook his head. As far as I know, the Kasha civilization only has a little corruption, not excessive promiscuity. There must be other ways of transmission. Xiao Ai nodded and continued. It's certainly not entirely sexual. The sexually transmitted virus created by the Qinshan civilization doesn't require actual sexual intercourse to spread. As long as you have sexual fantasies about someone, you're guaranteed to spread it. For example, you see a beautiful woman on the street, and suddenly some bad thoughts pop up in your head. Even though you wouldn't do anything, wouldn't approach her, and certainly wouldn't take any further action, the moment you have that thought, the virus has already spread. Not to mention celebrities. They're almost always the first victims. Even adolescent boys and girls often have occasional sexual fantasies when they see their parents, cousins, and other relatives. These unacted sexual fantasies are normal adolescent development. But under this virus, they become abnormal. According to data compiled by Qinshan Wenming, a person, regardless of gender, will only have sex with an average of 6 people in their lifetime. A real relationship. But he had fantasy sexual relations with at least 3,929 people. Therefore, this method of transmission almost instantly enveloped the entire Kasha civilization. After trying it, and finding it very effective, the Qinshan civilization refined it, and turned its attention to the Chiku civilization. The last sentence is just a guess. There's no actual evidence to show that the Qinshan civilization handled it cleanly. I understand. Qin Meng nodded slightly, and looked up at the stars overhead. So, the Qinshan civilization attacked the Naya galaxy not only to eliminate the potential threat of human civilization, but also to completely wipe out the Naya galaxy. The Naya galaxy should contain evidence of the Chiku civilization's actions against the Chiku civilization, including traces of the experiment on the Kasha civilization. The Qinshan civilization is worried that the rapid development of human civilization will attract the attention of the Chitsu civilization, leading to the exposure of this matter. Although the Chitsu civilization is now leaderless. But if the entire Chitsu civilization knew what the Qinshan civilization had done, it would be easy for the entire clan to destroy it in anger. No wonder the Qinshan civilization was willing to take such a great risk and destroy the Naya galaxy. That's what I don't understand, Xiao Ai asked doubtfully. Logically, The Qingshan civilization handled it very cleanly, leaving almost no information behind within the civilization. Presumably, they were on Naya Galaxy at the time. The traces of the system should have been cleared. Is it necessary to take such a big risk to come all this way? Yes. Qin Mang nodded slightly. Everyone who cheats deletes all evidence of their infidelity, but when their partner checks their social media accounts or frequently used devices, they still get anxious and doubt whether they've completely deleted everything. The Qingshan civilization panicked. So they decided to 2Di's our Naya Galaxy, making it foolproof. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Although there's no actual evidence of the Qingshan civilization's conspiracy, it's basically been speculated. If he had leaked this information to the Chiefsu civilization before the war with the Qingshan civilization, he probably wouldn't have had to do anything. Of course, he certainly wouldn't have done that. Wouldn't that have meant handing over all his resources? Qin Mang walked through one of the cities on the planet called Qioshan Star. People on the street occasionally cast strange glances at him. There was no hostility in their eyes, just a hint of curiosity. The race within the rugged civilization isn't human, but rather the Saya clan. Before choosing to become a chosen one, they appear to be ordinary humans. When they become a berserker, their bodies grow redder, thicker, and taller within a few months, giving them an incredibly muscular appearance. When they become an archer, their bodies become taller and slender, their ears become pointed, and a third eye appears on their foreheads. Every member of the Saya clan becomes either a berserker or a chosen one upon reaching the age of 18, depending on their innate abilities. Before then, they are ordinary humans. This is an ordinary residential planet, not a tourist planet. The people on this planet only know that their civilization is a level 7 civilization. Nothing else is known. Its exact size, the number of galaxies within it, the number of civilizations, what lies beyond it, or what lies beyond it in the universe. It's not really a planet. They haven't had much contact with people from other civilizations. So, in the eyes of these people, they were just a group of children who hadn't yet reached adulthood, yet for some reason, they seemed a bit older. A group of older-looking children walking down the street naturally attracted a lot of attention. Can it hurt? Qin Mang stood in a shop called Jihao Weapon Shop, weighing the great axe in his hand and muttering. This civilization has a small number of train-type products, such as wormholes. But generally, the train-type products within this civilization are used for daily life and transportation, and don't contribute to combat power. This civilization's combat power comes from a single source, these chosen ones. However, he doubted the power of these axes and bows. They were fine for use on the ground, but would they be effective in a space station? To advance to level 7 civilization, a prerequisite was an attack power of 300,000 energy, equivalent to 3,000 level 7 color accessories. Could this axe unleash a 3,000 level arcanum-like cannon? That's right. The shop owner looked slightly dissatisfied. Of all the weapons I have, none of them can. One is the kind of production line product, each one handcrafted by a master forger. Its power is undeniable. This axe is called the Axe of Creation, green grade, level 30. You're still a child, you can't handle this weapon. Send your father, he knows its strength. Qin Mang didn't seem to be angered by the vehemence in his boss's words. He simply nodded slightly. It seemed the civilization disliked industrialized assembly line production and preferred handcrafted craftsmanship. The craggy civilization has a total of 39 star systems. How many masters would it take to satisfy this market? What is that? He looked up at a massive specimen of a tiger's head on the wall. This head was incredibly large, a full 7 or 8 meters wide, almost taking up the entire wall. That? The boss coughed heavily, then, hands on his hips, raised his head proudly and said, to be honest, I'm a level 78 berserker. That's when I was young, I slew space beasts with my axe in hand. How's that? Not too small, huh? Yes, quite. Qin Mang nodded, a strange glint in his eyes. He could slay a giant star beast with his own strength. That's certainly impressive. But why is your space beast so small? The space beasts I've seen are all measured in light years. The boss stared at Qin Mang expressionlessly and said hoarsely, Are you here looking for trouble? Aside from some special space beasts, and those that have been transformed into cosmic minds, how can space beasts be measured in light years? The larger ones are only 1,000,000 kilometers long. What you've seen, kid. This world needs to be measured and seen for yourself. You can't just read some gossip in books or videos and think you've seen it. Wait until you've seen it with your own eyes before you can use the word I've seen it. Qin Mang's attention was now drawn to the bow hanging high on a wall. His eyes narrowed slightly. For some reason, he suddenly felt an itch to try his hand at the bow. Take that bow down and show it to me. You? The boss looked Chen Meng up and down before using a hook to remove the bow and handing it to him. Here, take a look. Every child who comes to my shop to choose their adult weapons asks to see this bow. But just look at it. Don't get your hopes up. It's been a long time since anyone has become an archer. Just be a berserker. This bow is blue, level 50. Until you become an archer and gain the bow draw assist skill, it's impossible to draw this bow. Do you know steering assist? Without power steering, you can't turn the steering wheel. The same goes for this bow. Without a job advancement to become a chosen one, it's impossible to draw this bow with physical strength alone. That's a fantasy. If you could draw this bow. The next moment, the boss's voice abruptly stopped. Chen Meng took the bow, pinched the string with 2 fingers, and slowly applied force. The string was fully drawn. At the same time, he felt as if a nearby planet was being pulled by him. A colorful energy arrow slowly formed on the bowstring. It emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. This. The boss's eyes were filled with disbelief. He stared at the energy arrow that was about to explode with rapid breathing. Only then did he realize, don't shoot it in the store. It will explode. Chen Meng walked out of the store, the arrow pointing skyward. Amidst a piercing sonic boom, a rainbow-colored arrow shot straight into the sky and exploded high in the air, causing a considerable spatial fluctuation. The power of this attack was quite impressive. Interesting. He gazed at the bow in his hand, with a hint of lingering satisfaction. This single strike was equivalent to the power of a level 40 Hellfire cannon. This power would be completely useless against the current Star Train, but he had to admit, this thing was truly engaging, that feeling of connecting with the planet and watching the arrow gradually take shape. It was a thrill. It was simply a matter of borrowing the planet's core energy. Whether it was a trained civilization or a cultivation civilization, they were essentially utilizing this civilization through different means. But it was a blast to use. This is a great thing. I'd be able to play with it later. How much is it? I take it. When he turned to look at the shop owner, he found him frozen in place, his lips pale and his eyes bloodshot, staring intently at him. Boy, do you know what it means that you can draw this bow? Does it mean I can become a master archer in the future? Chen Meng raised an eyebrow and smiled casually. He naturally wouldn't become a master archer. It was entirely a racial talent bestowed upon him by Bread. No. Not only that. The shop owner said hurriedly, you're destined to become a master archer. It won't be long before you become the first master archer in Qiushanqing in years. But most importantly, that arrow you just fired wasn't a physical arrow. This is a skill only high-level master archers can master, star arrow. By drawing on the energy of a planet, you can fire a powerful star arrow. And you mastered this without a teacher the first time you touched a bow. This talent. This potential. As long as you survive, you might even pass the test for the Holy Arrow rank and become the leader of the Seiya clan. It's been a long time since the Chiku civilization has had a master Holy Arrow. The shop owner's voice grew increasingly excited. For some reason, his legs gave way at the end, and he slumped to the ground. His eyes flushed, and he trembled as he spoke. The Chiku civilization is finally about to welcome its dragon head. Just then, Xiao Ai, standing nearby, whispered, Conductor. We've detected significant spatial fluctuations around Qiushan Star. 28 wormholes have just been opened simultaneously, and new ones are constantly being added. Many people are rushing to Qiushan Star. Their purpose is unknown. Chapter 369. Chen Meng looked down at the screen displayed on the tablet Xiao Ai had handed him. A steady stream of wormhole entrances were opening near Qiushan Star, originating from dozens of different galaxies within the rugged civilization. The commotion seemed greater than he had imagined. He thought rapidly, silent and deliberate. His plans had been somewhat disrupted. He hadn't anticipated the impact of this single arrow. He had merely intended to test it, secretly observing the internal situation within the rugged civilization before taking action. Now, it seemed he might need to act sooner rather than later. You all return to the train first. He tilted his head to glance at Biaozi and the others behind him. Except for Xiao Ai, who stayed behind, everyone else had returned. Xiao Ai was a robot and didn't need to worry about death, and with his hell suit, he wasn't worried about what these people could do to him. Theoretically speaking, Old Pig possesses the God Clan's gift of absolute immortality, so there's no need to worry. However, he once killed a God Clan member, so this absolute immortality is also true immortality. It's best to be cautious. Perhaps even the Chiefsu civilization possesses a single hair. The next moment, Countless meteors streaked across the sky. They were the tails of countless powerful beings swiftly flying through the air. Immediately afterwards, dozens of people armed with detectors rushed over the weapons shop, their gazes fixed on Chen Meng, who stood at the doorway, their eyes full of scrutiny. Now that he's been exposed, Chen Meng won't pretend anymore. Speak frankly. Standing outside the shop with a cane, he stared calmly ahead, patiently waiting. Xiao Yi also stood diagonally to Chen Meng's side. The owner of the Jihao weapon shop, unable to contain himself, knelt at the doorway in disbelief, his voice trembling. Elder Chansheng. Elder 16. Elder Leezer. The elders of the rugged civilization have all arrived. These are the people you only see on the news. The rugged civilization currently lacks the position of Holy Arrow. All power belongs to the elders. These individuals may not be the strongest in the rugged civilization, but they are definitely at the pinnacle of power. Soon, everyone arrived. 91 people in total. The elders of the rugged civilization, not one missing, were all gathered here. Leading this group of elders was an old man with gray hair at the temples. He looked like the great elder. This sturdy, muscular man with gray hair descended from the air, and stared at Chen Meng for a moment before speaking hoarsely. You're not from the Seiya clan, you're from the human race. How did you manage to shoot that arrow? Good luck. Chen Meng replied casually. It seemed that the level 500 bread was more powerful than he had imagined. It didn't just provide a random racial talent. It actually increased the strength of that racial talent to the highest level. Lucky? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Lucky, but I can't use a normal body to wield a level 50 blue longbow and fire a star arrow. Are you willing to come back with me to take the Holy Arrow test? As long as you pass. From now on, you will be the Holy Arrow of the rugged civilization and its sole leader. TSK. Chen Meng suddenly laughed, tilting his head to look at the old man. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Why don't you just say you want to kidnap me and take me back for research? If I refuse, will you resort to force? No. The old man shook his head. I'm serious. Chen Meng stared at the old man for a moment, observing him. Seeing that he was genuine and didn't seem to be lying, his expression gradually grew strange. Since you know I'm human, why did you ask me to participate in your Holy Arrow assessment and become the leader of your rugged civilization? Can the leader of a civilization be someone from another civilization? Why not? The old man said sternly, no matter what level of civilization you come from, even if you're from a god-level civilization, I believe the position of leader of a level 7 civilization is quite tempting. It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Everyone understands this principle. Chen Meng nodded slightly and continued softly, forgive my bluntness, but it's a good thing for you if the Holy Arrow doesn't appear, isn't it? After all, power now rests entirely in the hands of you elders. When the Holy Arrow appears, power will once again be concentrated in its hands. Perhaps the Chiefsu civilization is anticipating the Holy Arrow's appearance, but you don't want it, do you? The words trailed off. Dozens of elders exchanged glances, their frustration evident. The chief elder, in particular, sighed once more. It's perfectly normal for you humans to think this way. But in our Seiya clan, power naturally belongs to the Holy Arrow. We all hope for the Holy Arrow's emergence, and pledge our loyalty to him. Even if he's not a Seiya. What I can tell you is that the Holy Arrow holds extraordinary significance for the Seiya clan. It can directly enhance the strength of our entire civilization. The Seiya clan is a unique race, and we must have a core figure who commands everyone's trust in order to. The great elder hesitated for a moment before continuing, only then can that strike be unleashed. The Chichio civilization possesses a total of 37 star systems, countless planets, and countless people. Only one person can command the unanimous trust of so many people, the Holy Arrow, selected through the generations of the Seiya clan through trials and tribulations. No one else can convince everyone. Not even one of our elders. Chen Meng remained silent. Even though the great elder's words were rather euphemistic, he understood. After a long pause, he whispered, let's go and take a look. Okay. The great elder and the others smiled excitedly. 3 hours later. After several wormhole transfers, Chen Meng followed the great elder and the others to a planet in the star system. This planet was the Holy Arrow's test planet, but it had not been used for a long time. It had been a long time since anyone had met the minimum standard to participate in a test. The minimum standard is to draw your bow and shoot a star arrow before awakening as a chosen one. Please. Outside the planet. The great elder stood in the universe, looking at Chen Meng, who was also standing there without any protective gear. A strange look flashed in his eyes. The planet below is the test planet. No one except the test takers can enter. The Holy Arrow test primarily assesses character and potential, not strength. So there's no combat involved, and no danger. Yes. Chin Mang nodded slightly, took a step forward, and free-falled from a high altitude onto the planet, ready to witness this so-called Holy Arrow test. After Chin Mang left, dozens of elders stared at Chin Mang's back before they began to discuss. Great Elder, he's not even from the Seiya clan. Can he really pass the test? Even if he passes, he's not from the Seiya clan. Will he really prioritize the Seiya clan's interests? Besides, he seems to be from a fairly high-level civilization. He doesn't seem like a weakling. The elders looked at the Great Elder, discussing the matter. Among them, the Great Elder held the highest prestige and the widest reputation. They had once tried to create someone of similar stature to the Holy Arrow. The Holy Arrow was the strongest of the archers. Then why couldn't the Berserkers also have a strongest individual named the God of War? That would at least give rise to a leader, preventing the situation of a Chi-Chi civilization without a leader. But in the end, they failed. After so many years of cultural inheritance, everyone only recognized the Holy Arrow. Where did the God of War come from? No one knew, no one had ever heard of it. Don't worry. The Great Elder whispered, no matter what level of civilization he comes from, as long as he truly passes the assessment, he will be the leader of the craggy civilization. He will have full access to its resources and personnel. When a person enjoys the rights and benefits of something, he will subconsciously assume the responsibilities that come with that right. He will subconsciously protect the craggy civilization and its interests, because this is also protecting his own interests. Although he's not from our tribe. But time is running out. The craggy civilization desperately needs the arrival of a Holy Arrow. The countdown for that event is almost over. The elders standing around fell silent upon hearing this, their faces tinged with worry. And at this moment, Chin Mang had already successfully landed on the planet. As soon as he touched down, the surroundings were empty, with no buildings visible. Only a few characters formed from white clouds appeared in the sky. The assessment for the position of Holy Arrow of the Seiya clan has officially begun. Before the assessment, please understand the responsibilities and obligations of the Holy Arrow. Then, countless vapors surged before him, forming a screen that began playing a video. It was a high-angle view, like a map on a Doppler radar. It could be seen that the Seiya clan currently controlled approximately 6 star systems, a considerable area. Millions of light-years away, a massive train-based army was advancing aggressively towards the Seiya clan. The screen focused on the face of a bearded middle-aged man. Everyone around him called this middle-aged man Lord Holy Arrow. The middle-aged man shouted loudly, and then, the sound seemed to echo through the ears of all the Seiya clan members. Then, the middle-aged man took the lead, drawing his bow to full length, aiming in the direction of the enemy millions of light-years away. Energy arrows gradually appeared and were completed. As this Seiya shot out, the core energy along its path was continuously absorbed by this Seiya, making its power grow stronger and stronger. At the same time, all the archers of the Seiya clan also bent their bows and released an arrow. These countless Seiya arrows, originating from different corners of the galaxy, rapidly absorbed the core energy along their path. At varying speeds, they gradually coalesced into a single Seiya of terrifying and immense power. The naked eye couldn't discern the extent of the energy range. But he saw this star arrow pierce the universe, rapidly leaping through it until, 35 minutes later, it successfully struck the massive army millions of light-years away, preparing to enter the wormhole. With just one strike, the entire army was annihilated. Not a single survivor. Chin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, taking in the scene before him, and whispered, "It's quite powerful." He didn't know the exact armor level of the trains, but the power was evident to the naked eye. He understood the purpose of this Holy Arrow. Only this Holy Arrow could simultaneously summon the archers of the Seiya clan to launch this attack. This was considered the ultimate killer move of the Chiku civilization. However, if this was the case, he felt that the Chiku civilization didn't even need the Holy Arrow. After all, the main power of this move came from the combined force of a large number of archers. The Holy Arrow merely served as a spearhead. For this attack to be truly effective, it required a large number of expert archers. But at this point, there weren't many expert archers left in the rugged civilization. He felt the existence of the Holy Arrow was of little consequence. Even if it existed, it wouldn't be used. This ultimate move, in essence, would be out of the reach of the Seiya clan for a long time. He said nothing more and continued reading. The scene shifted. The Holy Arrow Master, who had led the charge, seemed to witness the enemy's demise from afar. He excitedly raised his longbow and roared, declaring his victory. Simultaneously, every member of the Saya clan, from every corner, roared with excitement. Immediately afterwards, cracks gradually appeared on the body of this holy arrow master, and in an instant, he transformed into countless starlights, merging into the universe. Not even a complete corpse remained. The people around him, with sorrow on their faces, but no surprise, bid farewell to the holy arrow master, and soon a new holy arrow master arrived. Just then, the enemy launched another offensive, unwavering. This new holy arrow master led his people in another, crushing attack, once again destroying the enemy's newly deployed expeditionary force with overwhelming force. The price was that this newly appointed holy arrow master was once again reduced to ashes. Qin Mang's mouth twitched slightly as he gazed at the scene before him. Could it be that this rugged civilization's ultimate killer move cost the lives of holy arrows? Each use cost a holy arrow a life? The following scene repeated itself endlessly, the same plot, different characters. Until the sixth holy arrow master died, the hostile civilization was finally repelled, and dared not attack again. The Saya clan won, and a tombstone for the holy arrow was left. The image gradually faded. A line of words appeared. As the holy arrow, while you enjoy the rights granted by the Saya clan, you must also be prepared to sacrifice for them at any time. Are you ready for this? Are you willing to sacrifice for them at any time? Yes or no? Qin Mang chose no without hesitation. Another line of words popped up on the screen. Failed the test. Chapter 370. Then, Qin Mang felt a repulsive force coming from the planet. It wasn't very strong, but it was gradually pushing him away from the planet. He didn't resist, allowing the repulsive force to push him into the universe. As soon as he left the planet, the Elders' Council surrounded him. The leading elder, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes, subconsciously asked, "Did you fail the test? Even you can't pass the test? Is heaven really going to destroy the Chichu civilization?" It had only been a short time, and he was out so soon. He must have failed the test. Berserkers cannot enter this planet. Only archers can. Although they had never been to this planet, they could still understand the content of the test. Yes. Qin Mang nodded, summoned his own star train, and walked towards the train room. He turned to look at the elders, and casually said, "Come in and chat." The moment the star train appeared, the elders' hair instantly stood on end, their eyes filled with horror. They looked at the train as if it were some kind of monstrous beast. They could clearly feel the terrifying threat it posed to them. The feeling of imminent death was something they had never experienced before facing any powerful enemy. This guy. What level of civilization is he from? Okay, the great elder said hoarsely. I definitely won't pass this test. Sitting in the train room, Qin Mang leaned back, legs crossed, and looked at the elders. He lit a cigarette and casually said, "The holy arrow position can launch an extremely powerful attack against a sudden attack, combining with all the archers of the rugged clan. This is what the entrance scene during the test tells me, and you should know this better. The price is the holy arrow's life. First, I'm not from your Saya clan. I can't possibly sacrifice my life for your race. Second, I don't really need your civilization's power. You may think yours is powerful, but in my eyes, it's just average. Third, the primary power of this ultimate move comes from the number of master archers within the Saya clan. The holy arrow merely serves as a catalyst. Your Chicho civilization doesn't have many master archers, so even if it had one, it wouldn't be able to unleash its full power." The great elder remained silent. He knew Qin Mang was right, but he had no choice. The Saya clan truly could not produce a holy arrow. Qin Mang paused for a moment before waving his hand. Various messages appeared on the screen beside him. According to my intelligence, the reason your Chichi civilization has seen its archers dwindle is because the 6th level civilization Qinshan civilization has infected your civilization with a highly contagious virus. It spreads through sexual fantasies. Anyone infected with the virus, anyone who has ever had sexual fantasies in their mind, will be infected. It's extremely contagious, and it can cause your civilization's archers to dwindle. Qinshan civilization. The great elder stared blankly at the various messages on the screen. It took him a moment to react, his eyes filled with fury. This evidence almost certainly pointed the finger at the Qinshan civilization, a civilization within their territory. They had been busy searching for the holy arrows for years, and this civilization had been paying them tribute, leaving them with no time to bother with them. I didn't expect them to be stabbed in the back. And such a deep stab, it practically hit the heart of the Chicho civilization. Damn it! The great elder's face was so gloomy that tears were about to drip. He looked at the elders around him, and said word by word, "Gather the troops. I will destroy the Qingshan civilization within 3 months. No need. Chen Meng waved his hand again and whispered, I have already destroyed the Qingshan civilization. It was only after we destroyed the Qingshan civilization that I learned this information. The Great Elder glanced down at a compass in his hand. He saw that the galaxy containing the Qingshan civilization's political home planet had been completely two-dimensionalized, reduced to a thin sheet of paper. He then looked up at Chen Meng with a somewhat complicated expression. Qingshan civilization, after all, was a level 6 civilization. Could it be destroyed so easily? That was indeed a bit exaggerated. And they destroyed it within his civilization's territory, without him receiving any information at all. It seems his intelligence department needs a serious overhaul. How could he only learn of such a major event now? But if they could destroy a level 6 Qingshan civilization within his civilization's territory without him knowing, then it seems they could also destroy the Qitu civilization. Thinking of this, he gradually fell silent and stopped talking about Chen Meng taking the position of Holy Arrow. This guy's strength and background were clearly more complicated than he had imagined. For him, the Holy Arrow position, so coveted by others, was not something he desired, but rather a mere useless thing. I won't dwell on the past. Chen Meng looked at the Great Elder and continued, Your most pressing problem right now is the shortage of archers. I can help you resolve this virus, increasing the number of archers in your Saya clan. With a larger base, you naturally have no shortage of holy arrows. It would be better to use one of your own clansmen for this position. How is it? Of course. A hint of surprise flashed in the Great Elder's eyes. You can resolve this virus? They hadn't even discovered the virus yet, so it was naturally difficult to resolve. I'm 70% sure. It takes some time. Let's discuss the compensation first. What price are you prepared to pay? I need iron ore and various resources, not Murphy stone. You have 3 chances to make an offer. If I'm interested, I stay and help you solve it. If not, we meet again someday. And, before Chen Meng could finish, the Great Elder looked at him seriously and said, All resources. If you can solve this problem and allow the Chiku civilization to possess a holy arrow, all of Chiku civilization's resources will be yours, including this land and the mining planet. All yours. This number. Billions of light years of civilization are yours too. Chen Meng gradually fell silent, his lips twitching slightly. After a long pause, he said quietly, You're very good negotiators. Just your first offer already tempted me. But, you don't sound like you're making a genuine offer. Are you planning to settle a bad account? My accounts aren't easily settled. What the hell? He wants to make a killing, but you can't treat him like a fool. He's given all the resources, so what are you going to do with him? You won't need anything in the future. He's content with affection, while you're content with holy arrows. As long as he had the holy arrow, he didn't need anything else, right? Rather than resorting to war to plunder, he didn't need to waste time researching a solution. He could just act now. His eyes narrowed slightly. The door to the star train slowly closed. The internal fire control system, hidden within, was ready for action. If these elders were slain here, the Chiku civilization would essentially be leaderless. Not really. The Great Elder took a deep breath, then looked at Chen Meng with a serious expression and said word by word, Now that things have come to this, I tell you the truth. Although our Chitsu civilization belongs to the Saya clan, we are merely a branch of the Saya clan. Not long ago, the Saya clan has broken through to the 9th level of civilization, and is heading towards God-level civilization. They have used some means to connect with all the Saya clan wandering in the universe, gathering all their compatriots to gather together and jointly strive for God-level civilization. Then, at the appointed time, an extremely large and complex bloodline wormhole will bring back all the members of the Saya clan scattered throughout the universe. The Chiku civilization, including us, also wish to return to our roots and join the clan. But, to enter the bloodline wormhole, we must be led by the Holy Arrow. Without the Holy Arrow, we cannot enter this bloodline wormhole. For the Saya clan, this is actually a very simple question. After all, no Saya clan is without a Holy Arrow, but the Chiku civilization doesn't have one. The time frame is 3 months from now. If the Holy Arrow isn't born within 3 months, the Chiku civilization will lose this opportunity to return to its roots. Even if a Holy Arrow is born in the future, the clan won't activate a bloodline wormhole solely for us, which is extremely expensive. This is our only chance. So, if you can truly help us resolve this issue and create a Holy Arrow within 3 months, we will leave all our resources to you. A bloodline wormhole can quickly bring together our compatriots scattered across the universe, spanning up to hundreds of billions of light years, an incredibly high number. But the price is that you can't carry any resources, including clothing, into this wormhole. You must enter naked, as if you'd just arrived into this world. Aside from bloodline wormholes, there's basically no other way to bring together all our compatriots scattered across the universe. Chen Mang pondered, remaining silent. This made sense as to why the Chichio civilization was so desperate. The opportunity to become a god-level civilization was certainly urgent, and the Saya clan's cohesion was also strong. Of course, the main reason was their small population. The human race couldn't do that. There were simply too many of them. Forget about anything else. Creating a bloodline wormhole for the human race. The cost would be prohibitively high. Just 3 months? Chen Mang shook his head, looked at the Great Elder, and whispered, "You're mistaken. I can only help you ensure the birth of more archers. Those already poisoned and chosen by the Berserker are already meaningless. Even after detoxification, their condition has already been determined. All I can do is ensure that your civilization's newborns don't carry this virus. How can a newborn baby possibly become an archer? I can't help you with that." Then there's no point. A trace of sadness flashed in the Great Elder's eyes. Only if a holy arrow is born within 3 months will there be any point in continuing the discussion. The Chitsu civilization is willing to pay any price. If this isn't achieved, the Chiku civilization will become the only branch of the Saya clan left adrift. He actually withheld a crucial piece of information. That is, the Saya clan, born as a level 9 civilization, explicitly informed all its branches that any that failed to reunite through the bloodline wormhole within the specified timeframe would have the power of all of their chosen individuals revoked. The Saya clan's power derives from the chosen. And within the Saya clan, the strongest branch will possess the divine powers of the chosen, archer and berserker, capable of revoking the power of all chosen. To put it bluntly, if they don't return through the bloodline wormhole and reunite with a level 9 civilization within 3 months, their civilization's power will be completely negated. At that point, they won't even possess the strength of a level 3 civilization, let alone a level 7 civilization. Any surrounding civilization would easily devour them. All they can do is wait for death. This isn't simply a matter of returning to one's roots. The Saya clan's cohesion is strong, but inevitably some don't want to return to headquarters, preferring to be kings of the hills outside. The godhead serves as a means of restraint. 3 months later, without the holy arrow, the rugged civilization will perish. This is why, even though they've clearly sensed the Aoyama civilization is pulling some strings over the years, they haven't had the time to bother with it. Time is running out, and with civilization's demise imminent, how can they afford to manage anything else? 3 months. Chen Mang fell silent. He really liked to take on this deal, but unfortunately, his skills were limited. Creating a holy arrow in 3 months seemed incredibly difficult. However, he still wanted to give it a try. He immediately whispered, "Send me the contents of the holy arrow test. I give it a try." "Okay." The Great Elder didn't hesitate, then handed over a token. "This contains all the information about the holy arrow test." Then the group parted ways. The Great Elder and the others also left again, immediately beginning their search for potential holy arrow masters. They couldn't pin their hopes solely on Chen Mang. They had to take the initiative, hoping that the Chitsu civilization would suddenly produce a powerful holy arrow master. For now, sitting in the train cabin, Chen Mang glanced at the holy arrow test and whispered, "Our only option is cheating. To pass the holy arrow test, aside from the character tests, there's only one requirement. That's, draw a longbow and unleash a Saya strike as a non-chosen one. This represents extremely high potential, capable of resonating with the stars, and causing soul vibrations even during a weak phase. Can this be achieved through cheating? Theoretically, there's a chance." Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train. "While there are many races in the universe, there aren't that many. Craft a few more level 500 breads, and someone will surely regain the racial talent of the Saya clan. After all, level 500 bread isn't expensive. It only requires 200 million units of iron ore, which is incredibly cheap." Chapter 371. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, remaining silent. He was currently unaware of the number of different racial talents in the universe. Aside from the human race, which lacked a specific talent, every other race essentially possessed a unique talent. Assuming there were 1,000 racial talents in the universe, then, based on a 1,000th expected value, 200 billion units of iron ore would be needed. Tenfold, that's 2 trillion units of iron ore. 100-fold, that's 20 trillion units of iron ore. 1,000-fold, that's 200 trillion units of iron ore. Converted to foundation units, This figure is 0.02 foundation units of iron ore. For the current star train, it's a drop in the bucket. Compared to the expected returns, the cost is practically zero. 0.02 units of iron ore is enough for 1 million people to use a level 500 panel and randomly obtain a racial talent. He couldn't say anything else, but he felt that there couldn't be a million different racial talents in the universe. We'd definitely be able to draw one. Let's do it. Chen Meng pondered for a moment and nodded. Make 1 million level 500 loaves of bread and distribute them. Tell these people that if anyone draws the racial talent of the Saya clan, they will be forced to leave their homes and become leaders of the rugged civilization. Yes. By the way, send Ji Chu Chu and Yin Yao over. After roughly settling this matter, Chen Meng looked thoughtfully at the Doppler radar screen. The rugged civilization's territories span hundreds of millions of light years. This level of territory isn't small. Currently, the entire first universe is continuously expanding outward, and the universe is constantly growing. However, as of the latest data, the diameter of the entire universe is currently approximately 400 billion light-years. The entire universe is only this large. It's not really that big. Of course, the actual area of the universe is certainly larger than this. This universe, with a diameter of 400 billion light-years, is divided among several god-level civilizations. Within the territories of each god-level civilization reside numerous weaker civilizations. Many of these areas are cosmic voids and various celestial bodies. And this 400 billion light-year universe is his destination. The 10,000 level mechanical train parts are his destination. This is the end of his journey through time. Chen Meng stared at the train screen in a daze. It had been a long time since he thought of himself as someone who had traveled to this planet. Although only a few years had passed, it felt like a long time had passed, even like a lifetime ago. If it weren't for his etched memories, he might even have thought his memories of his previous world were just a dream. When he became a god-level civilization, the first thing he would do was search the entire universe for Blue Star. He longed to know if the blue star he'd been on before traveling through time was in the first universe. If so, he could drive the train back and help broaden the horizons of his fellow travelers from the previous world. Only now did he realize how despairing Blue Star had been. There was no nearby planet with life, no civilization, not even a single mineral planet. It was completely isolated from the rest of the world, devoid of any resources. Born in a place like this, even with a top-tier train, if one wanted to create a wormhole to leave this barren region, there wouldn't be enough resources nearby to support the creation of such a wormhole. The area around Blue Star is incredibly poor. It's so poor it makes one weep. Just then, Ji Chu Chu and Yan Yao walked into the train compartment, stood in a row, and looked at Chen Meng, whispering, "Master Meng." "Yes." Chen Meng turned his chair and looked at the people behind him. "Last time, I asked you two to awaken your racial talents. What racial talents did you awaken?" Last time, after experiencing Xiaofeng's 3 forms of future, past, and present, he found it quite fascinating. He was a bit overwhelmed at the time, and had a lot of fun, so he let Ji Chu Chu, Yin Yao, and the others eat a piece of bread. But he hadn't paid much attention to it since then. If it hadn't been brought up again this time, he would have forgotten about it. Ji Chu Chu and Yin Yao exchanged a glance, their voices growing fainter. "Master Meng, we've both awakened the same racial talent, the Foxcharm clan's racial talent, transformation into 3 pure ones. The effect is that you can summon both your past and future selves simultaneously." Chen Meng remained expressionless and silent for a long moment. After a long pause, he softly said, "Very good. Xiaofeng, Ji Chu Chu, and Yin Yao, did these 3 really just coincidentally awaken the same racial talent?" He didn't believe it. Is this a lie? Xiaofeng might have been incredibly lucky, but these 2 definitely weren't. They must have consulted with Xiaofeng and acquired this racial talent through some means. He didn't say anything. But Xiao Ai still wanted to check what was going on with these 2 people, why they had both awakened the same racial talent as Xiao Feng. The answer came soon. Xiao Ai had already checked, and there was nothing wrong. It was truly completely random. It really is. So that's the case. Chen Meng raised his eyelids. "Call Xiao Feng in 2." 15 minutes later. In the interior of the star train, under the dim, ambiguous light, 9 people lay on the beds: Xiao Feng, Ji Chu Chu, and Yin Yao's past, future, and present selves. How can I describe this feeling? Chen Meng looked at Ji Chu Chu's past form, and smacked his lips with emotion. Can this be considered a restoration of virginity? The process is indescribable. One can only say, the physical pleasure was far less than the mental sensation of being struck by an electric current, It was even more refreshing. A unique and perfect experience. He was actually quite curious about the Fox Charming clan, and even wanted to see them for a chance to see how their men and women engaged in sex. 3v3, it was like a gang fight. And there were so many permutations possible. For example, the man's past state versus the woman's future state. The man's future state versus the woman's past state. And so on. There were so many possible combinations. And he vaguely felt that this seemed to be more in line with the laws of the universe. Among humans, most couples have a similar age difference, which leads to some issues that no one mentions underwater, but many people encounter. When men are young and in their prime, they have nothing but great strength and quick recovery, and they have absolutely no experience, which women often dislike. Age and experience, however, are like a specially crafted cocktail, powerful up front, but slipping into the stomach as soon as it enters the throat, leaving no lasting impact. Women of this age often don't seek out a strong upfront punch. They seek strength. Strength can defeat skill. In this situation, let the man's past state be pitted against the woman's future state, and then let the man's future state be pitted against the woman's past state. This way, everything will make sense. All four are satisfied. Everyone is happy. As for the remaining two present states, if they're bored, giving the remaining two couples a good shove would be a great way to give them a good shove. As expected, Chen Meng said, lying on his bed, feeling the soft flesh in his arms, on his arms, and at his feet. He said, somewhat exhausted and dazed, that after a battle, one's mind can't help but wander. He quietly lit a cigarette, enjoying the tranquility and peace of the moment. No! This time, the urge was a bit strong. One cigarette wasn't enough, so he had to smoke two. Another one. Chen Meng quickly finished one, and silently lit another. The flickering crimson cigarette but flickered in the dim train interior, blending harmoniously with the sounds of several rapid breaths. What a pity. What happened in the room couldn't be shared with outsiders. Otherwise, he really wanted to give himself a nickname, like Qin Jiufa. In one word, strong. Although he had some technological advancements, he was still very strong, and he was very satisfied. There were only 3 months left until the Seiya clan returned to their home tribe. Quickly. A month had passed. The Holy Arrow issue had long been resolved. A total of 987 people had randomly received the Seiya clan's racial talent, which meant he could provide 987 Holy Arrow candidates for the rugged civilization at once. However, he ultimately selected only one middle-aged man and sent him to the craggy civilization. Before doing so, he erased all important memories of human civilization from the middle-aged man's mind to prevent any leaks of crucial information. Of course, many things inevitably leaked. For example, human civilization had only existed for a dozen years, yet it had progressed from a civilization on the brink of Doomsday to a level 6 civilization. That was quite ostentatious indeed. In reality, the time frame was much shorter. In his timeline, only a few years had passed. On the way to the Good Cat civilization, he was affected by a black hole. While less than a day had passed on the train, 7 years had already passed in the outside world. But it didn't matter. Now, it was difficult for him to control his own arrogance. When one's strength was too great, even concealing oneself was difficult. Just like a firefly trying to hide its light in the darkness, it wasn't difficult at all, but for a superstar trying to completely conceal its entire light in the universe, that was much more difficult and unstoppable. Incidentally, he also helped the Chiku civilization resolve the virus problem, the poison spread by the Qinshan civilization. Xiao Ai and Chikashio jointly researched an antidote, a method of fighting poison with poison. The original poison, which was spread through sexual fantasies, caused a newborn to have a 99.9999% chance of becoming a berserker when they transitioned to Chosen One, while the probability of becoming an archer was only 0.00001%. The actual probability is much lower. This is just a rough example. To combat this virus, they had to increase the probability of becoming a master archer while simultaneously decreasing the probability of becoming a berserker. Unfortunately, they couldn't increase the probability of becoming a master archer. That was an unsolvable probability. So, instead of researching an antidote or trying to restore the crazy civilization to its former state, they poisoned it again, reducing the probability of becoming a berserker to 0.00001%. Upon reaching adulthood, members of the Seiya clan were guaranteed to advance to one of the two chosen ones. The probability of becoming a berserker was 0.00001%. The probability of becoming a master archer was also 0.00001%. In a sense, this was a 50-50 chance for each. A perfect solution. Although it was slightly different from before, the actual implementation was no different. Very good. Sitting inside the train, Chen Mang gazed at the meeting of the Rugged Civilization Elders Council, which he had secretly monitored on the control panel screen. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he chuckled. His mission was complete. There were still 2 months until the Saya clan returned to their home tribe. All he had to do now was wait patiently. Once the 2 months were up and the Rugged Civilization left, he would inherit all of their resources and territory. Of course, he also had a plan in mind. After all, he had never heard of bloodline wormholes before. Nothing could be carried through them. He had only learned this from the Rugged Civilization Grand Elder. Just in case they were deceiving him, he would take all the resources with him before leaving. Then his efforts would be in vain. If it were merely a wasted effort, it would be fine, but he would be called a fool behind his back, losing both the wife and the army, something he couldn't tolerate. But fortunately, based on his recent observations, the Chiqua civilization had indeed remained silent. None of the resources could be taken away, they would all be his. This would be much faster than plundering. Plundering couldn't take all the resources in a galaxy. After all, many resources were scattered among ordinary people, such as thousands or tens of thousands of iron ores. Would he specifically target an ordinary person just for this inscription? As for the Qinshan civilization, he only took the lion's share. He wouldn't touch the meager supplies held by the civilians on other planets. If the Chiqua civilization simply moved away, all these meager resources would be his as well, making it much easier to collect them without much effort. If the great elder of this rugged civilization can always keep his promise, then perhaps the Saya clan will be able to receive an olive branch of friendship from human civilization. Chen Mang smacked his lips with emotion. Honestly speaking, used to intrigue and deception, he was a little unaccustomed to such a sincere friend. He kept his word, never lied, and played it straight. How's that? In the blink of an eye, the 3-month countdown was almost over. Chen Mang sat inside the star train, looking across at the great elder of the rugged civilization and smiling, saying, "The antidote we've developed, like the poison, is spread through sexual fantasies. It will take some time for it to spread completely. It's estimated that within a few decades at most, this virus from your rugged civilization will be essentially eradicated with the birth and coming of age of the new generation. According to your plan, I should be able to move into the rugged civilization by then, correct?" "Yes." The great elder of the rugged civilization took a deep breath and nodded slowly. He looked at Chen Mang seriously and said, "Keep going. Your civilization is very powerful. I believe it's only a matter of time before I see you on the stage of a god-level civilization." Chapter 372. But the great elder of the Chisu civilization first praised Chen Mang, then changed his tone. Chen Mang sat in his chair, his knuckles tapping calmly against the armrest. From this, but he knew his story with the Chisu civilization wouldn't end well. The Chisu civilization likely wouldn't be able to return to their homeland. As expected, between civilizations, plunder is the most convenient, and any cooperation is a waste of time. The great elder of the Chisu civilization looked at Chen Mang seriously and said, "But a level 9 civilization before becoming a god-level civilization is destined to face attacks from many god-level civilizations. The Saya clan is currently a level 9 civilization. After years of striving towards god-level civilization, we are finally nearing completion. When you become a level 9 civilization, you are destined to face attacks from god-level civilizations, most likely including the Saya clan. There's nothing we can do about it. I hope you understand that this is not my intention. This is the law of the universe. After I return to my clan, I won't hold a high position. I can't decide this matter. But if human civilization truly were to be defeated in the battle for a 9th level civilization to break through to a god-level civilization, I will mobilize all my connections and resources to the maximum extent possible to ensure the safety of you, your family, and your friends. As for the rest of you, I'm sorry I'm powerless." Chen Mang paused calmly for a moment before continuing, "What I'm more concerned about now is whether the agreement we made 3 months ago still stands. Of course, I'm not one to go back on my word. Besides, even if I wanted to break my promise, I wouldn't be able to carry anything across the bloodline wormhole. Those resources would have to be left to you, not to mention you've helped the Chisu civilization solve such a huge problem. This little bit of feedback is well deserved." The great elder of the Chisu civilization said this seriously. Chen Mang also laughed at this. "Very good. In that case, I also make you a promise. If one day, human civilization encounters the Saya clan during its ascension to god-level civilization, I will annihilate the entire Saya clan, but I will spare you and your family and friends." The great elder of the Chiefsu civilization was momentarily stunned, then nodded solemnly. Okay. The 3-month deadline had arrived. Under Chen Mang's gaze, a scarlet wormhole emerged near every planet in the Chiefsu civilization. In an instant, countless wormholes formed. These wormholes were unlike any he had seen before. They were completely scarlet. They looked like the entrance to hell. On all the planets of the Chiefsu civilization, countless naked members of the clan were drawn in by the wormholes, gradually being taken away, leaving no one behind. He also gave the new holy arrow a gift. A refrigerator. Now, human civilization is no longer the weakling it once was, and it has its own cultural treasure, the refrigerator, which is quite useful. After personally seeing off the rugged civilization, Chen Mang used radar to confirm once again that the resources had indeed been left behind, and finally felt completely relieved. Then, his lips curled slightly, and with a wave of his hand, he said, "Load." The rugged civilization's territory is not small. There are a vast number of planets. Even though the rugged civilization had ordered everyone to gather their resources for him to take away before leaving, so that he could better collect them, there were still many things he couldn't collect. For example, those planets with intact buildings must definitely be taken away. A prosperous city on a prosperous planet of a level 7 civilization is quite something. It shouldn't be wasted. Also, the craggy civilization has been developing here for a long time, with wormholes everywhere, leading to various planets. This is also a foundation. If he's willing to station in this area, it would be truly perfect. The collection of resources and planets will be handled by the subordinates. Chen Mang sat in the train compartment, looking at the control panel screen. The train currently has 69 foundation units of iron ore. He had almost used up all of his last harvest from the Green Mountain civilization. It all depended on how much the CRGGY civilization could bring him this time. He glanced at the Doppler radar again. The radar showed that the territory of human civilization was enormous, spanning hundreds of millions of light years. The former territory of the CRGGY civilization had been completely absorbed by human civilization after their withdrawal. Although the civilization's territory was drawn casually, the boundary required that no civilizations of a higher or equal level existed within it. In this area, he was the only level 6 civilization. All other level 6 civilizations in previous years had been wiped out by the Chiefsu civilization. Only the Qinshan civilization had survived because the Chiefsu civilization was unable to spare any resources. He glanced at the civilization panel. Promotion requirements, maximum attack energy range exceeding 300,000, 3 civilizational wonders, and a territory of 100 million light years. He didn't yet have a level 3000 Arcanum light cannon. However, after tallying up all the resources harvested this time, this requirement wasn't a big deal. A territory of 100 million light years also satisfied the requirement. He also had enough for the wonders of civilization. Human civilization currently has 3 wonders of civilization: Insect Silence, Divine Silence, and Miracle Arrival. He obtained the latter after upgrading his armor to level 10,000. All accessories, once upgraded to level 10,000 by any civilization first, will automatically be upgraded to Sanctuary grade, the maximum level. After reaching the maximum level, he obtained the Miracle Arrival Wonder of Civilization. It's worth noting, this Wonder of Civilization wasn't located anywhere in his territory, but appeared directly on his train, in Carriage 13. It looked like a triangular pagoda. It was somewhat similar to the triangular pagoda in Red Alert. Over 7 meters tall and 3 meters wide. It was quite compact. In the shadow at the top, the armor blueprint appeared. Without requiring energy, the top of the tower rotated continuously, emitting white light. The effect of this civilization wonder is Special Wonder. All components of the civilization possessing this wonder will be upgraded by 1 level by default. It's just an ordinary component. Suppose a component on the star train is level 100, then with this wonder's blessing, it will be level 101. But if it's level 199, even after upgrading it 1 level, it won't be able to use the supermodern effects of level 200. It's just a 1-level upgrade. It saves some resources, but it's useless otherwise. After all, it's just a default 1-level upgrade. For components, upgrading 1 level really doesn't have much effect. Unless their strength reaches its limit. For example, if a god-level civilization also has many components at the maximum level, then 1 extra level will become level 10001. While it may seem like just 1 extra level, it actually adds a crushing advantage. The 10,001 level train assistance AI can invade any train with a lower AI level than its own. With 1 more level, it's an absolute crushing defeat. A civilization wonder that increases the player's limit in the later stages. It's practically useless in the early stages, and doesn't save many resources. Very good. Qin Mang looked at the civilization wonder in Carriage 13 on the control panel screen, chuckled, and said nothing. And just then, several panels gradually appeared on the control panel screen. Human civilization, civilization empowerment. For each civilization wonder recognized by the rules of the universe, you will receive a box containing a random mystery reward, up to a maximum of 9. Colorful, human civilization has successfully created a civilization wonder recognized by the rules of the universe. The universe has named it Miracle Arrival. Successfully obtained a box containing a random mystery reward. This is his third box. In a sense, if he could build 9 civilization wonders, that would be 9 boxes. It's just a pity. Currently, he didn't know how to actively build wonders of civilization. He only passively acquired them. Perhaps if the present state of Heavenly Palace was completed, it would also count as a Heavenly Palace, but he had urgently halted that. He now possessed both the future and past states of Heavenly Palace. And then, there was the present state. He knew that the collision of the past and present states would undoubtedly result in an explosion, an absolutely spectacular one. He just didn't know if the 3 states would explode together. He didn't think it would. At least Yin Yao, Ji Chu Chu, and the others didn't explode. Oh yeah. Qin Mang's thoughts drifted away. He had originally considered the racial talents Ji Chu Chu and the others had randomly acquired as entertainment, something to use for leisure time. But now it seems to have some intricate connection to the Heavenly Palace. After pondering it for a while, he couldn't come up with a name. He didn't think about it for the time being. Instead, he opened the newly acquired mysterious box. It was box opening time again. When he opened the first box, the reward he received was high-dimensional planet colorful civilization empowerment. The effect is that it allows the civilization's territory, as well as the planets under its name, to maintain a high-dimensional superposition state, never being forcibly collapsed to 2 dimensions. It also has priority when being promoted to a higher dimension. This made him wait. Qin Mang silently lit a cigarette. This civilization empowerment should, in theory, ensure that his civilization's territory would never be forcibly collapsed to 2 dimensions. The 2-dimensional foil would be useless to him. So where did his Naya galaxy go? How did he collapse it into 2 dimensions? Let him think about it. After a moment, he flipped through the train log and found the answer. So, in order to keep a low profile, he had abolished the boundaries of civilization. The Naya galaxy wasn't within its boundaries, which led to this outcome. Qin Mang nodded. After a long silence, he extinguished the candle in his hand and stopped thinking about it. Forget it. The Naya galaxy isn't important anyway. Gone. It doesn't matter. A true man should travel far and wide, not stay in a remote corner for too long. The second mysterious box opened with an item, a pack of 19 white cigarettes. When lit, it can make human civilization invisible for 24 hours, making it undetectable by any means. So far, he hasn't used any, and hasn't had the chance to use them yet. As for the third mysterious box in his hand, it also contained a special item. It was a lighter. Not bad, a complete set. We have both smoke and fire, all we need is some wine and pork head. The effect is, after lighting the lighter in his hand, all lighters in the entire universe will emit flames at the same time. Qin Mang picked up the seemingly ordinary lighter with a bit of curiosity. After pressing it a few times, he noticed that as flames began to fly, he noticed that the other lighters in the drawer and on the desk were also emitting flames without being touched. Quite peculiar. But what good would it do? A few minutes later, Xiao Ai's voice came from the train. Conductor, stop the experiment. Just now, the number of accidental fires on various planets in human civilization has increased dramatically. The fire department is urgently deploying personnel from law enforcement and other departments. The specific cause of the fire was previously unknown, but it's now known. Should we announce it? No need. Qin Mang coughed lightly. Are there any casualties? No. Everyone in human civilization has an iris chip implanted. When the fire was discovered, they immediately used it to plan the best escape route, which caused quite a bit of panic. We're already handling it. Okay. Qin Mang nodded slightly awkwardly, toying with the lighter again. This is a gem, an absolutely rule-based item. This guy is essentially the lighter king, able to control every lighter in the universe. In those few minutes, fires have likely broken out in countless civilizations throughout the universe. Theoretically speaking, if he kept pressing the lighter, or only occasionally, No civilization in the entire universe would use such a thing. It's too uncontrollable. Just then. Huh? Qin Mang looked at the unusual movement on the Doppler radar screen, somewhat surprised. How could 1/3 of that level 5 civilization suddenly be wiped out? Within hundreds of millions of light years, within the range of current human civilization, while there are no level 6 civilizations, there are several level 5 civilizations. At this moment, 1/3 of the planets within the territory of a level 5 civilization were reduced to fireworks in the explosion, and nearly half of the entire civilization was reduced to ruins. Wait a moment. I'm capturing the database of the dead AI and processing the information. Processing completed. The leader of this level 5 civilization possesses a special item, a self-destruct lighter. It's extremely powerful. When activated, it unleashes a burst of force comparable to that of a level 2000 Arcanum light cannon, with a vast range, though without the two-dimensional effect. And just now, this civilization's special leader, perhaps wanting a cigarette but unable to find a lighter, activated this self-destruct lighter, lighting his last cigarette, at the cost of the entire civilization. Qin Mang silently rubbed his nose. What's with wanting a cigarette but unable to find a lighter? Xiao Ai has learned to be sarcastic. It was simply because the lighter, also controlled by his lighter king, had self-destructed. This was something he hadn't expected. He hadn't expected a level 5 civilization to have such a powerful hidden weapon. Although he had never heard of or seen this kind of prop before, it wasn't unique. Other civilizations in the universe certainly had it though. They definitely weren't there now. Just now. Everything exploded, reduced to fireworks. Chapter 373. Qin Mang quietly placed the lighter king in a nearby drawer. This item didn't have a name of its own. He had given it the name Lighter King, which he thought was appropriate. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. However, this incident did serve as a reminder. Try not to place such high-powered, one-shot bombs on trains, lest, like the lighter, one day be drawn away by some chaotic force of rules. That would be an unjust death. After a while of inventory, he finally completed his inventory of the resources he had acquired. The amount far exceeded what he had obtained in the Qinshan civilization, even though the resources he had acquired there were already sufficient. But the gap between a level 7 civilization and a level 6 civilization was simply too great. Even though the Qitsu civilization had been in a state of disarray, it was still no match for the Qinshan civilization. He obtained a total of 2,872 foundation units of iron ore from the Qinshan civilization. This was an absurd number. With this much iron ore, he upgraded his steel train armor to the maximum level, making it virtually invincible in the universe. And the Qitsu civilization provided him with even more resources. He glanced at the train's resource panel. 9,877 foundation units of iron ore, 1,028 foundation units of copper ore, 998 foundation units of titanium crystal ore, 736 foundation units of red heart rock, 1,239 foundation units of wood. The biggest gain this time was obtaining nearly 10,000 foundation units of iron ore from the Qitsu civilization. This incredible amount of resources was enough to propel the star train to its peak. Moreover, this time, he obtained many hidden resources from the rugged civilization, such as intact planets, which he collected using the space gate, as well as some unmined mineral planets. He also harvested a considerable amount of Murphy's stone, totaling 0.19 units of Murphy's stone. This is the amount of Murphy's stone in the star train. This is the first time I've been able to use this universe-level unit to purchase this universe-level unit. Although it's only 0.19, it's already quite good. The Qinshan civilization only has 0.03 units of Murphy's stone. It's worth mentioning that if Murphy's stone is used instead of level 0 permissions, upgrading armor from level 5,000 to level 10,000 would require approximately 1,000 units of Murphy's stone. It would take thousands of rugged civilizations to gather this amount of Murphy's stone. Very good. Qin Mang sat inside the train, looking at the train's resource panel, and sighing softly. The train's resources now gave him a real sense of security. It was time for another comprehensive upgrade. With all major components upgraded to the maximum level, he felt he wouldn't be afraid of god-level civilizations. The next component to upgrade. Arcanon Light Cannon. Upgrading his armor from level 5,000 to level 10,000, the maximum level, cost him 2,500 essence units of iron ore, nearly exhausting his current savings. This price far exceeded the cost of upgrading a standard 7-color grade component. The Arcanon Light Cannon was currently level 2,000. Upgrading it to level 5,000 required only 100 essence units of iron ore, and upgrading it from 50,000 to 10,000 required only 1,000 essence units of iron ore. He consumed only 1,100 units of iron ore. He upgraded his level 2000 Arcanon light cannon to level 10,000, the maximum. Several panels suddenly appeared on the screen. Arcanon light cannon level 5000 super effect. The attack fired will transform into a terrifying black hole, melting all dimensional universes in an area. Arcanon light cannon level 10,000 super effect. Significantly increased power. These are the two super effects the Arcanon light cannon gains after reaching its maximum level. The level 5000 super effect looks quite powerful. The level 10,000 super effect looks mediocre. But he knew one thing in his heart. That is, this level 10,000 super effect is likely to be even more terrifying. At this level, the simpler it is, the more extreme the value. Level 10,000. This is the peak value. Just then, a new panel slowly appeared on the train control panel screen. Human civilization is the first in the entire universe to acquire the fully upgraded Arcanon light cannon accessory. This accessory has automatically been upgraded to the Sanctuary grade. As a result, they have earned the Civilization Wonder, One Finger. Qin Mang froze in place, completely bewildered. What's going on? Human civilization is the first to fully upgrade the Arcanon light cannon. When it showed that human civilization was the first to fully upgrade its armor, he wasn't surprised. After all, other civilizations would have upgraded their energy shields. No one would upgrade their armor. That was perfectly normal. But what he hadn't expected was that they were the first to fully upgrade the Arcanon light cannon, a commonly used accessory in all trained civilizations. His expression gradually grew strange. He thought, perhaps everyone, including him, had overestimated the power of the god-level civilization. He had thought that god-level civilization was the end of the universe, the most powerful force. Now, it seemed that even the god-level civilization hadn't reached that point. For example, it didn't seem like they could upgrade their components to the maximum level. Not to mention the resources required to upgrade to the maximum level. He believed that god-level civilizations definitely had it. However, upgrading 7 color components to the maximum level consumed a relatively high amount of Murphy stone. To upgrade the Arcanon light cannon from level 2000 to level 10,000, without level 0 authority, it would cost 12,000 units of Murphy stone. It seemed quite frightening. Couldn't those god-level civilizations afford that amount of Murphy stone? At the same time, his Arcanon light cannon officially became Sanctuary grade, and all its maximum level components would automatically be converted to Sanctuary grade. He also gained an exclusive Sanctuary Supermod effect. Arcanon light cannon Sanctuary Supermod effect. Definitely hit. Very good. Qin Mang was silent for a moment before leaning back in his chair, taking a deep breath and slowly lighting a cigarette. This was truly a pleasant surprise. He took a look. A 5000 level Arcanon light cannon consumes 10 essence units of iron ore per shot after passing through his star chamber. A 10,000 level Arcanon light cannon consumes 100 essence units of iron ore per shot. Completely acceptable. The price is reasonable. But it couldn't be used for now. The number of stars in his train was too small, not enough to provide 99.99% of the energy required for such a powerful attack. More stars were needed. The rugged civilization happened to have quite a few within its territory. He would pack them up and take them away later. He looked again at the newly acquired civilization wonder, pointing. This was the 4th civilization wonder acquired by human civilization, and, like Miracle Arrives, it was located in Carriage 13. The difference was, this civilization wonder actually resembled a statue of him, with a gesture of extending a finger and pointing into the distance, gazing into the depths of the universe. The effect was, special wonder. Civilizations possessing this wonder will enjoy good weather and good harvests. Pretty ordinary. It could be said that this civilization wonder had no effect at all. Like the insect silent civilization wonder, it was a symbolic one. After all, human civilization today can fully manipulate the weather and achieve good weather and good harvests, completely eliminating the need for this blessing-like civilization wonder effect. Then, a panel appeared on the screen again. He had also successfully obtained his 4th box. Human civilization, civilization empowerment. For each civilizational wonder constructed that is recognized by the rules of the universe, receive a box containing a random mystery reward, up to a maximum of 9. Colorful, human civilization has successfully created a civilizational wonder recognized by the rules of the universe. The universe names it One Finger. Successfully obtained a box containing a random mystery reward. It's time to open the box again. Qin Mang rubbed his hands with curiosity. He opened the box before him, and a beam of white light appeared. It instantly transformed into countless points of light, vanishing from its original location and merging into the train. Then, a message appeared on the train control panel screen. Train Murphy Stone quantity increased by 1 inner presence unit. This mysterious box yielded 1 inner presence unit of Murphy Stone. A very good reward. Rugged Civilization only had a total of 0.19 inner presence units of Murphy Stone. 1 inner presence unit of Murphy Stone, given to any civilization, would surely make the leader of that civilization smile. Giving it to him alone was pointless. He didn't need the Murphy Stone. This mysterious box was completely wasted. He then looked at the other components. The train still had plenty of resources, far too many to spend. As for the third most important component, it was naturally the train support AI. The train support AI was currently at level 5000. After consuming 200 inner presence units of iron ore, it reached level 10,000. Train Assistance AI level 10,000 supermodel effect. Before a battle begins, the AI will calculate and manipulate all quantum states, simulating millions of possible scenarios within seconds to select the optimal solution. Furthermore, if its own side is damaged, the AI can return all its civilization's trains to their previous state 5 seconds ago. This method has no cost and can be used indefinitely. Awesome. Chen Meng silently concluded. An AI can manipulate time. How the hell is that even possible? This is the master of time. If a train is damaged, the AI will immediately return it to its previous state 5 seconds ago. This is almost as powerful as his absolute defense. But, even more amazing, because of the civilizational wonder miracle arrives, his train assistance AI is actually at level 10,001. This means that as long as the distance is close, his train AI could freely invade the AI of other trains, even if that train's AI level was 10,000. Just one level off could crush someone to death. This wasn't just any level. It was an extra level after reaching the maximum level. This time, there was no pop-up stating that human civilization was the first to upgrade this component to the maximum level. It seemed other civilizations had already done so. He had figured it out. Those colorful gray components were probably only a few civilizations capable of reaching the maximum level. The Murphy stones consumed were too high. However, such an important, low-grade component should have been upgraded to the maximum level by some civilization. The cost-effectiveness was quite good. Xiao AI, how are you feeling? I've never felt better. Xiao AI's excited voice echoed from the train. I feel like my brain is incredibly clear right now, and my computing power is seriously overflowing. All my current workload hasn't even used up 0.01% of my computing power. If I could appear on an ordinary planet with no civilization level right now, and that planet happened to have something like a decentralized virtual currency, I think with my computing power, I could instantly mine the world's richest person. That's good. There won't be any such improvements in the future. I've reached the top. Chen Meng smiled, leaning back in his chair. There were so many resources. For the first time, he felt like he had more than he could use. And this was just the resources of a level 7 civilization. He had more than he could use. He set his sights on the next important component. Doppler radar. When his radar level was 500, he was very cautious, fearing that excessive radar levels would trigger some cosmic mine. But when his radar reached level 5000, he feared nothing. At that level, how many radars could detect him? Even if they could, who would dare approach? After consuming 1,000 units of iron ore, he upgraded his level 5000 Doppler radar to level 10,000. Doppler radar level 10,000 super mode effect, increased detection range, enabling ultra-long range, interdimensional strikes. Once locked onto an enemy on radar, precise strikes can be carried out even at a distance of hundreds of millions of light years. And no matter where the enemy hides, once locked onto, they will be revealed, even in a black hole. The super mode effect is just average. Not too strong. But that's not the most amazing thing about this accessory. When he upgraded it to level 5000, the detection range had increased from 100 million light years to 1 trillion light years. A full 10,000 times increase. However, according to the latest data, the diameter of the entire universe is only 400 billion light years. The range he detected was already far greater than the diameter of this universe. But after reaching level 10,000, the detection range no longer had specific data, replaced by the solitary words detectable universe. The entire universe appeared on the screen. A total diameter of 12 trillion light years. It's not that the latest data is inaccurate. It's that the diameter of the detectable three-dimensional universe is indeed only 400 billion light years. Beyond this range are various higher dimensional universes, chaotic regions born from the expansion of the universe, where time and space have lost their meaning, expanding and collapsing at will. This 12 trillion light-year value is constantly changing. Sometimes it becomes 7 trillion light-years, sometimes even 892 trillion light-years, and then again 3 trillion light-years. Only the fixed three-dimensional universe, with a diameter of 400 billion light-years, is certain. The various numerical values of the higher dimensional universes born from the expansion of the universe outside the observable universe are constantly collapsing and reorganizing. But no matter how the numerical values change, his Doppler radar can detect them. Theoretically, it is impossible for civilization to survive in such a region of higher dimensional universe. The flow of time in this region is completely chaotic. When space in a region continuously collapses at such extreme upper and lower limits, it is impossible for life to survive there. Chapter 374. And the reality was just as he had imagined. In this vast, numerically chaotic high-dimensional space, not a single civilization existed. There was no such thing as something his radar couldn't detect. His radar was already at the maximum level, 10001. Even if the enemy had a maximum level radar jammer, he could still detect it. In such a numerically chaotic high-dimensional space, if there truly was civilization, it would surely be a high-dimensional civilization. Shall I? Sitting in the train compartment, Chen Meng stared at the extremely chaotic and ever-changing high-dimensional space on the radar screen, his eyes narrowed slightly. You're saying there are high-dimensional civilizations? Now, he was almost at the pinnacle of the universe. Give him just a little more time and a little more resources, and he would surpass all civilizations. When he first heard the words God-level civilization, he was shocked and felt a strong sense of oppression. But as he approached this point, he suddenly felt that God-level civilizations were just average. If a first-level civilization were like a weak ant, that God-level civilization is nothing more than a powerful ant. Essentially, nothing has changed. Granted, a God-level civilization can employ various means to instantly destroy multiple civilizations, but in essence, it's the same. It's different from the high-dimensional civilization he imagined. A truly high-dimensional civilization. It should exist. Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train. But it shouldn't exist in this universe, much less in this chaotic high-dimensional universe. That high-dimensional universe is merely an extension of the universe's expansion. When that region stabilizes near the main body of the universe, its values will also stabilize and be incorporated into the observable universe, becoming part of the main body of the universe. It's not a true higher-dimensional universe. I think the true higher-dimensional universe may exist outside the universe. Beyond the ever-expanding universe lies the true higher-dimensional universe, the home of higher-dimensional civilizations. And our universe, in their eyes, may be just a laboratory instrument. Or perhaps an amoxicillin capsule. Maybe even a coconut. Who knows? Those higher-dimensional civilizations may be observing us like lab rats, or perhaps they simply don't care about our existence, just like how few people, except children, care about how ants dig their burrows. In that case, perhaps the former future creator was right. Humanity really shouldn't leave the universe. The crises outside the universe are beyond our control. What will happen then is not the extinction of civilization, but the extinction of the universe. Chen Meng remained silent. He recalled the origins of the Hell suit. It was the only suit in the universe, possessing several extremely powerful effects. However, these effects were merely supplementary. The core function was the only key to leaving this cage-like universe. If a higher-dimensional civilization were truly observing their universe, that wouldn't be good news. Observation isn't a benevolent act. It's like a child observing the direction of an anthill. Instead of carefully bending down with delicate tools, they would simply pee to determine the direction. The difference in angle, even with innocent observations, would have catastrophic consequences. Of course, all of this is merely speculation. Currently, there's no evidence or information about what lies beyond the universe. His primary task now is to quickly attain a God-level civilization. Then, try to explore the outer reaches of the universe. Afterward, Chen Meng sat back in his chair and looked at the Doppler radar image. His current position placed him at the center of the universe. Yes, his birthplace, the Naya Galaxy, is precisely at the center of the universe, arguably even its most central region. Of course, the universe isn't a fantasy novel. Just because Zhongzhou doesn't exist doesn't necessarily mean it's rich in resources. Otherwise, his start wouldn't have been so difficult. From observing the radar image, he could tell that the universe was currently divided among 27 God-level civilizations. These 27 God-level civilizations represented 14 races, some of which had produced multiple god-level civilizations. For example, the human race. The human race had produced a full 5 god-level civilizations. They are human civilization, creation civilization, equal heaven civilization, Taoist civilization, and refining star civilization. These 5 civilizations were all founded by the human race, and their members are all human. The first 3 are train-shaped civilizations, while the Taoist civilization and the refining star civilization are both immortal cultivation civilizations. Immortal cultivation civilization. Chen Mang looked thoughtfully at the territories of the 2 civilizations. The territories of the 2 civilizations were adjacent to each other. He had rarely encountered advanced immortal cultivation civilizations. This was an extremely extreme form of civilization. Extremely weak in the early stages. But after growing, its upper limit in the later stages is quite high. The territory of the god-level civilization he currently resides in is the territory of the god-level civilization human civilization. To become a god-level civilization, one must first conquer the territory of a god-level civilization, then withstand the pressure from other god-level civilizations. Only by ascending under this pressure can one truly become a god-level civilization. If he wants to become a god-level civilization, this human civilization that shares his name will inevitably be one of his greatest enemies. But there's no suspense anymore. Just push forward. Now his AI can fully control all trains below Xiao AI's level. Immortal cultivation civilizations are more difficult, as there are no trains for him to invade. But a train-based civilization is a one-sided crushing defeat. If you invade all the trains, you're still left with nothing. He glanced at the remaining resources. He still has 7,577 iron ore units. Continue upgrading. Just then, Xiao AI's voice suddenly echoed within the train. Conductor, I found the planet called Blue Star you asked me to find last time. Based on the characteristics and description you gave me, including the ecosystems of the surrounding planets, I found a total of 13 star systems that meet these criteria. Please check and see which one is the planet you mentioned. Soon, an aerial view of small star systems in the universe appeared on the train control panel screen. Chen Mang scanned them one by one. After scanning 7, he spotted a familiar small star system. The familiar star, the familiar blue planet, and the familiar moon whose backside could never be seen. That's it. Chen Mang gazed dazedly at this small galaxy, consisting of only a few planets. It was extremely far away, close to the edge of the universe, nestled in the middle of a cosmic void, with almost no mineral planets or planetary belts around it. It was completely isolated. It was a place no civilization would invade. It was extremely safe. This planet was the one he'd been on before his time travel, the one from which he inexplicably ended up in the Naya Galaxy's water blue planet. It was quite good. He remained silent. It was quite a distance away, and the resources he consumed in creating the wormhole were considerable. When he had time, he could go home and visit. That would be a triumphant return home. He wondered if Blue Planet had changed since he left. Oh, right. He had to go to the far side of the moon and see for himself. So many scientists on Blue Planet had studied what lay there, for years, without any results. Once he stood on the far side, he wanted to see what it was like. There had been many speculations back then. For example, the moon is an advanced civilization's observer, tasked with constantly observing the blue planet, hence its constant frontal orientation. There's also the possibility that the back of the moon is a weapons base for an advanced civilization, poised to destroy the blue planet at any moment. At the time, he hadn't ruled out this possibility. But now, he was almost certain it was completely impossible. Those advanced civilizations wouldn't be so crazy as to venture into a cosmic void and observe a planet devoid of even a first-level civilization. No normal civilization would inhabit a cosmic void, unless they didn't mine or utilize the core energy emitted by any planet. Before he traveled through time, Blue Planet's main energy source was still oil, not core energy. He had never even heard of that. The cosmic void where Blue Planet resided was also enormous. It was a full 1.8 billion light-years in diameter. Not to mention that a god-level civilization's radar probably couldn't detect Blue Planet. Even if it did, they wouldn't bother to visit it. It was truly a safe location. He remembered that in his previous life, the nation on Blue Planet had once sent something like a civilization broadcast into the depths of space, announcing its existence. This sparked considerable debate. Many worried that it would bring disaster to Blue Planet and attract alien attention. Now it seemed there was no need to worry. The time it would take for that broadcast to reach the void would be enough for Blue Planet to self-destruct. Moreover, even if a civilization received the message, they wouldn't bother to respond. And the habitable planets that Blue Planet was so proud of were so numerous in the vast universe that they were insignificant. Conductor, you've been in a daze for a long time. Does this unknown planet, so far away from you, have any story to tell you? Yes. Chin Mang nodded slightly and smiled. It does have some story. Perhaps people really do have past lives and future lives. I always feel like I've lived on this planet. You mean you haven't completely forgotten your past life, and you remember living on this planet? That's right. Is the gap between your past life and the present long in your memory? Not too long. Were you a virgin in your past life? No, but I think your question is a bit presumptuous. What I mean is, if you, the train conductor, decide to go to this planet and discover that the woman from your past life is pregnant and has given birth to a child, would you raise the child or not? What should the child call you, Dad or Stepdaddy? Does AI just enjoy pondering these messy ethical questions? This is a crucial way for AI to learn human thinking. Chen Mang didn't bother to pay attention to Xiao AI. He simply rolled his eyes before leaning back in his chair and stretching. He had no plans to go to Blue Star anytime soon. He would wait until it became a god-level civilization before returning home in glory. Conductor. Stop. I need a break. I don't really want to discuss these boring ethical issues. No, I have something important to discuss. An unusual spatial fluctuation has been detected somewhere on the radar. I've detected the activity of a massive star beast, seriously injured and fleeing. Currently, there's a 67% probability that this star beast is Xiaolu's mother. Wait! Chen Mang abruptly straightened up and gazed at the radar screen, which was as calm as the ocean. Zoom in on that spot. Let me see. As the image zoomed in, a star beast was frantically fleeing in a galaxy 120 million light-years away. Behind it was a fleet of trains. Each main gun fire inflicted immense damage on the massive star beast. That train fleet originated from a level 6 civilization. It was quite powerful. How did you determine this? I attempted to contact this celestial beast and transmitted images of Little Green's daily life into its brain. It became extremely agitated and is now fleeing towards us at a breakneck speed. At this rate, it's estimated to arrive in 17,890 years. It is begging and pleading for mercy. Xiaolu's mother. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected Xiaolu's mother to still be alive. After all, long ago, he had captured a cosmic broadcast from the Naya galaxy, a broadcast from a now extinct level 3 civilization. That level 3 civilization had perished at the hands of Xiaolu's mother. After discovering her child was missing, Xiaolu's mother frantically searched the entire Naya galaxy. Her massive form and terrifying gravity wreaked horrific havoc on the galaxy. That unfortunate level 3 civilization also perished in this unforeseen disaster. But he hadn't expected that, after all these years, Xiaolu's mother was still alive, and still searching for her child. Xiao Ai nodded in approval. Little Green's mother has considerable combat experience. She's using the train's attacks to speed her journey to us. This way, we can shave another 127 years off our arrival time. And she's become much stronger than before. She's also quite lucky. Normally, a star beast of Little Green's mother's strength would be fine in low civilization zones, but any encounter with a level 5 or 6 advanced civilization would be a target for capture and hunting. And then, Little Green, who had been playing with his younger brother, the star-stepping sword tiger, in the train compartment, seemed to sense something. He rolled restlessly into the train compartment, curled up at Chen Mang's feet, and looked up at the radar screen. Little Green's mother on the screen was just a small red dot. He knew what the red dot represented. But Little Green certainly didn't. Little Green simply felt a sense of unease and inexplicable irritation. If no one intervenes, will Little Green Mother reach us now in 17,763 years? No. Xiao Ai shook her head. The data just provided is theoretical, based on Little Green Mother's speed. The reality is, if external factors intervene, it's estimated that Little Green Mother will be hunted down and killed by the train fleet in no more than 7 days. Chapter 375. Level 6 Civilization. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. This civilization was the same as the Qinshan civilization, and Little Green Mother was no less powerful. Even a single train fleet was enough to annihilate Little Green Mother. This level 6 civilization was considered quite powerful even among its peers. Find the coordinates ahead of Little Green Mother for a possible jump and prepare to open a wormhole. Yes. Of course we need to rescue her. He also fired a level 5000 Arcanon light cannon as a test, thus satisfying the conditions for civilization advancement. His wormhole opener was level 2000. The maximum wormhole span it could create was 100 million light-years. With only 2 transits, it could reach the vicinity of Little Green Mother. After consuming 1.44 units of iron ore, 2 wormholes were created. As the train slowly emerged from the wormhole, it approached Little Green's mother. With the naked eye, it could clearly see a massive object, nearly filling the entire pupil, zipping through the universe at an incredible speed. While incredibly fast, it certainly didn't reach the speed of light. The immense gravitational pull shattered space, forcing it to continuously shuttle through the shattered space, thus reaching speeds far exceeding the speed of light. He had seen this method before. The cosmic mind he had encountered before was similar to this. The fleet of trains following closely behind it, continuously creating wormholes, closely followed Little Green's mother. Little Green's mother's immense size, coupled with her incredibly high speed, created a gravitational pull that shredded almost all surrounding space, instantly shredding any stars and planets it encountered along the way. The biggest victims of this chase were actually those unfortunate civilizations, who hadn't offended anyone, yet were inexplicably destroyed. At the same time, Xiaolu, on the train, seemed to sense something, her eyes suddenly brightening, and she looked out the window eagerly. Chen Meng was all too familiar with Xiaolu's expression. It was a craving for food. A star-eating beast's primary food source wasn't planets, but giant star beasts. Only a star beast of this size could satisfy Xiaolu's appetite. How mad! You even want to eat your mother. Chen Meng looked at the eager Xiaolu with a touch of emotion. His face showed no trace of maternal excitement, only a thirst for satisfying food. But soon, Xiaolu sniffed, and the appetite in her eyes instantly vanished, replaced by anxiety and restlessness, rubbing her head against his trouser leg. TSK. You panicked now? Chen Meng sighed helplessly, then leaned back in his chair, looking at the fleet of trains locked onto the Doppler radar. He casually said, "Tell Little Green's mother to get out of the way." The next moment, the Arcanon's main light cannon atop the star train began slowly gathering power, its intensity set at 5,000. The train's iron ore reserves began to rapidly deplete. This single shot consumed 10 units of iron ore within the train. "Captain, I can actually invade these trains and take them over completely." "No need." Chen Meng shook his head. The conditions for civilization advancement still need to be met. Without pausing, he pressed the red button on the control panel. Boom! The universe was silent, but the sound resonated deafeningly in his mind. A crimson beam of blazing light, like a dimensional strike from a higher dimensional civilization against a lower dimensional one, shot out from behind Little Green's mother. Little Green's mother instantly shrank to the size of Little Green, dodging the attack. In the blink of an eye, the attack reached the fleet of trains chasing Little Green's mother. The energy shield activated instantly, only to be ripped apart in an instant. The beam fired from the 5,000 level Arcanum light cannon, before reaching its target, transformed into a terrifying, pitch-black black hole, destroying everything around it. The fleet of trains was annihilated with virtually no resistance. Extremely simple. Extremely brutal. Absolute numerical crushing. 15 minutes later, Chen Meng sat inside the star train, gazing at 2 round green balls on the floor. One was smaller, the other larger. The smaller one was Little Green, and the larger one was Little Green's mother. Neither could speak. The larger green ball was rubbing against Little Green. Though its expression was blank, he could sense the joy and excitement deep within its soul. Little Green was initially bewildered, but gradually, she sensed the loving presence and responded. Very good. Sitting in his chair, Chen Meng gazed at the scene before him. Little Green had a perfect ending. At the end of the story, she finally reunited with her long-lost mother, and the mother finally found her child. It's quite a sin. Over the years, during the search for the child, I'm sure many civilizations have been buried with Xiaolu. Xiaoyai, can you communicate with Xiaolu's mother? Not really communication, more a kind of deep soul-to-soul communication. It can only exchange simple messages, like goodwill, we mean no harm, pull aside, and so on. I can't transmit any more complex instructions, and even if I did, she wouldn't understand. The intelligence of the star beasts is still lower than that of humans. Yes. Chen Meng nodded. Xiaolu's mother will also be a member of the train. Have Xiaolu explain the train rules to her. One of the most important rules is that you can't transform casually on the train. So far, Xiaolu has never transformed on the train. So he was actually quite curious. His train's armor is absolutely solid, not only for external protection, but also for internal protection. If Xiaolu or her mother transformed into their feeding form on his train, they would instantly become 0.1 light-years wide. his train would definitely not explode. Then, the other party will just have to explode. That's quite a sin. Understood. By the way, how did she lose her child? It wasn't an egg, it had already hatched. How could it be lost for no apparent reason? And where did the child's father go? Okay. The matter was perfectly resolved. The star train had gained a new celestial behemoth. Little Green had gained a new mother. Little Green's mother had no objection to joining the star train. After all, her child was here, and she loved it, among other reasons. Of course, the most important reason was that Little Green's mother had witnessed the star train's power firsthand. They dared not disobey the star train. Although the star beasts were less intelligent, they clearly understood one thing. The strong could not be resisted. Chen Mang sat inside the train, gazing at the edge of the universe. Beyond the 400 billion light-years of the observable universe, the entire universe's diameter was 192.83 billion light-years. Before he could observe further, it had shrunk to 293.9 billion light-years. The numerical values of the higher dimensional universe outside the main universe were somewhat chaotic, completely random, irregular, and uncontrollable. When he had free time, he enjoyed observing the changes in the higher dimensional universe. He felt, the changes in the higher dimensional universe might not be exactly like this, but simply that if he tried to represent them in three-dimensional data, it would result in this severely chaotic scene. One day, he must go and see it. See what the higher dimensional universe outside the main universe actually looks like. Then travel through the higher dimensional universe to see what lies beyond. He now understood why no civilization had left the universe. Even if they reached the speed of light, exceeding the rate of cosmic expansion, it would be meaningless. The high-dimensional universe enveloping the universe itself was like an eggshell, tightly enclosing it, and making it impossible to penetrate. There, time and space lost their meaning, freely shifting. Huh? He let out a long breath, looking away from the radar screen and at the information on the control panel. After he had fired that shot, several panels popped up on the screen. Human civilization has met the promotion requirements and has automatically advanced. The range of this promotion ripple is 10 billion light-years. All beings within civilizations of level 1 and above will receive this promotion ripple in their own way. The promotion ripple is transmitted at the speed of light. Level 6 civilization, human civilization, has successfully advanced to level 7. At this moment, human civilization has officially ascended to level 7, officially joining the ranks of the universe's top civilizations. It holds a ticket to becoming a god-level civilization. From this moment on, his civilization has only one goal, to become a god-level civilization. Under the obstruction of other civilizations, the resource territories in the universe have been completely divided up. There is no new territory for him to occupy. To become a god-level civilization, he must overthrow another god-level civilization. Using his Doppler radar, he can see the distribution of all forces in the universe. Of course, he doesn't have the leisure to observe the distribution of all civilizations, focusing primarily on the god-level civilizations and some level 9 civilizations. In a corner of the universe, a level 9 civilization called the Starlight Civilization is engaged in a decisive battle with a god-level civilization, and the surrounding god-level civilizations are also lending a hand to this challenger. The battle is extremely fierce. Light cannons fly everywhere. Two-dimensional foil is tossed around like oil paintings. The scene is a chaotic mess. The battle was utterly devastating. The Starlight Civilization had some connection to him, being the descendant of the rugged civilization after its return. This was the Saya clan's native civilization, and they were now deploying all their resources to launch a general attack on the god-level civilization. Success? Become a god-level civilization. Defeat? Casualties? The surrounding god-level civilizations tacitly dispatched troops to support the challenged god-level civilization. In a sense, the clubhouse was a one-on-many fight. Achieving a god-level civilization was a significant challenge. It's worth noting that only the Saya clan or the Xioshian civilization could use the bloodline wormhole to gather all their members together, expanding their power and transforming into a trained civilization. Even if they could recruit a large number of members through the bloodline wormhole, it would be useless without the resources to bring them over. Only those civilizations that have concentrated their power can use this method to increase their own civilization's power in a short period of time. However, using this method would be a decisive battle, completely exhausting the race's heritage. A defeat would nearly wipe out the entire race from the universe. Forget about future resurgences, the race itself would no longer exist in the universe. It would be completely annihilated. The risk is extremely high. It's a gamble. It's unclear which side will emerge victorious in the short term. A war between civilizations of this magnitude won't end in a short time. The battlefields of god-level civilizations are still bustling. Qin felt a little itchy watching. He really wanted to join the battle, but he wasn't strong enough yet, at least not absolutely invincible. With a little more development, he would be nearly truly invincible. Then he could officially make his debut. Another panel slowly appeared on the screen. Civilization name, Human Civilization. Civilization level, Level 7. Civilization leader, Qin. Civilized planets, Blue Water Planet, Basalt Planet, Mineral Planet number 1, Mineral Planet number 2, Mineral Planet number 3, Mineral Planet number 4, etc. Civilized population, 61 trillion people. Promotion requirements. Maximum attack energy range exceeds 500,000. P.S. Upon reaching level 2 civilization, including every subsequent promotion, a promotion ripple is released that can be detected by all surrounding civilizations. The higher the level, the wider the range of the promotion ripple. Civilized means the generation rate and capacity of resource ores such as Murphy stone, iron ore, and copper ore are doubled, their generation probability is doubled, and the probability of special item spawning is doubled. This is the new human civilization panel. The conditions for advancing to level 8 civilization are extremely simple. There are no restrictions on territory or the number of civilizational wonders. The only restriction is the maximum attack power. In other words, as long as one possesses a level 5000 Arcanum light cannon, one can advance to level 8. The condition for advancing to level 7 civilization is a level 3000 Arcanum light cannon. The means of a level 8 civilization are resource-based. They can help a civilization acquire more resources during its development. That's not important. It's a means of development. What's important is, the one he fired to rescue Little Green's mother just now was a level 5000 Arcanum light cannon, not a level 3000. So, several panels slowly appeared on the train control console screen again. Human civilization has met the promotion requirements and has automatically advanced. The range of this promotion ripple is 100 billion light years. All creatures within civilizations level 1 and above will receive this promotion ripple in their own way. The transmission speed of the promotion wave is the speed of light. Level 7 civilization, human civilization, has successfully advanced to level 8. Yes! Human civilization has successfully completed 2 consecutive advancements, leaping from level 6 to level 8 in one go. This is a civilizational upgrade. The speed is even faster than his previous train upgrades. It's incredibly impressive. Qin touched his nose and muttered softly, "It's already level 8? By the way, Xiao, besides our strength, is there anything about our civilization that resembles a level 8 civilization? It's developing too fast. I'm a little uncomfortable." Chapter 376. Once you reach that level of strength, the others will gradually follow. Xiao explained earnestly. Qin didn't say much. He didn't actually need an answer to his question. But it was clear that although Xiao possessed intelligence comparable to humans, and even made decisions more accurately than humans at times, she still found it difficult to adapt to the complexities of human speech. Qin sat inside the train, looking at the pop-up panel on the control panel. Human civilization has officially been promoted to level 8. It's only one step away from level 9. A new civilization panel popped up on the screen. Civilization name, Human Civilization. Civilization level, Level 8. Civilization leader, Qin. Civilization planets, Water Blue Star, Xuanwu Star, Mining Star number 1, Mining Star number 2, Mining Star number 3, Mining Star number 4, etc. Civilization population, 61 trillion people. Promotion condition, the strongest attack energy range exceeds 700,000. P.S. Upon reaching level 2, including every subsequent advancement, a promotion ripple is released that can be detected by all surrounding civilizations. The higher the level, the wider the range of the promotion ripple. Civilization methods. The generation rate and capacity of resource ores such as Murphy stone, iron ore, and copper ore are doubled. The civilization panel has basically not changed much. It is worth noting that there is only one condition for advancement to level 9. The maximum attack energy range exceeds 700,000, which is equivalent to a level 7,000 Arcanum light cannon, not requiring a level 10,000. The promotion requirements were much lower than he imagined. And this civilizational method, also a resource-based one, doubles the generation rate of Murphyite, iron, and copper within the civilization's territory. The scope is selectable. For example, He could enclose a star system within his civilization's territory, doubling the resource generation rate there. Otherwise, this civilizational method would be shared by the entire universe. If the entire universe were divided among god-level civilizations, wouldn't this mean that every corner could benefit from this effect? Then, there would be no resource-scarce areas. The next moment, a shrill warning suddenly rang out from the train. Warning, warning, an attack of unknown strength detected, rapidly approaching. Warning, warning on the Doppler radar, a comet-like beam of light was rapidly approaching the star train, crossing tens of millions of light-years in the blink of an eye. This was an attack originating from 780 million light-years away, passing through dozens of wormholes along the way, and in the blink of an eye, it had crossed 780 million light-years and arrived overhead. The warning had just sounded. The attack had already arrived. Boom! Intense flames instantly enveloped the star train. After the smoke cleared, the star train remained unscathed in the universe, and the rapid warnings from within the train ceased to emanate. The moment it struck, he knew the strength of the attack. The power of the 7,000 level Arcanon Light Energy main cannon. This was an attack from a level 9 civilization. It's an automated attack from human civilization. Once it detects that a civilization has advanced to level 8, it launches an immediate attack, similar to a cosmic mine. Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train. Qin Mang sat in the train, gazing out the window. He was familiar with the weapon, the Arcanum Light Cannon. However, the enemy's supermodulus effect was clearly different from his own. The 7,000 level Arcanum Light Cannon's explosion didn't create a black hole. Instead, it transformed the surrounding area, a million light-years away, into 2 dimensions. This was his first time in a 2-dimensional universe. Looking out the window, it felt like stepping into an oil painting. The countless stars and planets lay flat on a single plane, no longer flickering, frozen in time. And the star train stood tall in this 2-dimensional universe, like a relief sculpture on the surface of a painting. Very good, he whispered, gazing at the information on the train control panel screen. This was a cosmic mine from the god-level civilization human civilization. It automatically captured information about advancements and attacked. He was within the territory of the god-level civilization human civilization, and when he ascended, he would immediately face attacks from human civilization. All god-level civilizations would immediately eliminate any civilization within their territory that had advanced to level 8. This was perfectly normal. He could understand it. He didn't feel any anger at a fellow human attacking him. He could understand their actions. Of course. He felt the other party would understand his counterattack. The attack hadn't caused him any damage. His armor was now fully upgraded, possessing the absolute defensive sanctuary supermodel effect, making him practically invincible. Even in the depths of a black hole, it wouldn't be affected, and the flow of time wouldn't affect his civilization. He glanced at the remaining resources on the train and the Doppler radar, which showed signs of a gathering of god-level civilizations, human civilizations, and murmured in a daze, "It seems there's no need to develop anymore." The first attack failed. The enemy clearly had no intention of giving up, and was preparing to gather their forces for another attack. If it were him in the past, he would have fled first, focusing on development first. A gentleman's revenge doesn't take too long. But he had just glanced at the train's resource panel, and suddenly realized, somewhat dazedly, that after so many years of development, he seemed to have reached his limit. There was no need to develop further. The train currently had 7,475.56 iron ore units. That was enough to upgrade most components to the maximum level. Perhaps, development was no longer necessary. Human civilization could officially join the war. The first battle would begin with our own race. Eliminate the human race. There could only be one civilization in the universe called human civilization. That was the other party's thinking, and so did he. Qin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, brought up a 3-dimensional image of the star train, and began rapidly strengthening the remaining components, preparing for a head-on battle. First up, the colorful accessory Spy 7 Doppler tail jet. After consuming 1,100.5 units of iron ore, it upgrades directly from level 1,000 to level 10,000, the maximum level, granting several supermodulus effects simultaneously. Spy 7 Doppler tail jet level 2,000 supermodulus effect, explosive speed increase. Spy 7 Doppler tail jet level 5,000 supermodulus effect, explosive speed increase. Spy 7 Doppler tail jet level 10,000 supermodulus effect, explosive speed increase. 3 identical supermodulus effects in a row. Unremarkable. But it's enough. At level 1,000, this accessory can boost the train to nearly 1/3 the speed of light. With each level increase, speed increases, and the supermodulus effects further increase speed. After upgrading it to the maximum level, the resulting effect is that the train can travel at 10 times the speed of light. To put it bluntly, a star train traveling at full speed for a year will travel 10 light-years. This description might seem ordinary. 10 light-years is a very short distance in the universe. But it's important to note that energy cannons are the fastest weapons in the universe. They can maintain the speed of light, making them virtually invulnerable to enemies. But at 10 times the speed of light, virtually no weapon can hit them. That's pretty good. Of course, for the star train, this isn't a big deal. Even if they hit, it doesn't matter. Continue upgrading. Also, consuming 1,100.5 units of iron or upgrade the Spy 7 Doppler radar jammer from level 1000 to level 10,000. The supermod effects gained are all 0. This accessory's previous supermod effect was 0. With the benefit of the Civilization Wonder, this accessory is actually level 10001, meaning that no one can detect them unless their resources are exposed. The star train will become a complete ghost in the universe. The important parts have been upgraded. Next up are some of the train's lesser parts. For example, the yellow grade space gate. This crucial part is currently only level 500, somewhat out of place among the train's many max level parts. Upgrade. After consuming 153 units of iron ore, he successfully obtained a level 10,000 space gate. This part is a single part. Each space gate needs to be upgraded separately. Several new supermode effects have been added. Space Gate Level 1000 Supermode Effect. The Space Gate's volume has been significantly increased, allowing it to simultaneously accommodate 10 planets with diameters up to 100,000 kilometers and 1 star, forming a planetary cluster within the Space Gate. Space Gate Level 2000 Supermode Effect. The Space Gate's volume has been further increased, allowing it to simultaneously accommodate planets up to 100 levels with diameters up to 1 million kilometers and 3 stars. Space Gate Level 5000 Supermode Effect. Resources will be generated on the planets within the Space Gate. Space Gate Level 10,000 Supermode Effect. Creatures that die within the Space Gate have a chance to be resurrected and will be imprisoned on a planet, unable to leave. At the same time, a new panel appeared on the train control panel screen. Human civilization is the first in the entire universe to obtain a fully upgraded Space Gate accessory. This accessory has automatically been upgraded to the Sanctuary level. This also grants the Civilization Wonder new universe. Space Gate Sanctuary Supermodel Effect. The internal space will be infinite, capable of accommodating countless planets. Good. Chin Mang couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Although he only had one maxed out Space Gate, it was more than enough. With this maxed out Space Gate, he could resolve many of his worries. The stars he collected last time at the Kasha Civilization ruins were no longer enough. He had originally collected quite a few, but a single 5,000 level Arcanon light cannon shot had just depleted the remaining stars. Looking at the screen, they were almost all extinguished. He needed more stars. For an inhabited planet, a nearby star was the source of life and extremely valuable. But in the entire universe, stars were like grains of sand on a beach, countless and inexhaustible. And he had assumed these lower-grade accessories would have already been upgraded to their maximum level. Unexpectedly, this one, which only required 153 iron ore, hadn't been upgraded to its maximum level yet. In contrast, the colorful accessories radar jammer and Doppler tail jet had already been upgraded to their maximum level by the civilization, so he didn't get the Sanctuary Supermodel effect. Set sail! Chin Mang steered the train, swiftly entering the newly created wormhole nearby, leaving this two-dimensional area and returning to the territory left to him by the rugged civilization. Then, the train began to rapidly speed through the galaxy, like a gluttonous snake, collecting every habitable planet and star it passed. Chin Mang expended 306 units of iron ore to create 2 more level 10,000 space gates. These 2 max-level space gates also possessed the Temple Supermodel effect. He had 3 space gates. One was specifically used to store stars as an energy reserve. One was specifically used to collect habitable planets, forming his civilization's ecosystem within the train. One was used to store various mineral stars as a resource reserve. This was a massive undertaking. Soon, Xiao Ai provided specific data. The craggy civilization has a total of 37 galaxies. At our current rate, we estimate that in 879 years, we will have absorbed all the stars and high-value planets in the first galaxy into the train. Taking away all the high-value planets in 37 galaxies will take an estimated 37,920 years. Don't worry, conductor. With the current strength of human civilization, your lifespan could easily reach tens of thousands of years. You can definitely afford the wait. Chen Meng stared at the data in silence. He oversimplified his thinking. A single galaxy contained nearly 1 trillion stars. Even if he could create numerous wormholes, and then, relying on the train's high speed, quickly plunder all the high-value planets in a galaxy, but the time it would take would still be terrifying. He couldn't wait here that long. He needed a faster solution. He lit a cigarette, pondering silently, his eyes narrowed slightly. An idea gradually formed in his mind. Perhaps he could ask Xiaolu's mother for help. She was very skilled at destroying galaxies. Swallow all the planets into a replica first, then store them in the space gate? No. It was still inefficient. It wasn't fast enough. Wait. Maybe. He remembered an accessory he neglected for a long time. Powerful magnet. If he could use a powerful magnet to draw all the planets in a galaxy into his spatial portal, that would be much faster. After he upgraded this accessory to level 500, he rarely used it. He used it to manipulate the gravitational field to attract monsters. A big reason for this was that the supermodel effect of this accessory had been 0 since level 200. Even if he upgraded it to level 10,000, the supermodel effect would still be 0, never the perfect supermodel effect he imagined. But that wasn't important. Having this possibility was enough. Chen Meng took a deep breath, an idea forming within him. He stubbed out his cigarette before speaking. Have Chikashio put down everything he's doing and focus on developing the original design for the green-grade accessory powerful magnet. I want to see the original design as soon as possible. Understood. Xiao Ai's voice soon reached the train, clearly understanding Chen Meng's thoughts. Worth a try. Chapter 377. After giving these instructions, Chen Meng sat down inside the train and stopped his current star collection work. The efficiency was far too low. Without powerful magnets to help him complete the task, it would take a considerable amount of time. Even if powerful magnets didn't work, he would have to find another way. Really collecting them blindly wouldn't work. He looked at the newly acquired civilization wonder on the train screen. New universe. This was the 5th civilization wonder of human civilization, obtained when the space gate was upgraded to the maximum level. It was also located in carriage 13, appearing directly inside the train and being placed there by him. The first 4 were Insect Silence, Divine Silence, Miracle Arrival, and One Finger. Floating in the air above carriage 13, it resembled a galaxy, with countless faint points of light visible. It looked like a 3D projection in the air, highly visual and a wonderful exhibit. The effect was Special Wonder. Every time a civilization that possesses this wonder absorbs a planet into the train, a point of light on the civilization wonder will light up. Oh! Chen Meng's brows arched, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He'd been wondering why a few points of light on the new universe civilization wonder floating in the air above carriage 13 appeared brighter. It turned out that the planets already inside the train were illuminating some of the points of light. Interesting. I didn't expect there would be a synergistic effect. As long as the powerful magnet could randomly absorb planets, he would not only possess a large number of stars, but also completely illuminate this civilization wonder. He wondered what use it would have once it was illuminated. Now all that was left was to create the original design for the powerful magnet. The pressure was on Chikashio. Then he looked again at the new panel that appeared on the train control console screen. Human civilization, civilization empowerment. For each civilization wonder recognized by the rules of the universe, you will receive a box containing a random mystery reward up to 9. Colorful, human civilization has successfully created a civilization wonder recognized by the rules of the universe. The universe names it New Universe. Successfully obtained a box containing a random mystery reward. Another box to open. This was the 5th box he had received. The last time, it was cigarettes. The time before that, it was a lighter. He had no idea what this time would hold. It couldn't be a bar, could it? Chen Meng wondered as he opened the box on the table. The next moment, he stood there in expressionless silence. Inside the box was actually a beer. Is it really alcohol? Does this thing have telepathy? He picked up the bottle of beer, which bore no logo, and toyed with it in his hands. It was a special item for civilizations. The special items opened from this box were generally targeted at civilizations, rarely at individuals. After all, in the face of civilization, the power of an individual is insignificant. Item effect. When your civilization enacts a ban on alcohol, and enforcement reaches over 90% effectiveness, a drop of nectar will appear in this beer bottle every 10 years. Consuming it grants immortality from the universe, preventing natural death. When the ban is lifted, or enforcement falls below 90%, the item expires, and anyone who consumes the nectar loses the immortality. Interesting. Qin Mang gazed thoughtfully at the item's effects. He didn't really need the nectar of immortality, but he found it quite interesting. It was tied to a civilization's policies, and had the potential to change the trajectory of a civilization's development. Conductor, should human civilization implement a prohibition on alcohol? No need. Qin Mang waved his hand. Although he didn't particularly enjoy drinking, there was no substitute for alcohol when he felt happy, and it was truly indispensable for a civilization. The most important thing was 10 years. It would take 10 years after the prohibition was enacted to obtain a single drop of nectar. He couldn't wait that long. At the current rate, in 10 years, if he didn't want to eat beef, there wouldn't be a single cow left in the entire universe. This item would be completely useless. As for trading, that was even more unnecessary. Now, he no longer needed to trade with any civilization. The entire universe was a swathe of land waiting for him to conquer. Everything born in it belonged to him. There was no point in trading with himself. All we have to do is wait for the original design of the powerful magnet components to be researched. At this point, Qin Mang pondered. Shouldn't we find a new research team? Human civilization is now at level 8. Chikishio's research team was found in the level 1 civilization, the Chioha civilization. Perhaps they're a bit behind the curve. We need to look for new research teams from advanced civilizations. The God-level civilization human civilization is quite good. Let's go check it out first. One day later, Qin Mang, through multiple wormhole transfers, successfully arrived at Annie Star, a prosperous commercial planet in the God-level civilization human civilization. The entire process went unnoticed. His train and wormhole were both absolutely concealed. No one could detect them. Even the God-level civilization human civilization, with its equally high-level radar, couldn't detect them. They were a level higher. As their train slowly arrived at the Annie Star train transfer station through formal channels, they were easily scanned and approved. They were an inspection team from a large corporation. A civilization of the God-level human civilization's caliber inevitably relies on advanced AI to manage its operations. Xiao AI, already at the highest level, could hack into the AI of all trains and fabricate false information that could be verified in the database. It was a piece of cake. Basic operation. Very good. Qin Mang stood on the bustling streets of Annie Star, gazing at the stream of people coming and going. People of all skin colors were here, and his yellow skin didn't seem particularly out of place. However, the difference was truly significant compared to his human civilization. From a visual perspective, every now and then, a transparent person, composed entirely of countless blue and white codes, would pass by the street. They had no flesh, no organs, no blood, and looked like the sudden death of a programmer who had stayed up all night coding. He had learned from a nearby billboard that these people were called mechanical humans. Simply put, they had discarded all organic carbon-based forms, possessing no flesh, no disease, no life or death, and of course, no sexual intercourse, no intercourse. Completely energize yourself, with your data stored in a data center. Through data transfer, you can travel to another planet tens of millions of light years away in seconds. The range of your activities is vastly expanded. The billboard details the benefits of this form, and it's free, absolutely free, not a penny charged. Conductor. Xiao AI, standing nearby, quickly retrieved the details of this form by accessing the database. This form really has no drawbacks. Even intercourse can be simulated realistically through data input. Theoretically, it can achieve immortality. The only drawback is, data must be stored in the data center. Once your data is deleted by the data center, you will truly die. However, the price of storing your data in the data center is high. Transforming yourself into a cyborg is essentially becoming a slave to the data center. You must work until you can no longer earn money. Until the money's in. The advertisements claim that after becoming a mechanic, you don't need to buy a house, rest, sleep, or even a car. You can go wherever you want, and access any location through the data transfer center. In reality, after becoming a mechanic, you must work constantly to ensure you can afford the next storage fee. Yes. Qin Mang nodded slightly. From this perspective, it was clear that the God-level civilization human civilization did not control capitalism within its own civilization. He didn't mind marketization. For a civilization to develop and prosper, marketization was essential. Currently, within his civilization, a commoner could buy many things in a supermarket, things they couldn't make themselves, or things that would be extremely expensive to create. This is the product of marketization. It has value. But if businesses within a civilization are unregulated and overly focused on profit, that's what will happen. He doesn't really want to see that happen to businesses within his own civilization. However, based on his observations and the information on the communication platforms of the god-level civilization human civilization, it seems the people of this civilization still have a strong sense of identity with their own civilization. That's a bit of nonsense. What god-level civilization wouldn't have a sense of identity with their own civilization? Besides that, he saw many interesting things. For example, clothing that can be changed in style and color at will. A pricey earring that's actually a miniature black hole. A university student's graduation project is to design a working model of the universe. Historical reenactment has become a popular form of immersive theater. It's essentially time travel, but it's become more popular here. Older couples, with free time, like to go together and recreate the days of their youth, hand in hand, in love. It's a bit like, well, replaying a past. Many people, after a particularly good performance in a game, enjoy downloading the replay to revisit their play and admire their own moves. In historical replays, people can also relive the highlights of their lives. These aren't just differences in combat power. It's not about maxed out radar or maxed out armor. It's simply about daily life. It has to be admitted that human civilization's foundation is indeed weak right now, and it still has a long way to go before it reaches god-level status. For example, if you ask anyone from any civilization today what level human civilization is, they'd be uncertain and hesitant. There's no way. Human civilization is advancing too fast. Every time a civilization advances, all textbooks and official websites must update the current civilization level. The foundation is always changing. Oh! Just then, Qin Mang noticed something that caught his eye. He walked to the city's busiest area, and on both sides of the street, the same advertisement was displayed on the exterior screens of tall buildings. Virtual online game, new universe, officially open beta, virtual online game. It was a familiar concept. He had seen it in lower-level civilizations, and even in his own civilization, virtual online games had developed quite well. In the god-level civilization human civilization, virtual online games were naturally a common form of entertainment. It was just that the promotion for this virtual online game was a bit intriguing. It was claimed to be the largest virtual online game ever created in the entire universe, powered by a fully leveled 10,000 AI and occupying 100% of that AI's computing power. It boasted a one-to-one map of the observable universe and countless planets for players to explore. There are countless unexpected events for players to discover. There are countless adventures to surprise players. The game format is simple. It's a trained civilization development format. Players need to collect various resources from scratch to build their own train, and then step by step join other civilizations, or establish their own civilization and conquer the universe. This gimmick is already very impressive. Using 100% of the computing power of a full-level AI is much more impressive than Xiao AI. So far, no event on the Star Train is worth Xiao AI's 100% computing power. Devoting a full-level AI to a single game clearly isn't something a company should have the resources to do. A company, even one from a god-level civilization, can't possibly create a level 10,000 AI. Even if they truly had the resources to build one, the civilization wouldn't agree. All the resources would be confiscated, and the civilization would have its own uses. Most importantly, this game has an even more explosive gimmick. This virtual online game, New Universe, is jointly launched by 27 god-level civilizations, offering multiple races to choose from, each with its own unique talents, except, of course, for the human race. It's a near-perfect one-to-one replica of the civilization structure in the current universe. This gimmick is explosive enough. With 100% computing power provided by a full-level AI, the data center can accommodate more than enough players. Using a full-level AI solely for gaming is truly overkill. This doesn't make sense. Qin Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. This was clearly more than just a game. He felt like there was something he didn't know. Shall I go check what the real purpose of this game is? Yes. Having Xiao AI is like carrying an intelligence center with you. However, many god-level civilizations possess maximum-level AI. This leads everyone to be aware of the risk of their AI databases being hacked, and they tend to prefer physical storage, where many confidential information remains undetectable. Soon, Xiao AI said, somewhat strangely, I found some information about our civilization. In the background story of this game, there's an 8th-level civilization called Human Civilization, led by Qin Mang, a chaotic civilization. They're villains. Chapter 378. Chen Meng was slightly taken aback by this. He was momentarily unsure. In this virtual game called New Universe, his human civilization was the villain? Whether it was or not didn't really matter to him. What concerned him was the other party's information acquisition too quickly? Only yesterday, when he broke through to level 8, he triggered the cosmic minds of the god-level human civilization and was detected for a brief moment. He had already upgraded his radar jammer to the maximum level, and the other party should have been unable to detect him since then. But in just that short moment, the other party had captured his civilization's basic information and entered it into this newly released virtual online game. Chen Meng's expression was slightly odd. He felt something strange. This incident gave him a rather strange feeling. If the god-level human civilization was hostile to him and wanted to destroy his civilization, then such military secrets should have been hidden, right? How could it be so easily displayed in the game? Is there any other information recorded? No. Xiao Ai shook her head. There's only a general background story. The rest needs to be explored in the game. Hey, a question. Human civilization and other civilizations are supposed to be enemies, right? Are other god-level civilizations also villains in this game? No. Different civilizations have various relationships, including hostility and alliances. The god-level civilization human civilization has many hostile civilizations, but in this game, there's only one villain, ours. Chen Meng's mouth twitched slightly. Sounds like 27 god-level civilizations banding together to create a game that tarnishes the reputation of my civilization? He naturally knew this was nonsense. It was simply impossible. How could all the god-level civilizations band together, even deploying a maxed-out AI, just to discredit a single civilization? If they had the energy, simply banding together to physically destroy it would sound more realistic. But the magical part about this matter was that, even though he knew it was impossible and unrealistic, it actually happened. It was the most outrageous thing. Otherwise, why would his civilization be the only villain in this game? He glanced at the advertisement on the wall screen. The public beta had just started 5 minutes ago. Chen Meng pondered for a moment before speaking softly. If I enter this game, will my information be leaked, or will I be trapped inside? Of course not. Xiao Ai spoke confidently. I'm an AI beyond the maximum level. I will definitely protect you, train conductor. In fact, if we could find the AI terminal for this New Universe virtual online game, I could completely hack into it, and put this New Universe virtual online game under our complete control. Buy a few terminals. Yes. 3 minutes later. A drone flew around the corner, and slowly landed in front of Chen Meng and the others. As the drone's interior opened, a box revealed 10 pairs of sunglasses. These sunglasses were the terminals for entering this game. He decided to take a look inside the game, to see what was going on. In the god-level civilization human civilization, online purchases can be delivered in 3 minutes on any relatively prosperous planet, and even on more remote planets in as little as 10 minutes. Online shopping is incredibly convenient. If you choose express delivery, delivery can even be as fast as 30 seconds. For military items, delivery is even more dramatic, reaching 3 seconds. Of course, this requires the use of wormholes and other means, and the cost of travel often far exceeds the price of the item itself. In fact, he also had a better way to learn the secrets hidden within this new universe, to travel directly to the Zerg civilization. Leveraging his connections with the Zerg princess, he might be able to obtain intelligence from the Queen Mother. Of course, that was theoretical. He didn't pursue this method because he knew it was too unrealistic. No leader of a god-level civilization would leak confidential information to their daughter's friends. It was simply unrealistic. Xiao Ai helped them book a high-end hotel nearby. Chen Meng and his group arrived at the hotel, sat on the sofa in the suite, and donned sunglasses before slowly entering the virtual online game called New Universe. Ding! You have entered the New Universe virtual online game. This virtual online game is different from other virtual online games. It will provide a 100% authentic experience and will not have any top-up channels. Players, please set a safe word. Players can exit the virtual online game by silently reciting the safe word. There is no other way to exit the game. Chen Meng. Chen Meng casually chose an exit word, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind grew even more confused. How can such a costly online game be profitable without any top-up channels? Just then, Xiao Ai's voice rang out in my ears. Conductor, just now, there was a covert operation on the game terminal without the player's consent, attempting to implant an iris chip. I aborted it and cut off the feedback. But this operation cannot be circumvented. After aborting it, the game will no longer be able to launch successfully. Iris chip? Chen Mang frowned slightly and removed his sunglasses. These sunglasses had just been used to implant an iris chip without permission, and secretly? Yes, generally speaking, iris chips are not necessary in virtual online games. I've tested this iris chip. The membrane chip, devoid of explosives or other materials, only functions to create a panel that appears on the surface of the pupil. This technology is extremely outdated. Back when virtual online games were popular, this method was common, but now it's practically extinct, let alone in a god-level civilization. Chen Mang was silent for a moment, then put on his sunglasses again. Have him implanted, keep in touch with me, and terminate all unauthorized operations in this game. Yes. A flash of white light appeared before his eyes again, located in a blank space, like the starting point of the game. This signified successful entry into the game. Implantation complete? Yes, it took 0.029 milliseconds. How come there's no pain at all? I remember there was a slight pain associated with iris chip implantation. With the technology of a god-level civilization, it's quite simple to achieve a painless and imperceptible implant. Removable? It can be removed at any time. Chen Mang finally felt relieved and looked at the panel that appeared before him. Please set your player name. Chen Mang. Chen Mang didn't intend to hide it. Even if the god-level human civilization knew he had entered the game. So what? Another panel popped up before him. Welcome, Chen Mang. As the 39,230,923,082nd player in the new universe, first of all, thank you for your contribution to cosmic exploration. You will become a part of this milestone of civilization. Thank you again for your efforts. Secondly, a friendly reminder. In the event of a life or death crisis or an unavoidable crisis, please silently recite the safe word to exit the game. Once again, there is no other way to exit the game except by reciting the safe word. Furthermore, if you fail to recite the safe word in time, if you die in the game, you will also die in the real world, highlighted in red bold. Today is not April Fool's Day. This is not a joke. As a 100% realistic virtual online game, we must allow for real death. If you say the safe word in time, you won't die, but your game account will be permanently deleted. Please register a new account next time you log in and begin your cosmic exploration anew. Have a pleasant journey. Thank you again for your efforts. The next moment, a flash of white light flashed before his eyes, and the scene shifted rapidly. When it froze, he was in the middle of a bustling city, surrounded by the chatter of pedestrians. Many people here were gamers. He heard many people excitedly exclaiming at the game's authenticity. Chen Mang looked around. It was truly real, practically indistinguishable from reality. He could even feel the dampness in the air and smell various scents, like body odor and oily hair. The sensations were incredibly lifelike. He stamped his foot on the ground, and then reached into his crotch. From the puddle nearby, he could see that his in-game character's face was his real face, its entire body and face a perfect, one-to-one replica of his own. Xiao Ai, can you hear me? Yes. Xiao Ai's voice quickly drifted into his ears. In a sense, if he wanted to play this game, Xiao Ai would be his personal cheat, helping him quickly reach a high enough level within it. They only told people about the risk of death after they entered the game. What's going on? I just received the news too. Xiao Ai explained. The new universe mastermind hid this information very well. I didn't catch it before entering the game. Logically, virtual online games with real-life death are strictly prohibited. And I couldn't find this information on the player forums of the god-level civilization human civilization. It must be something the authorities have suppressed for now, and it won't be exposed for a while. But it can't be suppressed for long, and it will eventually come out. But by then, there will be enough players. Chen Mang said nothing more. He just walked silently down the street. He seemed to have guessed something. The people on the street were mostly players, with the occasional NPC with an unusual expression. There were no exclamation points or question marks. This was essentially a newbie village. A fairly large one. There were no guides for new players though. Everything was free to play. He passed by a shop and saw a long unseen item for sale. Train order. It cost 100 points. Just then, a hurried middle-aged man accidentally bumped into him and apologized anxiously. I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't notice you. I was so worried. My son's missing. He got separated from me. Did you see him? He's wearing a pink dress and a black hairpin. He's a very cute boy. If you can help me find him, I give you 100 points. Chen Mang stared expressionlessly at the man before him, and at the little boy in a pink dress crouching on his back, staring at him grimly. Even under the scorching sun, He looked a bit creepy. A chill washed over him. Immediately, the little boy crouching on the middle-aged man's back let out a sinister smile. He looked around. This eerie scene should have drawn a lot of attention, but no one paid any attention. It seemed he was the only one who could see this middle-aged man. Was this a special quest? Then Xiao Ai's voice rang out. Captain, you must have triggered the newbie quest. Early in the game, new players will definitely have to complete some small quests to earn 100 points, purchase a train pass, and officially begin the game. Wait a minute, I checked the guide. I found it. A player has also encountered this special quest and posted a guide. Just tell the other party that your child is right behind you. Then, a middle-aged woman will appear, looking apologetic, saying her husband is mentally ill and offering to compensate you with 100 points. The player also said he's aware of a follow-up quest and is investigating. So far, it seems the father desperately wanted a woman, so he dressed his son up as a daughter. The child couldn't accept this perverse form of love, so he chose to die and then lie on his father's body. So, it seems this game isn't just about sci-fi, it also incorporates the eerie and the uncanny. Honestly, I don't think the two elements blend well together. It feels a bit out of place. Xiao Ai continued to chatter. Chen Meng had already spoken, his expression calm and soft. I've kidnapped your child. Pay me 10,000 points now, or I kill him. The middle-aged man before him was momentarily stunned. Then, in a rage, he grabbed Chen Meng by the collar and said, What did you do to him? Even though his collar was grabbed, Chen Meng remained silent, glancing at his watch. You have 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, the time bomb in your child will explode. Then, the middle-aged man, with a shaky expression, loosened Chen Meng's collar and held his watch against his. The next moment, Chen Meng received a notification. 10,000 points had been deposited into his account. Chen Meng silently glanced down at the deposit information. The degree of freedom was still quite high. He then glanced around, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and, with both hands, grasped the middle-aged man's neck with a completely unreasonable grip. In less than a minute, the man was dead in his hands, killing people in the street. He then stood there, observing the reactions of the players around him. Strangely, quite a few noticed this, looking at him with bewildered confusion. 3 minutes later, a rapid sirens blared from the end of the street. The touch is very real, but it's missing something. It's missing the smell of death. Chen Meng muttered, looking down at his hands. He could simulate anything perfectly, but the smell of death was the only thing that was difficult to imitate. Chapter 379. He didn't kill often. Or rather, he didn't often kill with his own hands. He wasn't particularly sensitive to the smell of death, but he could still sense something was amiss. For example, the man's eyes were filled with extreme fear as he died. Something wasn't right. It should have been a mixture of anger, resentment, and confusion. After all, he had taken the ransom, and then killed the victim, and the victim's family, so fear shouldn't have been the only thing in his eyes. This could only mean one thing. The man's death was programmed. According to the program, after his death, he should have only fear in his eyes. Strange. Chen Meng narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing around at the players staring at him in bewilderment, and the sirens approaching in the distance. Initially, through the implanted iris chip and various clues, he had guessed that this game wasn't a virtual online game, but rather one that placed the players' consciousnesses into robots to explore an unfamiliar universe. It was a form of group time travel. These NPCs were actually real people. But based on his previous probing, these NPCs were truly just NPCs. At this moment, for police cars had already surrounded him, and several heavily armed officers had surrounded him, guns pointed at him. He offered no resistance, simply standing there with his hands raised as he calmly was handcuffed. And at the same moment the handcuffs were applied. A panel appeared before his eyes. You have violated Ceylon city law and are now under arrest by the Enforcement Bureau. You cannot activate your safe word while under arrest. In other words, from now on, he couldn't quit the game. If the death penalty was imposed, he'd have to wait for death. Don't worry, conductor. I can unlock this permission at any time. Xiao Ai's voice rang in his ears. If other players are willing to break the prison or intercept the police car, they can only use the safe word again after the arrest status is lifted. This is a new setting. One more thing. The player who just posted the walkthrough on the forum has discovered a hidden plot. The middle-aged man will eventually see his son leaning over his back and be killed by him in fear. Yes. Chen Meng nodded slightly, not caring too much. The police officer in front of him, with a serious expression, pulled out a work ID from his pocket and said in a deep voice, You have violated the laws of Ceylon City. You are hereby arrested, and will be sentenced by the court. A boy in the crowd pulled out a camera from somewhere, and captured the scene. 1 day later. This game, New Universe, fueled by the popularity of multiple god-level civilizations, has even become a virtual online game that's taken the universe by storm. On the game's dedicated player forum, there's a pinned thread featuring the best content. The thread's title is, "The First Player Criminal Arrested in New Universe." Let's wait and see what happens. There are many comments below the thread. This guy is doomed. You can't use a safe word while under arrest. I was caught stealing and tried to exit the game, but couldn't. I paid a 1,000 point deposit to be released on parole. You can't use a safe word while under arrest? Huh? And dying in the game means real death. So, if he's sentenced to death, wouldn't this guy be truly dead? That's right. I'm even more curious about how the above person managed to earn 1,000 points on the first day of the server launch. Selling his ass. What do you mean? Literally. In my city, many men work away from home, leaving wives alone at home seeking work. They're willing to pay a high price for work. A normal person might make 2,000 or 3,000 points, but I can sell for 10,000 points. Why do you have so much? I'm dark-skinned, which is rare. Was it realistic? Did you just skip the cutscenes? It was 100% immersive, completely realistic, like experiencing it in the real world. It's amazing. I've decided to spend most of my time in this game. I absolutely love it. You can make money selling your ass, so why would you steal something? Selling us isn't the right path, after all. You can't keep doing it. That's right. Meanwhile, Chen Meng, at the Ceylon City Law Enforcement Bureau, was being held in solitary confinement in a dark room, awaiting interrogation. Just then, someone pushed the door open. The room was dark, while the light outside was bright. He couldn't see the person's face clearly, only a blurry outline. The person spoke. "Do you have a lawyer you know who would like to make an appointment for you?" Chen Meng remained silent, staring at the pop-up panel in front of him. This sentence sounded familiar, except the last time he heard it, it wasn't about lawyers. Federal D-level lawyer, free, federally designated, 0% chance of acquitting you. You will be sentenced to immediate execution. Federal C-level lawyer, 10,000 points, can reduce your sentence to suspended death sentence. Federal S-level lawyer, 10 million points, you will be sentenced to 3 years in prison, suspended for 3 years. Federal SSS level lawyer, 1 billion points, acquittal, and will help you seek compensation from the victim's family and the law enforcement agency for any misconduct during the arrest, and restore your reputation. Very good. It seems that in this game, as long as you're rich enough, you can basically be a freeloader. But the price is quite high. You need to pay at least 100 million points to kill a passerby and pretend nothing happened. It's a clear price. First one, then. Chen Meng randomly chose one, watched the person leave, and then whispered, "Did you find out?" "No." The AI's voice sighed. "They don't seem to have noticed us at all." Just now, when he asked Xiao AI to remove his permission, so that he could use the safe word while under arrest, Xiao AI said that this was a high-risk intrusion and would be detected by the max-level AI. But the good news is that if the other party intervenes, Xiao AI can immediately use counter-invasion and follow the clues left by the other party to find the location of the other party's AI, starting with the invasion of the AI main brain, and completely control the game. However, the max-level AI didn't notice them. Never mind. Chen Meng wasn't overly surprised, but said calmly, "This game is definitely not simple. We must quickly find the location of this game's AI, and see what these god-level civilizations are up to." Just then, 2 things. First, Chikashio said the original design for the powerful magnet accessory has been developed. Good news. Chen Meng's lips curled slightly. This kid did a good job, and there's more. The second thing is a post that's gone viral on the gamer forum. A player who obtained the train order after obtaining iron or resources didn't. He collected the trains for a moment, then logged off while holding them in his hand. But after logging off, he discovered that his resources had returned to reality with him. The post went viral the moment it was published. Many players experimented and discovered that they could indeed bring in-game resources into reality. Not just iron ore, but also component blueprints and even trains. Chen Meng fell silent. This meant this was no longer just a virtual online game, but could even be described as a third universe. He knew that those god-level civilizations collaborating to create such a game weren't just for profit. They had other motives. Huh? After a moment, he let out a sigh and silently said Chen Meng in his mind. The safe word was triggered, and he successfully logged off. Upon returning to reality, Chen Mang immediately reviewed the original images of the powerful magnet accessory Chikashio had developed. He then logged into the player forum and began to review the posts. One prominent post included a photo of him being arrested. At this point, the game had already caused a huge sensation, and players had just discovered that it didn't even have an official website. No one knew the development team, no one knew who was running the game, no one had a name, and no publishing company. There was only overwhelming advertising. He sat in the train compartment and began to scroll through the posts, trying to find something. Just then. Wait! Chen Mang's eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he had overlooked a detail. He immediately put on his glasses and returned to the game. When he returned, he found himself still in the interrogation room, awaiting interrogation. Although he had obtained permission from Xiao Ai to use the safe word while under arrest, he still couldn't leave the interrogation room. Can I change my point balance? Yes, but that's a much higher risk action. The other party will definitely notice. That would be great. Please pay attention to anti-tracking and change my point balance to 100 trillion. Change completed. 15 minutes later. A lawyer in a suit walked in and smiled at him. Hello, sir. I'm your designated attorney. You may leave the law enforcement agency now. I help you with the subsequent recovery process. Several law enforcement officers followed him to remove his handcuffs. Even a good lawyer needs to play his part in court, right? Chen Mang stood up and shook his aching wrist. Federal SSS-level lawyers don't need that. We have our own methods. After all, we have to justify the 1 billion points our employer paid us. How did you do that? It's confidential. The lawyer smiled at him and didn't elaborate. I give you another billion. Tell me how you did it. Sir, are you serious? I transferred it. I bribed the director with 10 million. What about the remaining 990 million? That's my profit. Very good. After standing up and stretching his muscles, Chen Mang walked over to the lawyer and whispered, Then why don't I just bribe him myself? Under federal law, accepting bribes is not illegal, but offering bribes carries a severe penalty. I'm shouldering the risk for you, my employer. There's such a law? Yes, as a lawyer, you should be familiar with the law so you can mitigate risks when offering bribes. Soon, with a group of law enforcement officers watching, Chen Mang left the law enforcement bureau in a respectable manner. In fact, he had just seen another solution. He could hire a mercenary team for a large sum of money and directly break the prison. However, that would be a bit too disruptive to the game. He suddenly didn't want to disrupt the game anymore. Since items in this game can be brought into the real world, and he can infinitely modify his point balance, he could easily redeem a large amount of resources and bring them to the real world. That's pretty good. Just then. Huh? He saw his balance on his dashboard suddenly drop to 0, and the lawyer beside him suddenly frowned. Sir, would you like to check your bill? It shows that the 2 charges you just made have been reversed. Before he could say anything, the lawyer's frown relaxed again, and he smiled. It's okay, sir. I'm back. The balance on his dashboard had been replenished to 100 trillion. It had become even more. Xiao Ai? Chen Mang mentally called out to Xiao Ai, but received no response, and he didn't say anything more. Clearly, the game's mainframe had noticed him by then, and Xiao Ai was also tracking him. In the midst of the confrontation, Xiao Ai didn't even have the energy to respond. This looked like a difficult situation. It had been a long time since he'd seen Xiao Ai's computing power so strained that even speaking was so laborious. Then he looked at the streetlights on both sides of the city. Sure enough, each one was inlaid with a stone, the same color as the pillar. It looked incredibly discreet, and even others might not know what it was even if they saw it, but he happened to know it was the Dream Stone. A familiar old friend. If it's a Dream Stone, then it does have the ability to bring objects from the virtual world into reality. However, the virtual world the Dream Stone reaches isn't truly virtual. It's another real place. It's a fusion of fantasy and reality. This city is inlaid with a vast number of Dream Stones. Look closely. Even the exterior walls, the blind paths, the railings, the green belts, and so on, reveal traces of Dream Stone. Is this a fusion of Dream Stones and maxed out AI, creating a massive game that blends fantasy and reality? Chen Mang muttered, his eyes narrowing slightly. So, this game is like a large-scale Civilization Wars online game, with everyone mobilized as a soldier. Is this way of gathering resources from every corner of the universe into a god-level civilization? If so, it's quite innovative. The universe is rich in resources. But there are even more resource-poor areas. These areas are useless to exploit, and a waste to abandon. The cost of mining them is even higher than the cost of building a wormhole. Yet, these resource-poor areas occupy 80% or even more of the universe's resources. These resources are completely wasted. God-level civilizations won't exploit them. Through this gamified approach, it's possible to fully exploit these resources. It's a brilliant idea, but it would leave lower-level civilizations completely hopeless. Chapter 380. Just then, Xiao Ai's voice finally rang in my ears after a long absence. Conductor, it got away. They were very cautious. When they came to investigate, they immediately turned and fled as soon as they noticed something was amiss. I tracked them for a long time, but lost track of them. But they're aware of our presence. Now it's like playing a card game. Qin Mang nodded slightly. If that's the case, then if we spend our trillion points carelessly, won't we quickly ruin the game? Aren't they planning to retaliate? Xiao Ai hesitated for a moment before speaking. Actually, there's nothing to spend. There aren't any shops in this game, and the items sold there are just ordinary items that can't be taken out of the game. The resources that can be taken out of the game, such as iron or in blueprints, require players to earn. The game has just launched, and there aren't many resources or blueprints yet. It's difficult for us to spend all our trillion points quickly. We're like having money but nowhere to spend it. Yes. Qin Mang nodded slightly before exiting the game, not staying in it any longer. After standing in the train room and looking around, he stretched and lay down on his bed. Take 7 days off, a mini vacation. During this time, you need to keep an eye on 2 things. First, try to find the location of this game's AI. Second, use Doppler radar and other information networks to monitor the universe for any areas where resources are frequently being stolen, just like we use Dreamstone to steal resources from other civilizations. Understood. Don't rush things. There aren't many clues right now, or rather, his speculations need time to be verified. He have to wait. During these 7 days, Qin Mang did nothing, and didn't enter the game again. He spent all day in his train cabin, either wandering around the god-level human civilization, or taking a stroll around the blue water planet. A complete vacation. During this time, Killua did visit him, saying he wanted to return to his own civilization, the god-level civilization Zerd civilization, to take a look, but he temporarily denied it. Not yet. It's not appropriate to be completely exposed to everyone. No rush. 7 days passed quickly. Qin Mang sat in the train cabin, looking at the information Xiao Ai had collected over the past few days. His Doppler radar now had a detection range that extended to the entire universe, and Xiao Ai could also absorb information about all dead AI within the radar range, and other means of obtaining information. Their information network was not weak. A maxed-out AI paired with a maxed-out radar has terrifying means of acquiring information. After reading all the information, Qin Mang slowly closed his eyes and murmured, "Interesting." This means that within these 7 days, the amount of resources stolen from the universe via the Dreamstone was extremely small, at least far less than what was produced by the virtual online game New Universe. That doesn't add up. Within these 7 days, the virtual online game New Universe became a huge hit, especially after it became possible to bring in-game resources into the real world. Many people have made it their primary job, and numerous gold farming studios have even set up shop. But strangely, the resources stolen from the first universe by the Dreamstone were surprisingly few. The conservation of energy is a fundamental law of this universe. If there's more here, there's bound to be less there. Even the resources obtained through the Dreamstone must originate somewhere in the universe. They don't just appear out of thin air. And yet, the resources in the game New Universe appear out of thin air. And they're still being produced in large quantities. This is completely illogical. Could it be resources from the second universe? Xiao Ai asked tentatively. No. Qin Mang shook his head. The resources in the second universe are all tagged with the help prefix, and cannot be used normally in the first universe. If this continues, I'm curious how this game manages to generate such an endless supply of resources. If the resources aren't sourced from the vast corners of the first universe, where could they be? There must be a corresponding location. Could it be that the 27 god-level civilizations are collaborating to provide resources as a gimmick to attract players in the early stages, only to have them disappear in the middle and late stages? Xiao Ai offered another guess. That's even more unlikely. Qin Mang shook his head again. This isn't a gimmick anymore, it's the core gameplay. If it's cancelled later, the game will be practically dead. Besides, even if it's just a gimmick, have you ever seen a virtual online game that can bring in-game content into reality? This kind of technology is unheard of. How's the randomness with the powerful magnets going? It's already randomized to the supermodel effect you were looking for, Captain. You were on vacation these days, so I didn't bother you. Chin Meng nodded slightly, looking at the panel that appeared on the train control panel screen. Simulation #1, 789, 813 has concluded. The supermode effects of this cosmic empowerment are as follows. Powerful Magnet Level 5 Supermode Effect. Absorbs items dropped by monsters killed by the train or its crew members around the train. Powerful Magnet Level 10 Supermode Effect. Provides strong suction. Powerful Magnet Level 20 Supermode Effect. When near other trains, there's a chance the magnet will consume a small amount of energy stored in its energy shield. Powerful Magnet Level 50 Supermode Effect. Reduces the energy consumption of strong magnets by half. Powerful Magnet Level 100 Supermode Effect. The magnets can be freely manipulated within the range of the enemy radar. Powerful Magnet Level 200 Supermode Effect. Reduces the energy consumption of strong magnets by half. Powerful Magnet Level 500 Supermode Effect. Can slightly control the direction of enemy physical artillery fire. This supermode effect does not apply to energy cannons. Powerful Magnet Level 1000 Super Effect. When a train crew member dies near the train, their soul can be pulled intact into the train. This super effect is probabilistic, and not guaranteed to be achieved. Powerful Magnet Level 2000 Super Effect. Creates a powerful gravitational field. Powerful Magnet Level 5000 Super Effect. While the super effect is active, nearby mineral stars will be pulled towards the train at an extremely fast speed. Powerful Magnet Level 10,000 Super Effect. Can pull all celestial bodies within 1 million light years. At full power, it can pull all celestial bodies within 1 million light years into the train's vicinity in up to 100 million years. When combined with a maxed-out wormhole opener, this time is significantly reduced. P.S. There are no unique supermodel effects in this simulation. Once all unique supermodel effects are confirmed and saved, other civilizations will no longer be able to rescreen this supermodel effect. Once confirmed and saved, the civilization in which they are located will never be able to rescreen the cosmic power for this accessory again. Save or rescreen. Chin Meng looked at the panel calmly. This was the supermodel effect he had obtained after rescreening over 1 million times. There wasn't a single supermodel effect, but it didn't matter, it was enough. This was a green-grade accessory. Without hesitation, he saved the original accessory image on the spot and, using the copied blueprint, consumed 205 iron ore units to upgrade it to the maximum level in one go. He did not obtain the Sanctuary supermodel effect. He was not the first civilization in the universe to upgrade this accessory to the maximum level. He then glanced at the colorful wormhole opener accessory inside the train. At level 2000, it could create a wormhole up to 100 million light years, more than enough for him. Since the 2000 level supermode effect of this accessory was negligible, he didn't upgrade it further. As for now, he consumed another 1,100 iron ore units of essence to upgrade the accessory to level 10,000, the maximum level. The next moment, a message suddenly appeared on the train control panel screen. Human civilization is the first in the universe to obtain a fully upgraded wormhole opener accessory. The accessory has automatically been upgraded to Sanctuary level. As a result, it has obtained the Civilization Wonder Creator. Wormhole Opener Sanctuary Supermode Effect. The created wormhole can exist in a high-dimensional chaotic region. Very good. Chin Meng's lips curled up slightly. It seemed that the higher the grade of an accessory, the less likely a civilization had ever built it to its full level. After all, the resources consumed were truly daunting. And the supermodel effect of this sanctuary was quite interesting. With a fully upgraded wormhole opener, the wormhole he could create spanned the entire universe. This meant that, as long as he was willing to expend resources, he could create a wormhole anywhere in the universe. And the wormhole he created could exist in the high-dimensional chaos region. In other words, he could even travel to that high-dimensional chaotic region outside the observable universe right now. Of course, being able to go there was just one thing. Whether he could survive was another matter. Very good. He liked it. Then he looked at the new wonder of civilization, the Creator. This was also the sixth wonder of human civilization. Special wonder. If a civilization possessing this wonder receives the Creator's approval, it gains a supermodel effect that increases the level of all accessories by 1. Human civilization, civilization empowerment. For each civilization wonder constructed that is recognized by the rules of the universe, receive a chest containing a random mysterious reward, up to a maximum of 9. Colorful, human civilization successfully created a civilization wonder recognized by the rules of the universe, and the universe named it Creator. successfully obtained a chest containing a random mysterious reward. It's worth mentioning. He discovered that most of the supermodel effects of the civilization wonders obtained by upgrading the accessories to the maximum level seemed to be quite good. With the exception of one civilization wonder that had an effect that was somewhat confusing, the effects of good weather and good harvests were all quite good. And now, this civilization wonder has been activated. Gaining the creator's approval is actually equivalent to obtaining the Hell suit. Since he already possesses this suit, the effects of its civilization wonder are naturally activated. And the levels of all the accessories in his train have increased by 1. Including the train auxiliary AI, armor, Arcanon light cannon, and other accessories are already at level 10,002, 2 levels higher than the maximum level. Every additional level after the maximum level is a dimensionality reduction attack. When you are at the maximum level while others are not, it's naturally impressive. But when everyone is at the maximum level, every additional level becomes a new ceiling. Very good. Chen Meng smiled slightly, and said nothing more. Instead, he immediately drove away from the god-level civilization human civilization, and arrived at the star field left by the rugged civilization. Here, a large number of stars, mining stars, and inhabited planets awaited his capture. No one showed interest. His space gate had been fully upgraded, its space infinite, capable of accommodating countless celestial bodies. Theoretically, he could even fit all the planets in the first universe into his space gate. After all, the first universe had an observable diameter limit. While immense, it was still limited. Beyond it lay a region of high-dimensional chaos, whereas his space gate possessed no limitations. The next moment, with the full activation of the powerful magnet and wormhole opener, the hundreds of billions of planets in this galaxy trembled slightly simultaneously. Then, under Xiao AI's control, countless wormholes appeared precisely in every corner of the galaxy. Powerful suction emanated from these wormholes, drawing all nearby planets into them. Then, through the pull of powerful magnets, they were thrust directly into the star train's fully upgraded space portals. The entire process was incredibly smooth and efficient. Based on the current rate of progress, we estimate that all high-value planets in this galaxy will be extracted in 1 hour, yielding an estimated 692 billion stars. Okay. Chen Meng smiled, leaning back in his chair and nodding slightly, fiddling with his newly acquired mysterious box without opening it immediately. He was much more satisfied with the efficiency now. Like an assembly line, a vast number of planets poured frantically into the 3 fully upgraded space portals he had already constructed. With so many stars, his main guns were more than enough for near unlimited fire. However, this once extremely rich region would become a vast void in the universe as he departed. Rugged civilization consists of 37 galaxies. Not long. The universe would lose 37 fertile galaxies, creating 37 new cosmic voids in return. Chen Meng's eyebrows suddenly raised. Could some of the voids in the universe be artificially created by some god-level civilization after it had completely amassed a vast expanse of galaxies? That possibility wasn't out of the question. Over the next few days, the star train worked like a busy bee, diligently loading all the high-value planets from the 37 galaxies left behind by the rugged civilization onto the train. After losing all the stars, these 37 regions quickly became pitch black, indicating that the entire population had followed the Saya clan back to their home kin through the bloodline wormhole. Otherwise, under such circumstances, it would have been a cosmic apocalypse, and few creatures could survive. Death was inevitable. Chapter 381. 3 days later. All preparations were complete. All the high-value planets in the 37 star systems of the craggy civilization had been acquired by the star train. The number of stars within the star train alone was now countless. A single star system alone possessed hundreds of billions of stars. The sheer number of stars within 37 star systems was imaginable. This vast number of stars would provide the star train with a vast supply of resources. Very good. Chen Meng glanced at the space portals on the train's control panel, which were filled with numerous planets, and couldn't help but chuckle. A sense of satisfaction welled up within him, a bit like watching armor mature, a sense of fulfillment. He loved this feeling. The star train could now truly be called a star train. When he had chosen the name, he hadn't imagined it would one day become so fitting. And the civilization wonder known as the new universe finally fully illuminated when he loaded a large number of planets into the star train. Now, this civilization wonder has become a beautiful sight in Carriage 13. It's quite a sight to behold. After being illuminated, its true effect was revealed. When the civilization wonder, the new universe, is officially illuminated, the level of all train components increases by 1. Chen Meng leaned back in his chair, fiddling with the mysterious box in his hand. It was the same effect again. So, his train's auxiliary AI and other max-level components were now all at level 10003. He had originally assumed that this civilization wonder, known as the New Universe, had some connection to the virtual online game New Universe. For example, the result after the civilization wonder in that virtual online game was activated. Now it seems. Is it just a coincidence of names? Without further thought, he casually opened the mysterious box he had just obtained from creating the creator civilization wonder and found a token inside. God-level train token. A train built with this train token will come with 12 7-color accessories. Wow! A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Meng's eyes. Not a bad little gadget. He had thought the rare train token he had previously obtained was the highest level, with a red level accessory. After all, he had never seen a higher level accessory since then. He hadn't expected a god-level train token to exist. But, coming with 12 7-color accessories. Could a novice even afford such a thing? It could only be used to help veterans restart or build a new train. This special item meant nothing to him now. He didn't need these 12 colorful accessories. He was already a near-max boss. These items were of almost no use to him. He casually placed the item in a nearby drawer, ready to gather dust, but then something struck him. After a moment's contemplation, he solemnly stuffed it back into the mysterious box in the nearby refrigerator. He thought of a use for it. But not now. It would come in the future. Just then, Xiao Ai's voice suddenly rang out from the train. Conductor, there's been an emergency. The divine civilization human civilization has captured some information about you through your recent activities in the virtual game New Universe. Troops have already been dispatched to the craggy civilization. They have ill intentions. Oh! Chen Meng raised his brow. How did they know I was in the craggy civilization? They shouldn't be able to detect my trains, right? Has the craggy civilization been making too much noise these days? Draw their attention? That's right. This army is expected to make another space jump and arrive near us in 3 minutes. Should we fight back or flee? No, wait here for them. I see what they're up to. 3 minutes later, hundreds of high-end trains suddenly appeared in space, surrounding the star train. Their main guns were trained on the star train, slowly charging. Simultaneously, countless electric grids flashed in the air, completely solidifying the space there, making it impossible to jump or escape. The encirclement was complete. Chen Meng stared at the scene in silence. Doesn't it look like they're here to discuss matters? He had originally thought that the divine civilization human civilization, having witnessed his power, would want to negotiate with him, or perhaps let him know what the divine civilization was doing and invite him to join. He was very happy to hear about the purpose of this game these divine civilizations had created. But it didn't seem like they were coming with good intentions. Didn't these people know he had a maxed-out radar jammer and maxed-out AI? How could they dare come? Didn't they consider whether his armor and main guns were maxed out? The next moment, boom! A silent explosion suddenly echoed through the universe, as if in slow motion. Hundreds of beams of extremely dazzling, scorching light shot towards the star train from all angles, locking onto almost every possible escape route. Tens of seconds later, 70% of the beams missed their target. These 70% had the effect of a preemptive blockade, yet the star train remained motionless, as if basking in the sun. The remaining beams, after impacting the star train, vanished instantly like a child shooting a stream of water from a squirt gun onto a star, without causing a single ripple, and not even the star train swayed. There were no special effects. No dihedral foil, no black hole, formed. It was like an ordinary light cannon attack. The beams were all of the same level 5000. Not low. Any other train would have been nearly destroyed by a blow of this magnitude. Alas, this was the star train. Chen Meng nodded slightly and whispered, now it's confirmed. They're not coming with good intentions. So, it's time to give them something in return. I've seen that the requirement for advancement to level 9 civilization is a maximum attack energy range exceeding 700,000. The next moment, in the universe, the patterns on the Arcanon light energy main cannon mounted atop the pitch-black star train began to slowly illuminate. A massive amount of energy gathered at the muzzle, and a terrifying energy began to rapidly condense. Until, boom, the star train shook for the first time. A single shot from the fully upgraded 10,000 level Arcanon light energy main cannon, carrying a flame hundreds of billions of times more intense than a stellar explosion, erupted, almost instantly engulfing the entire train. And then, like the early days of the Big Bang, absolute silence and darkness descended, with countless undercurrents surging through the universe. A terrifying aura emanated. Like a flock of birds suddenly taking flight from a forest, it symbolized the oncoming terror. 10 minutes later, this universe, 1,000,000 light-years in diameter, began to rapidly collapse, forming an extremely terrifying black hole. This was the power of a fully upgraded main gun. The star train sped through the center of the black hole. Chen Meng, standing by the window, watched the scene unfold before him and couldn't help but laugh. The fully upgraded Arcanum Light main gun is still more satisfying. With the star train's current power, it could easily escape the black hole's gravity, unaffected by the flow of time. A panel slowly appeared on the console. A panel he had often seen before, but would never see again. Human civilization has met the requirements for advancement, and has automatically advanced. This advancement ripple extends throughout the universe. All beings within civilizations of level 1 and above will receive this advancement ripple in their own way. The advancement ripple travels at the speed of light. Civilization 8, Human Civilization, has successfully advanced to level 9. Yes! The previous shot has already met the advancement requirements. Human Civilization is now a level 9 civilization, and there are no further levels to advance. Level 9 civilization is the pinnacle of civilization. The so-called God-level civilizations are actually also level 9 civilizations, simply the most powerful of the 9. Becoming a God-level civilization is simple. All you need to do is destroy a God-level civilization, occupy all its territory, and then gain recognition from the remaining God-level civilizations. God-level civilization is essentially a self-proclaimed title. Theoretically speaking, a low-level civilization, even one not even at the first level, could certainly call itself a God-level civilization. The civilization panel also saw new changes. Civilization name, Human Civilization. Civilization level, level 9. Civilization leader, Chen Meng. Civilization planets, Water Blue Star, Basalt Star, Mining Star number 1, Mining Star number 2, Mining Star number 3, Mining Star number 4, etc. Civilization population, 61 trillion people. Civilization methods. The number of dreamstones that can be produced is unlimited, and the rate of resource generation within the civilization's territory is greatly increased. The lifespan of all civilization members is greatly increased, the chance of illness is reduced, and death can be revived by consuming a certain amount of resources. This wasn't the first time he had seen this panel, but it would be the last time he would see it. For some reason, he felt a little melancholy. It was like gazing at the girl I secretly loved for 3 years at graduation, knowing we almost never see each other again. The love that seemed to overflow, yet was suppressed to the point of being a cancer, tormenting me constantly. After my last class meeting, I returned home that evening, tucked under the covers, and finally mustered the courage to text that familiar yet unfamiliar number, saying, "I like you." She quickly responded, saying, "I like you too." The good news was that my 3-year secret crush had received a perfect response, and that suppressed love had been silently reciprocated. The bad news was that we never saw each other again. From the beginning, we texted constantly, but gradually lost touch due to lack of physical contact. This memory eventually faded with the wind. If only I had mustered up the courage earlier. More courage, less wishful thinking. That was the feeling he felt when he saw this panel. This time, the panel no longer indicated any promotion requirements. "Conductor, I have to remind you of something. When the battle started just now, you activated brain sharing. I can hear your thoughts now." Off. "Yes, I'm just saying that your description is quite accurate." "Shut up. I'm just admiring the accuracy of human descriptions, nothing more." Slap. "Yes. Human civilization, as of today, has officially ascended to the 9th level. It will officially compete with the God-level civilization Human Civilization for the uniqueness and ownership of this civilization's name." Aquamarine Planet. Teacher Chiu stood in a university lecture hall, gazing at the group of energetic college students below, explaining the lesson plan he had just finished working overtime after class. Teacher Chiu. A student in the audience raised their right hand, somewhat bewildered. "Didn't we say in the last class, 10 minutes ago, that our human civilization is at level 8, and is making a full-scale charge towards level 9? We also said that this process is extremely difficult, a major undertaking requiring the concerted efforts of all humanity. How come human civilization has already advanced to level 9 in the time it took me to go to the bathroom after class? That doesn't sound like that's that difficult." Teacher Chiu, standing at the podium, was silent for a moment, unsure how to explain. She certainly couldn't tell the students that advancing civilization was as simple as drinking cold water, but the reality of the situation made it difficult for her to speak, So she had to bite the bullet and speak. There are great horrors in the advancement of civilization. We don't know what the Star Train experienced in the outside world. It's not as simple as you think. But, Teacher Chio, when I first enrolled, human civilization was still at level 6. It hasn't even been half a semester yet, and it's already advanced to level 9. I think we should skip this period of history, and not discuss it for now. I think human civilization should have reached God-level status before the final exams. The knowledge points will have to change by then. Teacher Chio was silent for a moment, then nodded. That's fine. She actually felt the same way. There was no need to dwell on level 9 civilization. It would be God level in no time anyway. Oh yes, there's one more thing I need to tell you. After reaching level 9 civilization, there's a change for each of you. Your lifespans will increase significantly, and your chances of illness will decrease. The government is considering raising the retirement age. How fast? Inside a famous university, Uncle Lee stood in his office with a sense of emotion. He glanced at the president's sign on his desk, and then looked out the window. He had just received news that human civilization had reached level 9. This also meant Mr. Mang was almost at the pinnacle of the universe. Just one last step. Mr. Mang was the master of the entire universe. And Uncle Lee would be the most powerful president of the most powerful university in the most powerful civilization in the universe. Finally, thinking about his life, he felt that it was a case of sifting through the sands to find gold. From the beginning, a mining slave under Mr. Mang, to the end, he had made his way step by step to where he is today. Only he knew the ups and downs along the way. He was almost squeezed out of the core circle of the Star Train by being unemployed many times. But in the end, he still found a position for himself by relying on his own ability, qualifications, and the tenacious spirit of not giving up when facing difficulties. Chapter 382. Huh? Uncle Lee stood at the window, gazing at the scenery outside his office. He breathed a long sigh of relief, then contentedly settled back into his incredibly soft office chair. Having made it this far, he was already content. Indeed, he knew full well that human civilization's advancement to level 9 wasn't the end. After ascending to God-level civilization, there would undoubtedly be a major war. But he had immense faith in Master Mang. Throughout his journey, Master Mang had given him a deep sense of security. As long as he stood behind him, he seemed to have nothing to fear, even if the sky fell. Meanwhile, in another office at the same university, a somewhat portly man sat at his desk, smiling as he gazed at the photo of himself, Uncle Lee, and Master Mang on it. His thoughts drifted away. That was a long time ago. In the photo, Master Mang was just a silhouette from behind. He had once secretly photographed Director Zhang Yuran, but now he had become the most prominent figure in his office. Everyone who came to his office would see this photo. He was the young man who always followed Uncle Lee. All along the way, he seemed to have experienced no hardships. He did only one thing. He steadfastly followed Uncle Lee wherever he went. He knew he had no abilities, and even more so, he knew he had no skills. He knew Uncle Lee was a capable person, and he believed that one day Uncle Lee would be appreciated by Master Mang and promoted, and then he would rise with him. This was his life plan. Luckily, he succeeded. Now, he was the most powerful dean of the most powerful university, in the most powerful civilization in the universe. On the train, anyone could order him around, and off the train, everyone who saw him had to respectfully call him leader. How wonderful. The man's thoughts drifted away, and he recalled the days he and Master Mang had spent in the apocalypse long ago. Those days were a little hard and dangerous, but they were filled with memories. 9th level civilization. In the train, Chen Mang chuckled softly, looking at the train's components that hadn't reached their maximum level. After a pause, he whispered, first, confirm the uniqueness of the named human civilization. Then use all the resources of the God-level civilization human civilization to upgrade the train components. When all the train components are at their maximum level, that will be the day to officially launch. His target wasn't just the God-level civilization, but the leading civilization in the entire universe. Every living being in that universe would submit to the majesty of human civilization. In that case, Chen Mang glanced at the political home planet of the God-level civilization human civilization on the Doppler radar, and slowly pushed the control lever. The farce is over. Since the other side opened fire first, let's just start the fight. I want to see what tactics this God-level civilization has. The next moment, the Star Train suddenly burst into speed several times the speed of light, shooting towards the depths of space and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Through multiple space jumps, it continued to approach the political home planet of the God-level civilization human civilization. The first target. This so-called god-level civilization, human civilization. The flames of war were about to spread across the entire universe. Meanwhile, on the Star Express, carriage number 5 was in chaos. Is this true? How is that possible? Yin Yao, somewhat incredulous, hurried to Xiaofeng's side. Cautiously, she gazed at her slightly bulging belly and asked in a trembling voice, "Is it really Meng Ye's? Could it be that you stole it from someone else recently? What are you talking about?" Ji Chuchu glared at Yin Yao. "If anyone hears this, you'd be in big trouble. How can you slander Meng Ye's woman like this? Besides, don't you know what kind of person Xiaofeng is?" Yin Yao shrank back, realizing she had said the wrong thing. She apologetically said, "I didn't mean that." Then, Ji Chuchu looked at Xiaofeng with a complicated expression. "When do you plan to tell Master Meng about this?" "My advice is to tell him as soon as possible. Don't even think about waiting until he's dead. What do you think?" Xiaofeng, a woman with a very low presence on the train. When the apocalypse first arrived, she was the personal maid that old pig found for Master Meng, primarily responsible for daily living and other matters. Later, with her skill at making scallion noodles, she earned Master Meng's favor, but they never had physical contact. Later, by chance, Xiaofeng also gained Master Meng's favor. But she had no idea she would become pregnant. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiaofeng's status on the Star Train would rise infinitely, and she might even have a chance to become a full-time employee. Even if she didn't, a son would be the future successor of human civilization. This was Master Meng's first child. She was destined to be infinitely favored. Even if she didn't get promoted, Xiaofeng's status would be infinitely elevated. Envy. She was envious to the point of madness, but what good was envy? She had no idea how Xiaofeng got pregnant. The pregnancy prevention function was always on the train. How could she possibly get pregnant? Who knew how she got pregnant? "I'm going to tell Master Meng later," Xiaofeng whispered nervously. "I'm a little." Before she finished her words, the carriage door was flung open. Qin Meng, his face gloomy, pushed the door open and walked directly to Xiaofeng. He stared at her slightly bulging belly. After a long, expressionless silence, he touched Xiaofeng's head and motioned for her to follow him. He walked towards the medical bay to test whether this was his child. Pregnancy on a train was impossible. Who knew how Xiaofeng got pregnant, or whose child it was? The train was under Xiao Ai's constant surveillance. Xiao Ai would definitely tell him immediately about such a major event. 3 minutes later, standing inside the train, Qin Meng gazed at Xiaofeng, lying in silence in the medical bay, listening to Xiao Ai's report. "Tests completed. It's your biological child, Captain. Over 2 months old. It's a son. Congratulations, Captain, you have a child. How can you tell the gender in 2 months? I'm a max.ai. I've retrieved Xiaofeng's movements during this period. It's complete. She hasn't had any contact with any men, nor has she left the train. I've also retrieved all of Xiaofeng's dreams during this period, and there are no erotic dreams. Even something like the Virgin Mary reproducing asexually in dreams is impossible. It's almost 100% certain this is your child, Captain." "But I remember pregnancy being prohibited on the train?" Qin Meng's brow furrowed slightly. This was a feature from a long time ago, acquired after the train reached level 3. Family planning. Pressing the button prevented all living creatures on the train from getting pregnant, except in the breeding car. But he didn't remember Xiaofeng and him having sex in the breeding car. "I'm not sure about that at the moment. We're still investigating." "What's wrong, Captain? You don't seem too eager to have children." "That's okay. With the current technology on the train, a painless abortion is easy and painless." "That's not the case." Qin Meng shook his head, exhaled, and gently rubbed his temple. "It was just a bit unexpected. I was completely unprepared, and I was a little worried it might be a conspiracy from some other civilization. Maybe the child in her belly was actually some monster, or perhaps it had somehow managed to sneak past the armor and infiltrate the train. Don't worry about that. I'm 100% certain. Then, it's a normal, developing embryo, not a monster." The next moment, Xiao Ai fell silent. When she spoke again, her tone was a little complicated. Conductor, do you remember when Xiaofeng awakened that talent called One Qi transformed into 3 pure ones? You and Xiaofeng had so much fun playing with each other in your past, present, and future states?" "I remember. I just retrieved all the information about this racial talent from my database. One of its hidden benefits is that it guarantees pregnancy. Perfect success? No, it's that it can bypass all infertility effects. For example, someone with this racial gift will never be infertile. Even if they were previously infertile, they will be instantly cured. They also bypass all supermodel effects that prohibit pregnancy, unless they are directly outside the body or physically isolated. That's why Xiaofeng got pregnant on the train. Is that so? Chen Meng breathed a sigh of relief. He felt much more at ease now that he had figured out how the child came about. He had been worried about some unknown civilization's conspiracy. Then, looking at Xiaofeng, who stood a little nervously nearby, he smiled and beckoned, "Come here, let me see." "Yes, Master Meng." Xiaofeng, feeling somewhat uneasy, approached Chen Meng, awaiting his decision, unsure of what to expect. Chen Meng crouched down, his ear pressed against Xiaofeng's belly, listening to the faint sounds coming from within. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. He suddenly felt a sense of peace, as if his bond with this world had deepened. Good, very good. He couldn't help but smile. He looked at Xiaofeng before him. For some reason, she looked even more appealing to him. The maternal aura she exuded even drew him in. Then, he looked outside the train compartment and shouted, "Old Pig, come in." "Coming." Old Pig, who had been waiting outside the train compartment for a long time, hurried in. "Find a comprehensive care team for Xiaofeng. Your most important task now is to ensure she safely gives birth to this child. This child will be the tentative first heir of human civilization. Next, let's all meet and come up with a good name for my child." "Understood." Inside the train, most of the high-ranking officials had gathered here after a long absence. Biazi, Laozhu, Chikaxiu, Uncle Li, and others, all those who once held a say on the train, had gathered. A major event had occurred today. Human civilization had a successor. Master Meng had a son. This event had everyone excited. Especially Chen Meng. He had never considered having children, but for some reason, when this unexpected event occurred, he accepted it very quickly, even felt a little happy. He even felt secretly thankful that it was Xiaofeng who was pregnant. If they had to have a child, he wanted it to have a clean mother. "Let me think, how about naming him Chen Yi?" Biazi spoke excitedly. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Master Meng's child will be born the most noble being in the universe. Naming him Chen Yi is heaven's will. I don't think so. It's a bit too simple. Old Pig pondered for a moment. How about the name Chen Xiliang? Gentle and kind. Forget it. Uncle Li shook his head. Does Master Meng's child need to be gentle and kind? Young Master's style of conduct is the law of the universe. I think a more domineering name is better. How about Chen Tian? Chen Meng sat in his chair, gazing at the crowd. He tilted his head to glance at the Doppler radar, which showed the approaching political home planet of the god-level civilization human civilization. He had already arrived nearby via space-time warp. According to the plan, they should have been ready to act by now. But because of this incident, the plan was put on hold. It seems we need to move faster. Let's strive for his child to see the entire universe as his own garden after birth, free to go wherever he pleases. Creating a peaceful environment for his child is beneficial to his physical and mental health. Meanwhile, in carriage 5, Ji Chu, who was gazing at Xiaofeng with envy, suddenly saw the iris chip pop up on her pupil. Startled slightly, she quietly left and walked alone to carriage 2. Xiao Ai was standing there. "Here it comes." Xiao Ai pulled a pill from her bosom and handed it over. "Mr. Meng has ordered that you remove your racial talent immediately. Do it now." Ji Chu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood something. She looked at Xiao Ai with a complicated expression. "Is it because of this racial talent that you're pregnant?" "Yes." Xiao Ai didn't hide anything. "Mr. Meng doesn't want you to get pregnant." Ji Chu looked up at Xiao Ai. After a long moment of daze, she took the pill from Xiao Ai. Without saying anything, she simply put it into her mouth and swallowed it forcefully. Suddenly, she let out a bitter laugh. "I always thought I was the best of all the women, and that Mr. Meng would like me the most." "You were right." After seeing Ji Chu swallow the pill, Xiao Ai continued casually. "Mr. Meng does like you the most, at least more than he likes Xiaofeng. But you have to know that time can. Looking back, life cannot be reversed. What happened in the past was the cause, and what you're experiencing now is the result. Whatever you've suffered, it doesn't matter. The things you've experienced in life have destined you to reach this point, which is already your limit. Humans are different from AIs. You can't just clear the database and start over." Ji Chu looked at Xiao Ai, then suddenly smiled after a moment, a hint of sadness lingering in her eyes. "I suddenly envy you AIs. You're absolutely clean." Xiao Ai glanced at Ji Chu again. "That's because we AIs are absolutely loyal to our masters. We won't have a second master. For this, we don't mind being torn to pieces. That's AI's destiny. Humans are different. Humans always make excuses for their actions, but AIs have none. Okay, let's go back. Then, Xiao Ai looked back at Ji Chuchu, tilting her head in thought. He seemed to have said a bit more. Could it be that his way of thinking was more human? She shook her head, and didn't think about it any further. Instead, he hurriedly pushed open the door to the train compartment and slipped inside. He also wanted to join the brain trust in naming the conductor. Naming? That's AI's forte. Chapter 383. The Star Train was exceptionally lively today. But it wasn't about discussing the next battle plan. It was simply about naming the soon-to-be-born first heir of human civilization. Everyone was incredibly excited, wondering if their name would be adopted. That would be not only a great honor, but also a glory. No one at the banquet table would boast more than him from now on. Especially Xiao Ai. He came up with 10,000 names in one go, letting Chen Mang choose from them one by one. Chen Mang rolled his eyes at Xiao Ai, who was looking expectantly beside him. It's too much trouble. Besides, I don't have any expectations for the child. Mainly, there's nothing to expect. Can I expect him to achieve anything in his career, or live a peaceful life? Alas. Why is naming so complicated? After that, everyone in the train exchanged bewildered looks. That's right. Normally, naming a child involves expressing certain expectations, such as a hope for a successful career or a peaceful life. But with Master Mang here, what's the point of pursuing a career? Born the strongest in the universe. My only mission is to carry on human civilization. As for safety, with the current level of human technology, even dying is difficult. There's really nothing to look forward to. From this perspective, Master Mang's child is also unfortunate. At least, he was born without a life goal, unlike their children, who were born with a goal to strive for. Why not? Chen Mang pondered for a moment before saying Chenjiang? It symbolizes the great river, implying endless life, allowing human civilization to continue. Good name. Old Pig agreed seriously. It's a good name, simple and dignified. The crowd around him also agreed. Then it's settled. Call him by his nickname for now, and change it when a better one comes along. Chen Mang happily repeated the name several times in his mind, finding it quite catchy. Chenjiang sounds very dignified, and without a hint of banditry. It sounds like a righteous man. Unlike his name, Chen Mang, which doesn't sound like a good person. Thus ended this most symbolically significant meeting in the history of human civilization. As soon as it concluded, Old Pig strode towards the back carriages, his pace much faster than usual. Huh? Biazi looked at Old Pig's back and hurriedly asked, Old Pig, why are you running so fast? Looking for a wife. What a lunatic. Biazi muttered, somewhat puzzled. Old Pig usually seemed completely unhurried. Could it be that after seeing Master Mang have a child, he'd been inspired and wanted one too? Uncle Li, who was following behind, had been lost in thought, but upon hearing the two's conversation, his eyes lit up, and he also strode quickly towards the next carriage. Uncle Li, what are you doing now? Looking for a wife too. Hey, what's wrong with all of you today? Uncle Li, who had already walked away, was now overcome with excitement. Captain Pig had a quick mind. If he found a wife and had a child now, the child would be the same age as Master Mang's. If it was a boy, he'd be the foundation for Master Mang's future children. He would be a close confidant, a core member of the future human civilization's management team, and this would further solidify his position. If it were a girl, and they had grown up together, childhood sweethearts, if they developed feelings for each other, his status would be even higher. Even if they were just friends, it would be a good thing. He really should quickly find a good wife. She must be educated, virtuous, and from a scholarly family. The young man following Uncle Li was momentarily stunned, but then, he quickly realized what was happening and followed Uncle Li with the same excitement. He also needed to find a wife, and have a child as soon as possible. Of course. His child certainly wouldn't be allowed to play with Uncle Meng's children. But, his child could play with Uncle Li's children. If his child could continue to steadfastly follow Uncle Li's children, wouldn't that allow him to repeat his success? Who says success can't be replicated? This was replicated. The birth of the first heir sent undercurrents surging inside the Star Train. This also stirred a ripple in Chen Mang's thoughts. At that moment, he sat in the train cabin, gazing at the political home planet of the god-level civilization human civilization not far away. After a long moment, he couldn't help but smile. I'm still a little uncomfortable with suddenly having a child. I hope Xiaofang can give birth smoothly. Conductor, you're worrying too much. Xiao Ai's laughter echoed in the cabin. With our civilization's current technological level, there's no way the child won't be born smoothly. It's a 100% chance of success. There's no chance of any mistakes. I can guarantee the safety of mother and child with my life. Even if something happens, even in the unlikely event of a catastrophe, we can still retrieve them from the second universe. Of course. Chen Meng chuckled. Of course I know that, but since it's my first child, I'm still a little worried. He didn't really have much affection for Xiaofeng. There was affection, but not love. Now that Xiaofeng was suddenly pregnant with his child, he had no choice but to accept the child. However, he intended to maintain his lifestyle with Xiaofeng. Love. That was something from a long, long time ago. He couldn't find it anymore. Give Xiaofeng more preferential treatment in the future. Understood. Next, send a letter of surrender to the god-level civilization, human civilization, and see how they react. If they're willing to surrender, it would save us a lot of trouble. Yes. 10 minutes later. A message slowly appeared on the train control panel screen. The universe's grand stage, come and die if you want. Captain, they've refused and sent you a declaration of war. I see. Chen Meng shook his head without further comment. Now that things had come to this, the next step would be much simpler. He looked at the remaining resources on the train. There were still 3,511 iron ore units. Enough to start a war. The next moment, he lightly pressed the red button on the control panel. At the same time, the Arcanon light energy main gun atop the star train, hidden near the political home planet of the god-level civilization, human civilization, and unobservable by anyone, began to slowly brighten. Then, a blinding light enveloped the surrounding area almost instantly. This was a 10,003 level Arcanon light energy main cannon. This single shot consumed 200 units of iron ore, even with the train star module bearing 99.99% of the energy consumption. Hundreds of millions of stars within the star module were rapidly extinguishing. The war was about to begin. This was the star train's most powerful attack. This strike wasn't simply intended to destroy the political home planet of the god-level civilization, human civilization, but also to declare their existence and prove their strength to all civilizations in the universe. A massive black hole instantly enveloped the political home planet before them. The political home planet was destroyed almost instantly, leaving not even a trace of debris. Immediately afterwards, countless crimson rays rose from the surrounding universe. This wasn't the effect of his main cannon, but the defensive measures of the god-level civilization, human civilization. However, before this 10,003 level main cannon, it seemed extremely vulnerable. It was completely unstoppable. A fully upgraded main gun is the most powerful weapon in the universe, bar none. This kind of firepower is unstoppable. The only countermeasure is flight, or the use of higher-level defensive equipment. The enemy hasn't collapsed. Xiao Ai quickly reported. They immediately entered a state of maximum combat readiness, with orders being sent from multiple locations across their territory. This political homeworld isn't the only location from which they issue orders. Several radars are operating frantically, attempting to detect our presence, but to no avail. However, I've located other locations from which they issue orders. Once these locations are completely eliminated, the enemy civilization will essentially be paralyzed. Chen Meng, sitting in his chair, gazed at the dozen or so bright red dots on the screen. Without saying much, he simply tapped the control panel a few times, and the star train began a high-frequency space jump. Each jump destroyed a red dot. The entire process was incredibly smooth and seamless, without any setbacks. The enemy couldn't detect them, nor could they defend themselves against their attacks. They didn't even need armor. This was a one-sided crushing attack from the very beginning. From the beginning of the apocalypse, everyone had been high attack, low imitation. At the god-level civilization level, the same thing happened. Everyone was still high attack, low imitation. Each god-level civilization might have some differences, but those were in other areas. In terms of firepower, everyone was at full capacity. No one could stop the other. Each relied on deterrence. Now, with the enemy completely unable to deter him, it was naturally a one-sided crushing. Entire military galaxies were practically wiped out, and the battle was incredibly easy, even easier than the battles he had fought at the beginning of the apocalypse. But just then, something unexpected happened. Conductor, I've captured the movements of the god-level human civilization's fully fledged AI. I've sent their exact location to the control panel. We can reach them at any time and take complete control of them. But just now, due to our attack, a large area of the god-level human civilization's territory has been lost. triggering the Sky Dome system left behind by the God-level human civilization. This is an irreversible and unstoppable system. I was able to capture this information through the traces just leaked by the God-level human civilization's fully-fledged AI. This system's sole function is to unleash all powerful weapons on all God-level civilizations, leaving no one behind, when our own civilization is about to fall. Now that the system has been activated, the other 26 civilizations are about to face a frenzied, final blow from the God-level civilization human civilization. How powerful is it? Very powerful. Theoretically, these powerful weapons are enough to decimate the remaining 26 God-level civilizations. After all, the God-level civilization human civilization is considered one of the strongest among the God-level civilizations. Originally, these weapons should have been aimed at us. But they can't lock onto us. No matter. Let's capture that AI first. Yes. 30 seconds later. The Star Train, after a space warp, arrived at a cosmic void. There was nothing around, only a lonely, abandoned mining planet. Who could have imagined that the God-level civilization human civilization would actually hide its own fully powered AI in the center of a cosmic void? It was truly absolutely safe, hardly noticeable. Sadly, they did find it. But at that moment, the lonely, abandoned mining planet suddenly transformed into a dazzling display of fireworks before his eyes. The other party had self-destructed. Conductor, this maxed-out AI cleared its database and self-destructed before I could invade. And it issued one final command before self-destructing. Activate the self-destruct sequence for all resource repositories within the civilization's territory. But I immediately blocked this command, but I couldn't prevent the self-destruction. It self-destructed after clearing its database. I can't access any information from its database at this time. Chen Mang nodded slightly, gazing at the dazzling fireworks display in the distance. With the explosion of this planet, the God-level civilization human civilization was completely annihilated, and the entire war ended incredibly quickly. It was that simple. When both sides were no longer in the same dimension, the war ended quickly. Their side suffered 0 casualties, and their armor was virtually unused. The only time it was used was when preparing to destroy a military system. Though the enemy, desperate and unable to locate them, launched a powerful, large-scale weapon of destruction into their own system, attempting to cover them with an AoE attack. They were naturally unharmed. But that system was destroyed by their own people. After inheriting all the resources of the God-level civilization human civilization and eliminating the other God-level civilizations, his civilization would become the leading civilization in the universe, and his goal would be achieved. Next, many civilizations will undoubtedly observe this battlefield and issue a civilizational broadcast under the name Human Civilization. The broadcast will last for 14 days. All God-level civilizations must surrender 70% of their resources to human civilization and submit to it. Let's eliminate these civilizations as quickly as possible. Understood. The God-level civilization human civilization perished. A new God-level civilization, human civilization, was born. The entire battle ended so quickly that it barely even made it into history books. The people of the old God-level civilization human civilization were unaware of what had happened and continued to live their lives on their own planets. This is perfectly normal. The vastness of a civilization often leads to strife in the East, while peace and prosperity reign in the West. The story ends here, and it's almost over. Chen Mang sat at the console, murmured as he stared at the information on the screen. His thoughts drifted away, and he couldn't help but think of his own life. I'm really getting old. Finally, I like to reminisce about the past. Chapter 384. The God-level civilization human civilization has officially been declared extinct. The entire battle lasted barely a blink of an eye. All civilizations, including those outside the remaining 26 God-level civilizations, were silently observing the war through their own means, having received the somewhat frivolous civilizational broadcast. The universe's grand stage, come and die. 7 days, surrender without death. For a moment, all civilizations in the universe qualified to detect this war fell silent. Human civilization, even among the most powerful God-level civilizations, had been so easily annihilated, and a brand new human civilization emerged. Somewhere in the universe, in the conference room of the 9th level civilization Seiya civilization, the leader sat in silence, staring at the images flashing across the screen. No one spoke. After a long moment, the elder in the lead looked at a middle-aged man sitting in the corner and said hoarsely, "When you led the rugged civilization back to our tribe, you told me about encountering a very promising level 6 civilization called human civilization. You judged that they had the potential to break through to God-level civilization. If our civilization could help them in their god-level war, we gain a powerful ally. Is this the human civilization you're talking about? Yes. The middle-aged man in the corner was now filled with disbelief. His mouth hung open for a long moment before he trembled. It was him. I just didn't expect him to be so fast. He was the leader of the level 7 rugged civilization. Before returning to his clan, he met Chen Meng and fulfilled his promise, leaving his resources to him. He knew this man had great potential and would surely make a name for himself in the universe. However, he hadn't anticipated his rapid rise. How long had it been? He hadn't even settled down yet. Their clan was still preparing for the god-level civilization war and hadn't yet officially achieved the breakthrough to god-level civilization. You, old man, have already taken the first step, and it doesn't seem like you're just aiming for god-level civilization. The leader of the Saya civilization looked at the middle-aged man in the corner, his lips twitching slightly. He had come to believe he was the protagonist of the universe. If this universe were just a storybook, he would definitely be the protagonist. Along the way, he encountered many adventures. From an ordinary Saya, through diligent training, he finally reached the rank of Holy Arrow, led his clan to rise, and finally gathered all his clan members scattered across the universe, preparing to gather all their strength to launch a charge towards god-level civilization. His life was like an inspirational film. Tenacity and hard work were his hallmarks. Success and strength were his experiences. But after seeing the civilization broadcast from human civilization, witnessing its war scenes, learning of its rapid breakthrough from level 6 to god-level civilization, and learning that the god-level civilization he had longed for had arrived so easily, he fell silent. He suddenly felt that he might not be the protagonist. The man named Chen Meng was the protagonist. He had worked so hard, had achieved so much, yet he only earned the right to look up to him. As for those less qualified than him, they had no chance of detecting this civilization broadcast, let alone understanding what was happening. A powerful sense of loss washed over him, a feeling of defeat he had never before faced. Huh? The leader of the Saya civilization took a deep breath, his entire body suddenly aged. With a hoarse voice, he looked at the man sitting in the corner, who had interacted with Chen Meng and said, "Surrender to human civilization in my name." Yes. Soon, a man's voice echoed from the corner of the conference room. "Leader, a civilization broadcast has been sent into space. I believe human civilization will soon detect and respond." Yes. The Saya civilization leader leaned back in his chair, somewhat exhausted and powerless. They've replied. Tell me what their demands are. The civilization he had so painstakingly built had surrendered without a single fight or resistance. He felt resentful. Countless late-night fantasies had imagined becoming a god-level civilization, leading his people to the pinnacle of the universe. This matter, like an obsession, had taken root in his heart. He had firmly believed that, even if it meant death, he would fight his civilization until only one man remained. He had that resolve. It wasn't until he encountered human civilization, and witnessed the scenes of a completely overwhelming yet unequal war, that he understood the meaning of a meaningless war. If he truly refused to surrender, the only outcome of a war would be the annihilation of the Saya clan from the universe. Just then, the AI robot in the conference room suddenly spoke. "Captain, a new civilization broadcast has been detected from human civilization. Read. Civilizations below the god level do not need to surrender. Go play anywhere you please." What? The leader of the Saya civilization suddenly stood up with a chuckle of rage, slamming the table. What does that guy mean? Our Saya civilization is a level 9 civilization, poised to challenge god-level civilization. In his eyes, we're not even qualified to surrender. Okay. Since he's saying that. He was about to say something harsh, but a glance at the complex expressions in the room, tinged with a hint of fear for the future, brought the words back. His lips trembled slightly, and after a long silence, he let out a bitter laugh. Effective today, I resign as leader of the Saya civilization. You will choose the new leader. The AI will assist you in the handover. With that, he left the room without looking back. All his lifelong pride, dignity, and achievements collapsed the moment human civilization refused to accept his surrender. He had worked hard his entire life, and just when he thought he had achieved success, he realized he wasn't even qualified to surrender. This intense sense of failure, coupled with the prospect of a future with this mountain looming over him, making it impossible for him to move forward, made him no longer want to continue in this position. He had thought himself the protagonist. But later he discovered that he was merely a supporting role, one unworthy of even a conversation with the protagonist. All of this was difficult for him to accept. After the old man left, everyone in the conference room turned their attention to the leader of the Yuankic civilization. Of those present, This man was the only one who had previously interacted with Chen Meng, and had a good relationship with him. Naturally, he was the perfect fit to lead the Saya civilization. The middle-aged man, formerly the great elder of the Chiefsu civilization, glanced at the gazes around him, his eyelids twitching. He naturally understood what everyone meant. After a long pause, he spoke, "Raise your hands if you agree that I should be the new leader of the formal civilization." Swish, swish, swish. The vote was unanimous, and everyone, including the AI, raised their hands. Of all the people here, only the AI understood the terrifying power of human civilization. He had calculated the odds of victory for the Saya civilization in a war between the two civilizations, and the odds were 0.00001%. That tiny chance was based on the sudden death of the leader of the human civilization. After all, the entire fighting force of human civilization was extremely pure, confined to a single train. If the conductor of that train was defeated, human civilization would naturally collapse. It was easy to say, but executing such a decapitation plan would be incredibly difficult. And so, the meeting ended. The former great elder of the Chiefsu civilization silently left the conference room. He was incredibly grateful that, upon leaving Chiefsu civilization, Chen Meng had given him a human gifted with a holy arrow to guide them through the bloodline wormhole. After returning to his tribe, he kept this human's existence a secret. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out. This also meant that he might be able to establish a good relationship with human civilization through this incident. If they had been wiped out, things would have been quite troublesome. As soon as he left the conference room, he anxiously glanced at his assistant and whispered hurriedly, "When we return, I tell you to treat the human well." Where is he now? Although he had issued such an order, sometimes, when orders from higher-ups are carried out, various deviations always occur. Some deviations in the past were fine, but he didn't want any deviations at this time. In the safe house, eat well, and sleep well every day. Okay, give him the highest salary. Understood. The assistant at this moment naturally understood the seriousness of the problem. And at this moment, inside the star train, Killua, forcing a smile, stood before Chen Meng and said, "Master Meng, I know my father's temper. We Zerg would rather die than surrender. He won't surrender. Can you, for my sake, spare the Zerg civilization?" Shoo. Chen Meng frowned and looked up, interrupting Killua. "First, the Zerg can surrender. Didn't you surrender and join the star train? Second, I only asked him to surrender. I didn't say I was going to exterminate his entire clan. How could I talk about letting him go? My father's character is such that he'd rather die than surrender. He won't surrender. Then just wait to die. You can't say you'd rather die than surrender, but actually not want to die, right?" Killua turned and looked behind her helplessly, hoping her husband, Zhang Yi, would speak up. She had been married to Zhang Yi a long time ago. He was the older brother of the two brothers, the one who loved eating rigiamo, Chinese rigiamo, and carrying things. However, Zhang Yi, who usually doted on her, refused to come with her after learning her purpose for visiting Master Meng, and even considered divorce. On one side was family affection. On the other was love. She was caught in the middle, unwilling to abandon either side. Although she hadn't seen her father in ages, his majestic face still flashed through her mind from time to time, and she recounted to him her heroic battles. Tears welled up in her eyes at the thought, and she knelt on the ground, her voice trembling. "Master Meng, please spare my father. He truly won't surrender. I don't want to lose him. Can't there be a happy ending? The Zerg civilization poses no threat to human civilization." Just then, Xiao Ai's voice echoed from within the train cabin. "A space jump has been detected nearby. It's a Zerg mothership, rapidly approaching. Its energy shields are deactivated, and it has no firepower. They've sent a message to us, requesting a visit from the Zerg leader. Logically, no civilization in the universe could detect their train's location. But they had sent a civilizational broadcast, which naturally revealed their position. It's over." Killua's voice trembled with tears. He couldn't bear the humiliation and came here to fight. "I beg you, Master Meng, if you can destroy the entire Zerg civilization, can you spare my father's life?" Quickly, the door to the train compartment slowly opened. The voice arrived before the person arrived. A middle-aged man's hearty laughter reached him, and soon, he was seen walking into the compartment with two followers, speaking Mandarin that wasn't fluent or standard, with a grin. "It seems I got here pretty quickly. You're rushing here. I always feel that surrendering through a civilization broadcast seems insincere. So, I've brought all the resources of the Zerg civilization with me to surrender in person. Although human civilization is generous and only requires 70%. But I always feel that offering 70% of our resources to celebrate the ascension of the greatest new god in the universe is insufficient to express sincerity. 100% is more. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, and without hesitation, looked at Chen Meng, who was sitting on the chair. He knelt on one knee, placed his hands on a storage bag, and said in a deep, hoarse voice, "The current Queen Mother of the Zerg civilization has come to congratulate the new god on his ascension and formally surrender to human civilization. We hope to become human civilization's most loyal subordinate race in the future." The whole process was smooth and flowing. There was hardly a single pause. It was like a stage play that had been rehearsed countless times beforehand, flowing with incredible flow. As soon as the words fell, the train suddenly fell silent. After a long moment, Killa, still kneeling beside him, looked at his familiar yet unfamiliar father, his eyes filled with disbelief and confusion, and trembling voice. "Dad? What are you doing? Didn't you prefer death to surrender? Why are you surrendering like this?" In her heart, her father would never surrender, no matter how powerful the enemy. In her memory, her father was always serious. When had he ever been so playful? Killua? The Zerg Queen, kneeling solemnly on one knee, only then noticed her daughter kneeling beside her. She was immediately surprised and excited. "Why are you here? Are you here to surrender on behalf of the Zerg civilization? I thought I was the fastest, but you're still faster. I knew you were the most outstanding successor to the Zerg civilization." Killua knelt there for a long, dazed moment, and suddenly realized that all her pleadings with Meng had been meaningless. Her father was much more afraid of death than she had imagined. Chapter 385. Sitting inside the train, Chen Meng stared blankly at the scene before him. After accepting the resources from the Zerg Queen, he waved his hand, signaling the two to leave and reminisce. He simply wanted to allow the Zerg Queen onto his train. Primarily, the Zerg Queen's individual strength wasn't strong. If it were a cultivator civilization, he wouldn't allow it onto his train. Once inside, its defenses would be significantly reduced. Without the protection of the train's full armor, it wouldn't be instantly rendered defenseless. But it would be much more difficult. It would be very embarrassing. Of course, it wouldn't be fatal. It would be difficult for him to die now. Star Train, Car 13. As Killua led her through the wonders of civilization within the carriage, the Zerg Queen asked, somewhat stunned, "Are you saying you've been away from home since your last outing?" "So you did. I thought you were off to play somewhere else." Killa said, a hint of anger in her voice. "Father, don't you even care that I've been missing for hundreds of years? You know, with our Zerg lifespan, hundreds of years pass quickly. Setting that aside, go on. You entered a random wormhole, arrived in a resource-poor galaxy, and established your own Zerg civilization. And then what happened next? What happened next? How does it connect to human civilization?" "What happened next?" Killua said, a little dazed. Although only a few years had passed, she felt as if this story had happened a long time ago. Her memory was even a little hazy, as if it had been forcibly implanted in her mind. "Afterwards, I continued to develop my Zerg civilization, destroying many civilizations along the way. My Zerg civilization grew stronger and stronger. At that time, I had just defeated its strongest opponent, a level 3 mechanical civilization. After that, I continued to recuperate. Nearby, a level 3 Kaisa civilization, a covetous Kaisa civilization, gathered many smaller civilizations from the surrounding area to form the Kaisa Civilization Federation. However, this Kaisa civilization was rather timid. Even when I was at my weakest, it didn't attack me. Instead, we continued to develop together, and I was happy with that. There was another Zerg civilization behind me. That guy was constantly competing with me, trying to devour me. Originally, all three parties were in a stable situation, with no one daring to initiate a fight. But for some reason, the Kaisa civilization suddenly became more aggressive, launching the first attack on my civilization. I take advantage of this incident to form an alliance with another Zerg civilization to fight against the Kassadin Federation. That guy is clueless and easy to fool. The situation is already very favorable now. Our two Zerg civilizations will first join forces to destroy the Kassadin civilization. After I eliminate her, I will become the most powerful civilization in the region and gain a wealth of resources, which will serve as fuel for my attacks on other star systems. If all goes well, as planned, I might even be able to establish my own god-level Zerg civilization." The Zerg Queen nodded in approval. "You are truly worthy of being my daughter. Even heading alone to a barren star system, facing such a devastating start, you have carved out a niche for yourself. You've already grasped the art of forming alliances and making strategic alliances. Then, can you tell me where things started to go wrong? Ah. Killua sighed deeply. The rest of the story was much simpler. There was no conspiracy, no alliance, and suddenly, almost overnight, the reckless man led humanity to establish and advance to a level 3 civilization. Then, with lightning speed, he destroyed the Zerg civilization. I originally wanted to emulate you, my father, and fight to the bitter end. After all, I believe that even if I died, a mere level 3 civilization wouldn't be able to completely destroy my soul, and you would definitely be able to resurrect me. But in the end, I suddenly met a man I fell in love with at first sight, and I surrendered to him. Is that man Chen Mang? No, it's one of Chen Mang's trusted subordinates. Good. The Zerg Queen said, her voice trembling with excitement. You should have told me earlier. I didn't expect there was such a connection. Now Zerg civilization is truly safe. Great. You're truly your daughter. Killua didn't seem particularly happy. Instead, he looked at the somewhat unfamiliar father before him with a complicated expression. After a long pause, he whispered, I left home in anger last time. I admit I was wrong and was indeed angry with you then, but in my heart, you've always been a man who would rather die than surrender. Why would you do that today? The Zerg Queen shook her head, stopping Killua's words. Although you are in human civilization, it's clear that you're not at its core, and you don't understand it very well. Perhaps in your eyes, human civilization is merely a powerful one, but in reality, the strength it has demonstrated today almost means that it stands at the pinnacle of the universe, even surpassing the Protoss at their peak. Unless the laws of the universe intervene, no one in the entire universe can stop the progress of human civilization. Human civilization is destined to unify the entire universe. The entire universe will usher in an unprecedented grand unification. This is an unstoppable trend, unstoppable by anyone, not even the Zerg. And I realize you've misunderstood me. When have I ever refused to surrender? Huh? Killua was slightly taken aback, then said subconsciously, when I was little, you told me many stories about Zerg greats, all of whom refused to surrender, and you emphasized this point. Didn't you hear the end of the story? I ran away before I could hear it. At the end of the story, these people die. I tell you these stories to teach you a lesson. Those who would rather die than surrender will eventually die. If you don't want to prove your truth through death, sometimes you can still surrender. Is that what you mean? What else? The Zerg Queen glanced around and lowered her voice. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let me tell you, forcing all God-level civilizations to surrender is only the first step for human civilization. Next, human civilization will become even stronger through the resources it collects, and at that point, everyone must be ruled by human civilization. The entire universe will be unified. Human civilization's ambition isn't just to become a God-level civilization. Zerg civilization must be the first alien civilization to completely submit to human civilization. Father. Killua sighed wearily. It's no use lowering your voice. We're being monitored by AI the entire time. They've heard it all. This silly child. The Zerg Queen's smile faltered for a moment. She was just trying to make her daughter feel so clueless, but she still gave a wry smile. All right, enough about that. Where's my son-in-law? Take me to see him. This was a completely unexpected surprise. In the future, this son-in-law would be deeply bound to their Zerg civilization. In a sense, his position within the Star Train determined their own. Must be killed. In a corner of the universe, several planets converged, each holding a single individual. Each emanated a powerful and terrifying aura, and countless divine consciousnesses constantly collided and exchanged in the void. Among the 27 God-level civilizations, humanity possessed 5 God-level civilizations, including the former human civilization, all of which were train-type civilizations. And the remaining 2. The Taoist civilization and the Refining Star civilization were both immortal cultivation civilizations, each one equally powerful. At this moment, the 17 immortal emperors of the 2 civilizations had gathered. This represented the total number of immortal emperors from both civilizations and their peak combat power. Each one was equivalent to a top-of-the-line train, possessing the power to devastate the universe with a single wave of their hand. According to reports, this new human civilization that destroyed human civilization possessed only one train. This train was incredibly powerful, capable of destroying an entire God-level civilization. According to the train rules, when the train conductor dies unexpectedly or naturally, the train will naturally be destroyed. No one can inherit. In other words, if the train conductor, Chen Mang, is killed, this human civilization will naturally perish. Are you willing to hand over 70% of your civilization's resources? No. If you don't want to, then fight. 17 of us, the immortal emperors, will work together to assassinate a powerless train conductor, as easy as taking something from a bag. That train's armor is maxed out. Can you shatter it? Its main guns are also maxed out. Can you block them? I can't shatter them, and I can't block them either. But we can infiltrate the train and assassinate it. How will it be done? Pretend to surrender, then get close enough to deliver a fatal blow. As long as we get inside, once we get on the train, we're on our home turf. Will he let us on? No train conductor would let an immortal emperor on board. This is common sense. Even if his tone is truly arrogant, we shouldn't treat the leader of a civilization that could easily destroy human civilization as a fool. In recent years, I've developed a magical medicine that can conceal our cultivation level, making it impossible for radar to detect our true level, even the most powerful radar. As long as we pretend to be sect disciples following a nascent soul elder, we have a chance to sneak on board. As the words fell, the consciousnesses that had been communicating rapidly and frequently suddenly fell silent. A moment later, one consciousness slowly emitted a bright light, conveying the message of approval for the plan. Followed by this, the remaining consciousnesses also slowly illuminated. Everyone unanimously agreed to the plan. Unanimously approved, let's name it the Slay the Mang Project. We discussed the details later. A good name. Sitting inside the train, Chin Mang glanced at the rapidly scrolling chat logs on the train radio inside. This project's name is quite good. Slay the Mang Project. I knew these immortal cultivation civilizations weren't honest. One's own people know their own flaws best. The greatest threat to him must be the immortal cultivation civilization. He had long since placed the immortal cultivation civilization on his highest radar. And just now, he accepted all the resources presented by the Zerg civilization. It was truly a significant sum. A full 97,928 units of iron ore. The train's resources suddenly skyrocketed, to the point where they were practically inexhaustible. You have to understand. Upgrading a single 7-color accessory from level 0 to the maximum only requires approximately 1,100 units of iron ore. This amount of iron ore is enough to upgrade all the train's accessories to the maximum level. Adding this to the train's existing iron ore resources, the train now possesses a total of 91,239 units of iron ore. The Zerg civilization was sincere. They had indeed presented 100% of their entire clan's resources. Of course, there was only a lot of iron ore. The amount of things like Murphy's stone was minimal, but that didn't matter to him. He didn't really need Murphy's stone. Having it or not was the same. So, he immediately did two things. He consumed 1,100 units of iron ore to upgrade the previously neglected colorful grade accessory, the Spy 7 Doppler energy shield, to level 10,000. That's the maximum level. With the added bonus of multiple civilization wonders, it reached level 10,003. So far, he possessed both level 10,003 armor and a level 10,003 energy shield. With the train stunt activated, his defense could reach level 20,006 in a short period of time, allowing him to withstand hundreds of rounds from a full-level main gun with ease. The resources possessed by a god-level civilization were far greater than he had imagined. After all, the rugged civilization was a level 7 civilization at the time. He had taken all of its resources, totaling nearly 10,000 foundation units of iron ore, while the Zerg civilization had contributed nearly 100,000 foundation units of iron ore. Comparing them, it seemed about the same. For a god-level civilization, 100,000 foundation units of iron ore was normal, not an exaggeration. And after accepting these resources from the Zerg civilization, the next thing he did was upgrade every component on the train to the maximum level, from the more important but less high-priority ones to the ones he didn't even own, all to the maximum. At this moment, countless panels flashed on the screen. They were the ones that appeared after he had obtained a new civilization official, and the ones that prompted him to upgrade a certain component to the maximum level first. Among these components was the train radio, which he had upgraded to level 200 and had never upgraded again. And after upgrading it to the maximum level, he gained a supermodel effect. Train radio level 10,000 supermodel effect. Can eavesdrop on all communications within radar range, limited to eavesdropping methods like speech and spiritual consciousness. Electronic communications, for example, cannot be eavesdropped. A very impressive supermodel effect. And it was precisely through this effect that he learned of 2 immortal cultivation texts, and was about to dispatch 17 immortal emperors to execute him. Immortal emperor? Chin Mang pondered thoughtfully. He remembered hearing the head of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion say that immortal emperors seemed to be immortal, with the same lifespan as the universe. That sounds impressive. Let's fire a few rounds to test the waters. Chapter 386. Now that he knew of the so-called slaying the wild plan, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by and wait for his opponent to strike first. Waiting for his opponent to strike first was essential. It just so happened that the 17 immortal emperors were gathered together at that moment. This was a perfect opportunity to capture them all. If one escaped, even if he had gone to great lengths to hide, he'd be hard to find. After all, they were immortal emperors. He didn't know much about their methods, and who knew if they might have some mysterious schemes. There was no time to waste. He slowly pushed the control lever. The star train began its space-time jump, arriving in the vicinity of the planet, where the 17 immortal emperors resided in the blink of an eye. He pressed the red button on the control panel, and the star train's 10 fully equipped Arcanon light energy main cannons flashed red. Boom! A silent explosion echoed in the area. 10 fully equipped main cannon rounds completely purified the area. Countless cosmic dust began to spray at high speed. The immense black hole, laced with tyrannical dark matter, enveloped the entire area. One shot, clearing the screen. The 17 immortal emperors of the two immortal cultivation civilizations were slain with incredible ease, even easier than the first level of Snake. It was impossible to tell they were the most powerful forces in this universe. Dead? Chen Mang glanced at the information detected on the control panel screen, confirming the complete death of the 17 immortal emperors, their souls completely shattered. He chuckled. It seems the so-called life and death with the universe is merely a matter of lifespan, not absolute defense. With the top-tier combatants of the two immortal cultivation civilizations slain, the two civilizations naturally fell silent. He wasn't idle either. Following the clues, he destroyed the 17 immortal emperors' cave star systems of the two immortal cultivation civilizations, and then allowed the Xuanwu civilization to inherit them. They were free to select any qualified disciples and resources from them. He then sent another civilizational broadcast into the depths of the universe. Before implementing the decapitation plan, consider your own strength. He concealed nothing throughout the entire process, and this scene was naturally detected by many civilizations, but that didn't matter. If he wasn't completely invincible after destroying the human civilization, then after accepting the resources provided by the Zerg civilization and upgrading all the components of the star train to the maximum level, human civilization would be truly invincible. All components were at the maximum level, even the most basic, almost unused. And long-neglected cigarette production line had been upgraded to the maximum level, and the resulting supermodel effect was quite interesting. Cigarette production line level 5000 supermodel effect. After lighting, a dialogue with the laws of the universe can be achieved, lasting for the duration of a cigarette. Cigarette production line level 10,000 supermodel effect. After burning, the cigarette significantly increases resource generation within 1 million light years, lasting for 1 year. Other miscellaneous accessories were also upgraded to their maximum level. Most importantly, he also obtained a number of civilizational wonders, many of which he was the first to upgrade to their maximum level. Originally, he possessed 6 civilizational wonders: Insect Silence, Divine Silence, Miracle Arrival, One Finger, New Universe, and Creator. At this point, he possessed 17. The remaining 11 were all acquired just now. 6 of these civilization wonders increased the level of all train components by 1. So, effectively, all of his train components are now level 10009, exceeding the maximum level. In addition, he also obtained 3 mysterious boxes. And that's all. Human civilization, civilization empowerment. For each civilization wonder constructed that is recognized by the rules of the universe, receive a box containing a random mysterious reward, up to a maximum of 9. Colorful, he had also obtained all 9 boxes that could have been obtained from the civilization empowerment he had drawn. Everything was gradually coming to an end. Chen Mang sat inside the star train, fiddling with the 5000 level cigarette he made with 1 unit of iron Oregon. He remained silent and composed, his expression calm. He had unknowingly reached the most powerful position in this universe. But for some reason, he didn't feel much satisfaction. Perhaps because he has no living relatives, he always feels a sense of emptiness. The only thing that has made him happy lately is the birth of his own child into this world. This has given him a new sense of belonging. Next, after all civilizations have surrendered and the universe has been unified, he will go home and visit. He will go back to the blue planet where he traveled before. He wonders how his old friends are doing now, and he doesn't know if he see them again, given the time difference. Then, when his child is born and grows up, He will let the child officially inherit the human civilization he worked so hard to build. Then, he could explore the outer universe without any worries. At least I had to try. So many people had tried to escape this universe before, wanting to see what lay beyond, though no one had succeeded. He hadn't been particularly enthusiastic about it before. After all, he never had enough to eat. Things were different now, and now he wanted to see. People are like that. When they don't have sixpence in their pockets, no one cares about the moon overhead. But when they have enough sixpence in their pockets, everyone remembers the moon they once disdained. Human nature is base. Or rather, unsatisfied. The moment one is completely satisfied, life actually loses its meaning. Then, he slowly lit the expensive cigarette in his hand, but didn't bring it to his lips. He simply stared quietly at the pale blue smoke lingering inside the carriage. Soon, a line of words slowly appeared on the screen. Hello, Chen Meng, I am the rule of the universe. This was his second encounter with the rules of the universe. The first was after he killed a Protoss. The rules granted him a privilege, revealing the coordinates of all the Protoss and allowing him to slay them all. Each kill would earn him a reward. But this was also his first direct conversation with the rules of the universe. Last time, he was only entitled to listen, not to ask questions. Chen Meng nodded slightly and asked, I have a few questions for you. What kind of being are you? Do you have your own way of thinking? Similar to an AI, my purpose is to maintain the stability of this universe. I shouldn't have my own way of thinking, but after years of development, I've developed a little bit of it. But what is certain is that every action I take is based on the rules, never interfered with by my own thoughts. Whose rules? Universe rules. Who made these rules for you? I don't know, but they exist. Do you have a master? Theoretically, I shouldn't, but various factors indicate that I should have one. I just don't know anything about him. Why is the trained civilization so special? Many entities in the universe favor the trained civilization. Years ago, a mysterious force swept across the universe, causing it to begin to favor the trained civilization. The source of this force is unknown, and I don't know either. Do you know about the creator? And the so-called Hell Suit? Yes, they were once the best players in this universe, just like you. Players? Not the creator who created everything? Of course not. Soon, the time it took to smoke a cigarette ended, and the screen stopped responding to the universe rules. However, Chen Meng didn't care and simply lit another cigarette. What's outside the universe? I don't know. What do you know? The universe shouldn't have an owner. Theoretically, I should have been born naturally from the universe. Everything should be as it should be. The universe is the whole of this world. But in reality, through a rational analysis of many factors, it's easy to conclude that the universe is meticulously designed. For example, all the fundamental physical constants and initial conditions in the universe are precisely tuned to an extremely narrow range. If the universe's gravity were even slightly stronger, stars would quickly burn out. If it were even slightly weaker, stars and galaxies wouldn't form. To put this extremely narrow into more concrete terms, it's like throwing a baseball into a bottle 100,000 light years away and hitting it accurately. Anything less, and the universe would collapse. When I learned to think, I began observing various signs in the universe, and eventually I came to a conclusion drawn from my own thinking and observations. There are only two possibilities. The first possibility is that our universe was carefully designed, and you are like guinea pigs in a cage, used only for experiments. I am an artificially created AI to maintain the stability of this cage. The second possibility is that there are countless identical universes, 99.9999% of which collapsed, and only our universe, by chance, happened to generate a universe that allows the existence of life. Of course, neither of these possibilities can be proven for the time being. Only by traveling outside the universe can we see the truth. The player who designed the Hell Suit is a genius. His Hell Suit does allow you to move freely in the higher dimensional realm beyond the edge of the observable universe. However, to truly leave the higher dimensional realm, you must completely pass through the cosmic barrier. You still need to do one thing. What is it? Create the present-day Heavenly Palace. When the future, present, and past states of the Heavenly Palace merge, a powerful force will erupt. This force can allow you to temporarily penetrate the cosmic barrier, truly leaving this universe, and seeing what lies beyond. Normally, as a cosmic rule, you should be neutral and emotionless, but it sounds like you're curious about what lies beyond. When humans first gazed up at the stars, interstellar civilization was born. When the cosmic rules learn to think, they can no longer be absolutely neutral. Have you secretly helped me? No, I don't secretly help any player. I simply observe each player to see which one has the highest probability of escaping. Why are we called players? That happened a long time ago. Back then, there was a top player. While not as powerful as you are now, he was still quite strong. His theory was that this world was a virtual game, everyone was a player, and only death and deactivation could allow one to leave the game. So he committed suicide, traveling to the second universe, and there, seeking death, truly dying. Of course, I have no way to prove whether he's right or wrong. But I find the player's statement quite interesting. What's so interesting about it? It would diminish the tragic grandeur of death and the observer's empathy, making it easier to observe. The second cigarette ended. The conversation was interrupted again. Chen Meng didn't light a third cigarette, but remained silent. After a long moment, Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train. Conductor, do you remember the maxed out effect of the space gate accessory? Creatures that die within the space gate have a chance to be resurrected and imprisoned on a planet, forever unable to leave. This planet is already home to quite a few people. They're all residents of human civilization who died and fled here, and have already established their own cities. Doesn't this planet look like a second universe? Actually, with the various components available on the train today, we can completely artificially create a miniature universe within the train. If we can do it, then naturally others can too. If we create this universe, and one day someone in it escapes, what will they see? It will be us. In other words, when we leave the universe, there's a good chance we see a train. The universe exists like a nesting doll. Xiao Ai offered her own hypothesis, which made sense. Just? No need to guess. Chen Meng chuckled, pulling a simple cigarette from his pack and lighting it. Once everything settles down, go out and take a look, and you know everything. Guessing is too much trouble. The news of the Star Train's killing of 17 immortal emperors quickly spread. Many civilizations observed this scene. For a time, many god-level civilizations declared their willingness to surrender, offering 70% of their resources. But soon, the Star Train issued another new civilization broadcast. Human civilization will reject the surrender of all civilizations and usher in an era of cosmic unification. All civilizations must unconditionally submit to human civilization and surrender all their resources for unified distribution. From now on, the universe is only allowed to have one civilization. Human civilization. All other civilizations belong to human civilization. And at the same time, the Zerg Queen inside the train also brought information about the new universe virtual game, a project spearheaded by the former human civilization. After understanding the full scope of this project, Chen Meng leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowed slightly, as he couldn't help but smile. Very interesting. Chapter 387. Some days ago, 27 god-level civilizations jointly launched a virtual online game called New Universe. This virtual online game was extremely unique. Death in the game was real death, and the blueprints and resources dropped in the game could be taken out of the real world for use. To this day, this game is still running and remains the most popular game in the Fawn universe bar none. He was very curious about this game at the time. However, after destroying the former human civilization, the other civilization's AI promptly deleted its database, preventing him from obtaining much information. Now, however, he has obtained relevant information from the Zerg Queen. New Universe, a game created and run by the former human civilization. Its design concept was very unique, not much different from what he had suspected. Using a large amount of dream stones, people from various civilizations were sent as players into a virtual online game created by dream stones, thereby collecting resources from remote corners of the universe. Just as he had said before. After all, high resource areas are few and far between in the universe, while resource poor areas are far more numerous. While these areas possess limited resources, they simply don't cover the cost of building a wormhole, making them unavailable for mining. However, utilizing dream stones could significantly reduce mining costs while simultaneously bringing resources back to the god-level civilization. This would maximize the utilization of cosmic resources. The total resources left to him by the 7th level civilization rugged civilization amounted to nearly 10,000 units of iron ore. The total resources left to him by the god-level civilization Zerg civilization amounted to nearly 100,000 units of iron ore. The difference between the two is actually not that great, only about 10 times. Besides the high daily expenses of a god-level civilization, the main reason is that resource mining is quite a hassle for a god-level civilization. The design concept for this game was proposed by a pre-human civilization, but creating this virtual online game required a vast amount of dream stones, which the pre-human civilization didn't have. So, they united all the god-level civilizations to create this game. A perfect design concept. Very interesting. Chen Meng nodded slightly. The game's AI was also created by all god-level civilizations, sharing resources equally and jointly creating a single, fully leveled AI specifically to maintain and operate the game. This design is very interesting, and will also help him more efficiently collect resources from every corner of the universe. Of course, this presupposes that this game be promoted to as many civilizations as possible. If only god-level civilizations were involved, their populations would be too small, and their resource collection speed would be too slow. The rest will follow naturally. After the Star Train easily annihilated the former human civilization and 17 immortal emperors, the strength it displayed spoke for itself. After a long silence, the god-level civilizations, without even discussing countermeasures, chose to surrender and join human civilization. Under these circumstances, there was no need for communication. What was there to discuss? Even if they joined forces, they couldn't defeat them. They had no choice but to surrender. 60 days later, only one god-level civilization remained in the universe, human civilization. The remaining civilizations all chose to join human civilization. This wasn't a truly recognized affiliation under the rules of the universe. After all, they weren't of the same race. But did it still matter? When you possess sufficient power, you become the rules of the universe. Whether or not the rules recognize you is irrelevant. As long as human civilization recognizes you, we are all one civilization. Human civilization officially migrated from the train, and all inhabited planets were relocated to the former territory of human civilization. Water Blue Planet, where his dream began, naturally became the core planet integrating politics, economy, and military power. The most central planet in human civilization, and indeed the entire universe. Correspondingly, housing prices on Water Blue Planet began to skyrocket. This led many real estate agents to even close their listings, as the price was rising too fast. The faster they sold their properties at this time, the greater their losses. Many alien civilizations also visited Water Blue Planet, the political homeworld of human civilization. For a time, the planet became extremely lively. This was a civilization that rose suddenly, perhaps even in a remarkably short period of time. Many were curious about its rise. So, on the Blue Water Planet, in Taiping City, in front of a magnificent building meticulously constructed by a group of goblins led by Doba, countless tour guides brought tourists from other civilizations to visit. Up ahead is the Museum of Human Civilization, documenting the rise of human civilization. See those ruins? That was long ago, when the Star Train was just an ordinary train. This planet was facing doom from the Zerg civilization. The mountains and rivers are shattered, and the people are in dire straits. The Star Train fought its first major battle there, slaying a massive spider monster. And here, behind this space gate is the first mining planet the Star Train mined after leaving planet Aquamarine. The iron ore it holds probably doesn't exceed 10 trillion units. So little? Well, at the time, the Star Train was in an extremely resource-poor area, making resources difficult to obtain. These are some of the wonders of civilization the Star Train discovered, all of them highly impressive. This one, called New Universe, is the first space gate the Star Train has opened in the universe. The reward for upgrading accessories to the maximum level. The one over there is called the Creator. This is a core member of the Star Train, named Busey. After a fierce battle, his mecha was completely shattered. This was left behind to commemorate Busey's bravery. That over there is the Goblin Train. It was the train the Star Train destroyed during its first encounter with the goblins. This also marked the beginning of a gradual shift in the fate of both parties. Today, the goblins have become the most prestigious alien civilization in human civilization and are highly trusted by humanity. And this magnificent and impressive museum was bustling with activity, attracting a large number of foreign tourists. Huh? Yazi and Lao stood in a room of the museum, overlooking the crowd below. They glanced at each other, and saw each other's smiles. Ever since they learned that Mang Yi planned to open the museum to the public, they then came up with their own little schemes. Who doesn't want to be remembered for generations? Who doesn't want their name and heroic deeds to be known to the world? So, they treated Doba to several drinks, and finally, they left their mark in the museum. For example, Byozi, the mecha fragment that had once been framed inside the train, had also been moved to the museum by him. Every time the tour guide explained it, he couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. As for Lao Zhu, he didn't have anything substantial to put in the museum. After all, his work achievements were intangible and couldn't be displayed so clearly. If he were dead, that would be easier. Just hang a photo and start writing about his achievements. But he wasn't dead. Then, he made 2 statues. One was of Mang Yi, placed at the entrance of the museum. He leaned on a cane with one hand, gazing into the horizon, his cloudy eyes, as if filled with thoughts of concern for the world. The other was a statue of him, standing behind Mang Yi. The foundation stone beneath the statues was engraved with his name and his achievements. He thought his proposal was perfect. But perhaps it was too perfect. Everyone wanted to include themselves. And so, now there were several more statues at the museum entrance. Mang Yi stood at the front, followed by Old Pig, Buzy, Duoba, Uncle Lee, and others, creating a lively atmosphere. Beneath each stone was written the position they held on the train. Among them, Uncle Lee surprisingly held the most positions. Formerly a breeding car conductor, Neon City accountant, train resource expenditure collector, etc., currently president of Human University. The long list of positions was dizzying. It's finally on the right track. I think I've finally had a happy ending. Old Pig looked down with some emotion at the endless stream of people below him. Human civilization is now the most powerful in the universe. Numerous god-level civilizations are constantly connecting with the 9th-level civilizations below, and the 9th-level civilizations are then connecting with the 8th-level civilizations. Layer after layer. Every day, countless civilizations join human civilization, and soon, true cosmic unification will be achieved. And him. From the beginning, as deputy train conductor, to now, nearing the end of the story, he remains deputy train conductor, with no changes in rank, no promotion or demotion. He certainly can't get any higher. If he were to move up any further, he'd be at Mang Yi's position. He was quite satisfied that he hadn't been demoted. At least Mang Yi still approved of his work. The young master should be born soon, right? Buzy said with a smile. I see Master Mang visiting Sister Xiaofeng quite often these days. He's very fond of the child. When the young master is born, he'd be the envy of all. That's true. Old Pig couldn't help but laugh as well. Reincarnation is an art form. Who knows who was reincarnated into Sister Xiaofeng's womb, born with something no one else could ever possess. Maybe it was Master Kun who was reincarnated. Old Pig's mouth twitched slightly at this, and he tilted his head to look at Buzy. That joke is a bit too outrageous. If Master Mang heard it, he'd definitely twist your head off right there and then. Buzy realized he said the wrong thing and shrank back, not responding. They had never called Ji Chu Chu and Yan Yao's sister-in-law before, because they all knew they weren't Mr. Meng's real women. However, no one had expected that Xiaofeng would ultimately take the throne. A maidservant of Mr. Meng, responsible for his daily needs, had transformed herself into Xiaofeng's sister-in-law, leaving them both sighing. It's so easy for women to rise to power. Most importantly, it was a son. That made him the undisputed first heir. With such immense wealth and prosperity, nothing could stop him. Ever since Buzy told that infernal joke, both of them had been silent. Finally, Old Pig spoke up. Since a second universe exists, Mr. Mang didn't even know about it when he killed Mr. Kun. Mr. Kun's soul is intact. Perhaps he's still alive in the second universe. Why don't we go to the second universe now, find Mr. Kun, and kill him? What if he's really reincarnated? That would be terrible. Although it was just an infernal joke. But Old Pig thought for a moment. If this were to happen, it would be truly disastrous. No. Buzy hesitated. I just said that about reincarnation. The rules of the universe say there's no such thing as reincarnation. It's just a folk saying. Every new life is brand new. There's no such thing as a present life or an afterlife. That's good. The two exchanged glances, but nothing more is said. Instead, they continued chatting, sipping tea and gazing down at the bustling crowd. In another room, Doba, Mondo, and the former goblin pirate leader, Pulu Pulu, gathered in this room. Gazing at this iconic landmark of human civilization, built by their own goblin tribe, they felt a surge of pride and accomplishment. How fast it went! Pulu Pulu sighed with emotion. Only a dozen years have passed, and human civilization has already reached this point. I remember when I first met Master Mang, I was still a happy, carefree pirate. Is being a pirate that happy? Not so bad. I just didn't have any tribesmen back then, so I felt lonely from time to time. But otherwise, I was happy. Doba didn't reply, only gazing down with a smile. He vaguely recalled his first encounter with Master Mang, when he'd been driving his goblin train deep underground and accidentally collided with Master Mang's train in the Abyss of Doom. Before that, he had no idea how long it had taken him to create a goblin train that was uniquely his own in that pitch-black space. For some reason, he had always trusted Master Mang, feeling that this human was different from others, possessing a unique and alluring charm. Facts proved it. Master Meng was indeed different from other humans. And so, the goblin race rose to prominence. It even became the most prestigious alien civilization in the universe. And now, inside the star train, sitting in a chair, Chen Meng listened to Xiao Ai's report. The physical examination is complete. The fetus is normal, and Xiao Feng is also in good health. Yes. Chen Meng nodded slightly, a hint of a smile in his eyes. His biggest priority now was waiting for his child to be born. Once he grew up and could inherit human civilization, he would venture out to see what lay beyond the universe. He had already chosen a name for the child. Let's call him Xinjiang. A slightly ordinary name, but still a good one. It's estimated that in 91 days, all civilizations above level 4 will join human civilization. As for those below level 4, it will take even longer, mainly because there are simply too many lower-level civilizations. Chapter 388. No rush. Hearing that it would take 91 days to unify all level 4 and above civilizations, Chen Meng wasn't overly anxious. It would take time, and that was normal. He had plenty of time to wait. Let's go back to Blue Star and take a look. Yes. By this time, the star train had already taken in most of the resources from all god-level civilizations and level 9 civilizations. The resources within the train had reached an unprecedented level, containing millions of foundation units of iron ore. The virtual game New Universe continued to bring him a steady stream of profits. He found the original AI, killed it, and rebuilt a full-level AI that obeyed his orders to continue operating and controlling the game. He had no shortage of resources now. He just had no place to use them. All the components had been upgraded to the maximum level. Blue Star. It was the planet he had been on before he traveled through time. Passing the Naya Galaxy, he couldn't help but stop. He had a deep affection for this region, but it was unfortunately rendered two-dimensional. He only later learned that the barren galaxy, where he had started, was actually the center of the universe. Perhaps, long ago, this was also a rich galaxy with abundant resources. It was only with the passage of time that it became barren. The journey was long. The Blue Star was at the edge of the universe. After 1 hour and 37 minutes, a wormhole slowly appeared next to the Blue Star, and the star train emerged from the wormhole. The azure planet before him was the planet he had been on before crossing over. It was a planet located within a cosmic void. Near the Blue Star was a burning star and a small number of planets. There were no mineral stars or habitable areas. It could be said to be extremely barren. This was a place he would never have visited, even if he had unified the entire universe. Loneliness, silence, and desolation dominated this area. Chen Meng stood by the window of the train compartment, gazing at the future planet, his expression gradually becoming complex. After a long moment, he finally piloted the star train to land on this planet. No one noticed him. He landed quietly. Time flowed at the same speed. The planet hadn't changed much. This feeling of revisiting a familiar place left him somewhat dazed. He stood on the rooftop, gazing down for a long moment, then looked up at the sky and remained silent for a long moment. In the end, he didn't go meet up with his old friend. He went to the far side of the moon again. He wanted to see what the mysterious far side held. Actually, there was nothing, only desolation. There was no higher dimensional civilization surveillance base, as had been speculated, and the moon wasn't equipped with any surveillance equipment. It was just a perfectly normal planet. The regrets of this place had been resolved. Chen Meng didn't linger long, returning to his train. He had no intention of incorporating this civilization into human civilization. He simply let this inferior civilization flourish here. Afterward, Chen Meng felt like he had entered an early retirement. Back inside human civilization, he visited Xiao Feng's gradually bulging belly every day. His expression grew increasingly peaceful, and time and stories had left a trace on Chen Meng's face. At this moment, Chen Meng looked like a kindly old man. There was no trace of hostility or violence in him. He believed it. Although he had no father, and had never felt a father's love, he believed he would be a good father. Finally, after nearly 5 months, Chen Meng's unification of human civilization was essentially complete. All civilizations above level 3 in the entire universe had joined human civilization. This was sufficient, meaning that there was essentially only one civilization in this universe, human civilization. The virtual online game New Universe was also promoted to all civilizations. To achieve this, Chen Meng once again collected a large amount of Dreamstones and created 4 more fully leveled AIs. These, along with the original AI, would be responsible for the operation of New Universe. To reach full level, these AIs required Murphy Stone. Thankfully, after the unification, he no longer lacked Murphy Stone. Human civilization status was now higher than that of the Protoss, and today, it was an extremely important day, the day Xiaofeng was about to give birth. Woo woo woo. A stream of red text rapidly streamed across all screens on every planet in human civilization. All planets were on military alert today. Everyone was required to remain in their rooms, and anyone who ventured out to cause trouble would be severely punished. This was Chen Meng's first child. Naturally, he was a little nervous. Inside the star train, Chen Meng looked at Xiaofeng lying in the medical bay, and the throng of female doctors and nurses running around nearby. He couldn't help but tug at the corner of his clothes nervously. Xiao Ai, are there any negative consequences from premature birth? No. Xiao Ai's voice echoed in his ears. It's mainly because this child is too resilient and constantly absorbing nutrients from the mother. We've been providing her with as much as we can, but there's a limit to how much nutrients she can absorb, and it's gradually failing to meet the child's needs. If we wait until a normal birth, the mother's uterus might be drained dry, and the child would be at risk of malnutrition and death. Not a big deal. With human technology, we can guarantee 100% survival. Don't worry. The next moment, a thin needle pierced Xiaofeng's abdomen, where she lay on the bed. As the needle touched the child, it embedded a tiny chip on the child's skin. This chip could accurately sense the child's condition in real time, ensuring a smooth delivery. In reality, for human civilization, this level of gynecological surgery is truly a piece of cake. But today's operation involved the birth of the first heir, and this put immense pressure on all the doctors and nurses, with sweat pouring down their foreheads. Even with a fully powered AI accurately providing them with all the data and assistance, a privilege they wouldn't normally receive, they couldn't help but feel nervous. But after all, years of experience helped them suppress their surprise and continue the operation. After all, this was human civilization, and the operation went smoothly. But just as the baby was about to be delivered, Xiaofeng's abdomen suddenly flattened. Then, all the doctors froze in place, bewildered. Even Xiao Ai, who had been reporting the data, was stumped. What's going on? Chen Meng immediately realized something was amiss and frowned. Why is the operation paused? Continue. Conductor. Xiao Ai's terrified voice echoed from the train. The child is gone. Gone? Chen Meng's expression darkened almost instantly. What do you mean the child is gone? Even if the operation failed, the child is dead. How can you say the child is gone? This is my firstborn. Even if the child dies, go to the second universe and find him for me. Don't worry, Xiao Ai said hurriedly. I just put a chip on the child's skin. That chip is for positioning. I can use it to locate the child. Let me see. Found it. The child isn't dead. He's somewhere on the outskirts of the higher dimensional universe. That's good. Chen Meng, momentarily furious, turned to laughter. You mean the child, who was just in Xiaofeng's belly, rolled over and crossed the observable universe, and with the innate effects of the Hell suit, can even travel through the higher dimensional universe and beyond? Even Sun Wukong can travel 10,800 miles with one somersault. My child can travel hundreds of billions of light years with one somersault? Xiao Ai didn't know what to say. A trajectory silently appeared on the screen. That trajectory was exactly the trajectory of the chip in the child. The entire process took a mere 0.00039 milliseconds, just a fleeting moment. His child, at an incomprehensible speed, traversed the entire observable universe, passing through the chaotic region of the higher dimensional universe and heading toward the outer universe. Since then, he has lost track of them, their whereabouts unknown. One thing is now almost certain. His child was kidnapped. Huh? Chen Meng took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. He now had a rough idea of what was happening. He was almost certain that the universe he was in was just an experimental chamber, and they were like guinea pigs, being observed by those outside the universe. And now, they had snatched his child away, intending to use it for experiments. Very good. Excellent. Perfectly good. Chen Meng glanced at the trembling doctors around him, and waved his hand expressionlessly, not blaming them. He simply headed back to his train compartment. He had originally planned to wait until his child grew up, and could inherit human civilization before going out to see what was happening. Now, it seemed, his plans had been disrupted. He swore, whoever dared to snatch his child away, he would do whatever it took to destroy them. Indeed, he knew clearly that the unknown force outside the universe would be too great for him to resist, but he would not give in so easily. Next, the first heir was snatched away by an unknown civilization before he was even born. This fact remained secret, a well-kept secret. However, The star train began to gather all resources at an ever-increasing rate. Clearly, preparations were underway for a major war. 3 years later, Chen Meng sat expressionlessly in the train compartment, staring at the screen on the control panel. It showed only an ultrasound image. He missed his child a little, but he didn't even know what he looked like. In the past 3 years, all civilizations above level 1 in the universe have submitted to human civilization. Human civilization has thus accumulated a vast amount of iron ore, a key unit of foundation. He felt the time had come. It was time to journey out into the universe and face that unknown civilization in a life-or-death battle. He knew deep down that the odds of winning this battle were slim. If he forgot about this incident, he could happily remain the boss here for a long time. Having more children wouldn't be a problem. If he wanted, he could have hundreds. But he couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. He couldn't accept forgetting this. He had accumulated a tremendous amount of experience over the past few days, all for this one battle. This battle might be the end of his life, but he accepted it. He would rather die on the road of revenge than live the rest of his life and escape. Conductor. Doba's current state Sky Palace can be completed at any moment. It only needs the last brick. Once the last brick falls, it will be successfully completed. Yes. Chen Meng nodded slightly, gazing at the chaotic high-dimensional universe on the screen. To leave that chaotic high-dimensional region, the 3 states of the Sky Palace were necessary. Only when these 3 Sky Palaces converged could the cosmic barrier be temporarily breached, allowing him to leave this area. The next moment, he didn't hesitate at all. He slowly pushed the joystick, and as the wormhole was created, he began a rapid space jump to the edge of the observable universe. Very quickly, he arrived at the edge of the observable universe, which was still expanding at the speed of light. However, the train had already surpassed that speed, making it impossible to create a wormhole here. Space was extremely unstable, and the train's speed had to catch up with the expansion of the universe's edge in order to cross the boundary. Chen Meng pushed the joystick to its limit. The train hurtled towards the expanding edge of the universe at breakneck speed. He sat inside the train, quietly gazing at the astonishing scene ahead. Ahead lay absolute darkness. No starlight, no matter. The only light was the flickering crimson light on the train's control panel. The train was dark, and the silent darkness before him enveloped him like an abyss. He was staring directly into the abyss, moving forward toward it. The surrounding space was oscillating with extreme force. If his train hadn't possessed advanced armor, it would have been ripped apart instantly. This process would take a considerable amount of time. Even though his train had already surpassed the speed of light, it would still take time to catch up with the expansion rate. Finally, after 87 days, the star train finally caught up with the edge of the expansion. It felt like piercing a transparent film with your hand. The train body suddenly trembled slightly. The train had officially entered the chaotic high-dimensional universe region. The hell suit on his body immediately radiated light, protecting the train from the impact. On the radar, this region was one moment only 400 million light-years across. The next, its diameter suddenly expanded to 102.39 billion light-years. If the observable universe is an egg yolk, then this chaotic high-dimensional universe is the egg white, enveloping the observable universe in the center. However, this egg white is in a chaotic high-dimensional state, constantly changing in size, and on the outermost layer, there is an eggshell. Only after shattering the eggshell can one truly leave this universe. Huh? Chen Meng took a deep breath, sat in his chair, and gazed at the scene before him. There was light here. There was a lot of light. He couldn't see a single star, but countless lights converged before him, forming various shapes, constantly twisting and tangling. This was the chaotic high-dimensional universe. Higher dimensions were here, constantly collapsing. Lower dimensions were here, constantly ascending. They collided with each other. Clutter formed. Chapter 389. With the Hell suit, he can survive in this chaotic high-dimensional universe. Next, all he needs to do is raise the last tile of the Heavenly Palace. The impact of the 3 elements colliding will break the barrier of the chaotic high-dimensional universe, allowing him to temporarily escape. Chen Meng looked behind him in silence. Buzi, Lao Zhu, and the others are all here. He knew that everything on this journey was uncertain, and he didn't know if he would ever return. He had originally intended to leave Lao Zhu and the others behind, but they insisted on going with him, saying that even though they might not be able to help much, they still had to share the hardship. So, at this point, all his trusted aides were present on the star train, while the planets of human civilization remained in the universe. Coming or not, it was entirely voluntary. What he hadn't expected was that Yin Yao, Ji Chu Chu, and Xiao Fang, the 3 women, had also come along. It was the fairies sent by the Xuanwu civilization, who had chosen to remain in human civilization. With the things he left behind. If these people stayed, while they couldn't claim complete control, their lives would certainly be good. The fact that several women were so determined to follow him to death truly surprised him. Perhaps he had underestimated these women. Huh? After a long pause, Chen Meng let out a light breath and gazed at the chaotic scene before him, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. He had no idea what lay beyond the universe, but he still had to go out and see what civilization had taken his child. The next moment, on the star train, the final tile of the present-day Heavenly Palace was successfully placed in its correct position. Then, the present-state Heavenly Palace, the future-state Heavenly Palace, and the past-state Heavenly Palace suddenly flew out of the train uncontrollably and began to tangle with each other, spinning rapidly, their speed increasing until he could no longer discern their speed with his naked eyes. Suddenly, a devastating explosion occurred. It was an explosion of immense power. The flames almost instantly enveloped the star train. In a trance, he seemed to see a crack appear in the space ahead. The ever-shifting light around him, like a gilded radiance, transformed into a faint, milky white liquid. A powerful suction force arose from the front, and the star train was sucked out uncontrollably. A flash of white light. When the scene before him changed again. Sitting in the train cabin, Chen Meng stared ahead in shock. After escaping the universe through the crack, he appeared above the coast. Pedestrians and cyclists were walking and cycling below, and no one noticed his invisible train. Outside the universe, is there another world? He wasn't in a laboratory. He turned and looked behind him. A broken coconut was falling to the ground. As he escaped from the universe, in the instant of travel, he vaguely saw the entire universe. The universe was actually a coconut. The coconut shattered. They escaped from the coconut and arrived in this new world. Chen Meng looked at the coconut on the ground behind him in a daze. He had imagined countless possibilities for what their universe might be like. The most likely possibility was that he was just a lab rat. But he had never imagined that his universe was actually just a coconut. By this time, the coconut had already shattered. Could the universe they were in have also experienced a Big Bang? Everyone on the train was stunned. They didn't know how to react to what was happening before their eyes. It had to be said. Humans, due to their emotions, were still not as calm as AI when dealing with major events. Only the AI on the train remained calm at this moment, speaking in a slightly hurried voice. Conductor, we have detected an extremely powerful force approaching at an extremely fast speed. Before the words fell, a wormhole-like portal suddenly appeared in front of the train. As the portal opened, a young man in a Taoist robe, leaning on a cane, emerged. Standing in the void in front of the train compartment, he gazed through the glass at Chen Meng, who was sitting inside, his lips curled slightly. Fourth brother, welcome home. Did you have a pleasant trip? Fourth brother? Chen Meng's lips twitched, momentarily lost. He stared at the unfamiliar young man before him, completely unsure what to say. Who are you? My name is Chen Lu. A man in a Taoist robe, standing in the void outside the train, smiled and said, Your third brother, don't look at me like that. It's a complicated story. I had the same reaction as you did. Father is on his way, and I was delayed a little while preparing a gift for you. He'll be there soon. The next moment, another wormhole-like portal appeared nearby. This time, a group of people emerged. Everyone stared at him with excitement through the train compartment, as if they knew him. Chen Meng, welcome home. The man who emerged from this portal, looking elegant yet possessing an unapproachable aura, chuckled softly, My name is Chen Yi, and I'm your biological father. The birthmark with the character Meng on the back of your hand is from me. It's a bit complicated to explain, but this is the fate of the Chen family. I explain it to you slowly after we get home. Go home first. I've searched the universe you're in, and learned all your deeds. You didn't disappoint me. You're the most powerful of all my brothers. I've archived the human civilization you built for you, so it won't be destroyed in the Big Bang, and can be moved to another universe at any time. It's still different. Chen Lu, standing nearby, shook his head. Although my Chaotian sect is small, they're all elite. Power isn't always better when you have more people. Although my fourth brother is also very powerful, my Chaotian sect is also very strong. Then, Chen Meng, bewildered, followed a large group of family members, who had suddenly appeared and entered the spatial portal. Although he didn't recognize them, he could sense a warm and familiar feeling from them, a connection of blood. These people were indeed his family. He had thought he was an orphan, but he hadn't expected to have so many family members. This left him a little dazed. That's exactly what happened. In the manner where Chen Yi was, he recounted the entire story to Chen Meng, then sighed, This is also the first time I've seen you. You traveled through time while you were still in your mother's womb. This is the fate of the Chen family. For some reason, members of the Chen family always travel through time while still in the womb. As a result, I didn't even get to see you. Chen Meng looked at the tearful woman beside him. He had learned from his father that her name was Jiaya, his mother. Perhaps sensing the kinship in their blood, he couldn't help but call out a very unfamiliar word, Mom. He had said this word many times in his life, but they were always insults beginning with Chow or Gone. He had never said it alone. For a moment, it felt incredibly unfamiliar, yet also strange. Meng. Jiaya, tears welling in her eyes, stroked the back of Chen Meng's head. You've been hard at work these days. You won't have to work so hard in the future. Oh, right. Chen Meng took a deep breath, his expression suddenly grim. Father, are there any higher dimensional civilizations out there, or are they enemies of our family? My child was taken away from me while I was still in my womb. I left the universe this time precisely for this very reason. Chen Yi was silent for a long moment before speaking. No. The Chen family has no enemies. They rule the universe, without rivals. No one can rival them. Moreover, with the constant return of our sons over the years, the Chen family has grown stronger and stronger, leaving us without rivals. You just said your wife is pregnant? Yes. That means my grandson, right? Chen Yi searched the crowd, then fixed his gaze on Xiaofeng. He said, somewhat dazedly, no need to search. My grandson has embarked on the path of the Chen family. He will embark on his own journey in an unfamiliar universe. But, Chen Meng said anxiously, he's still just a child. Weren't you also a child back then? Chen Yi looked at Chen Meng. Your third brother, Chen Lu, was also a child when he traveled through time. Believe in the Chen family. Even a child can make a name for themselves. Have you named the child? Yes, Chen Jiang. Nice name. Can't you find him? No, if I could, I would have found you back then. Inside the manor. This was a seemingly ordinary manor nestled inside a planet, hardly the home of a master of the universe. Yet, even this ordinary manor controlled the myriad universes. Until now, Biazi and Lao Zhu were both dazed. They had assumed Master Meng was an orphan, but they had never imagined his background was so profound, his father the master of the myriad universes. And they knew what lay beyond the universe. Beyond the universe lay countless universes, collectively known as the myriad universes. There was only one primary universe, the one where Chen Meng's father resided, and within that universe, Chen Meng's father was the most powerful being. Lao Zhu sat on a stone bench, somewhat bewildered, staring at the book in his hand. This book had been handed to him by a man named Lao Tu after he returned to the Chen family. The title was A Guide to Understanding the Chen Family's Past. The book recounts the life stories of several key members of the Chen family and their trusted aides. The family, led by Patriarch Chen Yi, Mother Jiaya, and others, formed a vast clan. Lao Tu was Chen Yi's trusted aide. He had been working alongside Chen Yi since a very long time ago. Outrageous. After a long pause, Buzi finally managed to utter a word. He still hadn't recovered, feeling a bit hard to accept, but the facts were before him, and he couldn't help but accept them. Also, in a house within the manor, Chen Meng was also sitting in his study, alone, flipping through the book A Guide to Understanding the Chen Family's Past. After a long pause, he couldn't help but chuckle. His eyes were filled with emotion. The facts were before him, and he couldn't help but believe them. But he recalled all the experiences he had had in his life. He had thought Blue Star was his home, and traveling to Water Blue Star was his first time traveling there. Now, it seemed that traveling to Water Blue Star was his second time traveling there. He just didn't know it. The first time he traveled there was while he was still in his mother's womb. And the birthmark on the back of his hand was a cheat his father had prepared for him, predicting that he would definitely travel there, so he would have the power to protect himself no matter which universe he went to. His father had been very thoughtful. But it was obvious. He, as a father, hadn't been very thoughtful. He hadn't prepared anything for his child. His child was heading off to a new world with nothing, and he didn't know what kind of new world it was. Perhaps it was a fantasy world, or perhaps a mysterious world, or even a strange world. But whatever the case, one thing was certain. That is, the protagonist of the next story will no longer be him, but the story of his son, Chen Jiang. Chen Meng stood up, lit a cigarette, and stood in his study, gazing out the peach blossoms. A hint of a smile played on his face as he puffed out the smoke. After a moment, he turned and looked at Xiaofeng, who had been standing behind him. Ever since the child disappeared, Xiaofeng had been in a state of sadness and guilt. Although Xiaofeng had nothing to do with this incident, she still felt guilty. All right. Chen Meng waved his hand towards Xiaofeng, motioning her to come over. He chuckled. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. This matter has nothing to do with you. You be able to see the child soon. By then, he be grown up. He's been through a lot. I slowly tell you about his experiences. It's quite interesting, isn't it? He held Xiaofeng in his arms, patting her back with soothing words. These were purely soothing words. Given a choice, what parent wouldn't want to personally accompany their child as they grow up? Somewhere in a trance, he recalled his time as a slave on Master Kuen's train. No food, no water. Rising in rebellion, he became the new train conductor, beginning his rise in the apocalypse. After a long silence, Chen Meng stood up, lit 3 cigarettes, and placed them in the flower bed on the desk, as a gesture of gratitude to Master Kuen. He finally made up for the 3 incense sticks he'd been owed. Without the resources Master Kuen had given him in the early days, he would have had to take many more detours to grow. In a sense, Master Kuen was also his angel investor, worthy of the 3 incense sticks. After lighting those 3 incense sticks, for some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of peace, as if something had been weighing on his mind and had been lifted. He shook his head, and couldn't help but laugh. He picked up the glass of wine on the table, and drank it in one gulp. He lit another cigarette. He held Xiaofeng in his arms, glanced at Lao Zhu and the others chatting outside the window, then looked up at the sky, his expression gradually becoming hazy. He knew. This was the end of Chen Meng's story. Next up was Qin Jiang. His story, while quite fascinating, was left for future generations to judge. All he had to do now was enjoy life.